Chapter 1. An inch of mountain and river, an inch of blood. Well, the shrill sound of alarms suddenly reverberated through the urban landscape. Within the Jiangxing Bay City, the streets and alleys swiftly echoed with broadcast announcements. Level 1 alert. A large number of advanced mutated beasts are about to invade. All citizens are urged to immediately seek refuge in underground shelters. 10 kilometers south of Jiangxing. 3 days ago, the 721 Mechanized Brigade had just repelled a wave of rat hordes at a heavy cost of casualties and was now engaged in a desperate battle. Tut-tut-tut. Boom, boom, boom. Machine guns rattled and cannons roared. Fierce firepower relentlessly intercepted the charging horned wild boars. They were entirely black, their fur akin to steel needles. With sharp, azure horns, they posed a significant threat. Bullets from light and heavy machine guns barely penetrated their hide. Pre-placed landmines were triggered one after another. Amidst the unceasing explosions, the ferocious horned wild boars crashed through concrete barriers and vaulted over traps. Bullets proved ineffective, and artillery support had long been cut off. 3 days prior, to fend off the rat tide, Jiangxing had exhausted its stockpile of shells and aerial munitions. As a multitude of horned wild boars prepared to breach the defenses. Brothers, for the 20 million citizens of Jiangxing, even if we die, we shall not allow a single mutated beast to escape. For every inch of land, we shed an inch of blood. Brothers, follow me. From the front trenches, figures sprang up in rapid succession. I love you, my motherland. To defend our homes and country, we die without regrets. Charge! Mom, your son is about to become a martyr. Brothers, we shall meet again in the next life. Come on, you bastards. In the face of the charging horned wild boars, the soldiers did not retreat an inch. Instead, they surged forward without hesitation. Amidst their battle cries, they detonated grenades strapped to their bodies or tucked under their arms. Along the defensive lines, explosions erupted in a continuous cacophony. The 721 Mechanized Brigade, with their flesh and blood, forged an ironclad defense. Yet this wave of beasts not only included numerous horned wild boars, but also a horde of blood wolves. The wolf packs, before their mutation, were already adept at teamwork, fierce and cunning. Post-mutation, the blood wolves became even more astute and brutal, bloodthirsty and terrifying. A large number of horned wild boars shattered the defenses of the 721 Mechanized Brigade. With the blood wolves trailing closely, they swiftly approached the city walls of Jiangxing Base. Once the city fell, the 20 million citizens of Jiangxing would surely face a horrific slaughter. At Hill 128, the last bastion of the Mechanized Brigade, smoke filled the air, and the bright red flag fluttered in the wind. Come on, comebiteme. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xu declared, may the red flag never falter, billowing in the wind. May civilization endure and triumph over calamity. At the moment the blood wolf revealed its fangs and lunged at Chu Xu, he smiled as he pressed the detonation switch. With a resounding boom, the pre-placed incendiary devices at Hill 128 instantly ignited into a sea of flames. Thick chemical agents clung to the blood wolves, igniting fiercely. The intense heat elicited their mournful howls. Yet Chu Xu did not scream. Even in death, he could take a few blood wolves with him. He honored his military uniform, the citizens of Jiangxing, and his parents' nurturing grace. Thus, as the roaring flames consumed him, Chu Xu departed without regrets. Bang! With a dull thud, Chu Xu jolted awake. He opened his eyes to see a short, stout man with glasses glaring at him, his face a deep shade of anger. Chu Xu, do you see what time it is now? It's already 1:05 p.m., well into work hours, and you are still sleeping like a log? The bidding for the Jiangxing Technical Institute project is in 2 days. Have you prepared the tender documents? Under Lu Jun's scolding, Chu Xu stood dumbfounded. With a round face, black glasses, a bulbous nose, and a mole on his lip, this relentless, incessantly talking fat man was none other than Lu Jun, the marketing manager of Tianhai Xingshui Technology, who seemed eager to work him to death. So, have I truly crossed over and been reborn? Didn't I just blow up the base and perish alongside a few blood wolves? Chu Xu glanced around. He noticed that other colleagues in the marketing department were all staring at him. Some wore mocking smiles, while others gazed at him with disdain. As he looked upon those familiar faces, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Chu Xu. instinctively biting the tip of his tongue. The sensation was vividly clear. Holy cow! I really have been reborn, and the bidding for the Jiangxing Technical Institute project is indeed in 2 days. Wait a minute. Doesn't this mean that in 3 days, the apocalyptic crisis will commence? Upon hearing Chu Xu's mutterings, Lu Jun's brows furrowed instantly. Come with me. Ow! Lu Jun yanked Chu Xu into his office. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. Yet, considering Lu Jun's foul demeanor, he knew he would inevitably receive another tirade. Since he had been reborn and the apocalypse was imminent, why endure this indignity? That's right, I no longer wish to work here. Endless overtime, never-ending proposals, and an unceasing stream of tenders. After several nights of grueling work, I've only managed 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I'm only 25. I don't want to die from overwork at such a young age. Getting scolded like a dog for sleeping an extra 5 minutes? To hell with this job. I'm done. With that, Chu Xu removed his work badge and slammed it onto the desk. You. Lu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at the departing Chu Xu. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, and after a long pause, he finally yelled after him. You little brat, you've truly gone too far. If it weren't for my kindness in bringing you into the company, you'd probably still be jobless. Now, with so many projects at the company needing manpower, you say you want work? Are you even human? Chu Xu turned a deaf ear, hastily packing his belongings. Sitting nearby, Sun Liang quickly urged in a low voice. Bro, calm down. Endure for a moment, and peace will reign. Take a step back, and the sea is vast. Don't rush to resign before you've found another job. Chu Xu smiled lightly. If I don't leave today, I'll have to leave sooner or later. Moreover, I advise you, if you value your life, hurry and leave Tianhai for inland cities like Jiangxing or Shiro. Huh? Sun Liang looked utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to ask why, he saw Chu Xu grab a cardboard box and stride out. Stop! Lu Jun shouted fiercely. If you dare to leave today, don't expect to receive your salary or half a year's bonus. Moreover, you will be held responsible for the significant losses caused by your delay in the bidding process. I will report you to Manager Zhang and have Lawyer Wang pursue your accountability. Chu Xu paused at the door, a cold laugh bubbling within him. They were withholding wages and bonuses, yet wanted to hold him liable? This damned company, as expected, was the same old story. But what was there to fear? In 3 days, the apocalyptic crisis would unfold. When the meteorite fell, it would trigger earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. All low-lying areas on Blue Star, including this international metropolis of Tianhai, would face catastrophic tsunamis, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of millions. As the volcanoes erupted in succession, ash would darken the skies, leading to plummeting temperatures, incessant acid rain, dying vegetation, and crop failures. The viruses brought by the meteorites would mutate global fauna, creating high-level, mutated beasts with tough hides, sharp wits, and cunning natures, making them exceedingly difficult for humans to eradicate. So, they thought to seek compensation from me? What a joke! Laughing heartily as he exited, Chu Xu left Lu Jun with a carefree and composed silhouette. What a brat! Claiming he's been reborn. Could it be that he's truly lost his mind from all the overtime? Chapter 2. Rebirth is truly wonderful. Chu Xu was certainly not insane. On the contrary, he was quite lucid. Stepping out of the office building, he tossed the cardboard box onto the ground. Under the astonished gazes of many, Chu Xu spread his arms wide, basking in the sunlight. June blazed like fire, the sun scorching hot. Yet in the apocalyptic world, where dust shrouded the sun, even daylight felt dim and bone-chillingly cold. How could one enjoy such brilliant and searing sunlight? Feeling the warmth of the sun and breathing the fresh air, a smile involuntarily crept across Chu Xu's lips. Ah, it's so good to be alive. After soaking up the sun for a while, Chu Xu bent down to pick up the cardboard box and made his way to a familiar noodle shop. He was well acquainted with the shop owner, Zhu Jiaming, as they hailed from the same hometown. Chu Xu frequented the shop for meals, so they had become quite close. Oh, you're back again? Aren't you supposed to be at work this afternoon? As Chu Xu arrived at the entrance of the store, Zhu Jiaming, who was busy tidying up, curiously inquired what happened. Did you have a quarrel with your boss and decide to resign? Zhu Jiaming set down his broom and hurriedly offered a cigarette. It's nothing. If the job isn't satisfying, then change it. You're a university graduate, finding a job shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chu Xu chuckled heartily. If finding a job were easy for university graduates, there wouldn't be so many people desperately vying to take the civil service exam. However, the pressing matter at hand was not about changing jobs, but rather the impending apocalypse set to erupt in 3 days. In his previous life, he had fortuitously avoided disaster by attending a tender meeting in Jiangxing. He had witnessed firsthand the horrifying transformations of various creatures, where the law of the jungle prevailed, leading to the ruthless slaughter of both humans and livestock. With the sun disappearing and temperatures plummeting, remote rural areas and towns became uninhabitable for mankind. Chu Xu, along with his parents and many villagers, relocated to the county seat. But the catastrophe struck with alarming rapidity, leaving the county severely lacking in resources. Once rare ferocious beasts, dwelling deep within the mountains, had mutated into vicious predators. They hunted humans with frenzied abandon and rapidly multiplied. As a result, humanity dwindled, while the mutated beasts proliferated, each generation growing stronger than the last. To consolidate efforts in protecting humanity and combating the mutated creatures, the authorities commenced the frantic construction of fortified bases while simultaneously expanding the military to engage in fierce battles with the beasts. Yet, due to resource scarcity and disrupted transportation, they suffered consecutive defeats. Reflecting on the apocalyptic crisis he had endured marked by turmoil, chaos, tragedy, and sorrow, Chu Xu couldn't help but clench his fists in frustration. Who could have imagined that the vibrant metropolis before him, bustling with life, would cease to exist in just 3 days? No, since fate has granted me a second chance at life, I cannot idly stand by as the apocalypse unfolds as it did before. I cannot allow countless lives to be lost to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, hunger, and the merciless onslaught of mutated beasts. Chu Xu's pupils dilated with intensity as he gritted his teeth. Zhu Jiaming patted Chu Xu on the shoulder, chuckling as he teased, "There's no need to be so upset, it's just a job. Nothing to lose sleep over." Chu Xu lifted his gaze to meet Zhu Jiaming's earnest smile, feeling increasingly agitated. Why was it that in his past life, he was not a formidable warrior capable of slaying beasts with a single blow? Why hadn't he experienced the kind of system reincarnation depicted in many novels, complete with starter packs and reward missions? Taking a deep breath, Chu Xu shook his head slightly, contemplating, "Though I may not be a reincarnated warrior nor possess a system, the memories of the coming year are a golden opportunity, are they not? Since fate has allowed me to be reborn just before the apocalypse, I must devise a way to save Huaxia and indeed all of humanity. Right now, it would be best to persuade the nations of Blue Star to prepare for battle and destroy those meteors before they enter the atmosphere. Even if not all meteors are obliterated, reducing the number that strike the Earth would significantly mitigate the damage." But as he pondered this, Chu Xu couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. Convincing the nations of Blue Star to prepare for war? What a ludicrous notion! Before his rebirth, he had been merely an ordinary soldier. After his rebirth, he was still just an average young man. What evidence did he possess to prove that disaster would strike in 3 days? Whether he took to the streets to rally support, posted online, or petitioned, he would not only be met with disbelief, but would likely be deemed insane and sent to a hospital. He might even be detained for allegedly inciting panic. Thus, Chu Xu shook his head once more. This only served to heighten Zhu Jiaming's concern. "Bro, what's really going on with you? If you're feeling unwell, you should go see a doctor. I read in the news that young people today face immense pressure and many collapse from exhaustion each year. You need to be careful. If you feel overwhelmed and see no future, why not buy a ticket for tonight's lottery? The jackpot has accumulated significantly, and with just $3, you might win 36 million. If you hit the jackpot, you won't need to worry about finding a job." Chu Xu shook his head and smiled. "Don't try to persuade me to buy a lottery ticket. The odds of winning are so slim. Unless I somehow know the winning numbers in advance, I won't waste my money like you do every draw." Just then his phone chimed with a notification. Unlocking it, he saw the message. "Breaking news! The winning numbers for the 25,024th lottery draw are 01, 09, 14. No way. The sales for this lottery hadn't even closed, yet the draw was set for tonight. How could his phone possibly have delivered the winning numbers early? Could it be that his bizarre rebirth came with some strange mutation affecting his phone as well? What's wrong? Look at that astonished expression on your face. Your boss didn't apologize, did he? If you're going to resign, at least find a new job first, don't you think? Zhu Jiaming urged him earnestly. But Chu Xu was still puzzled by how his phone had managed to push the winning numbers ahead of time. Could this be the golden opportunity that came with his rebirth? Could he receive advanced information on anything he desired? Damn it, whether it's true or false, I can simply buy a ticket and find out. If my phone truly can provide advanced information, wouldn't that equip me to face the apocalypse? Moreover, it's not too late to win today. I could prepare extensively after collecting the prize. Resolute in his decision, Chu Xu sprang to his feet and headed straight for the lottery shop. Boss, what's the maximum payout for the lottery? The boss grinned. For a single ticket with the additional option, you can win up to 36 million. But if you play the same number with a multiplier of over 900 times, you could drain the jackpot worth several billion. All right, let's do it your way. I want to drain the jackpot. The numbers are 0109. The boss looked astonished. Little brother, you need to think this through. The odds of winning the lottery are exceedingly low. Be cautious about placing a hefty bet only to lose it all. Chu Xu, unfazed, replied with a smile. It's fine, I'm only buying this once. If I don't win, I won't buy again in the future. Just hurry up and place the bet. All right. Please repeat the numbers you wish to bet on. With a whir, the lottery ticket was printed. The boss skillfully produced a duplicate. Little brother, you have 2 tickets with a 990 times multiplier, totaling 2,970 yuan. Wishing you the best in draining the jackpot and winning billions. Chu Xu collected his tickets and scanned to make the payment. He couldn't help but think that whether he could make a difference before the apocalypse depended on tonight. Chapter 3. The Marvelous Cell Phone. Just as Chu Xu exited the lottery shop, he received a call from Sun Liang. That a cold smile crept across Chu Xu's face. Sun Liang epitomized the quintessential office slickster. Adept at flattering superiors and engaging in sly antics. Were it not for him, would Chu Xu really be burdened with an endless stream of proposals and tenders? While he toiled exhaustively, Sun Liang languidly waded through his workday, earning a salary and bonuses that significantly surpassed Chu Xu's own. What a jest! You are indeed Manager Lu's favored confidant. How could you possibly refrain from alleviating his burdens in such times? Put forth your utmost effort, and who knows? In no time, he might elevate you to the position of deputy manager, ushering you into the zenith of your career. Zhu Jiaming turned with a grin, remarking, all right then, if you hit the jackpot, don't forget about me. Absolutely. Chu Xu chuckled, clutching his box as he made a beeline for the subway station. Finding an unoccupied bench, he settled down to scrutinize his phone. This device had been purchased a year prior, upon his graduation from university. His parents had sold 2 hefty pigs they kept at home, transferring the funds to Chu Xu's account, urging him to rent a place and acquire a more efficient phone for work. Rather than opting for an Apple, he had chosen this cost-effective domestic phone, priced over 1,000 yuan, providing excellent value for money. Strange, it felt no different than before. Why had he received the winning numbers ahead of time? And where had that message gone? It was nowhere to be found, absent from his inbox and lacking in the history of notifications from other apps. The notification of the winning numbers had appeared in such an eerie manner, only to vanish mysteriously. I mentioned to Lao Zhu that I wouldn't buy a lottery ticket unless I had prior knowledge of the winning numbers. Could it be that this very statement had triggered the bizarre notification on his phone? Now, I wish to know the precise time of the tsunami striking Tianhai. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his phone vibrated ominously. Red alert, a level 6 tsunami, exceeding 100 meters in height, will strike Tianhai at 23:08 on July 14th. Chu Xu stood stunned. This aligned perfectly with his recollections. Thus, the winning numbers it had relayed must indeed be authentic. Good heavens! Fate has truly favored me. Not only have I been granted a second chance at life, but I also possess this remarkable phone that can foretell messages. If I do not contribute to the preservation of human civilization, I would be remiss in repaying the divine favor bestowed upon me. In the midst of his excitement, Chu Xu began to contemplate how to utilize the next 3 days before the apocalypse. Leveraging this extraordinary phone, given his current position, he could hardly effect any change. Even his parents would undoubtedly dismiss the impending doom, as they had in his previous life when the crisis erupted. They believed their rural hometown was safer until mutated wolves invaded their village, claiming several villagers before they finally heeded the call to relocate to the county seat. Hence, it was improbable they would heed his advice to seek refuge in Jiangxing. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the shared apartment located on the outskirts of the city. Upon entering the cramped quarters and tossing his box aside, Chu Xu swiftly booked a ticket and packed his belongings. After finishing, it was still not yet 3 in the afternoon. What to do next? Should he post online, urging all coastal residents to retreat inland? He feared he would soon be summoned for a chat if he did so. Having fought several hard battles against mutated beasts in the 721 Mechanized Infantry Division, Chu Xu had already discerned that while these creatures were ferocious, they could not withstand relentless bombardment, that humanity's failure stemmed from the sudden onset of the apocalypse, leaving them woefully short of resources and ammunition. And no matter how formidable the aircraft or armored vehicles, could they operate without fuel? Without ammunition, could they unleash a barrage of destruction, especially considering that Huaxia, as a populous nation, faced a significant shortage of oil and minerals? Despite being hailed as the world's factory with formidable industrial strength, it still required the importation of hundreds of millions of tons of oil and billions of tons of various ores each year. When the apocalypse struck, the violent tsunami capsized numerous vessels, devastating ports and shipyards. The once reliable and cost-effective maritime transport came to a halt. Additionally, the ash from volcanic eruptions not only brought about a sudden drop in temperature and incessant acid rain, but also damaged aircraft engines, causing them to stall mid-flight, thus halting air transport as well as for the land transportation via roads and railways. The violent earthquakes had led to the collapse of numerous bridges and tunnels. Coupled with the virus brought by meteorites, many wild animals underwent mutations, becoming vicious and bloodthirsty. Those that once roamed the remote mountains began to hunt humans frantically in search of food. Thus, in the dim light, amidst the frigid climate, under the onslaught of mutated beasts, attempting to repair damaged roads and bridges proved arduous, let alone organizing large-scale logistical operations. Without a continuous supply of industrial materials, factories could not operate, resulting in a severe shortage of resources and ammunition. How could humanity, relying solely on their flesh and blood, possibly triumph over the mutated beasts? Instead, each defeat only served to feed the beasts, enabling them to reproduce even more formidable offspring. This was also why, when the defense line in Jiangxing was breached, all the soldiers preferred to perish alongside the mutated beasts rather than allow them to feast on their flesh. Before he realized it, his phone was nearly out of battery, and he had already penned several thousand words of insights. Just as he connected the call, Zhu Jianming's boisterous voice erupted on the line. "Brother, you've hit the jackpot." Lao Lu's lottery machine received the winning announcement. His station has reported 991st prizes. He said, aside from you, no one else bought that many tickets today, so it must be you who struck gold. Wow, you've truly struck it rich, becoming a billionaire overnight. Chu Xu smiled faintly. All right, Lao Zhu, I know I've won. Once I claim the prize tomorrow, I'll definitely give you and Lao Lu a generous red envelope. But first, you both must leave Tianhai tomorrow and settle in an inland city. What? Zhu Jianming sounded taken aback. Brother, are you worried that we might leak the news and bring trouble to you and your family? Lao Lu is right beside me. We just agreed to keep your secrets safe. You can rest assured. Chu Xu declared loudly, this isn't a matter of trust. You must move. That it would be best to relocate to Jiangxing. I am doing this for your own good. Well, all right then, I promise. Lao Lu nodded in agreement. By the way, he wants to say a few words to you soon. The voice of the lottery shop owner came through the phone. Brother, it's Lao Lu. You've just won the largest lottery prize in history. Congratulations. However, with such a massive win, it will undoubtedly attract unprecedented attention. You must disguise yourself when you go to claim your prize tomorrow. Also, don't forget to bring your ID and bank card. That if anyone urges you to donate money, don't act impulsively. When reporters interview you, just brush them off casually. Never reveal your true identity. It's a simple principle. Wealth should not be flaunted. Discretion is key. Surely, this doesn't need to be reiterated by me and Lao Zhu. Chu Xu's lips curled into a slight smile. Discretion? If I wish to alter the fate of Huaxia and indeed all of humanity, I must meet those in power without delay. Therefore, tomorrow, I must not remain inconspicuous. Chapter 4. An opportunity bought with 30 billion. In the dead of night, the Tianhai Lottery Center glimmered with brilliance. This round of Happy Lotto had unexpectedly yielded 991st prizes, abruptly depleting the prize pool of over 5 billion. Such an astonishingly colossal jackpot prompted the center to convene an emergency meeting that very night. The data had been meticulously verified. Indeed, it was the same outlet that had printed 2 consecutive winning tickets. Online, many voices were condemning the situation, alleging that there must be foul play, suggesting that internal personnel had won the prize. Will the award ceremony be arranged as before? Should we invite more media outlets? As the discussions ensued, hurried footsteps approached. Director, the winner is on the line and wishes to speak with you. All right, I'm coming over. You all keep deliberating. The director hastily arrived at the customer service department and picked up the receiver. What? You wish to donate 30 billion. What are the conditions? Very well. Considering your generous spirit, I can certainly arrange that. After hanging up, the director immediately dialed another number. Hello, Secretary Chun. I have an urgent matter to report. Yes, I will make proper arrangements tonight. The moment the winner expressed his intention to donate 30 billion, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. 30 billion. Is he out of his mind? Before the murmurs could escalate, the director promptly interjected. I do not know what prompted the winner to offer such an immense sum for charity. However, it is indeed rare for Happy Lotto to yield such a grand prize, and even rarer to have a lottery player with such a philanthropic heart. Therefore, Mayor Yang will attend the awards ceremony tomorrow. Everyone prepare diligently tonight. Also, summon every media outlet that can be reached. Meanwhile, Chu Xu, after concluding the call, took a deep drag from his cigarette. With the apocalypse looming, the significance of money was diminishing, that it would be far more advantageous to utilize this unprecedented lottery windfall to meet influential figures through the act of donation. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, I have done my utmost to safeguard billions of my compatriots, and thus I have a clear conscience. Now that the opportunity to meet has arisen, how shall I persuade him? Someone who occupies a high position must possess exceptional talent, and undoubtedly cannot be swayed by mere words. Therefore, I must present compelling arguments to earn his trust and have him relay my suggestions to the upper echelons. That night, Chu Xu did not succumb to excitement or agitation due to his sudden wealth. Rather, his sole focus was on protecting the essence of Chinese civilization, tirelessly working without rest. The following morning, at dawn, the Tianhai Lottery Center was already teeming with people. Among them were those hoping to catch a stroke of good fortune, as well as internet streamers eager to capitalize on the trending event. Numerous news media had also been dispatched, with cameramen setting up their equipment and reporters readying their microphones. No one could have anticipated that the Happy Lotto would yield a staggering jackpot of billions. Even more surprising was the fact that the winner intended to make an unprecedented public appearance to claim the prize. Rumor had it that he would donate 3 billion to the Tianhai municipal government. Was this a cunning ploy by those within the lottery, or was it truly a selfless citizen who regarded money as inconsequential? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and a tall, handsome young man emerged. The moment he revealed 2 lottery tickets, the scene erupted in chaos. Many rushed forward, while security formed a barrier to keep them at bay. The noise was overwhelming, drowning out the reporters' questions until the young man spoke, abruptly silencing the crowd. Hello, everyone. My name is Chu Xu. I hail from an ordinary farming family in Jiangnan province, and I am thrilled to have won the grand prize. Now, I kindly ask my media friends to accompany me inside to witness the prize claim and donation. Thank you. The reporters, brimming with excitement, followed Chu Xu as he proceeded. The process of claiming the prize was straightforward, after verifying his identity and lottery tickets. He filled out forms to register for the tax invoice and check. Following the donation, without needing to be prompted, the director immediately led him to the conference room. Tianhai is an international metropolis with a population exceeding 30 million. Governing such a direct-controlled city is a formidable task, and despite his high rank and power, Yang Weiyu found himself exceedingly busy. Just a second before Chu Xu entered, he was engrossed in documents. Oh, what a surprise! The first lottery winner in the history of our nation to publicly claim their prize is so young and handsome, Yang Weiyu exclaimed, rising with a broad smile to shake Chu Xu's hand. So, how does it feel to win billions all at once? Are you happy? Chu Xu shook his head slightly, that if I were to say that I knew I would win, would you believe me? Yang Weiyu was taken aback. What do you mean? After producing the donation slip, Chu Xu glanced at the door that I just donated 30 billion to Tianhai City. May I have 10 minutes of your time for a private conversation? 10 minutes? 20 would be fine. Yang Weiyu waved away others and sat down, smiling as he asked, if I recall correctly, the odds of winning the first prize are something like 1 in 20 million. Right. Did you discover a pattern in the winning numbers? Chu Xu shook his head that I did not find a pattern, but I knew I would win because I am a reincarnated individual. What? Yang Weiyu was momentarily stunned. Could you repeat that? You are what? A reincarnated individual? Young man, one can eat a lot, but one must not speak carelessly. Chu Xu smiled calmly. Do you think I am speaking carelessly? If I had no certainty of winning, would I have staked 990 times the amount to drain the prize pool? And if it weren't for the impending cataclysm due to a meteorite strike in the coming days, do you think I would have donated such a vast sum? As he spoke, Chu Xu handed over his phone. Yang Weiyu quickly scanned through the forecast report from the International Astronomical Organization and replied with a composed smile, while I am not an astronomer, I do possess basic knowledge. Blue Star experiences over 700 meteorite falls each year, with the vast majority disintegrating high in the atmosphere due to friction. Even if a small portion reaches the surface, their relatively low mass and speed do not cause significant harm. And this meteorite, with a diameter of only 1.8 kilometers and a speed of 24,000 meters per second, poses no threat whatsoever. Clearly, it will result in a spectacular meteor shower, not an apocalyptic crisis. Chu Xu countered, if it does not disintegrate upon entry into the atmosphere, do you still believe it will merely be a beautiful meteor shower? Yang Weiyu chuckled. That is impossible. Surely astronomers utilize advanced instruments to analyze and test whether it will disintegrate due to heat. Chu Xu replied, they employ spectrometers and similar devices to analyze elemental composition, measure size, mass, and speed, and predict the landing site, concluding that it poses no danger to humanity. However, this conclusion is based on our current scientific theories and observational capabilities. What if there are other elements beyond our comprehension? Moreover, the intense radiation in space and the redshift phenomenon of the meteorite can interfere with astronomical observations. Can we assert that scientists' conclusions are 100% accurate? Yang Weiyu scoffed. And how am I to know that you are correct? Chu Xu stated firmly, it is quite simple. You can order the commander to deploy our PG-03 space-based missile defense satellite to alter its trajectory and conduct a test strike on the meteorite, observing the damage assessment afterward. If the results are negligible, it would prove that it does not disintegrate upon atmospheric entry. Conversely, if I am proven wrong, I will donate the remaining 10 billion, sufficient to recreate a new satellite. The smile faded from Yang Weiyu's face as he regarded Chu Xu with a wary gaze. Who exactly are you? How do you know about the top-secret space-based missile defense program? Chapter 5. A bold attempt. A catastrophe approaches. Yang Weiyu governs Tianhai. With his high-ranking position, he naturally has the qualifications to enter the central court and participate in significant decision-making. Thus, he is well aware of the secret missile defense system constructed to guard against intercontinental missile attacks from hostile nations. Ground-based missile defense technology is relatively straightforward, utilizing large ground radars for detection and surface-to-air missiles for interception. Airborne missile defense employs aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against enemy missiles. That space-based missile defense boasts the highest technological complexity, deploying satellites armed with high-energy laser weapons for interception. The absence of clouds, moisture, and airborne particulates in space maximizes the efficacy of laser weaponry. Therefore, attacking enemy warheads with high-energy lasers in space can effectively compromise their aerodynamic shape and guidance systems, rendering them ineffective. However, how did Chu Xu acquire knowledge of such a highly classified space-based missile defense plan? Furthermore, how did he accurately mention the code PG-03? Was it that the missile defense satellite that was secretly launched only last year? Meeting Yang Weiyu's stern and vigilant gaze, Chu Xu spoke with resolute conviction. As I mentioned, I am a reincarnated individual. In my previous life, humanity faced a crisis of extinction due to a misjudgment regarding this meteorite, mistakenly believing it would disintegrate in high-speed friction like other meteors entering the atmosphere. Instead, it plummeted into the Southern Ocean, triggering a massive tsunami and geological upheaval, leading to consecutive volcanic eruptions and blinding dust storms. Yang Weiyu narrowed his eyes, patiently listening to Chu Xu's account. Although Chu Xu's behavior seemed suspicious, his wager of 990 times the prize pool raised questions about how he could be so certain of winning. Furthermore, after acquiring unimaginable wealth overnight, he chose not to indulge in a lavish lifestyle, but rather opted to donate 30 billion and request a meeting with Yang Weiyu. Was he truly spending such an enormous sum merely to share a story? If what he claimed were indeed true, the implications were dire. The 12 coastal provinces of China are the most economically developed and densely populated regions, while Yang Weiyu could not speak for other areas. He was acutely aware that Tianhai, a supermetropolis with over 30 million residents, would suffer catastrophic losses should it be struck by a tsunami hundreds of meters high. The devastation would be beyond measure, and the national economy would be severely impacted. Think about it, Yang. How much does a space-based missile defense satellite cost? And what would be the cost of a catastrophic disaster for the sake of the hundreds of millions living in coastal areas? Shouldn't we take the risk? If we discover that we can easily disintegrate the meteorite, it would be a valuable practical experience. Conversely, we could prepare in advance, mobilizing the nation to evacuate the populace and minimize losses. Moreover, utilizing the satellite for a single test attack in space would only consume a fraction of its fuel and reduce its operational lifespan by a few months. It would not be rendered inoperative after one use. And if it turns out that the meteorite poses no threat, I will donate the remaining billions. More than enough to manufacture and launch a new satellite, right? No matter how you calculate it. It is a win-win. With that, Chu Xu ceased further elaboration. Given Yang Weiyu's intelligence and discernment, he undoubtedly understood the need to weigh the pros and cons that an attack incurs minimal cost, yet yields invaluable practical experience, and serves to authenticate truths. Should the veracity of Chu Xu's claims be substantiated, early preparations could mitigate losses. Given your fervent determination and your altruistic intentions for the countless descendants of Yin and Huang, I, Yang Weiyu, shall join you in this reckless endeavor. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xu felt as if he were a deflated balloon, collapsing weakly into his chair. After enduring over 10 hours of relentless wakefulness, he finally encountered a precious opportunity, following a prolonged period of intense tension. His mind succumbed to a complete void. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into a deep slumber that in his dreams, he beheld countless meteors streaking across the night sky, illuminating the resplendent expanse above the city. Just as he yearned to glimpse the visage of his beloved in his arms. Chu Xu, wake up quickly. As he opened his heavy eyelids, Chu Xu was met with the anxious expression of Yang Weiyu. The meeting is about to commence. You must rouse yourself. Meeting. Upon fully awakening, Chu Xu was startled to discover that his surroundings had drastically transformed. Oh dear, do not be disoriented. This is the Emergency Command Center conference room, and you have been asleep for a full 4 hours. A wave of alarm washed over Chu Xu. Where am I? In Yanjing. Yang Weiyu placed a classified document before Chu Xu and spoke urgently. 3 hours ago. The PG-03 space-based anti-missile satellite executed a maneuvering trajectory change and launched multiple attacks on the meteoroid designated 24QV19. Although the distance was considerable and the impact was minimal, the repeated laser illuminations aided astronomers in their observational analysis. An extensive array of data, processed through a supercomputer, has yielded a terrifying conclusion. There is a 96.4% likelihood that it will plummet into the Southern Ocean at 12:37 p.m. the day after tomorrow. The energy released upon impact would equate to the explosion of 7,000 hydrogen bombs, unleashing a colossal tsunami over 1,000 meters high, sweeping outward at speeds exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. This super tsunami, spanning over 8,000 kilometers, would diminish in speed and height, yet when it surged towards Tianhai at 11:08 p.m., the waves would still exceed 100 meters in height and travel at over 150 kilometers per hour. At that time, not a single one of the 12 coastal provinces would be spared, and over 1 million square kilometers of land would suffer the onslaught of monstrous waves, resulting in population and economic losses beyond the calculations of even the most advanced supercomputers. As for whether the subsequent impact will trigger global seismic activity and volcanic eruptions, as you suggested, scientists are still engaged in further simulations. Chu Xu set the document aside, raising his hand to signal Yang Weiyu to refrain from elaborating further. Having experienced the cataclysmic horrors of the apocalypse firsthand, he understood the magnitude of devastation that awaited. What does it mean to have 1 million corpses littering the ground? What does it mean for 10 houses to be empty? At that moment, several elders began to arrive, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew oppressively heavy. Whispers filled the air. Some individuals browsed through documents with grave expressions, while others cast curious glances at Chu Xu. A few minutes later, 3 solemn-faced elders entered. After the supreme leader took his seat, he regarded Chu Xu with a significant look. "Please, take a seat. Your miraculous rebirth has been classified as top secret. Apart from those present here, do not divulge it to anyone else. The situation is urgent that we shall temporarily set aside inquiries about your rebirth. Our immediate priority is to avert this catastrophe, since you have endured the apocalyptic calamity. What measures do you believe can be taken to prevent this meteoroid from crashing into Blue Planet and thus avert disaster?" Chapter 6. Emergency Meeting. National mobilization. All eyes in the room converged upon Chu Xu. He noted that many gazes were filled with anticipation. Yet he understood that this expectation stemmed merely from a sense of hope. Is there a way to stop the meteoroid from colliding with Blue Planet? Military experts and astronomers had undoubtedly provided their professional assessments long ago. Their eager gazes directed at him were fueled by the belief that, as a reborn individual, he might possess unforeseen solutions. Rising to his feet, Chu Xu slightly shook his head. Although Blue Planet endures over 700 meteoroid impacts annually, these tend to be small in size, lightweight, and fragile, disintegrating due to the intense friction upon entering the atmosphere. However, the meteoroid designated 24QV19, while seemingly modest in size and slow in speed, possesses a unique chemical composition and crystalline structure that renders it exceptionally durable and heat-resistant. Upon entering the atmosphere, it will not disintegrate. Rather, it will accelerate towards the surface of the Southern Ocean, releasing tremendous energy upon impact. Yet, we cannot simply stand idly by and allow it to strike Blue Planet, can we? Chu Xu shook his head. It is too late. Had I been reborn a few months earlier, or had scientists discovered sooner that it was not an ordinary meteoroid, perhaps humanity could have intervened. For instance, we could have dispatched astronauts to land on its surface, drill holes at various locations, and detonate multiple nuclear devices. However, this approach necessitates ample preparation time. Now it is perilously close to Blue Planet, leaving us with no opportunity to send astronauts to drill and plant nuclear devices. Our only recourse is to gamble on luck. The trajectory of the meteoroid has been accurately predicted, so we could urgently launch satellites to collide with it, and perhaps fortune would favor us, causing it to veer away from Blue Planet. That if it does not change course, a high-speed impact may still slightly reduce its velocity and potentially inflict damage upon its internal structure before it descends to Earth. We must deploy all available weapons to concentrate fire upon it, aiming to minimize the impact's force. In essence, time is of the essence. Preventing it from crashing into Blue Planet appears increasingly unlikely. The only option remaining is to although the cost is exceedingly high. The benefits of implementing this project are unmistakably apparent. IT will significantly alleviate the pressure on border defenses posed by the onslaught of mutated beasts. After concentrating efforts to eradicate the mutated creatures within our territory, we can rely on our vast land and abundant mineral resources to ensure that agriculture and industry remain unaffected, thus providing a robust supply of materials to safeguard both the livelihoods of our citizens and the demands of national defense. This will prevent a scenario akin to the apocalyptic experiences of Chu Xu, where swarms of mutated beasts ravage the fields and rural areas, forcing humanity to retreat to urban bases, unable to cultivate the land or exploit mineral resources, leading to widespread hunger and an inability to engage in warfare. At this moment, a secretary hurriedly entered, leaned down to whisper a few words in the supreme leader's ear, causing him to rise immediately. Time was of the essence, and I propose that we enter a wartime state and commence nationwide mobilization. How does everyone feel about this? Chu Xu and all committee members raised their hands in agreement. Very well, since there are no objections, let us initiate the nationwide mobilization at once. Additionally, the Land Great Wall Project is an excellent initiative. Old Liu, your General Affairs Office must begin research on this plan immediately. As for Chu Xu, you are to accompany me to the joint summit of the 5 permanent members of the Blue Star. Chu Xu promptly rose and followed the Supreme Leader directly to the online conference room. In addition to simultaneous translators, there were experts from various fields present. Naturally, Chu Xu could not appear on screen. He donned headphones and took a seat nearby. The emergency summit, initiated by Huaxia, commenced immediately. Chapter 7. Military Countermeasures. Swift evacuation. The situation was urgent, and the summit convened. Humanity possesses but one blue star, one world, in the face of a complex global economic landscape and various worldwide challenges. No nation can afford to act in isolation. Thus, long ago, Huaxia began to advocate for a community of shared human destiny, calling for mutual respect and win-win cooperation. Now, a grave crisis threatening human existence is imminent. As one of the 5 permanent members of the Blue Star and the world's most populous nation, as well as the second-largest economy, Huaxia promptly informed the other 4 major powers of the relevant situation after substantiating the facts that the 5 most powerful nations on Blue Star, we have collectively strived for decades to maintain overall peace in the human world. Faced with this apocalyptic crisis, we are naturally duty-bound to act. After all, we all inhabit the Blue Star, and there is no path of retreat available. However, when it comes to resolving the crisis, opinions among nations remain somewhat divided. The United States, as a superpower on Blue Star and the undisputed military leader, believes that since the trajectory of the meteorite has been largely determined, they plan to immediately deploy multiple spacecraft to carry nuclear warheads for a suicidal attack. They are convinced that by utilizing the explosive power of several nuclear warheads, they can damage the meteorite and alter its course, thus preventing it from colliding with Blue Star. Consequently, they do not intend to carry out large-scale, mandatory evacuations of the populace, feeling it would disrupt the economy and lead to chaos. Entirely unnecessary in their view. For many years, the Eagle Nation has been a faithful follower of the United States. So the Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation naturally supports this stance. As a member of the Bayou, Huaxia cannot possibly voice dissent either. Furthermore, their populace, who cherish freedom and romance, would be reluctant to enforce evacuations from coastal areas. In contrast, while Russia does not endorse Huaxia's suggestion for an urgent evacuation of personnel, their solution is notably aggressive and audacious. They plan to deploy 3 stockpiled Tsar bombs, each with an explosive yield of several megatons, and utilize half of their intercontinental nuclear missile stockpile to launch a saturation attack against the incoming meteorite. The battle-hardened Russians are inherently skeptical of fate. They do not believe that, with such a barrage of nuclear detonations, the meteorite could remain unscathed. Upon hearing such discussions, Chu Xu could only think to himself how simplistic the foreign leaders were in their reasoning. Did they truly believe that a saturation attack with numerous nuclear warheads would be sufficient to deflect or even destroy the meteorite? It is better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. All personnel in coastal regions should seize the last 46 hours to evacuate promptly. Otherwise, if the meteorite is not deflected or destroyed and instead plummets into the Southern Ocean as it did in the previous lifetime, a super tsunami could engulf low-lying areas worldwide, leading to the tragic demise of over 1 billion people. Most cities characterized by prosperous economies and advanced technologies are located along the coast. Many knowledgeable and skilled young adults reside and work in these coastal areas. Thus, should these regions suffer catastrophic disasters, it would severely undermine the strength of human civilization. To preserve lives at the cost of land is a loss for both people and territory. Yet if lives are safeguarded while land is forfeited, the people and the land can still coexist. In facing this apocalyptic crisis, temporarily halting work, school, and production to evacuate coastal areas, although it may incur significant economic losses and inevitable chaos, pales in comparison to the devastating impact of a super tsunami. The losses incurred by evacuation are trivial in the grand scheme of things. Of course, it is not just Chu Xu and others who recognize this. The Supreme Leader and everyone else understand that Eastern and Western ideologies are fundamentally different. Just as the people of Huaxia comprehend the benefits of wearing masks, many foreigners argue that mandatory mask wearing in public infringes upon their freedoms. Therefore, each person has their own aspirations. The Supreme Leader has urged twice, yet no one agrees. So it shall be as it is. After all, whether to execute a large-scale evacuation of coastal populations is a matter of internal policy for each country. And Huaxia cannot interfere. As soon as the summit concluded, the secretary swiftly presented a speech draft. Photographers quickly set up equipment, preparing for a live broadcast across the internet. This live broadcast would be simultaneous across all television networks. radio stations, portals, video streaming sites, and more. After a countdown of 5 seconds, the live broadcast commenced at that moment. All televisions, radios, major websites, and various apps broadcasting were synchronized. The entire nation was informed. A large, dense meteorite of high hardness is rapidly approaching Blue Star. Expected to crash into the Southern Ocean the day after tomorrow at noon. It will unleash immense energy, generating a super tsunami with waves exceeding 100 meters, devastating millions of square kilometers of coastal land. Despite the various measures each nation is poised to take to intercept the meteorite, the probability of success is not guaranteed. Therefore, in preparation for this sudden calamity, I hereby declare that Huaxia will immediately enter a wartime state. Difficulties reveal courage, and only through perseverance can we achieve our goals. We shall prioritize the welfare of the people and the sanctity of life, uniting our collective strength to overcome adversity, dedicating our lives to our mission, and nurturing our love for humanity to construct an unyielding bastion of protection for life. I am the face of this unprecedented Dis of the Spring Festival. Travel rush represents a high-density movement of hundreds of millions of people across the nation each day. Although the time frame is tight and the task daunting, the distance to be covered is merely a little over 100 kilometers, which is not particularly challenging. After a brief pause, Yang Weiyu smiled and suggested, "Before you go in, why not give your parents a call? Since your public appearance this morning to accept the grand prize, and now with the entire nation mobilizing, they must be quite worried about you." Chu Xu, taken aback, inquired, "Can I make a call here?" Yang Weiyu replied with a grin, "Of course. Given your generous donation that enabled us to swiftly respond to the crisis and spared over 300 million people from calamity. You could stay here if you wished." With a slight smile, Chu Xu promptly took out his phone, that he had kept it powered off earlier to avoid disrupting the meeting. Once turned on, the device vibrated incessantly as it received numerous messages. Glancing briefly at WeChat, he noted congratulatory messages from many friends, relatives, and former colleagues regarding his public announcement of winning a staggering lottery prize. However, Chu Xu had little interest in sifting through each one and decisively sent a voice call request to his mother. Since acquiring a smartphone and installing Wi-Fi at home, she preferred chatting on WeChat rather than making voice calls. The connection was established swiftly. "Xiaosu, where are you? Many people are saying you won tens of billions in a lottery. Is it true?" His mother, Su Rong, asked urgently. "The news says a meteor is going to strike Blue Star, and a tsunami might flood many coastal areas. Tianhai is in the danger zone." Hearing his mother's voice again after his rebirth stirred a wave of emotion within him. Once she finished speaking, Chu Xu quickly reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine that I did win the lottery, but I donated 30 billion to the country. Right now, I'm in Yanjing collaborating with the relevant departments to tackle this crisis. I'm about to transfer some money to you. Please gather any relatives and friends you can and head to Jiangqing. Ah?" Su Rong gasped. "Why go to Jiangqing? The village chief has said our entire city is a safe zone. We just need to be cautious of earthquakes and mountain floods. Besides, countless people are relocating from coastal areas to inland cities. Why should we add to the congestion in Jiangqing?" Seeing Yang Weiyu gesturing persistently, Chu Xu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then. Just be careful and keep an eye on the news. I have a meeting starting soon, so don't worry about me." After hurriedly giving his instructions, he ended the call and opened Zhu Jiaming's messages. The first one contained 3 photos sent earlier that morning. One featuring him and the Liu family, posing with their backs to Hanwu train station. The subsequent images showed their bank cards, followed by a note stating that they had fulfilled their promise and left Tianhai for Hanwu. The second message, sent not long ago, read, "Brother, you're truly amazing. We left Tianhai just in time before the apocalypse arrived. It's shocking that Tianhai has become a danger zone." After transferring 3 sums of money, Chu Xu immediately set off to He and Yang Weiyu entered the hall and took their seats. They noticed on the large screen that the Mealy Nation had taken the lead in actions that the most powerful military superpower on Blue Star. They were willing to spare no expense to resolve the crisis and maintain their dominion. They urgently reactivated retired space shuttles, loaded them with nuclear weapons, and strapped them to heavy-lift rockets. Simultaneously, they deployed land-based nuclear strike forces, utilizing intercontinental missiles with ranges exceeding 10,000 kilometers to target the incoming meteor. With a resounding boom, the heavy launch silo cover opened, and smoke billowed forth as a massive missile soared skyward amidst an orange blaze and thick clouds, one after another, in a mere minute. The Mealy nation launched 10 intercontinental missiles from multiple bases as their initial wave of attack. Faced with the rapidly approaching meteor, their lack of precision was compensated for by sheer numbers. A saturation attack might just obliterate the meteor. Moreover, should the Mealy nation's intercontinental missiles fail, there were still the other 4 major powers of Blue Star that have due to the immense energy of the impending impact. It is inevitable that hurricanes and tsunamis will be triggered, rendering coastal areas persistently unsafe. Yang Weiyu chuckled lightly. However, the issue lies in the fact that apart from our nation, many countries have not mandated the evacuation of coastal populations. As he spoke, Yang Weiyu took out his mobile phone. Look, he said, the top trending topic right now is nationwide mobilization to combat the apocalypse. And the second one, it is controversy over nationwide evacuation in coastal areas. Why is there controversy? Simply because other nations have not enforced mandatory evacuations. Chu Xu also glanced at his phone. With Huaxia now in a state of war, a massive evacuation has commenced. Consequently, the stock market has ceased trading. Game servers have halted operations, and various online platforms continuously broadcast the latest updates. Previously dominated by celebrity gossip, Weibo is now abuzz with discussions surrounding this human crisis. Chu Xu skimmed through, noting that many topics were trending. Some debated why only our country has enforced mandatory evacuations, while others contemplated the urgent need to establish shelters and stockpile supplies. There were inquiries about whether to continue repaying mortgages and credit card debts, and even musings on whether humanity could face extinction like the dinosaurs, leaving behind only fossils. Additionally, there were lighthearted discussions about confessing love before the apocalypse and the delightful prospect of skipping classes. Most tragically, some individuals expressed a pessimistic desire to depart early to avoid suffering. Yet the most absurd aspect was the millions engaged in discussions about what to have for the last meal before the end, fearing they might not be satiated before embarking on their journey. This optimistic attitude towards the apocalypse sharply contrasted with those contemplating painless exits. Naturally, in the vastness of the internet, peculiarities abound. Certain so-called public intellectuals and celebrities inevitably emerged at this juncture. Disregarding the appeals of Huaxia's scientists and dismissing the entreaties from diplomatic departments, instead, they arrogantly mocked, who knew such a tiny meteorite could incite such fear? Can't human nuclear weapons obliterate it? With so many missiles bombarding it, shattering it into a meteor shower, wouldn't that be beautiful? Some folks are overly afraid of death. Aren't they? I'm currently in the United States, and the common people aren't afraid at all. They believe that with humanity's immense capabilities, we can undoubtedly obliterate the meteorite and ensure the safety of our planet. Nationwide mobilization. Universal evacuation. What a lack of confidence in their military strength. Even if you can't trust yourselves, you should at least have faith in America's indomitable missiles. They boast about being unafraid of dangers and hardships, yet a mere meteorite sends everyone fleeing. How laughable. Come, let us take a look at how calm the citizens of Gaul are, accompanied by a photo of a seaside CAF. Evacuate. I'm currently in the land of cherry blossoms, where earthquakes and tsunamis are commonplace. What is there to fear? Sushi is still on the menu, life goes on. Why distance ourselves from the sea? The ocean is so beautiful. A picturesque photo of a sunny beach. History will ultimately prove how ludicrous and extravagant the mass evacuation of Huaxia's coastal areas is, a mere meteor shower mistaken for an apocalyptic crisis. Truly laughable and tragic. Chu Xu set his phone down, losing interest in further observations. Given the current circumstances, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations were vigorously deploying military force against the meteorite. The most potent nuclear weapons, representing humanity's might, were already loaded on a spacecraft, poised for departure. With such formidable firepower, it was only natural for people to believe that humanity could indeed destroy the meteorite. While humankind had witnessed the devastating power of nuclear weapons, they had never encountered the terrifying spectacle of a cataclysmic collision. Thus, they remained blindly optimistic, choosing not to retreat from the sea, but rather to approach it. They scoffed, deeming Huaxia to be overreacting and excessively fearful of death. They laughed and chatted, envisioning a splendid meteor shower on the horizon. What could Chu Xu possibly say to such individuals? He offered them a chance to escape. Yet they chose to recklessly court disaster. In that case, further discourse was futile. Time would soon reveal who was right and who was wrong, especially as the military interception efforts of the 5 permanent members encountered failure after failure. With the meteorite drawing ever closer. Only then would they comprehend the meaning of a life-and-death crisis and experience the dread of mortality. Meanwhile, Huaxia, despite facing criticism and ridicule, steadfastly maintained its wartime mobilization order, committing national resources without hesitation. From north to south, from east to west, vehicles, airplanes, and trains traversed the land. Hundreds of millions of Huaxia citizens raced against time, hastily evacuating with their families, starkly contrasting with the joyful foreign crowds watching live broadcasts of the meteorite explosion. Time would soon reveal the truth. Chapter 10. Altering Plans. The meteor falls. As the final intercontinental missile ascended into the sky, all astronomical observatories, satellite control stations, radio telescopes, and other devices worldwide were repurposed for remote tracking of the missiles soaring into space. These missiles were not aimed directly at the incoming meteorite. Rather, their warheads would first orbit the planet, accelerating under the propulsion of rocket engines. Only with sufficient speed could they escape Earth's gravitational pull and confront the meteorite. However, greater speed resulted in lower interception accuracy. The relative velocity between the missile's warhead and the meteorite could exceed 10 kilometers per second. Even a mere hundredth of a second in error could result in a separation of over a kilometer. In the vacuum of outer space, the explosive power and lethal radius of the missile were extremely limited. Therefore, to enhance precision as much as possible, humanity deployed all available astronomical observation instruments and equipment while simultaneously launching hundreds of intercontinental missiles, utilizing sheer quantity to compensate for the lack of precision. After all, even if a direct hit was unlikely, a collision at high speed could potentially damage the meteorite's internal structure, slow its velocity, or even alter its trajectory. Nonetheless, the ultimate outcome would have to await the passage of time for verification. Chu Xu, however, held little faith in humanity's military interception efforts at this moment. Yang Weiyu stood up. Just as Chu Xu was about to speak, the Secretary-General of the Supreme Leader approached briskly. Qinglao, Xiaochu, the Supreme Leader requests your presence. Understood, we'll be there shortly. Cheng Timing immediately rose, while Chu Xu hastily reminded him. You must remember, even if everyone evacuates the coastal areas, we must remain vigilant against super hurricanes and super earthquakes. Moreover, whether it's through human nuclear strikes or the meteorite's descent, there will be powerful electromagnetic pulses. We must safeguard essential electronic instruments and prepare for potential power and communication outages. Yang Weiyu smiled. Rest assured, I will adhere to whatever the experts advise. Hurry along now. Don't keep the Supreme Leader waiting. Upon leaving the emergency command center, the trio soon arrived at a small conference room. As soon as they entered, the Supreme Leader gestured for Chu Xu to take a seat, quickly scanning the surroundings. Each individual present bore significant rank and prestige. The Military Science University had just conducted a comprehensive simulation of humanity's military interception efforts against the meteorite, given the meteorite's distance and speed. It was exceedingly difficult to destroy it in space or divert it from its course towards Earth. Therefore, the consensus was that there was no need to utilize spacecraft to carry nuclear weapons against the meteorite. Such actions would not only be ineffective but would also generate substantial nuclear radiation and electromagnetic pulses. Chu Xu instinctively sensed what the Supreme Leader was about to propose. Huaxia's plans would inevitably be revised. Using nuclear weapons against the meteorite was inherently an unwise choice, but if the probability of a successful strike was low, why squander nuclear resources? Furthermore, detonating numerous nuclear weapons in space would yield numerous adverse consequences. However, due to ideological biases, it was evident that the Supreme Leader's recommendations had not been adopted by other leaders. After all, if they were unwilling to heed calls for a large-scale evacuation of coastal populations, how could one expect them to abandon the notion of attacking the meteorite with nuclear weapons? Thus, the Supreme Leader proceeded to outline the latest plan proposed by the Military Science University to deploy all available rockets and long-range missiles, launching sufficiently durable metallic objects to directly collide with the meteorite. When others opted for powerful nuclear weapons, Huaxia instead chose to engage in a metallic collision. Such a plan carried inherent risks. After all, the mass evacuation of coastal populations had already stirred controversy, rendering Huaxia a target of ridicule. Choosing not to use formidable nuclear weapons, but rather to launch metallic objects for collision would likely invite even more scorn. The supreme leader had summoned Chu Xu and Cheng Tianming to the meeting, clearly seeking the perspectives of the reincarnated and the scientists. After their gazes met, Chu Xu silently nodded. Cheng Tianming, while nodding in agreement, couldn't he help but jest. Let them believe they can obliterate it with nuclear weapons. Let them launch their strikes. After all, they have an abundance of nuclear stockpiles, perfect for clearing inventory. We have adopted high-density metallic bodies for high-speed collisions. Presenting an alternative solution, perhaps their plans may falter, while ours could prove invaluable. The crowd expressed unanimous support, but as the most powerful figure in a state of war, the Supreme Commander did not hesitate to issue the command. In that moment, Chu Xu finally comprehended why the landing site of the meteoroid had shifted. Following a brief meeting, the editorial team hoped he could persuade the public from a scientific perspective that the probability of failure in intercepting with force was significant. While humanity's modern weaponry is undeniably formidable on Blue Star in outer space, with a distance exceeding 3 million kilometers, radio signals take over 10 seconds to traverse. With such severe signal delay, the missiles launched become akin to headless flies. One must question how precise interception could possibly be achieved. Furthermore, as the meteoroid approaches Blue Star, it accelerates due to the planet's gravitational pull. Under such circumstances, how could air defense missiles accurately track and intercept? Even if numerous laser weapons were deployed to illuminate it, it would only result in superficial damage. Thus, we must guard against both a super tsunami and a super earthquake. However, it remains uncertain how many would heed such warnings. As time progressed, humanity's initial wave of attacks indeed ended in failure. Not a single missile struck its target, yet the Western coalition led by the United States remained undeterred. Their spacecraft had already embarked. Carrying nuclear warheads, almost simultaneously, China was urgently manufacturing and assembling alloy warheads, rapidly integrating them with rockets and long-range missiles for consecutive launches. Nuclear warheads detonated one after another, while alloy warheads collided at high speeds. Humanity exerted every effort to prevent the meteoroid from crashing into Blue Star. However, despite the repeated nuclear explosions, the meteoroid remained intact. Yet, one alloy warhead from China fortuitously collided with a corner of the meteoroid, fracturing part of it and altering its trajectory. Amidst the panic and fear of countless individuals, it plunged into the atmosphere, hurtling towards the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 11. Unprecedented Power. The Fall of Cherry Blossoms. Inside the International Space Station, 3 astronauts gazed through the porthole at a scene they would never forget: that a colossal meteoroid streaked into the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, that as it encountered the air. Friction transformed it into a vibrant orange fireball. Some materials on the surface vaporized due to the intense heat, creating a high-speed wake. Viewed from space, it appeared as if the fireball was trailing a long tail. In an instant, the fireball struck the central Atlantic with tremendous force. Its massive size and velocity created a crater over 100 kilometers in diameter that a gigantic red sphere rapidly expanded and spread. Mixing vast amounts of seawater and sediment, erupting trumpet-like to heights exceeding 10,000 meters. From the vantage point of space, a terrifying circular shockwave visibly surged outward at great speed. The powerful shockwave swept across the nearby sea, instantly obliterating massive vessels. Even the clouds in the sky were swept away. The shockwave expanded globally at several times the speed of sound. Even at a distance of thousands of kilometers, the deafening roar resonated like thunder in one's ears. Witnessing the colossal fireball rise and the ocean surge violently, the astronauts trembled in fear. Houston, Houston, this is the International Space Station. The impact site has generated waves thousands of meters high. Please. Clearly, the rapid impact had produced a significant electromagnetic pulse, severely disrupting Blue Star's ionosphere. The space station, equipped with comprehensive radiation and electromagnetic shielding measures to withstand the high radiation environment of space, still faced severe communication interference. It is not hard to imagine how many electronic devices on Blue Star would be incapacitated by this EMP shockwave. Observing the rapidly advancing super tsunami rushing towards land, the astronauts were left in a state of shock. Waves towering over 1,000 meters quickly engulfed island after island, visibly surging towards the Americas, Europe, and Africa. Although there were 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers separating these continents, the astonishing speed of the tsunami would see it inundate the land in mere hours. What could be accomplished in such a short time? For those residing on coastal islands, escaping to the mainland by boat was nearly impossible, unless they took to seaplanes or helicopters that AS for the hundreds of millions living in coastal cities at this moment. They certainly would not mock China any longer, as the latter had successfully evacuated its coastal populace a day in advance. Unlike them, after repeated failures to intercept, they found themselves on the brink of catastrophe. Countries like the United States and Eagle Nation hastily urged their citizens to evacuate. Previously, experts and politicians had reassured the public not to panic, assuring them that the mighty United States would surely obliterate the meteoroid. Now, however, they were quick to retract their words, urging citizens through tweets, broadcasts, and television announcements to flee inland as swiftly as possible. Yet, with only a few hours remaining, how could they evacuate? Merely shouting slogans was insufficient. What about the evacuation operations? Who would coordinate and command the various transport vehicles? Who would maintain order to ensure an efficient and rapid evacuation? Who would be responsible for receiving and properly resettling the millions relocating inland? While China had mobilized the entire nation, successfully evacuating over 300 million citizens from coastal regions within a day, even residents of small islands and fishermen at sea had been accounted for. Moreover, all strategies for nationwide evacuation and resettlement were openly shared with the public. However, even with ready answers, the many Western nations represented by the United States still faltered in the face of calamity. They lacked the foundational unity and resolve to rally together in times of national crisis. They possessed neither the altruism to support one another in times of trouble, nor the unwavering belief in the sanctity of life that great nations ought to uphold. Therefore, their railways, airlines, public transportation, and subways, all privately owned, could not be commandeered at will. How could they mobilize millions of grassroots personnel, military and police, to risk their lives in the evacuation of citizens? In times of great disaster, China always unites as one, responding with remarkable speed to crises. Meanwhile, in the West, the value of freedom leads to prayers to God as individuals seek to save themselves. What is the outcome of leaving the common people to fend for themselves? Historically, the United States has prided itself on being a nation of automobiles, with an extensive network of highways facilitating travel. Yet, in a moment of urgency, countless individuals frantically packed their families into cars to flee. However, they barely made it out of the city before being ensnared in severe traffic jams. The once accessible highways became paralyzed due to surging traffic and a series of accidents. Many rushed to train stations and airports, hoping to escape by train or plane. Yet, without effective organization and lacking military or police to maintain order, chaos ensued, leaving no one able to depart. And on foot, could human speed possibly outpace a super tsunami? In stark contrast, the wealthy and powerful politicians and businessmen swiftly boarded helicopters and private jets to escape. Before the super tsunami arrived, various man-made disasters began to unfold. Streets and alleys descended into chaos, and rampant looting ensued. The cries of children, the screams of women, the shouts of men, congested roads, paralyzed stations, and airports bustling with private jets taking off in countless cities of the self-proclaimed advanced and free West. Beautiful scenes of turmoil played out. Meanwhile, in the east of Blue Star, although the meteoroid had altered its trajectory, sparing it from crashing into the Southern Ocean, this did not guarantee safety from the impending super tsunami. Blue Star is a cohesive entity. The immense force of the meteoroid's impact would not merely generate a tsunami. The collision energy rapidly transmitted to the Earth's crust, causing the continental plates floating on the mantle to collide and compress against one another. Thus, the Cherry Blossom Nation, already situated on a seismic fault line, was the first to experience apocalyptic devastation. Mount Fuji, dormant for centuries, erupted violently, spewing not only scorching lava and volcanic ash, but also triggering a super earthquake exceeding magnitude 12. Resulting in landslides, collapsing buildings, surging waters, and submerged islands. Coastal cities crumbled at a visible rate, engulfed by the encroaching sea. Cities deeper within the islands also succumbed to rapid destruction, reduced to ruins amidst violent tremors. The Cherry Blossom Nation, with its limited land area, gradually fell victim to the overwhelming waves amidst the cries and wails of countless souls. Chapter 12. Adversity strengthens the nation. Protect China. In the Emergency Command Hall, a colossal LCD screen displayed real-time global disaster maps. Several satellites orbiting Blue Star, still operational, continuously provided remote sensing data. Simultaneously, data from meteorological stations, hydrological stations, ocean buoys, seismic monitoring instruments, and more from around the globe converge. Chu Xu stands with his hands clasped behind him, gazing intently at the situational map that at this very moment, in the Western Hemisphere, a colossal tsunami is surging towards the coastal regions surrounding the Atlantic Ocean. Billions of people are racing against time, desperately fleeing in the Eastern Hemisphere. An unprecedented earthquake is causing the very earth to tremble violently in many locales. The land of Huaxia, situated within the Asia-Pacific tectonic plate, experiences relatively milder seismic activity. The true devastation is occurring in the land of cherry blossoms and the land of divine cattle. The intense compression and collision between the Asia-Pacific plate and the Pacific and Indian Ocean plates have unleashed earthquakes exceeding a magnitude of 12 in these two nations. Perched perilously on the edges of the tectonic plates, one nation faces landslides and river blockages, while the other suffers volcanic eruptions and island submersion in less than 2 hours. The slender territory of the land of cherry blossoms has been nearly obliterated. Of course, there are numerous regions within Huaxia that are susceptible to earthquakes due to crustal movements, particularly in the southeastern straits and the western mountainous areas. The relentless tremors have led to landslides, building collapses, bridge failures, and tunnel cave-ins. Although the populace have been relocated and supplies prepared in advance, such a terrifying series of powerful earthquakes would undoubtedly result in significant losses. The ground quakes once more beneath his feet. Screens and control panels in the hall shake continuously. Yet, not a single person panics or flees. This is not solely due to the emergency command center being constructed within the sturdy granite mountain. Utilizing reinforced concrete, which provides exceptional seismic resistance, that is also because everyone bears the weight of an immensely important task to ensure that the 1.4 billion citizens navigate this crisis smoothly. They must remain steadfast in their duties, coordinating and commanding. The lights flicker intermittently. After a while, the earth ceases to tremble. Chu Xu quickly retrieves his phone to check the latest alerts over the past 30 hours. He has become well-versed in the workings of this extraordinary device that if one does nothing, the predicted events will inevitably come to pass. Conversely, proactive measures lead to new outcomes. For instance, had Chu Xu not drawn the attention of the higher-ups, had Huaxia not mobilized the nation for evacuation, and had the 5 permanent members of the Blue Planet not intercepted the meteorite, then the celestial body would have plummeted into the Southern Ocean as it did in the previous life. However, Chu Xu not only captured the higher-ups' attention, but as Huaxia actively mobilized for evacuation, they also revised the interception plan. Among the numerous alloy warheads launched, one successfully collided with a meteorite at high speed, shattering a portion of it, slowing its velocity, and reducing its mass. Furthermore, it caused a deviation in its trajectory, preventing it from crashing into the Southern Ocean, instead directing it towards the Atlantic, compared to the previous life. The impact upon entering the sea was less catastrophic, and the landing site was farther from Huaxia, thus resulting in considerably less destruction. Of course, the land of cherry blossoms, situated on the seismic fault line, perhaps due to its deep-seated transgressions, remains fated to suffer in the previous life. It was completely submerged by a super tsunami. This time, it has succumbed to the aftermath of a super earthquake. The inherent inadequacies have long predetermined their tragic fate. And now, Chu Xu is eager to ascertain whether, in the wake of the tremendous earthquake, Huaxia will face further catastrophic disasters. Red alert! An ultra-strong typhoon exceeding level 17 is set to make landfall in the southeastern coastal region at 9:25 a.m. on July 15th. An ultra-strong typhoon approaches. What ferocity can a typhoon exceeding level 17 possess? Wind speeds are expected to exceed 100 meters per second. Such a formidable typhoon could uproot trees and tear rooftops from buildings. As for humanity, they would undoubtedly be swept away into the skies. Beyond the astonishing, destructive power of the winds, the most terrifying aspect is the torrential downpour accompanying the typhoon. Having just endured an earthquake, many areas are already showing cracks in the mountains, with rocks and soil becoming loose. When faced with a deluge, widespread mudslides and catastrophic flash floods are inevitable. No, I must promptly alert Cheng Lao and the others. Chu Xu stows away his phone, just as Director Lu Jinggang strides hastily from the small conference room. Attention, everyone! The meteorological department has just predicted that the energy released by the meteorite's impact has not only evaporated vast amounts of seawater, but has also raised ocean temperatures. Consequently, super typhoons will soon form across the major oceans, necessitating our immediate focus not only on earthquake relief, but also on preparing for typhoon disasters. After listening to Lu Xingang's directives, Chu Xu's anxious heart gradually finds solace. Although scientists do not possess the extraordinary foresight afforded by his miraculous phone, they utilize meteorological satellites for observation and apply scientific theories for calculations. Naturally, they can predict the various secondary disasters that may arise from the meteorite's impact. With the timely predictions and expert advice provided by the scientists, there is no need for him to elaborate further. Chu Xu quietly exhales in relief that I end this second life, while he may not have saved the entire world. He has at least significantly reduced the potential loss of life in his homeland. They would not suffer the same fate as in the previous life, where billions were caught unprepared in a catastrophic disaster. Preserving lives and land, both humanity and Earth endure. Whether faced with a super earthquake or an ultra-strong typhoon, the secondary disasters stemming from the meteorite's fall will ultimately become a thing of the past. By safeguarding over 1 billion people, the hope for Huaxia civilization to stand resilient remains intact. Chu, come here for a moment. Following the conclusion of Lu Xingang's briefing, he immediately gestures for Chu Xu to approach. Without delay, he leads Chu Xu to the Supreme Leader's office. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, the Supreme Leader's eyes are bloodshot. The ashtray on the desk is filled with numerous cigarette butts, and a large pot of strong tea sits nearby. Before him lies a plethora of documents and reports that end this time of unprecedented calamity in human history. The tragedies of nations crumbling and families torn apart unfold continuously across the blue planet. The sovereign guards the nation's gates. The monarch dies for the people. In times of peril, no one dares to suggest he take a rest, after indicating for Chu Xu to take a seat. The Supreme Leader gazes deeply at him, his expression solemn. Although I have always been a staunch atheist, your emergence has genuinely led me to believe that adversity fosters resilience, and heaven aids Huaxia. Had it not been for your rebirth, had you not provided timely warnings, that meteorite would indeed have plummeted into the Southern Ocean, bringing catastrophic disaster upon us. Thus, describing you as a force capable of turning the tide and rescuing the nation is by no means an exaggeration. For the country and the people, you have accomplished an extraordinary feat worthy of being inscribed in history. Chu Xu hastily rises. You flatter me. As a child of Yin and Huang, this is my duty. Moreover, I believe that had anyone else found themselves reborn before the onset of the apocalypse, they would have acted just as I have. The Supreme Leader smiles slightly. All right, let's not dwell on excessive praise. The reason I called you here is to entrust you with a monumental task. As he speaks, the Supreme Leader hands Chu Xu a sealed document bag marked top secret. 2 days ago, when you told Yang Weiyu about the impending apocalypse, we believed you, and the facts have proven you were not lying. Now that the meteorite has fallen to the blue planet, we also trust that it will unleash a mutated virus. Therefore, concerning the Land Great Wall Plan, which is vital for the survival of Huaxia, we wish to entrust its implementation to you. From this moment on, we will mobilize the entire nation to support you, and we hope you will not fail us in safeguarding Huaxia. Chapter 13. In times of national crisis, who will step forward? Chu Xu was taken aback that he had assumed that having provided disaster warnings to the nation and effectively reduced losses, his mission was complete. One must possess self-awareness that in his previous life, before his rebirth, he was merely an ordinary soldier in the 721st Mechanized Infantry Brigade, that he had experienced the chaos of the apocalypse and participated in several bloody battles. Yet he was no reincarnated war god with extraordinary abilities. Therefore, he is neither a learned scientist capable of offering professional advice, nor does he possess the political acumen to manage the populace and organize post-disaster reconstruction. Moreover, he lacks the military prowess to lead troops in a battle and command decisive victories. Thus, utilizing the remaining billions of funds at his disposal, along with this miraculous phone, he aimed to provide a stable life for his family while contributing as much as possible to his country and its people. He never anticipated that the Supreme Leader would wish to assign the Land Great Wall Plan to him for implementation. In an instant, the document bag marked top secret feels as heavy as a mountain in Chu Xu's eyes. Observing Chu Xu's silence and his intense gaze fixed on the document bag, the Supreme Leader exchanges a glance with Lu Zhengang. What is it? Why aren't you accepting it? 2 days ago, you generously donated 30 billion. Where has that enthusiasm gone? Chu Xu's throat constricts as he hesitates for a few seconds before gently shaking his head. Supreme Leader, Director Liu, my earlier efforts to persuade Yang Lao were driven by the imminent apocalypse. Taking action sooner would help Huaxia, and indeed all humanity, to suffer less loss. Therefore, you should be the one responsible for the Land Great Wall plan. Before he could finish, Lu Zhengang seized the document bag from Chu Xu's hands and forcefully placed it before him, gripping his hand to hold the document bag down. His gaze was profound, and his demeanor solemn, that I understand that you may perceive yourself as just an ordinary university student, a mundane office worker. Harboring concerns about your lack of extensive management experience and the weight of responsibility you fear you cannot bear. However, as you mentioned earlier, your selfless quest for Lao Yang, risking the legendary fate of being subjected to dissection, signifies that you are indeed a reborn individual, motivated by the desire to spare Huaxia from further losses. The crisis is far from over. One could even argue that a greater danger looms on the horizon. Although you have offered considerable counsel, others may find it challenging to grasp the peril posed by the mutated virus as profoundly as you do, due to their lack of first-hand experience. You have endured the tumultuous chaos of the apocalypse, witnessing not only the transformation of both humans and animals infected by the mutated virus, but also engaging in combat with mutated beasts on more than one occasion. Who on Blue Star could possibly possess a deeper understanding of mutated viruses than you? Moreover, did you not express a desire to save more innocent lives? Then muster the courage you displayed in persuading Lao Yang, and take on the responsibility of implementing the Land Great Wall project. At this juncture, Lu Zhengang gestured towards the vibrant battle flag behind the commander-in-chief. Reflect upon the countless heroes of ages past, who sacrificed their lives in the noble pursuit of defending their homeland. Were it not for the indomitable will and fearless courage of these predecessors, who altered a tragic fate, how could our generation enjoy the peace and prosperity we experience today? Furthermore, since you claim to have been a soldier in your previous life, sacrificing your life in the bloody struggle to protect your homeland, if you fear not even death, why then should you hesitate to take charge of the Land Great Wall project? The crux of the matter lies in your expressed desire to save more lives, to ensure that your compatriots are no longer preyed upon by mutated beasts. How then could you shy away from shouldering this responsibility? Chu Xu resolutely shook his head and declared, "It is not that I fear the burden of responsibility. Rather, I doubt my capability in this regard. My studies in electromechanical engineering do not align with the infrastructural focus of this project." Do you understand? Lu Zhengang burst into hearty laughter. Chu Xu, surely you have not forgotten that engineering and construction are not insurmountable tasks for us. Skyscrapers, cross-river bridges, undersea tunnels, high-altitude railways. Is there any project we cannot manage? We possess sufficiently advanced engineering equipment, abundant experience, and a robust workforce. From design and construction to supervision and acceptance, you need not concern yourself with finances or technicalities. Those are mere trifles. The reason we wish for you to assume the role of chief commander is twofold. First, we believe you will be diligent in your duties for the nation and its people. Second, we aim to leverage your experiences from your past life to identify and rectify shortcomings as they arise. After all, we have yet to encounter the mutated virus, making it difficult for us to fully comprehend the ferocity of mutated beasts. Your first-hand experience in combat with them undoubtedly surpasses ours. Although the Land Great Wall project has been proposed based on your suggestions and tailored to our national circumstances, time is of the essence, and our lack of understanding may lead to various oversights. Furthermore, with meteorites having already fallen to Blue Star, the mutated virus may soon begin to spread, that if we wish to save more innocent lives, we must mobilize the entire nation immediately to construct the Great Wall. The commander-in-chief set down his teacup, fixing his sharp gaze upon Chu Xu, his tone earnest and heartfelt. Whether it was your previous life, where you detonated a position to protect the Jiangqing base against mutated beasts, or your current life, in which you generously donated 30 billion and courageously offered advice to help Huaxia significantly mitigate losses, these actions attest to your love for your homeland and your selfless, fearless spirit as a soldier. I end this critical juncture of national peril and survival. I believe it is time for you to rise above your modesty." Chu Xu took a deep breath, cradling the weighty file folder in his hands. "Since fate has granted me the opportunity for rebirth, it is my duty to protect my homeland. However, the Land Great Wall project is of utmost importance to the destiny of Huaxia, and I, a mere youth, am evidently unfit to serve as chief commander. Given my background as a reborn individual, my ordinary origins, and my limited or some as an employee of a small company, it would be quite challenging to command a project of such national significance." The commander-in-chief chuckled. "Then let me assume a nominal position as the chief commander. You shall serve as the deputy commander, overseeing all affairs, even commanding Lao Lu." With a sharp salute, Lu Xingyang stood tall, his voice resonant and authoritative. "Reporting to the deputy commander, I am Lu Xingyang, director of the General Affairs Office. At your service. Please give your instructions." Chu Xu inhaled deeply. "Since this weighty responsibility has fallen upon me, I shall not shy away. In my previous life, due to a shortage of ammunition and supplies, we were left with no choice but to detonate our position, perishing alongside the mutated beast that I am this life. I am determined to rectify that regret, ensuring that the populace is no longer subjected to hunger and that our soldiers are no longer deprived of resources. Moreover, with the meteorite having fallen, the mutated virus will soon spread across Blue Star. Thus, it is imperative to initiate the Land Great Wall project without delay to fend off the mutated beasts at our borders. Relay my orders. Construct the Great Wall to protect our descendants of Yin and Huang." Chapter 14. Terrifying Catastrophe. A momentous meeting. In the dead of night, the intense tremors caused by the meteorite's descent gradually subsided. After all, even the most powerful impact must eventually release its energy. Following predictions from geologists indicating that no further strong earthquakes would occur, the highest command swiftly disseminated a series of orders. Each region promptly activated corresponding emergency response plans for earthquake relief. Rescue efforts for the injured, assessment of damages, road repairs, restoration of power, and ensuring communication. Regions that had previously experienced earthquakes and had prepared in advance executed their post-quake tasks with remarkable efficiency. However, maritime meteorological satellites, through remote sensing, detected the formation of a super typhoon poised to make landfall on the southern coast within mere hours. While the super-strong earthquake triggered by the mutual pressure between the Asia-Pacific and Pacific tectonic plates had concluded, the resulting tsunami would soon reach the eastern coastal regions. Therefore, troops stationed along the coast received orders to assist in the relocation of critical supplies and equipment, swiftly evacuating while searching for civilians who had not yet retreated. Concurrently, central regions began preparations to confront the impending super typhoon and torrential rains. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, dark clouds billowed and fierce winds howled. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, an unprecedentedly fierce downpour struck the southern delta region. Torrential rain cascaded from the sky, rapidly spreading inland that once thriving cities, adorned with skyscrapers, appeared as if they were on the brink of being submerged by the deluge. After 2 to 3 hours of relentless rain, many cities experienced severe flooding. Streets vanished beneath the water, and numerous shops were submerged. If the ferocity of the rain was not enough, the super typhoon soon followed. The violent winds uprooted even trees as thick as bowls. Countless windows, advertising billboards, and even rooftops were swept away by the gale. Buildings that had long been neglected crumbled under such relentless assault, sending their interiors soaring into the air. Utility poles by the roadside, communication towers atop mountains, crops in the fields. Under the onslaught of the super typhoon, anything that was not torn apart or blown away lay in disarray, before numerous municipal monitoring devices were utterly destroyed. The torrential rain was followed by the howling winds. The super typhoon uprooted trees lining the streets. Had it not been for the swift evacuation of personnel, one shudders to think of the catastrophic casualties that could have ensued. As for the coastal cities in the eastern regions, when colossal waves, reminiscent of towering walls, surged into the city, buildings were twisted and toppled by the tsunami that once bustling streets were engulfed by a deluge of seawater. Online, the public ceased their complaints about the necessity of nationwide mobilization for forced evacuations. Prior to the meteorite's descent, many had envied foreign nations, asserting that neither politicians nor scientists compelled their citizens to evacuate. Many held firm beliefs that developed nations like the United States and Britain could intercept the meteorite. But now, After the meteorite struck the Atlantic, the time left for them to escape was a mere few hours. Those hours were sufficient for the powerful and influential to flee, but countless ordinary citizens found themselves unable to escape. Congested roads and paralyzed airports and stations rendered escape nearly impossible. Many resorted to dragging their families, either riding bicycles or walking away from the coast. Yet, as towering tsunamis reached heights of several hundred meters, surging towards land at speeds of 200 to 300 kilometers per hour, high-rise buildings were quickly obliterated, and numerous ships and vehicles were swept away in the relentless tide that in the streets and alleys. Those who had not yet fled were consumed like ants in an instant. After the ferocious tsunami surged through the city, it submerged congested highways and fleeing crowds. Hills and small mountains with altitudes below 500 meters soon followed suit, becoming engulfed. The colossal waves surged inland for dozens of kilometers. The frenzied throng surged forward, a tumultuous wave crashing against the shores of humanity. Amidst the harrowing cacophony, the lamentations and piercing screams of mankind were but mere interludes. Before the communication stations succumbed to the deluge, and prior to the failure of broadband fiber optics and network apparatus, these profoundly shocking and terrifying videos rapidly disseminated across the internet. They were not the special effects of a disaster film, but rather a visceral portrayal of an apocalyptic cataclysm, capturing the final moments of countless lives before their tragic demise. Thus, as an overwhelming number of heart-wrenching disaster videos circulated through various chat groups, and as innumerable lives vanished before our eyes, those who had previously ridiculed and derided Huaxia fell into a collective silence. Who would dare to mock Huaxia now, questioning the necessity of a nationwide mobilization or the imperative of a mass evacuation? Who would complain about the enforced relocation to the interior? As dawn broke, the torrential downpour had long ceased, yet the resplendent morning sun failed to illuminate the earth. The swift impact of meteoric bodies had vaporized vast quantities of seawater into the atmosphere. Simultaneously, frequent tectonic activities had unleashed powerful earthquakes and a collective eruption of volcanoes. Consequently, the atmosphere was not only laden with clouds but also thick with volcanic ash, rendering the sky a dismal gray, reminiscent of smog-laden days that a convoy, escorted by armored vehicles, emerged from the vast mountains on the western outskirts of the capital. High above, a large unmanned reconnaissance aircraft utilized an array of optical and radar detection devices to surveil the area. 3 armed helicopters, equipped with live ammunition, provided mid-level protection for the convoy, while the surrounding high ground had been fully secured. Each intersection was manned by armed special forces, standing vigilant as the convoy, resembling a long dragon, finally made its way to Tian High Point 20 minutes later, within the confines of Conference Room 1. Officials of governor rank and above, alongside military commanders of 2 stars and higher from various battle zones, convened. This assembly of over 200 individuals, known as the Council of Elders, wielded the utmost authority, with every research decision bearing significant implications for the fate of the nation. The gravity of the meeting's context was palpable. Mere hours prior, Blue Star had suffered a catastrophic meteor strike, unleashing a series of calamities, super earthquakes, super tsunamis, and fierce typhoons that inflicted devastating losses upon humanity. Some nations, with limited territorial expanse and fragile adaptive capabilities, had already met their ruin. Although Huaxia had preemptively entered a wartime state and enacted numerous countermeasures, it still endured considerable casualties and material losses. The western regions, situated on seismic fault lines, had been reduced to rubble, while the painstakingly constructed infrastructure, roads, power, and communication, lay in tatters. The once thriving coastal areas, with their robust infrastructure and bustling industries, had suffered catastrophic losses from the onslaught of typhoons and tsunamis, rendering them beyond calculation. The assembly deliberated on the strategies for large-scale post-disaster reconstruction and international relief efforts. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. All gazes turned towards the entrance, astonishment etched upon their faces. The supreme leader had entered, accompanied by a strikingly tall and youthful figure. This young man, bearing the insignia of 2 stars at such a tender age, left many in disbelief. Who was he? Chapter 15. A legendary achievement, truly deserved. All eyes converged upon Chu Xu, many filled with incredulity. When had Huaxia suddenly acquired such an exceptionally young 2-star commander? Several officials of governor rank and above exchanged curious glances with the military leaders, silently inquiring about this newfound two-star warrior. The assembly was perplexed, for it was well known that while enlisting was relatively straightforward, ascending to the rank of commander was a formidable challenge in military command roles. Even under optimal circumstances, it took a minimum of 20 years to rise from the lowest officer ranks to a one-star commander in civilian roles. One needed to endure many years of study in military academies and contribute significantly to be considered for a one-star rank. More importantly, the evaluation of commanders required a formal application from relevant units, followed by approval from the Council of Elders, culminating in a ceremonial award of ranks sanctioned by the supreme leader. Yet, this young man, unfamiliar to all, had suddenly become a two-star commander. Was he granted special approval from the committee? As the crowd grappled with their confusion, the supreme leader calmly took his place at the head of the conference table. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding thud, all present rose in unison. I am certain you are all curious about the young man beside me, who, despite being a stranger to many, holds the rank of a two-star commander. I believe you are even more intrigued as to how we were able to act preemptively before the meteor strike. With a slight turn, the supreme leader gestured towards Chu Xu in an instant. Chu Xu snapped to attention and saluted the assembly. Yang Weiyu, wearing a tight-lipped smile, exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Xu, for he was among the few privy to the truth that moment. The supreme leader spoke with measured composure. Our ability to sustain minimal losses during this calamity is due entirely to him. Chu Xu, who has rendered an unparalleled service, winning a lottery and donating 30 billion yuan for humanitarian aid. While commendable, did not qualify one for the rank of a two-star commander. But let me ask you all, is there any doubt that timely reporting of anomalies, issuing disaster warnings, and successfully averting calamity for hundreds of millions of citizens warrants the immediate awarding of a two-star military rank during wartime conditions? As these words resonated, many who had harbored doubts were simultaneously taken aback and then relieved. Rewarding merit is a universal principle. However, achieving such merit is exceedingly arduous. As the saying goes, third-class merits are awarded to those standing, second class to those reclining, and first class to family members. Years ago, an exemplary pilot managed to save an out-of-control fighter jet from crashing into a residential area, thus earning the record for the first person to receive a first-class merit while alive. Yet, how should we quantify Chu Xu's contributions? This was not a matter of saving a few individuals or even dozens, but rather billions. Billions. Not only had he spared countless families from annihilation, but he also safeguarded the very foundation of Huaxia as a great nation. The assembly could scarcely fathom the implications. Had billions of citizens been lost, the nation's fortune would have surely plummeted. Everyone understood that the coastal regions supported half of Huaxia's economy. Many young individuals from the central and western regions sought work and life along the coast, while numerous high-tech enterprises and research institutions were concentrated there. Therefore, the prosperity or decline of the coastal areas would significantly determine the strength of Huaxia. Now, although the coastal regions had indeed suffered considerable damage, billions of citizens remained. As long as the people endured, there would be hope for reconstruction and recovery, and Huaxia could continue its ascent. As for the authenticity of this situation, with the supreme leader's endorsement, who could possibly doubt it? Moreover, consider those who naively believe humanity could obliterate meteoric threats without enforced evacuations. What has become of them now? Many islands in the Pacific and surrounding smaller nations have all but faced extinction following the super tsunami. Even once mighty nations such as the United States, Eagle Nation, and Gaul have suffered catastrophic losses. Just look at the cities ravaged by the tsunami and the vast territories submerged, and one can scarcely imagine the devastation Huaxia would have faced had it not enforced mass evacuations. Most critically, this calamity inflicted severe damage upon the traditional powers of Mali and Ulu, creating a power vacuum that would inevitably elevate Huaxia to the status of the strongest nation on Blue Star. Thus, Chu Xu not only shielded Huaxia from disaster, but also facilitated its ascension to great power status. Such monumental achievements deserve the highest accolades. In this moment, no one cast doubtful glances at Chu Xu. Instead, the atmosphere brimmed with exhilaration and fervor. Truly, a hero had descended from the heavens to protect Huaxia. This is what one might call the emergence of youthful heroes throughout history. It is a tremendous blessing for our nation. A two-star commander, indeed deserving of the title. No error here. Extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to bestow upon him the highest rank of 3 stars, had it not been for the enforced evacuations. Many of us might not even be alive to attend this meeting. What meeting? We would have long been swept away by the tsunami to feed the sharks. Whispers of jest gradually transformed into light-hearted banter, and the atmosphere in the conference room shifted from its previous solemnity. Observing this scene, Yang Weiyu recognized that Chu Xu's conferment of the 2-star rank was now firmly established. Ahem. The supreme leader cleared his throat, gesturing for silence. Everyone promptly took their seats, and the atmosphere grew serious once more. 3 days ago, faced with an urgent situation, the special committee convened and collectively decided to declare a state of war, initiating a nationwide mobilization. Currently, although the crisis is yet to be fully resolved, the situation is relatively stable. Therefore, I have called this Council of Elders to discuss 3 matters. Firstly, regarding the series of disasters triggered by the meteor strike, which have not yet officially concluded, I propose maintaining the wartime status for 1 year. Do you all agree? Instantly, every hand in the room shot up in unison that I end this unprecedented era of super disasters. Sustaining a wartime status was undoubtedly essential. This would not only concentrate efforts on critical tasks, but also better equip us to handle various circumstances. After enduring super earthquakes and super typhoons, many regions were left in dire need of reconstruction. Repairing roads, restoring the power grid, rebuilding homes, and resuming production. Only by concentrating our efforts can we achieve remarkable efficiency. Maintaining a state of wartime readiness for a year would be sufficient to complete the post-disaster reconstruction tasks. The second matter is that I have utilized my wartime privileges to establish the Supreme Command and have conferred the rank of 2-star general upon Chu Xu. Do any of you have objections? Once again, everyone raised their hands in unanimous approval. After a slight nod from the Supreme Leader, the Secretary General immediately began distributing the plans. Simultaneously, a high-definition map appeared on the large screen. The land borderlines were prominently marked in bold crimson, strikingly noticeable. The third matter is that to better protect Huaxia and guard against various external threats, I plan to construct a great wall along the more than 20,000 kilometers of land borders within 3 months. Before I could finish speaking, many gasped in astonishment. Soon, confusion and furrowed brows emerged among the crowd. The large-scale post-disaster reconstruction itself requires a tremendous amount of manpower, resources, and finances. Why, then, would we spare no expense in building a land wall spanning over 20,000 kilometers? Moreover, in this modern era, equipped with advanced weaponry, is it not sufficient to defend our homeland? Is it truly necessary to imitate ancient practices and erect a wall against foreign invasions? No matter how formidable the wall, can it withstand relentless bombardment? Just as the crowd remained perplexed, the Supreme Leader cleared his throat, and all eyes immediately turned to Chu Xu. They were eager to hear the extraordinary rationale from the man who had just salvaged hundreds of millions of lives in Huaxia. Chapter 16. Building the Great Wall to Protect Our Mountains and Rivers. Chu Xu took a deep breath, casting a glance at the many esteemed elders present, and spoke solemnly. It has been 20 hours since the meteorite fell into the Atlantic Ocean. Do you all believe that the series of disasters triggered by this meteorite has come to an end? As soon as he finished, someone raised their hand and said, "Of course it has not ended. This unprecedented calamity has not only led to the unfortunate demise of millions globally, but has also left countless individuals homeless, that if we do not act swiftly, it is likely that not only famine will ensue, but also a plague due to the unburied corpses." This elder's statement immediately garnered considerable support. Throughout history, after every war and disaster, humanity has invariably faced 2 major challenges: famine and disease. People are like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skipped leads to desperation. The absence of food is not merely a matter of starvation. It can trigger a cascade of chaos that in ancient times, when food was scarce, people resorted to eating tree bark, consuming clay, or even resorting to cannibalism. Today, however, the major grain-producing regions of Blue Star have either been submerged by tsunamis or ravaged by torrential floods. The crops in the fields have essentially been wiped out. Furthermore, with a substantial number of towns destroyed, where would food come from? Without adequate provisions, societal unrest is highly probable. More alarmingly, due to the earthquakes and tsunamis, countless lives have been lost if the corpses are not dealt with in a timely manner. Bacteria will proliferate, leading to a plague. This is why, historically, after a natural disaster that claimed many lives, plagues inevitably followed. Even though Huaxia had completed a large-scale evacuation of personnel and materials before the crisis erupted, the likelihood of famine and disease remains. However, when calamity befalls other regions of Blue Star, how can Huaxia remain unscathed? At this juncture, someone stood up and asked, if the only purpose is to guard against famine and disease, is it truly necessary to build a land wall spanning over 20,000 kilometers? After all, even if famine breaks out, who would dare come to Huaxia to steal food? Our soldiers are not to be trifled with. As for preventing disease, we have ample experience in epidemic prevention, and we have already implemented sufficient border control and personnel management. Have we not? Chu Xu smiled slightly and countered, but what if the virus that breaks out spreads among animals? Moreover, what if it does not lead to massive fatalities among animals, but instead triggers their primal instincts, rendering them exceptionally fierce and formidable? Do you believe that the old methods of border sealing and personnel control will still be effective against such a virus? The elder who had posed the question was immediately rendered speechless. After pondering for a moment, he found himself unable to refute Chu Xu's argument and sat back down. That moment, Yang Weiyu voluntarily stood up to support Chu Xu, stating, I believe the land wall plan is excellent. Erecting a towering wall over 20,000 kilometers long to protect Huaxia may be somewhat outdated and costly, but can anyone suggest a better alternative? We must remember that the threats we need to guard against are not starving refugees or invading enemies, but rather various unexpected and terrifying mutated creatures. Consider this. If we fail to keep them at bay and allow them to roam among cities and towns, it would not take much for them to instill widespread societal panic. Even without needing to hunt down many people, that I recall that during my childhood, I had to pass through an orchard on my way to school, where there was a large black dog. After it bit me, I would rather take a detour of 2 or 3 miles than pass by that orchard again. To take it a step further, even if we were to encounter a single tiger in a village that injures someone, do you think the common folk would dare to venture out to work until the creature is captured? The elders exchanged glances, fully aware that the presence of ferocious beasts in the countryside would undoubtedly shake the public's confidence that if packs of mutated beasts were to appear, the people would certainly live in even greater fear. However, Pei Yuxing, who governs the Northwest, suddenly picked up the plan and stood up that I support the construction of walls along the border. This not only guards against mutated animals, but also effectively prevents smuggling and illegal immigration, which is a commendable idea. But old Yang, little Chu, is it really necessary to build such a grandiose wall? 30 meters high, 10 meters wide, and constructed of reinforced concrete. Surely even dinosaurs could not topple it. Moreover, there would be heavy artillery points every 2 kilometers, barracks every 5 kilometers, and large warehouses every 50 kilometers. There would also be minefields and barbed wire both inside and outside the wall. Is such tight security truly necessary? What kind of mutated creature could pose such a threat? After all, he had only heard Chu Xu mention that the mutated beasts were ferocious. However, he had no first-hand experience of the apocalypse to describe just how formidable they could be. As for Chu Xu, he had long anticipated that various doubts would be raised regarding the land wall plan during the elders' meeting. It is only natural for any responsible person devoted to the nation and its people to harbor such uncertainties. Building a land wall over 20,000 kilometers long, equipping it with a vast array of weaponry, and stockpiling substantial amounts of ammunition. The total budget for the entire plan amounts to a staggering 5 trillion yuan. It is worth noting that Huaxia's GDP has only just surpassed the 100 trillion yuan mark, and the total annual fiscal revenue is around 18 trillion yuan. To suddenly allocate nearly a third of our tax revenue for the urgent construction of such an unprecedented national defense project would undoubtedly raise countless questions, not only among the esteemed elders but also among ordinary citizens. Esteemed elders, I would like to inquire, in your opinion, which animal is the fiercest? Tigers, cheetahs, crocodiles, lions, grizzly bears, wolves, rhinoceroses. Within mere seconds, the elders provided numerous answers, without the aid of firearms. It is already exceedingly difficult for humanity to survive encounters with these ferocious beasts, is it not? Now, what if there were a virus that unprecedentedly awakened the primal instincts of animals, rendering them smarter and more savage? Do you believe that ordinary citizens stand a chance against them? Can they evade their predatory grasp? Pei Yuxing immediately responded, "We can send troops to eliminate them. I refuse to believe they can outrun missiles or withstand heavy artillery." Chu Xu retorted, "What if they take refuge in the woods? Are you going to obliterate the entire forest? If they hide in villages, will you tear down the entire village? Moreover, mutated animals will inevitably ravage those countries most severely affected by disaster and social unrest. Do you believe we can interfere in the internal affairs of other nations and send troops to hunt them down? They would prey on humans and reproduce swiftly, becoming increasingly powerful with each generation. When a multitude of advanced mutated beasts threatens our homeland, do you still think we can easily eradicate them?" Pei Yuxing found himself at a loss for words. The other elders, who had been poised to raise further questions, also fell silent. The To remain vigilant in times of peace and to guard against future calamities. This is a precious wisdom passed down from our ancestors thousands of years ago. Now, by expeditiously constructing the Great Wall, 5 trillion yuan can ensure the safety of the nation. Otherwise, when mutated beasts invade, the destruction and panic they cause, along with the resources needed for suppression, will far exceed 5 trillion. Did I ask for whether Chu Xu is being alarmist? The man who successfully safeguarded hundreds of millions of lives in Huaxia would never trivialize such matters. Thus, without the supreme leader needing to prompt, all the elders immediately raised their hands. Very well. With unanimous approval, I hereby declare the official launch of the land wall plan. From this day forth, the entire nation will mobilize for 100 days of intensive construction to erect the Great Land Wall, safeguarding our splendid mountains and rivers. Chapter 17. At all costs, the world watches. The applause was thunderous, with many expressing their fervent excitement. Yet, Yang Weiyu noticed that beside him, the director of the finance department, Wang Lihua, bore a rather serious expression. The implementation of the Great Wall on Land project promised immense benefits for the nation and its people. However, for Wang Lihua, who oversaw the country's fiscal revenues and expenditures, it posed a colossal challenge. The estimated cost of this grand initiative was a staggering 5 trillion yuan. What does that even signify? Where would such a monumental sum come from? Increasing taxes? Printing more currency? Issuing government bonds? Firstly, raising taxes was simply not an option that in comparison to other nations on Blue Star, Huaxia had suffered the least in terms of personnel losses during this crisis. Nevertheless, the catastrophic earthquake, formidable typhoons, and torrential floods had inflicted severe property damage. Houses collapsed, factories were submerged, equipment was damaged, and communication and power lines were disrupted. Moreover, the restoration of international trade would undoubtedly take time. After such calamitous events, the lives of ordinary citizens were already fraught with hardship. How could one dare to impose additional taxes? Secondly, increasing the money supply was also unfeasible. The global disaster had severely impacted the economies of all nations on Blue Star. The inability to obtain foreign oil, minerals, and agricultural products through maritime transport would inevitably lead to a significant rise in domestic prices that at such a juncture. Reckless currency issuance would undoubtedly trigger a terrifying inflationary spiral. Prices would soar, with rice costing dozens of yuan per pound, vegetables skyrocketing to hundreds of yuan, and pork reaching exorbitant prices. The populace would be unable to afford basic sustenance, resulting in widespread discontent and unrest. Ultimately, the only viable solution left was to issue government bonds, borrowing money from the citizens with the guarantee of national credit, promising to repay both principal and interest within a year or 3. This approach would not increase the burden on the populace, nor would it provoke soaring prices. Yet Wang Lihua remained deeply concerned about the feasibility of raising 5 trillion yuan. The reason was straightforward. Every province and city had suffered varying degrees of disaster, and the enormous costs associated with post-disaster reconstruction were daunting. Each locality would undoubtedly issue local bonds to some extent, ranging from hundreds of billions to over 1 trillion yuan, accumulating to a considerable sum. Meanwhile, the central government sought to raise 5 trillion yuan. Where would the citizens find such funds to lend? Thus, while the applause echoed around them, Wang Lihua was enveloped in worry. Once the clamor subsided, Yang Weiyu leaned in and quietly asked, "I suspect you are concerned about the difficulty of raising the vast sum of 5 trillion yuan, aren't you?" Wang Lihua glanced at Yang Weiyu with a hint of resignation. Haven't you heard the old adage, before the soldiers march, the provisions must be prepared? Undertaking such an unprecedented mega-project requires ample financial backing. Yang Weiyu smiled, replying, "We must not only have faith in ourselves, but also in the billions of citizens. No challenge can thwart the descendants of Yin and Huang. Although the funds raised are considerable, how can we know it won't work if we don't even try? Even if we fall short. Since Huaxia is now in a wartime state, we can surely allocate funds through a war budget that as long as we can complete the Great Wall on Land project on time, providing Huaxia with a formidable defense against mutated beasts. What does it matter if inflation ensues and prices rise? It is far better than allowing mutated beasts to invade, leading to the suffering and demise of the populace and societal unrest. Isn't it? The immediate priority is to consider how to save the lives of 14 billion people amidst this apocalyptic crisis. Once lives are preserved, we can discuss how to ensure a better life for the citizens. Otherwise, what good is money if life is lost? Of course, the General Affairs Office had convened numerous experts from various fields to meticulously devise this plan, addressing many aspects such as funding sources, resource allocation, and personnel organization. They had even considered how to maintain and defend the completed structures in the future. Therefore, upon the Commander's order, relevant departments and enterprises included in the plan sprang into action from the central government to the provinces and cities. Whether it be skyscrapers, cross-sea bridges, or plateau railroads, from an engineering standpoint, none of these posed significant challenges. The real difficulties lay in two aspects. Firstly, the deadline was tight, with only 3 months to complete the project. To meet this timeline, a swift gathering of sufficient personnel, equipment, and building materials was imperative. Secondly, the conditions were harsh. The construction sites were located in border regions, largely sparsely populated and difficult to access. The challenges of providing food and accommodation for construction workers, as well as transporting vast quantities of steel, cement, and sand, were formidable. Consequently, the industrial sector needed to rapidly organize and coordinate efforts to resume production across various industries, particularly in electricity, steel, cement, and engineering equipment. They must ensure a steady supply of power and materials to the border regions to facilitate smooth progress. This required the Transportation Department to urgently mobilize engineering resources to repair roads and restore traffic, that for personnel shortages. Thanks to the booming real estate industry and vigorous implementation of various infrastructure projects in recent years, Huaxia boasted millions of experienced and skilled construction workers. Thus, the country was not lacking in construction talent. Moreover, with a single command, retired engineering soldiers from the past 5 years could be fully mobilized within 3 days. Certainly, military orders were as firm as mountains, and urgency was paramount. Upon receiving orders, border defense troops were the first to spring into action. They swiftly cleared a 2-kilometer-wide construction zone along the patrol boundary based on the provided blueprints. In addition to the forces engaged in post-disaster reconstruction, a significant number of combat troops also began infrastructure work, rapidly clearing roads, constructing access routes, and establishing power transmission lines, racing against time to lay the groundwork for the arriving construction army. Thus, while many nations on Blue Star found themselves at a loss on how to initiate post-disaster reconstruction, Huaxia was poised to embark on a dual operational mode. One side would focus on large-scale disaster recovery, fully committed to resuming work, production, and studies, while simultaneously exerting every effort to construct national defense works in the border regions. News of this spread, it naturally sparked considerable controversy, both domestically and internationally. What on earth? The crisis caused by the meteorite's fall has just subsided, and now we are preparing for war. Are aliens about to invade? The disaster areas have yet to recover, and we are already gearing up for battle. Does anyone know what kind of works are being constructed at the border? Who is planning to invade Huaxia? Many places have yet to commence their disaster recovery efforts. Why the sudden focus on border fortifications? Can someone explain why, in this day and age, there is still a need for large-scale defensive constructions? Due to the national mobilization and timely evacuation, the populace was spared from widespread casualties. Naturally, the citizens harbored immense trust in their homeland. However, trust aside, the abrupt and inexplicable commencement of extensive defensive construction inevitably piqued curiosity. There must be something amiss. Huaxia's bizarre actions quickly drew the attention of numerous countries, particularly the United States, upon receiving the news. Trump swiftly ordered the mobilization of satellites for verification that it was soon discovered that Huaxia was indeed amassing personnel, equipment, and supplies on a grand scale. Columns of military convoys filled with loaders, excavators, and dump trucks were hastily heading towards the border regions. This left Trump utterly perplexed. What on earth was Huaxia planning to do with such a show of force? Chapter 18. Astonishing statements, wildly shifting blame. The military base in Ierua, United States. This large military facility, established in the last century during the confrontation with the polar bear, was built deep within a massive granite mountain, boasting exceptional protective capabilities that could withstand multiple nuclear strikes. Hence, this base was colloquially referred to by Americans as the Doomsday Base. 3 days prior, scientists, having reviewed the report provided by Huaxia, confirmed that the meteorite's descent onto Blue Star would not result in thermal disintegration, but rather lead to disaster. After reading the report, within 5 minutes, Trump hastily relocated his family, along with numerous friends, political aides, and influential figures, to this base for refuge. During these days, he remained hidden deep underground, initially believing he could command the formidable military power of the United States to obliterate the meteorite in outer space. However, reality proved that the military might of humanity on Blue Star was still woefully inadequate. They could not even shatter a meteorite of considerable size and moderate speed, let alone engage in interstellar warfare. Thus, when military interception efforts failed one after another, the meteorite ultimately crashed into the Atlantic. Trump immediately took to Twitter, urging citizens to evacuate as soon as possible. Simultaneously, he did not forget to dispatch numerous transport aircraft to rescue the affluent and elite. As for the ordinary citizens of the United States, their fate was left to chance. Now, the super tsunami that had surged into the United States had receded, and the high-intensity typhoon and torrential rains were also coming to an end. Once thriving farms and bustling cities had been utterly transformed in several coastal metropolises. After the tide receded, countless corpses lay piled high, creating a horrifying scene that no one could ascertain how many lives had been lost, how many were missing, and how many were fortunate enough to survive. As they awaited various departments to formulate post-disaster reconstruction plans, Trump unexpectedly learned that Huaxia was undertaking extensive construction in the border regions. Not only had they issued a wartime mobilization order and summoned a large number of retired engineering soldiers, but they were also continuously transporting engineering equipment to the border via rail and road. Were it not for the tangible evidence presented, one might scarcely believe the bewildering actions of Huaxia. Pu, disinterested in delving into the underlying reasons with his aides, immediately seized his phone to capture the moment. Subsequently tweeting, "Huaxia has suffered the least in this crisis. Their construction of border fortifications must be aimed at preventing illegal immigration and smuggling, for no one understands the necessity of building barriers at the border better than I." Upon the release of this information, many steadfast supporters of Pu suddenly experienced an epiphany, exclaiming his wisdom that it is well known that prior to the meteor's impact with the blue planet, Huaxia's economic prowess ranked second globally. During this catastrophic disaster that affected the world, Huaxia only faced a super earthquake and an extraordinarily powerful typhoon, compared to numerous nations submerged by towering tsunamis, whose lands were inundated. Huaxia's losses were remarkably minimal. The construction of a border wall to prevent an influx of refugees from neighboring nations is indeed a logical inference. However, Pu, known for his unorthodox methods and whimsical behavior, swiftly followed up with a second tweet. "I have just reviewed the disaster assessment report. The meteor's descent into the Atlantic has resulted in catastrophic losses for Mali State and Eurozone. Yet we should not have suffered such severe losses. The meteor was originally destined for the Southern Ocean, but was deflected by a barrage of alloy projectiles launched by Huaxia, altering its landing point to the Atlantic. Thus, dozens of countries along the Atlantic coast have suffered the deaths and disappearances of nearly 1 billion individuals. Huaxia bears undeniable responsibility. They must apologize and provide reparations instead of hastily constructing border walls." His audacious statement ignited a tremendous controversy. His millions of fervent followers immediately disseminated his words and fanned the flames of outrage. Naturally, there were also various vehement denunciations and accusations. Across the blue planet, over 1 billion unfortunate souls perished in this disaster. Numerous island nations, including Huaxia State, faced near annihilation. teetering on the brink of extinction that I end the aftermath of the calamity, as people grappled with their shattered homes and the loss of loved ones. Te Mei Pu's shocking remarks incited widespread indignation and fury. Yet, amidst this tumult, there were those possessed of discernment. Shortly after Te Mei Pu's second tweet was released, a rebuttal emerged, prior to the meteor's descent. The 5 permanent members of the Blue Planet took decisive military action to protect humanity. Whether employing space shuttles to detonate nuclear devices or utilizing alloy projectiles for high-speed impacts, their collective goal was to shatter the meteor and safeguard all of humankind. Who could have anticipated that the meteor would be deflected, altering its trajectory? After all, regardless of where it fell, some would inevitably suffer misfortune. Consider, for instance, if Meili's space shuttle had detonated a nuclear bomb, and the meteor had collided with Huaxia's territory instead of landing in the Southern Ocean or Atlantic. Would Huaxia and its neighboring nations not then hold Meili accountable for their actions? The military interception of a meteor is inherently unpredictable and fraught with complexity. How can one draw conclusions of culpability based solely on the outcome? Now, with the tragic loss of numerous Western lives, the outcry against Huaxia has intensified that if Huaxia had suffered the greatest casualties, would they not also have the right to blame the Western nations? Furthermore, astute individuals have pointed out that Te Mei Pu is merely diverting attention and undermining peace. Huaxia had proactively mobilized the nation to evacuate coastal residents. Yet Western nations, led by Meili, disregarded this advice. Politicians, experts, and wealthy individuals, including Te Mei Pu, fearing that mass evacuations would impact the economy, repeatedly expressed confidence in their ability to destroy the meteor. Especially after the final space shuttle carrying the nuclear payload failed to neutralize the threat, Te Mei Pu still insisted that Meili's advanced missile defense system would obliterate it, claiming no one understood meteors better than he. The result? This clearly misled the public and delayed evacuation efforts. Following the meteor's descent, there was no swift or effective mobilization to evacuate the populace. Instead, military transport aircraft scrambled to rescue the elite and affluent, leaving the common citizens stranded as roads became congested, railways ceased operations, and airports shut down. Those unable to flee suffered devastating losses. Logically, it is Te Mei Pu and his ilk who should apologize and provide reparations to the countless victims. Yet, he chose to direct his ire toward Huaxia, clearly attempting to shift blame. However, such rational inquiries and criticisms are unlikely to resonate. More individuals are blinded by hatred. Numerous sycophants, enamored with foreign ideals, joined in the chorus of indignation, oblivious to the fact that the deceased were not their kin. Some even brazenly demanded that those who ordered the barrage of rockets to deflect the meteor should apologize for the deaths of over 1 billion abroad. They failed to consider that had the meteor not been deflected into the Atlantic, and had Huaxia not conducted a preemptive evacuation on a massive scale, they would have faced the loss of hundreds of millions of lives. Of course, while some resorted to vitriolic denunciations, others stood resolutely in defense of their position. As both sides engaged in fierce debate on the internet, with the extent of losses in other nations still unquantified. Huaxia's post-disaster press conference commenced under the global spotlight. Chapter 19. Do not be excessively shameless. In the Great Hall of the press conference room. This marks the first official press conference following the meteor's impact on the Blue Planet, which triggered a series of catastrophic disasters. The world is eager to learn about Huaxia's disaster situation, the arrangements for post-disaster reconstruction, and the rationale behind the construction of national defense works at the borders. Numerous domestic and foreign media outlets arrived half an hour early to await the proceedings. AS Director Liu Xingyang led the heads of various departments into the room. The once noisy hall fell into an immediate hush. The agenda included reporting on the disaster situation, a moment of silence for the deceased, and the announcement of post-disaster reconstruction measures. The conference unfolded as anticipated, methodically and orderly. Moreover, the casualty figures were unexpectedly low compared to journalists' expectations. Everyone had assumed that such a terrifying disaster would result in tens of thousands of fatalities, even with nationwide mobilization and forced evacuations. Yet upon the disclosure of the data, the loss of merely 50 individuals was revealed. In stark contrast to nations suffering casualties in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, the figure of just over 50 losses was almost negligible. Nevertheless, Director Liu Xingyang and all members of the General Administration observed a minute of silence for the deceased. Against the backdrop of such severe global devastation, Huaxia's remarkably low casualty count appeared exceptionally commendable, inciting envy among others. Journalists from various foreign media outlets quickly rose, hands raised, selected to pose the first question. A journalist from Ingwa, wearing a stern expression, immediately queried. This super disaster has inflicted heavy casualties on numerous countries worldwide, with many nations reporting death tolls exceeding 1 million, while Huaxia's casualties are a mere 50. Director Liu, should this not be a point of immense pride for your nation, given the negligible extent of your losses? Furthermore, are you not relieved that the alloy projectiles you launched altered the meteor's trajectory, significantly mitigating your losses? The first journalist's inquiry was laced with animosity, tinged with jealousy and anger. Director Liu Xingang was acutely aware that this was a tactic employed by Western politicians on the Blue Planet. Prior to attending the press conference, he had heard of Tai Meipu's tweets maligning Huaxia, suggesting that had the meteor not been deflected and not landed in the Atlantic, the dozens of countries along its coast would not have suffered nearly 1 billion deaths and disappearances. Now, with the Eagle Nation's journalists publicly challenging him, it was evident that Western nations were indeed united in their sentiments. Even in the face of a super disaster that had wreaked havoc upon them, they remained steadfastly aligned, quick to cast blame on Huaxia rather than promptly accounting for their losses and initiating reconstruction efforts. Their traditional skill of deflection and blame-shifting was as sharp as ever. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Director Liu Xingang, after the translator concluded, responded emphatically and with conviction. Before the meteor's descent to the Blue Planet, nations around the world reached a consensus to intercept it at all costs, striving to destroy it by any means necessary. Whether through a saturation attack with intercontinental missiles, detonating nuclear bombs aboard space shuttles, or colliding with alloy projectiles, our limited technological capabilities compelled us to exert every effort in the face of this unprecedented disaster. The ability to intercept and the ultimate landing point were beyond anyone's prediction. The meteor fell into the Atlantic, and some blame us for utilizing alloy projectiles that if the space shuttle had detonated a nuclear device, causing the meteor to land in Huaxia, should we then blame Meili? I believe this is a global catastrophe that should not be associated with any particular nation or region, nor should it lead to stigmatization. I urge all parties to rectify these misconceptions immediately and cease baseless accusations that in the wake of a super disaster, our foremost priority must be to honor the deceased and save lives. We must regard all lives with equal respect, rather than apportion blame to any specific country, and we should not demand accountability for this natural calamity from anyone. Furthermore, prior to the meteorite's descent upon our blue planet, the Chinese nation had repeatedly advocated for the evacuation of coastal populations to safeguard against various geological disasters. Yet, some chose to disregard this counsel, acting in counterproductive ways. The significant loss of life in this super disaster necessitates that certain individuals should step forward to apologize and accept responsibility. However, rather than acknowledging their errors, they choose to defame and accuse us. What could their true intentions be? In conclusion, I would like to remind certain individuals of an ancient adage: when things do not go as planned, one should reflect upon oneself. It is imperative to engage in self-reflection and refrain from blaming fate or shifting responsibility onto others when faced with adversity. A powerful statement, once refined by a translator, resonates deeply with the audience, leaving the American journalists blushing and utterly embarrassed. How can they counter this? Countries around the world have agreed to combat the meteorite with fervor, yet its eventual landing remains unknown to anyone. It ultimately fell into the Atlantic Ocean, leaving neighboring countries to bear the misfortune. Can we truly blame China for this? Moreover, China has not only once advocated for the evacuation of its citizens. Who heeded that call? Politicians from the West, led by Trump, openly mocked these efforts. Now, in the face of immense losses, they frantically shift blame onto China, embodying the very essence of shamelessness. However, before he could take his seat, Liu Xingang interjected. By the way, you posed a question earlier regarding the insignificant casualties and losses suffered by China, suggesting it might be a matter of pride for us. I now caution you. Regardless of the number of casualties, this represents a human tragedy. It is not merely a testament to political achievements. Each life of a Chinese citizen is invaluable, and every compatriot loss brings us profound sorrow. Our relatively lower casualty rate is primarily attributed to the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. who unite fearlessly in times of crisis to overcome challenges collectively. I firmly believe this great spirit will endure, enabling us to rebuild our beautiful homeland and triumph over successive difficulties on the path to national rejuvenation. As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Numerous domestic journalists expressed their excitement with enthusiastic clapping, while a few foreign reporters who initially intended to provoke were left in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to incite discord. But of course, there are always exceptions. That a reporter from the militant press raised his hand boldly to ask a question. In a combative mood, Lu Zhengang sought the microphone from the staff. Director Liu, your establishment of the Supreme Command and declaration of a year-long wartime status, coupled with the large-scale conscription of construction talents and mobilization of equipment and resources to the borders to construct a land-based Great Wall. What is the significance of this? Is it intended to defend against invasion from enemy nations? Not to mention whether the 14 countries you share borders with have the capacity to invade after such disasters. The engineering design itself could hardly withstand the bombardment of modern weaponry. If the aim is to prevent refugees from crossing illegally and smuggling, wouldn't it be more efficient to simply construct a sufficiently high wall? There is no need for such grandiosity, which could lead to unnecessary expenditure and waste. I have previously articulated the reasons for implementing the Great Wall plan. If you find the reasons too numerous and complex, allow me to summarize it succinctly. To build the Great Wall is to safeguard our descendants. For the sake of our 1.4 billion compatriots, we shall spare no effort, even if it means selling off everything we have. Chapter 20. Racing Against Time. Selling off everything we have. The reporter from the militant press could not help but continue with a sardonic inquiry. Director Liu, given that China has suffered the least in terms of human and material losses during this global disaster, potentially surpassing the United States and emerging as the world's strongest economic power, do you still find it necessary to lament your poverty here? Once the simultaneous translation concluded, Lu Zhengang promptly responded, China has no intention of surpassing anyone. Nor do we aspire to dominate, and we certainly have no interest in being deemed the so-called strongest economic power. Moreover, our vast territory and substantial population result in significant disparities in economic development, with many citizens just emerging from abject poverty. However, we possess the confidence and capability to complete the Great Wall project on schedule, safeguarding our 1.4 billion descendants. The reporter from the militant press did not plan to relinquish the microphone. Instead, he raised his chin defiantly and asked loudly, this super disaster affecting the entire globe has inflicted severe losses on numerous countries, including Japan, which is on the brink of extinction. That hasn't China consistently claimed to be a responsible global power? With so many countries suffering such severe losses, do you not intend to take some action? He gestured for the Director of Foreign Affairs, Peng Yuhui, to respond. Since the onset of the disaster, we have maintained close communication with many countries to understand the situation and provide assistance to the best of our abilities. Our nation has long been committed to advocating for the construction of a community with a shared future for mankind, that we strongly urge all nations to enhance communication and collaboration to jointly respond to this natural disaster. And the reporter from the militant press could no longer contain himself. What significance do diplomatic platitudes hold? Before Peng Yuhui could finish his statement, he rudely sat down. In truth, he was well aware that China has consistently advocated for the diplomatic principles of peaceful coexistence and non-interference, regardless of the severity of losses suffered by other nations. China cannot act recklessly. Actions would necessarily require prior official communication and consent from the counterpart, followed by a thorough investigation of the disaster situation before humanitarian aid could be organized. However, Japan, separated by vast oceans, has seen the majority of its territory submerged due to the super earthquake and colossal tsunami. Now, they are left with only a few scattered islands. They lack proper runways for aircraft and ports for ships. How can we provide them with aid? Should we send warmth via express delivery? As for other nations, many are grappling with societal collapse in the aftermath of the super disaster. The extent of the damage and loss of life remains unclear. Without a restoration of basic social order, humanitarian aid is impractical. Subsequently, the questions posed by other reporters were largely irrelevant. For instance, someone asked whether China would face a food crisis. Isn't that an obvious question? It is well known that China has been stockpiling essential strategic resources for years. Not only food but also fuel, natural gas, various metals, and even pork are abundantly reserved, even if we were to cease grain cultivation for 3 years. The Chinese populace would still not go hungry. Another inquiry was whether China's wartime status would lead to the regulation of the free market economy and the implementation of commodity monopolies. This question was even more simplistic. Many cities that experienced minimal damage have already resumed normal operations since this morning. Additionally, cities affected by earthquakes and floods are rapidly engaged in post-disaster reconstruction and recovery. Citizens can still frequent supermarkets and markets to purchase various necessities. The true wartime state pertains to the military and state-owned enterprises. As the time for open questions concluded, Liu Jinggang promptly expressed his gratitude and led the departure. Upon exiting the venue, he did not pause for a moment before heading directly to the airport. Meanwhile, within a private jet at the airport, Chu Xu and Yang Weiyu were also hard at work, closely monitoring the post-disaster recovery efforts in Tianhai. In the previous life, a super tsunami with waves exceeding 100 meters had nearly obliterated Tianhai, resulting in the destruction of numerous buildings and the tragic loss of over 30 million lives. In this life, however, due to the meteorites landing in the Atlantic Ocean and the timely evacuation of personnel, the situation had improved dramatically, though losses were still incurred. The tsunami triggered by the earthquake had indeed inundated Tianhai, damaging many vessels in the port, scattering containers, and flooding the main urban area with seawater. The streets were littered with mud, debris, and scattered vehicles. Even more tragically, the subway, which serves as the backbone of public transport in Tianhai, had completely collapsed. All subway stations and tunnels were filled with seawater, and only after draining the water could thorough cleaning and replacement of cables and electrical equipment be conducted. However, with over 30 million citizens, it was impossible for them to remain displaced indefinitely. Within 24 hours, we must restore roads, electricity, communications, gas, and water supply. Within 48 hours, we aim to fully restore healthcare, rail transport, air transport, and port shipping. And within 72 hours, we strive to re-establish normal social order throughout Tianhai. To achieve this, tens of thousands of grassroots civil servants and soldiers have formed numerous task forces and vanguard teams to concentrate their efforts on overcoming the challenges in their respective fields. They are racing against time at all costs. Remarkably, at around 8 in the morning, after the major disaster control prohibitions were lifted, many individuals spontaneously joined the ranks of volunteers to collectively clean the streets and transport equipment. In less than 5 hours, 2 international airports, multiple highways, and major city streets returned to normalcy. Following a swift inspection and repair process, the power supply to the major substations that had been shut down prior to evacuation was gradually restored. With sufficient power supply established, the pace of the city's recovery accelerated even further at the current rate. It is estimated that within 3 days, Tianhai will be fully revitalized. After conducting thorough research, Yang Weiyu expressed his excitement. Meanwhile, Chu Xu was busy formulating a brand new plan. Although the Land Great Wall Initiative had already commenced with great urgency, merely providing Huaxia with a robust protective barrier was insufficient. It was imperative to devise a strategy to ensure Huaxia could triumph in the war against mutated beasts in the apocalyptic landscape. Having endured the hardships of resource scarcity and ammunition shortages in his previous life, Chu Xu was determined to ensure that Huaxia would be well equipped with ample ammunition and resources for combat against mutated beasts in this life. What Huaxia lacked most in terms of resources was not food or vegetables, but rather oil and minerals. Oil is heralded as the lifeblood of modern industry. Without an ample supply of oil, it would be impossible to produce various fuels and chemical raw materials that if fuel supply were inadequate, even the most advanced aircraft and armored vehicles would be rendered ineffective in battle, inhibiting any attempts to bombard mutated beasts. Equally critical was the availability of minerals. Without a sufficient supply of various metal ores, it would be impossible to smelt metals. Without enough steel, the Land Great Wall Initiative could not be completed, let alone manufacture weapons and ammunition. Due to the high extraction costs of domestic oil wells and subpar mineral quality, Huaxia was forced to import hundreds of millions of tons of oil and minerals annually. Now that preparations for war had begun in earnest, it was essential to find ways to stockpile sufficient oil and minerals for Huaxia before the outbreak of the mutated virus. However, despite the good intentions, reality was harsh. Many countries were severely affected, with societal order collapsing. The greatest challenge facing Chu Xu was the inability to spend the money he had. Chapter 21. You are not fighting alone. Chu Xu was left speechless that he never imagined he would encounter such bizarre circumstances in this lifetime. To have money, yet be unable to spend it. Wasn't that ironic? Previously, he had fretted over a lack of funds, yearning for too many things to purchase. Now, he was troubled by the inability to utilize the money he possessed. For Huaxia to actively prepare for the impending battle against mutated beasts, it was crucial to urgently amass various mineral resources. Unfortunately, this global super disaster had halted oil production in the Sharik Kingdom and shut down mines in Olia and Batro, effectively crippling their ports. Presently, their post-disaster reconstruction efforts had yet to commence. So even if they dispatched numerous cargo ships and oil tankers with cash in hand, they would be unable to supply goods. What to do? As Chu Xu lit a cigarette, he meticulously perused the internal documents provided by the Ministry of Commerce. The records clearly detailed Huaxia's annual trade situation with various countries, including types of goods, transportation methods, trading companies, amounts, tax rates, etc. Everything was laid out explicitly that a cursory glance revealed a dramatic increase in mineral resource transactions with several countries in non-major continents over the past 2 years. High-quality crude oil from the Lia, rare metal ores from Benerguo, bauxite and iron ore from Guinea, and neodymium and praseodymium rare earth metals from Tanya, along with copper and uranium mines from Nabia and Zanya. Had it not been for this super disaster, imports of oil and minerals from non-major continents would have accounted for nearly half of the total import volume this year. The already impoverished and underdeveloped nations were likely to become even more desperate in the aftermath of this calamity, potentially facing famine and starvation. Picking up his recently acquired high-level exclusive mobile phone, Chu Xu immediately called the director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Peng Yuhui. Old Peng, it's me, Xiao Chu. Do you know the extent of the disaster situation in non-major continents? Peng Yuhui promptly replied, Vice Director Chu, you are too polite. Just call me Old Peng. Although Peng Yuhui was significantly older than Chu Xu, the latter held a higher official rank. Even the director of the General Affairs Council, Lu Zhengang, had to heed Chu Xu's commands, so Peng Yuhui certainly dared not overstep. Chu Xu had no interest in beating around the bush. All right, Old Peng, please tell me the situation over there. Peng Yuhui sighed deeply. It's utterly devastating, particularly in the coastal nations of the South Atlantic, which have suffered catastrophic destruction from the hundreds of meter-high super tsunamis, resulting in widespread casualties and devastation. Chu Xu felt a shiver run down his spine. Didn't we send them disaster warnings, advising them to stay away from the coast? Peng Yuhui lamented, we did send reminders, not just once, but what good did it do? Corruption among politicians and ignorance among the populace made it challenging for evacuation orders to reach the grassroots level. Moreover, simply instructing people to evacuate from the coast left them with no guidance on where to go, how to evacuate, or how to settle. How could local citizens possibly agree to evacuate under such circumstances? The most critical issue was that even if the citizens wanted to evacuate, the abysmal state of transportation made it exceedingly difficult for them to execute large-scale evacuations in a short time. Shifting the conversation, Peng Yuhui curiously inquired, by the way, why the sudden interest in the disaster situation in non-major continents? Chu Xu responded solemnly, I believe that merely having the land Great Wall for protection is insufficient. We must also rapidly enhance Huaxia's wartime potential. High-intensity warfare consumes vast amounts of resources, so we must hasten the accumulation of energy minerals. I suggest we prioritize humanitarian aid to those traditionally friendly nations in non-major continents to assist them in swiftly completing their post-disaster reconstruction, enabling us to commence our imports of energy minerals sooner. All right. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xu couldn't help but let out a long sigh that he had initially thought he was just casually chatting with Peng Yuhui. But unexpectedly, the latter interpreted his words as orders. Yang Weiyu, standing nearby, undoubtedly sensed the shift. To be honest, you need to quickly acclimate to your identity. You are no longer an ordinary person. You are the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Initiative, bearing the formidable responsibility of safeguarding the 1.4 billion citizens of Huaxia. As long as you have thoroughly considered what must be done, you should issue clear orders with a resolute tone. There is no need for you to speak with Peng Yuhui in a consultative manner. He is now your subordinate. Do you understand? Chu Xu was momentarily taken aback. The director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was indeed his subordinate. This was something he would never have dared to dream about in the past. Yet at this moment, it was an undeniable reality that in the past, he had merely been a small company employee and when sacrificing for the country in the apocalypse. He was just a private. After being reborn, he had fortuitously soared to prominence, fulfilling the mission of saving hundreds of millions of citizens of Huaxia. Now, he had taken on the daunting task of protecting 4 billion people. Transitioning from an ordinary individual to a person of high authority was a significant adjustment for Chu Xu. Yang Weiyu understood that Chu Xu's situation was different from his own. He had gradually risen through the ranks from the grassroots level. This was not his first day in a leadership role. Coupled with his extensive experience in governance, he handled political affairs with ease. Chu Xu, on the other hand, had suddenly attained a high position of authority. He was not a deity and could not be expected to adapt instantly to his new identity. All right, I know you're still getting used to it. Just take your time to adjust, and do not put too much pressure on yourself. If you're concerned about the adequacy of your considerations and fear making mistakes that could endanger the nation, feel free to consult with your advisors that if they cannot provide professional opinions, you can seek collaboration with relevant departments or experts in think tanks for assistance. Ultimately, you must always remember that you are the deputy commander. As long as your intentions are for the nation and the people, do not harbor any doubts. Most importantly, do not forget you are not fighting alone. Chu Xu nodded emphatically. Thank you. I understand what to do moving forward. Yang Weiyu smiled lightly. Look at you. We're all here for the work, right? Just as he finished speaking, a communications officer hurriedly entered. Chu Xu quickly glanced at the telegram. That it was a notification from the military that 2 destroyers and a comprehensive supply ship had been prepared, fully stocked with resources and ammunition, ready to protect the exploration vessel from embarking on its oceanic scientific expedition to the meteorite's landing site. Although the specific mission details were not mentioned, Chu Xu was well aware. This was not merely a quest to investigate extraterrestrial life. It involved diving into the ocean to extract materials from the meteorite that if they could locate the mutated virus, they would need to find a way to destroy it, eliminating this super contagion source. Naturally, considering the possibility that the mutated virus had already spread, scientists would conduct research on the mutated virus directly aboard the exploration vessel. Yang Weiyu, glancing at the telegram, couldn't help but exclaim, "This journey must be over 20,000 kilometers, right? Even with non-stop sailing and no storms, it would take at least half a month to arrive." Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. But this is currently the only viable solution. The coastal nations of non-major continents have suffered immensely, with airports and ports severely damaged. At that moment, Lu Jinggang entered hurriedly. Accompanied by his secretary, Xiao Lu, informed the crew that they may take off for Tianhai. After giving the command, Lu Jinggang took a seat next to Chu Xu. After the door closed, he whispered, "At 8 o'clock tonight, the summit of the 5 permanent members of the Blue Star will convene to discuss how to swiftly restore world order. Do you think it is necessary for us to inform the other 4 nations about the mutated virus brought by the meteorite?" Chapter 22. In dire need of funds? Exceptional technology. Chu Xu resolutely shook his head. That of course it is unnecessary. For days ago, their willingness to believe that the meteorite posed a grave threat and their readiness to collaborate stemmed entirely from their scientists' repeated calculations and validations regarding the meteorite. Now that the meteorite has fallen into the Atlantic Ocean and the super tsunami has capsized their vessels, with our research fleet yet to depart and no virus samples collected, how could we possibly convince them of the mutated virus's existence? Lu Jinggang was about to speak when Yang Weiyu interjected. I also agree that it is temporarily unnecessary to disclose this. Although our intentions are noble, they may not appreciate it, just like after a disaster. Western politicians like Trump hastily shift blame onto us instead of focusing on post-disaster reconstruction. Without evidence, warning them to be cautious of the mutated virus from the meteorite might lead to unfounded accusations against us. At that point, Trump would likely incite public panic and slander us mercilessly. Lu Jinggang smiled and said, "In truth, I do not advocate for an early notification either. This is not merely a matter of international ethics. Without evidence, not only will others disbelieve us, but we may also invite trouble upon ourselves." As he spoke, Lu Jinggang casually picked up a bottle of mineral water. Just as he was about to take a refreshing sip, he noticed the scribbled draft paper in front of Chu Xu. He glanced again at the international trade statistics displayed on the tablet. "What are you pondering over?" Chu Xu explained, "Though our Huaxia is vast and rich in resources, Many mineral reserves are limited, with subpar quality, and the costs of extraction and refining are excessively high. Therefore, I wish to capitalize on the next 2 to 3 months before the mutated virus erupts fully to stockpile sufficient energy minerals for Huaxia, thereby enhancing our wartime potential. That I have already instructed Old Peng to contact various countries in Africa to expedite their post-disaster reconstruction, facilitating the resumption of bilateral trade and allowing us to import energy minerals in large quantities. Additionally, to incentivize relevant enterprises, we could eliminate taxes entirely. With lower costs and no taxes, they will undoubtedly rush to import energy minerals that Liu Xingang and Yang Weiyu exchanged glances, both unable to contain their astonishment. Yang Weiyu gave a thumbs up in praise, while Liu Xingyang's eyes lit up with appreciation, exclaiming, "This not only stimulates our industrial product exports, but also promotes employment for the common people." Most critically, if enterprises stand to profit, they will surely import energy minerals on a grand scale. Truly a threefold gain. Yang Weiyu chuckled. Thus, I believe the supreme leader has a keen eye for talent. Though Chu Xu is still quite young, he truly possesses remarkable acumen in his endeavors. Chu Xu, slightly embarrassed, replied, all right, you two needn't flatter me so excessively. Throughout history, hasn't it always been the case that after great disasters, taxes are reduced to benefit the populace? Upon hearing this, Liu Xingyang's smile abruptly froze. After taking a large gulp of mineral water, he sighed, money, money, money. Our lives are interconnected. Do you have any good ideas to mend the massive fiscal deficit? Yang Weiyu picked up a cigarette pack and jested. What if we increase the tobacco tax from 80 to 90? This could generate at least an additional 100 billion in tax revenue annually. Moreover, smoking is detrimental to health, and the tax hike would lead to increased cigarette prices, which the public would hardly oppose. At worst, only smokers would complain, but they will still smoke regardless. Chu Xu accessed the financial and tax data on his tablet. Increasing taxes on both enterprises and individuals would raise the social burden and provoke discontent. It would be counterproductive. In my view, we could raise the oil tax a bit more. If oil prices are high, people can opt for electric vehicles or public transport. Furthermore, we should enhance the construction of charging facilities. As the higher the electrification of vehicles, the lower the oil consumption. Naturally, we must also simultaneously strengthen the construction of power plants and transmission networks to ensure that we have not only abundant electricity, but also affordable rates. After all, the Great Wall consumes a significant amount of electricity daily, and we should expedite the construction of several large nuclear power plants. After Yang Weiyu finished a cigarette, he lit one for both Chu Xu and Liu Xingyang in turn. Your ideas are commendable. Large-scale construction of charging stations is feasible, but the issue lies in the current inadequacies of battery technology. Safe batteries often have short ranges, while those with extended ranges tend to be prone to combustion and safety hazards. If only there were batteries that were both safe and durable. Upon hearing this, Chu Xu raised an eyebrow. If his remarkable phone could assist him in predicting historical developments, could it also help him solve technical dilemmas? Taking a deep breath, Chu Xu silently wished, if only I could possess a battery technology that is both safe, stable, and affordable, with an astonishing range. After making this silent wish, Chu Xu immediately focused, waiting quietly. Buzz, the phone in his pocket vibrated repeatedly. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled it out. You have an undownloaded file. Would you like to download it? Confirm cancel. Could this possibly be the technical data for the battery? Chu Xu clicked confirm without a second thought. However, he was momentarily taken aback. That isn't technical data usually comprised of papers, reports, and experimental data. Why does this file package amount to 23 gigabytes? That's equivalent to several high-definition romantic films. Yet the download speed was astonishing, exceeding 2 gigabytes per second. Simply remarkable. You all carry on. I need to use the restroom. Chu Xu quickly rose, and Yang Weiyu hurriedly reminded him. Take your time. The plane is about to take off. Thinking to himself, if he truly obtained outstanding battery technology, he would undoubtedly elevate their status. Upon reaching the restroom, the file package had already completed downloading. After decompressing it, he discovered that the substantial size of 23 gigabytes was entirely due to the detailed materials. In addition to various textual tables and images, there were even explanatory videos, making it a genuine hands-on instructional guide. After a cursory glance, Chu Xu believed that with the right materials and equipment, he could indeed manufacture astonishing graphene composite batteries under the guidance of the videos. It was easy to imagine that if the detailed technical data were handed to professionals in the battery industry, they would swiftly grasp the technology. After all, breakthroughs in research sometimes resemble piercing through a layer of window paper. Without the correct pathways and methods, one can only expend tremendous human, material, and financial resources in a cycle of trial and error. Much like a lost person in a dense forest, unable to find an exit, who can only attempt repeatedly. However, with a guide, escape would be effortless. Of course, Chu Xu also understood the significance of this technology. Huaxia's battery industry, in terms of both industrial scale and various battery outputs, was already the foremost in the Blue Star. If we concentrated our efforts on large-scale production of this new type of battery, we could swiftly eliminate fuel vehicles and drastically reduce oil consumption. Moreover, the rapid rise of domestic automobiles would not only strengthen industry and increase tax revenue, but also prevent the populace from being repeatedly exploited by foreign car manufacturers, truly realizing national prosperity and strength. In this moment, Chu Xu felt as though it was not the private jet taking off, but rather Huaxia itself poised for takeoff. Chapter 23. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Tianhai Honyuan International Airport. With a screech, the wheels made contact with the runway, producing a wisp of smoke. Immediately thereafter, the engine's reverse thrust system activated, and the private jet rapidly decelerated amidst a low, rumbling noise that on the tarmac, several cars had long been awaiting their arrival. Once the private jet came to a halt, plainclothes personnel promptly approached the cabin door to receive them. As he stepped out of the cabin, a faint scent of disinfectant washed over him. This airport, adjacent to the sea, had previously suffered from tsunami impacts, with vast amounts of seawater carrying mud and debris flooding the premises. Once the tide receded, thorough cleaning and disinfection were inevitable. Descending the stairway, as he gazed at the familiar terminal, Chu Xu sighed inwardly. Thank goodness the meteorite was deflected and fell into the Atlantic Ocean. Otherwise, this airport and this city would have been obliterated long ago. Amidst his reflections, Chu Xu followed his assistant, Du Feng, toward the car. Xiao Su. Just before getting into the vehicle, Yang Weiyu suddenly called out to Chu Xu. Striding forward, he said, as Tianhai is an international metropolis, the post-disaster reconstruction efforts are of utmost importance. Dean Liu has personally come to supervise and guide the work, so I must accompany him diligently over the next few days. Your work is unique, and I want to impose. But should you require my assistance in Tianhai, do not hesitate to reach out, and I will do my utmost to support you. Chu Xu smiled appreciatively. All right, thank you in advance. Good, let us not leave until we're all drunk. After Chu Xu waved goodbye, he promptly entered the vehicle. Once he had seen the convoy depart, Yang Weiyu turned to approach Liu Xingyang, Liu Xingyang's first stop upon arriving in Tianhai to oversee the post-disaster reconstruction efforts was Tianhai Honyuan International Airport. Prior to the outbreak of the cataclysm, this world-class major aviation hub boasted thousands of flights and tens of thousands of tons of cargo arriving and departing daily. The second location for inspection was Tianhai International Port, which had an annual freight volume nearing 1 billion tons and handled over 40 million containers each year. The quicker the airport and port resumed operations, the more advantageous it would be for Tianhai and the entire eastern coastal region's economic recovery. However, it was important to note that Chu Xu's primary focus was not post-disaster reconstruction nor economic revitalization. His main objective for visiting Tianhai was to proceed to the Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute. This national-level large-scale research institution was capable of developing and manufacturing photolithography machines for civilian mid- to high-end chips, as well as military-grade high-power laser weapons and phase-array radar. It could be said that this research institute was genuinely versatile and possessed formidable strength. Chu Xu was able to persuade Yang Weiyu and convince the higher-ups that the meteoroid posed a lethal threat, thanks in part to the scientists who utilized the PG-03 satellite developed at the institute to conduct attack tests on the meteoroid, confirming its distinct nature from previous meteoroids. This alone was sufficient to illustrate the Institute's formidable capabilities that in a previous life, it was regrettable that everyone believed the meteoroid entering the atmosphere would result in a stunning meteor shower. Who could have foreseen that it would lead to a catastrophic disaster? The calamity arrived so suddenly that when the super tsunami swept over Tianhai at an alarming speed, large research institutions like the Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute were unable to evacuate many of their outstanding researchers and advanced equipment in time. The devastating loss of personnel and equipment directly resulted in a severe impact on military strength. The mutated virus rendered animals ferocious and resilient, yet there were no outstanding research institutions to enhance human weaponry. Coupled with the extreme scarcity of materials and ammunition, how could one possibly wage war? To protect the surviving humanity, it was a matter of constantly sacrificing lives, just as in his previous life, where he would rather detonate a position to take a few mutated beasts down with him. Thus, after successfully persuading Yang Weiyu, the first priority was the large-scale evacuation of many exceptional research institutions in Tianhai. Now, as the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project, Chu Xu certainly would not head to the border regions to observe construction. With China's capabilities to manage super dams and cross-sea bridges, constructing the Great Wall was naturally a trivial matter. The reason for his hurried arrival in Tianhai was simply that a craftsman must sharpen his tools if he wishes to do good work. China cannot solely rely on a sturdy land Great Wall as a protective barrier. It must also possess advanced weaponry to combat the mutated beasts and provide firepower. The laser weapons from the Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute were undoubtedly in perfect alignment with Chu Xu's vision. It is widely known that lasers propagate in beams, entirely disregarding ballistic considerations, striking precisely where aimed at. In addition to their rapid speed, lasers concentrate energy and are resistant to electromagnetic interference. Chu Xu especially valued the concentrated energy advantage of laser weapons. Once a target enters the attack range, it can rapidly generate temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius at the point of impact within milliseconds. It is worth noting that even tungsten, with the highest melting point, will melt when temperatures exceed 3,380 degrees Celsius. Temperatures reaching 10,000 degrees are sufficient to vaporize tungsten alloys, and no matter how tough the mutated beasts become after multiple evolutions, they cannot possibly withstand the erosion of a laser. Can they? However, Chu Xu was also aware that laser weapons are not without their weaknesses. As typical precision optical devices, they are not only costly, but also exhibit low reliability in harsh environments. Furthermore, lasers are easily obstructed by heavy fog, snow, and rain, which can diminish their effectiveness. Additionally, the energy released during laser firing is substantial, necessitating time for energy recharge and cooling of the optical equipment after each shot. Therefore, for laser weapons to assume the role of firepower for the Land Great Wall, they must possess rapid firing rates, be cost-effective and durable, and also be diverse in type. This includes portable laser guns for soldiers to carry for emergency self-defense, as well as large laser cannons reminiscent of the Prism Towers in the Red Alert game. If a single shot could obliterate a tank, what mutated beast could withstand the concentrated fire from multiple Prism Towers? Furthermore, Chu Xu aimed to expedite the development of another weapon, the electromagnetic cannon. Traditional artillery relies on the instantaneous combustion of propellant to generate immense pressure to launch projectiles. In contrast, the electromagnetic cannon utilizes electromagnetic induction to accelerate the projectile, significantly enhancing its initial velocity. The faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy, and the longer the range. Thus, when a hard tungsten alloy projectile strikes a mutated beast at several times the speed of sound, the impact force is comparable to that of a 10,000-ton hammer crashing down. With powerful laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons, complemented by various conventional weapons, Chu Xu firmly believed that even a million-strong tide of rats or fierce wolf packs would never breach the Land Great Wall. Of course, in his previous life, he had only engaged in a few battles against mutated beasts before meeting a tragic end. Perhaps in other regions of Blue Star, exceptionally formidable mutated beasts evolved. However, before his sacrifice, they had not yet invaded China, so he had never encountered them. Yet, Chu Xu was confident that this time, with ample preparation, China would not allow mutated beasts to invade and rampage with ease. As dusk approached, the swiftly moving convoy, after undergoing rigorous inspections, entered the Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute. Upon learning that the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project was coming for an inspection, numerous academicians and researchers have been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 24. A skillful woman cannot cook without rice. Here they come. Stand at attention. At ease. The deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project is here to inspect our work. So everyone, be on your toes. Lin Haiyuan scanned the crowd, ensuring that everyone stood tall and spirited. Satisfied, he nodded before turning to adjust his attire as the convoy slowly came to a halt at the entrance. Lin Haiyuan promptly stepped forward. However, being well-mannered, he refrained from rashly opening the car door, knowing that the first to exit would be either the bodyguard or the assistant. The deputy commander would certainly not disembark immediately. After Du Feng exited the vehicle and opened the rear door, Lin Haiyuan held his breath and prepared to step forward for a handshake and greeting. However, what was happening? Was another secretary getting out? Lin Haiyuan frowned, hesitating to approach. Meanwhile, as Chu Xu alighted from the vehicle, he surveyed the hall, where several rows of uniformed researchers stood on either side that to gain entry into a national-level key research institution like the Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute. One must be exceptionally knowledgeable and at least possess a postgraduate degree. Thus, upon looking around, it was evident that most researchers were in their 30s or 40s, sporting thick glasses, with only a few elderly individuals in their 50s showing signs of gray hair. This vividly illustrated that the post-80s generation had become the backbone of scientific research. However, Chu Xu had reviewed the materials prior to his visit and immediately recognized Lin Haiyuan, the director of the Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute. Yet Lin Haiyuan clearly did not recognize Chu Xu. Staring in astonishment that moment, Du Feng took the initiative to break the silence. General Chu, this is Director Lin Haiyuan. Director Lin, this is General Chu Xu, the deputy commander of our Land Great Wall Project. Chu Xu stepped forward, extending his right hand. Hello, Director Lin. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Haiyuan gulped, utterly bewildered that he never imagined that the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project, which was vital to the nation's fate, would be of such a young age, akin to that of his own son. How could someone so youthful hold the position of deputy commander? Observing the 2 stars on his shoulder, he realized he was actually a major general. Who exactly was this young man? The military uniform he wore certainly did not appear to be a counterfeit from online shopping. Moreover, a glance at Chu Xu's assistant suggested that they seemed older than him. Were it not for the fact that Chu Xu had been picked up from the Tianhai Military Industry Security Bureau and had undergone extensive scrutiny before entering the institute, Lin Haiyuan might have suspected that Chu Xu was an audacious fraud who had managed to deceive him. With so many eyes upon them, Lin Haiyuan had no time for further speculation, that he quickly clasped both hands together and engaged in pleasantries. We are not tired. General Chu has come all the way from Yanjing. So you are the one who has endured a long journey. After Chu Xu released his hand with a slight smile, he had no interest in beating around the bush and stated directly, the Land Great Wall Project has been fully launched, and all military and state-owned enterprises have entered a wartime status. The Tianhai Optoelectronics Research Institute, as a crucial unit for weapon development, has undertaken numerous wartime research tasks that I have come mainly to understand your progress in the research of laser and electromagnetic weapons. Instantly, Lin Haiyuan felt his face flush slightly. He recognized that Chu Xu not only stated his purpose directly, but also indirectly offered a critique. Given the heavy wartime research tasks, was it really necessary to gather numerous researchers here to welcome him in this manner? Thus, Lin Haiyuan promptly gestured towards the crowd, saying, at this moment, it is the break time after work. Upon hearing of your arrival, everyone has come, disregarding their rest, to extend a warm welcome to you. After a brief nod from Chu Xu, he approached the numerous researchers to express his gratitude and encouragement. Following his succinct remarks, Lin Haiyuan, without needing a reminder from Chu Xu, understood to disperse the personnel from other projects. Leaving only the research teams for laser and electromagnetic weapons, as they walked, Lin Haiyuan provided a brief overview of the Research Institute's general situation, after which the 2 team leaders reported in detail on the progress of their respective projects. Upon entering the laboratory, they further elaborated using research equipment and experimental data, allowing the researchers to conduct a simple technical demonstration. Among the 2 projects, the research on laser weapons was progressing the fastest. This was primarily because laser weapons had already become operational equipment many years prior. For instance, the 30-kilowatt vehicle-mounted low-altitude laser cannon had begun its overseas exports several years ago, designed to combat small drones within a 4-kilometer range. If a target appeared within a 1-kilometer radius, even a few millimeters of thick steel plating could be swiftly penetrated by the laser beam, due to the relative maturity and substantial power of laser weapons. They were being developed for use in intercepting enemy intercontinental missiles via space-based anti-missile satellites. However, based on the current research status, the photoelectric conversion efficiency remained suboptimal. This directly resulted in difficulties in achieving ultra-high firing rates. Extremely low costs, diverse types, and reliable durability. Currently, even a modestly powered 10-kilowatt laser cannon, when all equipment was combined, weighed several hundred kilograms. The TOB field deployable. It could only be mounted on an all-terrain vehicle, which would also require a generator and batteries. As for the 150-kilowatt variant, it necessitated several vehicles to transport all the equipment. Regarding the 400-kilowatt level, merely the gas required for generating the laser beam would need multiple large tankers, not to mention the other equipment. As for the electromagnetic cannon project, the prototype had been completed many years ago and had undergone various tests. Presently, the two primary challenges lay in how to store a sufficient amount of electrical energy and release it instantaneously as electromagnetic energy. Simultaneously, the cannon barrel must withstand repeated, high-speed friction that if these two issues cannot be resolved, the electromagnetic cannon would weigh several hundred tons. Moreover, it could only fire 6 rounds per minute at best, necessitating a barrel replacement after 200 shots. Consequently, both weapon research project teams were currently facing various problems. Fundamentally, due to inadequate materials, that if better materials were available, not only would efficiency improve, but it would also significantly reduce size and weight. Without quality materials, even the most skilled craftsmen would find it challenging to create something from nothing. Given the current pace of research, once the infrastructure portion of the Land Great Wall project is completed and the installation of various weapons commences, large-scale installation of laser and electromagnetic cannons will be exceedingly difficult. This is not only due to the exorbitant costs, but also because of their large size, heavy weight, and high power consumption, which limits the number that can be installed. Otherwise, even if one were to invest heavily in numerous installations, a simultaneous firing would impose a tremendous electrical load that could directly collapse the power grid, resulting in an actual attack power that is not particularly impressive. Therefore, with the same budget, it would be more advantageous to produce and stockpile shells and missiles. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, after the inspection concluded, under Lin Haiyuan's invitation, Chu Xu and his entourage proceeded to the dining hall for a meal that if only we could procure superior materials, especially room-temperature superconductors, our laser and electromagnetic cannons could achieve miniaturization and weight reduction. As Lin Haiyuan continued to ponder, Chu Xu had already set his plans into motion. This remarkable mobile device could provide him with graphene composite battery technology. Naturally, it could also yield room-temperature superconductor technology. However, the advanced 23G graphene battery technology still lacked a designated recipient. Now, with a more significant and consequential room-temperature superconductor technology also in hand, both of these groundbreaking technological documents were acquired, but to whom should they be entrusted for research? Who would be responsible for the clandestine production? After passing the Advanced Radar Research Center and observing the armed guards at the entrance, Chu Xu suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 25. A Deceptive Path. In the stillness of the night, within the guest house of the Tianhai Optical Research Institute, the spacious and well-furnished suite was exquisitely decorated, a stark contrast to the economical chain hotels where he had previously stayed. However, despite the room's opulence, Chu Xu had no interest in indulging. Upon connecting the call, he saw Ching Tinming wrapped in a bathrobe, his hair still damp. "I apologize, Mr. Chu. I was just in the shower. I did not mean to disturb you at this late hour. But there are 2 urgent matters I wish to clarify with you." Ching Tinming, looking somewhat embarrassed, continued, "Firstly, in which technological fields are we still lagging behind international advanced levels?" Ching Tinming candidly responded, "Due to our late start and poor foundation, compounded by the stringent technological blockades imposed by Western developed countries, represented by the United States, we have struggled to catch up. Although we have achieved international advanced levels in certain areas, our shortcomings in basic scientific research remain quite pronounced. We are still unable to produce aerospace engines, photolithography machines, high-end chips, medical devices, and other products that meet international top-tier standards. Even if we can barely meet performance requirements, our costs and reliability still leave much to be desired." In the presence of Chu Xu, the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project, Ching Tinming naturally spoke frankly that it was not a matter of courage. Rather, there was no need to engage in bureaucratic posturing or falsehoods before Chu Xu. His observations mirrored what Chu Xu had perceived. Despite the increasing comprehensive national strength of China and its remarkable achievements in high-end technology, such as easily landing on the moon or visiting Mars, And diving to the depths of the ocean, many high-tech products available in daily life were still imported. For instance, the high-performance chips in high-end smartphones, the jet aircraft used for long-distance travel, and the CT and MRI machines utilized in hospitals. While domestically produced alternatives existed, foreign enterprises had entered the market earlier, accumulating more technological expertise and industry experience, resulting in superior performance and quality of their products. However, this was not a source of shame. The differing national contexts and development timelines were simply realities that IT was akin to comparing a primary school student who had only a few years of schooling with a university student who had studied for over a decade. After listening, Chu Xu solemnly nodded in agreement that IT was only natural that, given our late start and poor foundation, there would be disparities in certain high-precision technological product fields that if such challenges could be overcome effortlessly, they would not be categorized as high-precision. IT was precisely because we face considerable gaps compared to international advanced levels that I wish to leverage the implementation of the Land Great Wall Project to initiate a large-scale scientific research breakthrough plan. We should consolidate our efforts to develop superior communication, power, and weaponry equipment, thereby enhancing the defensive capabilities of the Land Great Wall while addressing our shortcomings in basic scientific research, just as the United States invested substantial human, material, and financial resources in its lunar landing program. The resulting scientific achievements significantly propelled technological advancement. Moreover, this global calamity has inflicted severe losses on numerous countries, providing us with a timely opportunity to attract technical talent and acquire technology patents. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianming's eyes immediately brightened. The super disaster had caused immense devastation in the United States and Europe, leaving once thriving cities as wastelands strewn with corpses. Formerly vital research institutions and renowned laboratories had become targets for scavengers. While tsunamis may drown people, the instruments and equipment remain largely unharmed by short-term water exposure, much like how a soaked phone can still be salvaged with proper handling. The researchers who once manned these facilities were gone, leaving no one to embark on post-disaster reconstruction. Some individuals would undoubtedly seek to rebuild their homes, while others would seize the opportunity to profit from the disaster, particularly those who had lived in poverty prior to the calamity. They would undoubtedly strive to scavenge cash, jewelry, and other valuables. The once secure research institutions and famous laboratories, with their scientific instruments and computers containing invaluable research results and experimental data, would be of no use to the disaster-stricken populace. Yet for Cheng Tianming, they were a treasure trove. Hence, although Chu Xu had not articulated his thoughts explicitly as the president of the Academy of Sciences, Cheng Tianming undoubtedly understood the implications. There was no need for Chu Xu to instruct him on what actions to take. Observing Cheng Tianming's expression of sudden enlightenment, Chu Xu knew his plan was effectively taking shape, that in truth, the notion of importing technology from abroad was merely a fade. Chu Xu intended to present some groundbreaking technological documents as references for researchers, ensuring they would not harbor suspicions. For example, the graphene composite battery technology and room temperature superconductor technology, that if anyone were to inquire about the origins of these documents, they could simply claim that they were discovered on a hard drive from a foreign laboratory by someone rummaging through discarded items. The advanced technologies had yet to be commercialized when they encountered the super disaster. Now that the people were gone, there would be no one left to challenge such claims. Moreover, the ongoing chaos in the post-disaster reconstruction efforts of many developed nations further facilitated this plan. Thus, the path of deception was set. Amidst the intricate interplay of truth and illusion, there naturally exists no suspicion directed towards oneself. After engaging in a few casual exchanges, Chu Xu concluded the video call. As for drafting a research plan and the introduction of foreign technology, he need not concern himself, for the ambitious president of the Academy of Sciences, Cheng Tianming, was in charge. The construction of the Great Wall on land had commenced. Mineral resources were being stockpiled and concentrated research efforts on weaponry were set to begin imminently. Finally, he could momentarily exhale. With a sense of reflection, Chu Xu rose and stretched lazily. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains and gazed into the distance. The international metropolis of Tianhai had already regained its dazzling lights. Towering buildings were ablaze with illumination, and vehicles traversed the streets in a ceaseless flow. It seemed as though the cataclysmic disaster that had unfolded 4 days prior had left no mark on Tianhai. This grand city remained as vibrant as ever, If Tianhai had returned to normalcy, then the other coastal regions of Huaxia should be nearing a similar state. In his previous life, shortly after the meteorite's descent, vast swathes of territory succumbed to calamity, incurring immeasurable losses that I end this incarnation. However, the meteorite altered its landing site, enabling a forced evacuation that averted significant devastation. A flawless beginning before the outbreak of the mutated virus and the rampant emergence of mutated beasts. He was certain they could adequately prepare for battle. Just as he finished musing, his phone rang incessantly. Upon noticing it was his mother calling, he hurriedly answered. Chapter 26. Troubles arising from sudden wealth. What is happening? A shiver ran through Chu Xu's heart as he urgently inquired. Who is bothering you? Su Rong let out a long sigh. Who do you think it could be? You didn't even consult us before publicly accepting an award. Although you generously donated 30 billion to Tianhai, friends and relatives, along with folks from 10 miles around, are well aware that you still possess over 10 billion. Over 10 billion, little Su. Our family has suddenly become so affluent. Do you think no one is envious? In recent days, many have visited our home. Some to congratulate us, others to curry favor, and still more to lament their financial woes and ask for loans. There have even been numerous suitors eager to introduce potential partners for you. Your father and I are nearing our wits' end. Upon hearing this, Chu Xu could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. As the saying goes, when poor, no one cares. When rich, distant relatives appear, that in the past his family had struggled financially, with his parents as humble farmers. After a year of toil, aside from seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, they hardly earned a pittance. To afford medical expenses for his aging grandparents and to save for his own education, his father often ventured into the city for work when farm duties permitted. Thus, while many in the village began erecting new homes and even purchasing cars, his family's abode remained an old brick and tile structure. They had no funds for renovations, and it was already commendable that his parents managed to convert their thatched cottage into a brick house over time. Given their modest means and their honest demeanor, unlike his uncle and aunt who were adept at social maneuvering, Chu Xu had always understood that his family was not particularly esteemed even among their relatives, with little frequent social interaction. Now, however, after his rebirth and in pursuit of saving Huaxia, he had to devise a way to meet influential figures, winning the grand prize and publicly accepting the award while making generous donations were all strategies to meet Yang Weiyu. Successfully persuading him had enabled Huaxia to avert disaster. Moreover, due to his contributions to national security, he had risen to a position of great power as the deputy commander of the Great Wall Project. Yet nothing is ever entirely perfect. The very act of winning the grand prize and making a public appearance had inadvertently brought negative repercussions for his parents. Chu Xu could easily imagine how even his honest parents were nearing their limit. Besieged by those seeking to ingratiate themselves, borrow money, or set him up with potential partners, it was undoubtedly irksome. Seeing his family suddenly become wealthy, could anyone resist the urge to take advantage? Especially those who approached his parents under various pretexts to borrow money, most of whom likely had no intention of repaying, but if they did borrow, he feared they would feign excuses when it came time to return the funds, perhaps even saying, "Your family has over 10 billion. Why would you care about this small amount?" Thus, after his mother finished speaking, Chu Xu quickly reassured her, "Mom, I apologize. Initially, I feared it would shock you, and I assumed you wouldn't believe me. Moreover, there were pressing matters at hand. So I did not inform you beforehand and went directly to accept the award." Su Rong interrupted, somewhat irked. All right, let's not dwell on the past. Even if you had informed us about your winning beforehand, your father and I would never abandon our hometown of so many years. The current issue is that the earthquake has collapsed our old house. You did give me some money, and with the reconstruction subsidies, your father has arranged for the old house to be demolished and a new one to be built. We are both exceedingly busy, yet we are constantly interrupted by visitors, neither relatives nor acquaintances, who chatter away. We can't exactly shoo them away with our tools, can we? Fine, hurry up. As soon as the words left her lips, the call was abruptly terminated, as if fearing that any longer conversation would waste a fortune in phone charges. He quickly opened an online shopping platform to check for flight tickets. The next available flight to Jiangcheng was not until the following morning. Moreover, due to the post-disaster reconstruction, travel demand was high, and flights for the next couple of days were already fully booked, that is for train tickets. The once 30-hour journey to his hometown's train station was now labeled as suspended. Even high-speed train tickets to Jiangxing indicated temporary unavailability due to track repairs. Putting away his phone, Chu Xu immediately approached his bedside and dialed the internal telephone. Soon, the voice of his assistant, Du Feng, came through to Mr. Chu. How may I assist you? We can promptly arrange for the Southeast War Zone to dispatch a transport aircraft directly to Jiangxing, followed by a helicopter to your hometown. Chu Xu was taken aback. What? Is that even an option? It seems rather ostentatious, doesn't it? My parents are merely being pestered by various greedy relatives and friends. It's not as if they are facing an urgent crisis. Though I have the authority, it clearly isn't necessary, and it would be all too easy for others to accuse me of abusing my power for personal gain. Thus, without hesitation, he swiftly declined the proposal. After hanging up, he immediately contacted Yang Weiyu's secretary. To his surprise, there was indeed a solution. During the earlier mass evacuation, many residents of Tianhai had relocated to Jiangxing. Now that the tsunami had receded, the damage from the earthquake and heavy rains had affected several rail lines, which were still under repair. The high-speed passenger line, operating at 350 kilometers per hour, although seemingly intact, required thorough inspections before reopening. Coincidentally, there was a convoy scheduled to head to Jiangxing at 11 o'clock to pick up some individuals, with a free ride available. Why hesitate? Chu Xu promptly summoned Du Feng. And after everyone changed into casual attire, they hastily departed from the Tianhai Optoelectronic Research Institute, heading straight for the long-distance bus station. Although it was late at night, the bus station was still bustling with activity. Boarding the luxurious bus heading to Jiangxing, there was ample seating available for Chu Xu and his companions. As they traversed the night, flashing police lights illuminated their path. The empty convoy sped through the night, covering over 800 kilometers in less than 7 hours. Before dawn, they arrived in Jiangxing. The logistics department of Jiangxing had already prepared vehicles waiting outside the bus station. After a brief rest and breakfast, 3 vehicles set off toward his hometown. Along the way, they encountered numerous collapsed homes and landslides, an alarming testament to the cataclysmic devastation wrought by the earthquake. As they approached the entrance to his village, however, they found themselves at a standstill. It turned out that a large truck delivering construction materials to Chu Xu's family was blocked by several elderly villagers who insisted on a toll payment for passage. Chu Xu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Really? My parents contributed to the road repair fund back then, and now they're being bullied like this. Let us go see who has the audacity to act so brazenly. Chapter 27. Is this not bullying honest people? At the village intersection, several elderly villagers, clearly not of tender years, stood defiantly in front of the truck, vociferously protesting. Day in and day out, you keep running the roads. Do you think we can get any sleep? You paid for the road repairs, so does that give you the right to monopolize it? Isn't your son wealthy? He can afford to donate 30 billion to Tianhai. Why not contribute something to our village? Donate. Nonsense. That little brat won a lottery and hasn't even been seen since. Who knows where he is off gallivanting? As he listened to the elderly villagers' grievances and insults, Chu Xu gradually slowed his pace, eventually stopping beside the truck to silently absorb their chatter. The Du Feng and the bodyguards also halted, forming a protective circle around him. Gold has no flaws, and no one is perfect. As a native of the countryside, Chu Xu understood that while rural folk have admirable qualities such as hard work and honesty, they also possess certain shortcomings. Due to their limited education and relatively insular communities, they often fall prey to narrow-mindedness. Thus, the villagers often gather to gossip about one another. It is unclear when this habit of comparison began, but it has taken root that whose grandson topped the exams, whose son has achieved wealth and status, whose daughter has married a wealthy man, and who has purchased a luxury car. Even the most trivial matters can be discussed for days on end. Once, their own family was the poorest in the village, while nearly every household has built a new house. Several young men of similar age to Chu Xu have even bought homes, cars, and married in the city. However, the family with the most meager economic conditions suddenly became extraordinarily wealthy. Consequently, some individuals grew restless, feeling that the trucks carrying construction materials for their house, running day and night, disrupted their rest and severely affected the lifespan of the cement road. They also believed that Chu Xu won a grand lottery, donating 30 billion to Tianhai City, while refusing to contribute even a dime to his hometown, demonstrating a complete lack of public spirit. Others criticized, claiming that Chu Xu's family lacked conscience, refusing to support the villagers even with their wealth, akin to a miser unwilling to lend a penny. In summary, after listening for a while, Chu Xu felt that the elderly man's core intent was to exploit small advantages. Their sudden wealth incited envy, and they were eager to find ways to extort money, feeling deeply unsettled. Moreover, relying on their age and seniority, they raised their voices in anger. Could his parents refute them? Remaining silent had already subjected them to a barrage of insults that if they dared to speak up, they would surely be accused of disrespecting their elders and rebellion, should their tone grow too heated. And if any of the elders collapsed in a fit, wouldn't they be liable for compensation? Thus, Chu Xu noticed that his parents refrained from rebutting, even maintaining a cautious distance of 3 or 4 meters from the elders. Just as Chu Xu planned to intervene and resolve the situation, a van approached, honking before coming to a halt. Immediately, his uncle, Chu Jianwei, stepped out with a stern expression. Your family is constructing a house, running dozens of trucks back and forth every day. Are you not disrupting everyone's rest? It affects the elders and damages the road. Shouldn't you contribute something? Chu Xu knew that his uncle's arrival would bring no good news. It is said that in every large family, there exists a proud, domineering elder who is shrewd and ambitious. Those who have found success in business or politics tend to adopt a condescending attitude, criticizing and dictating the actions of others in the family. Such elders particularly enjoy assuming control and teaching others with their own perspectives, all while claiming it is for your own good. Upon arrival, his uncle launched into a harsh reprimand, as if his parents had committed a grave error. This is my family matter. Do not interfere. After a brief command, Chu Xu stepped forward. His father, Chu Weiping, was standing with a blank expression, hands clasped behind his back. Throughout his life, Chu Xu had always perceived him as hardworking, honest, and taciturn. Often, he was bullied by his astute uncle and aunt that he disliked arguing. Preferring to work quietly, and no matter how great the grievance, he would merely say, "We are all family. Let us not dwell on it." His mother, Su Rong, would sometimes feel compelled to retort, but today she could hardly bear the scene. Being blocked by several elders and subjected to their insults was already distressing enough. Now, with his uncle scolding, she was on the verge of tears. Upon seeing Chu Xu, her tear-filled eyes sparkled with renewed hope and joy. "Hey, I'm speaking to you too. Where are your eyes looking?" Turning away from Chu Xu, Chu Jianwei, with a scowl, turned around. Upon seeing the tall and composed Chu Xu, he finally understood why everyone around had fallen silent, and why his younger brother, Chu Weiping, and his wife had remained mute. Humph! After a heavy snort, Chu Jianwei scrutinized Chu Xu from head to toe, stepping forward with a cold smile. "You've really done well for yourself. Winning a lottery worth billions has certainly changed your demeanor. No longer do you appear as the impoverished student. Wealth indeed brings refinement." Laughter erupted among the crowd, in front of everyone. Chu Xu slightly bowed. "Good day, uncle. Greetings to all the aunts and uncles, and to the esteemed elders." As soon as he spoke, Lu Dage, leaning on a cane and blocking the truck, took 2 steps forward with an aggressive posture. Having worked in the supply and marketing cooperative in his youth, he had amassed considerable wealth. After retiring, his children thrived in coal transportation, making him one of the wealthiest in the village. Wealth gave him a sense of superiority, and he was known for his harsh tongue. "Have you forgotten your roots? We watched you grow up. This village raised you. And yet, you can donate 30 billion to Tianhai, but not a single cent to our village." Facing Lu Dage's stern and aggrieved gaze, Chu Xu smiled calmly and replied, "Lu Dage, you are not mistaken. I did grow up under your watchful eyes. However, let us not forget that I did not eat from your family's plate. I was raised by my parents at this point." Chu Xu cast an indifferent glance at the others. "Throughout my life, I have clearly remembered how everyone treated our family. Who stole our chickens, who cut down our trees, who secretly dug a hole in our water field, who encroached on our farmland and insulted my parents. Surely, everyone here is also aware of these matters. Rural life is filled with trifles and familial disputes. I do not wish to dredge up past grievances today. I merely want to say that we are all from the same village. Why must it come to this?" Chu Jianwei attempted to interject, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Chu Xu, the man who had faced battles and fought for his life. Chu Xu's sudden intensity was enough to intimidate. He turned his attention back to Lu Dage and the others. As for why I won the lottery and why I donated 30 billion to Tianhai, I cannot fully explain that to you. But I have never forgotten my name or my roots. Nor have I forgotten my desire to benefit my hometown. I intended to set aside several million to assist our villagers. Yet what are you all doing? Complaining about a few truck trips disrupting your sleep and damaging the road? Speak up. Just a moment ago, weren't you all quite vocal? After surveying the crowd, Chu Xu looked at his parents. All my life, I have known my parents to be honest, kind-hearted, and uncontentious. Yet today, your collective blockade and outcry for compensation is nothing short of bullying the innocent. Chapter 28. Wealth makes a difference. The atmosphere fell silent. Chu Xu's gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Then no one anticipated that he had initially planned to set aside millions to aid the villagers. The ignorant crowd had blocked the road, preventing the delivery of construction materials to Chu Xu's family, while hurling insults and demands for compensation. That, as the saying goes, if you don't seek trouble, trouble won't find you. With matters escalated to this extent, could they still expect Chu Xu to offer millions? At this moment, sensing the shift in mood, Chu Jianwei quickly sought to play the peacemaker. Oh, little Su, everyone is merely discussing the matter. Who is bullying your parents? Besides, ask them if the trucks delivering to your home have been running day and night. Su Rong wiped her tears and instantly retorted, nonsense. There were many trucks during the day. But last night there was only one delivering sand, and they finished unloading by 8. Moreover, the truck delivering cement came only after dawn. How could it have disturbed anyone's rest? And as for your claim that heavy trucks damaged the road, is this cement road so fragile? If my family's construction truly damages it, I will pay to repair it. Chu Weiping shot Su Rong a warning glance, muttering irritably, enough already, don't say more. Shouldn't I speak? Su Rong, feeling utterly aggrieved, pointed at herself and asked, are we just supposed to let them keep insulting us? Let them block the road indefinitely? Chu Weiping fell silent, his gaze shifting to Chu Xu. Meanwhile, as the elder, Chu Jianwei could not resist flaunting his seniority. Little Su, heed your uncle's advice. Today's matter is not of great significance. Let us all take a step back and not take it to heart. As for whether this cement road will be damaged, we can discuss it once your house is completed. Regardless, if it is indeed damaged, don't you have the means to repair it? Noticing Chu Xu's silence, Chu Jianwei promptly gestured for Lu Dage and the others. The elderly men, sensing the shift in tone, hurriedly vacated the road, scurrying to the side. Their vigorous strides and swift figures perfectly exemplified the adage age does not diminish strength. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xu profoundly grasped the concept of financial leverage. Had he not just declared his intention to allocate several million to assist the villagers, would their attitudes have shifted so drastically? Clearly, they were swayed by the allure of wealth, fearing to offend him and jeopardize their future assistance. Hence the promptness with which they cleared the path. Well, look, everyone has stepped aside. Let us consider today's matter settled. Chu Jianwei chuckled heartily, quickly producing a cigarette to offer to Chu Weiping. This moment was indeed rare. The last time he had seen his uncle willingly offering cigarettes to his father was at his son's wedding banquet. Typically aloof and arrogant, how could he possibly extend such a gesture? Here, have a smoke from your uncle. Don't you dare think it beneath you. Chu Jianwei laughed, presenting a cigarette to Chu Xu. One should never rebuff a friendly face. Although he harbored a strong aversion towards his uncle, it was evident that there was no need to stoop to his level, nor to squander time here. Accepting the cigarette, Chu Xu approached his parents. Turning around, he glanced at the villagers lining the roadside. Upon hearing his words, Chu Jianwei, busy distributing cigarettes to the crowd, immediately chimed in loudly, indeed. With that, he hastily reversed his van into a nearby yard, clearing the road. After a sigh, Su Rong beckoned the truck driver to prepare for departure. She and her husband, Chu Weiping, then followed closely behind Chu Xu, observing the numerous young, robust men waiting for Chu Xu, each exuding an air of distinction. It was evident they were no ordinary individuals. Hey, Su Rong suddenly seized Chu Xu's arm, gesturing towards Du Feng and the others. Who are they? They all look like soldiers. Chu Xu cast a glance at Du Feng and the others that owe them. They're my hired bodyguards, all exceptionally skilled veterans, which is why they appear so military-like. Naturally, he could not disclose his position as the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project to his parents. It was not out of fear of making them proud, but rather unnecessary to mention. The windfall from the lottery was already enough to complicate their lives, that if the villagers were to learn of his newfound power, who knows what kind of trouble it might stir. His parents, deeply rooted in their homeland, simply wished to live peacefully in their hometown. Thus, it was better for them to remain oblivious to certain matters. Well, after your generous donation, you still have over 1 billion left. Hiring some bodyguards is only reasonable. Now I understand why there are so many unfamiliar faces around our neighborhood these past couple of days. It's because you've arranged for bodyguards. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chu Xu immediately cast a quizzical glance at Du Feng, who silently nodded in response. The family of the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project certainly required discreet protection. Of course, they were only tasked with safeguarding Chu Xu's parents' safety in the shadows. That an altercation like today's was hardly serious enough to necessitate their intervention. With a rumble, the large truck set off first, followed closely by 3 olive-green SUVs. Chu Jianwei stood beside the van, smiling and waving goodbye. Once the 4 vehicles passed, he furrowed his brow at the departing olive-green SUVs. Strange. With over 1 billion in savings, why doesn't he buy those top-tier luxury cars? Though the 3 SUVs looked quite rugged and formidable, they lacked any extravagance, and the license plates appeared rather peculiar. Chu Jianwei glanced at his own van, which had a blue background with white lettering. Yet, Chu Xu's 3 vehicles bore white backgrounds with black lettering, and 2 of the letters were red. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, prompting him to call his son, Chu Lingfeng. After graduating from university, Chu Jianwei had used connections to secure a position for him in a state-owned enterprise in the provincial capital, perhaps due to insufficient connections. Despite years of hard work, he had yet to rise through the ranks. However, owning a car and a house with a stable income was certainly better than many of his peers in the village, which made Chu Jianwei proud. Dad, haven't you heard the saying? Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Chu Lingfeng chuckled awkwardly. No, he didn't buy a luxury car. Just a very ordinary SUV, and the license plate is quite unusual. Unusual? How unusual? Chu Lingfeng asked nonchalantly. White background, black lettering, and it starts with the red letters DC. As soon as Chu Jianwei finished speaking, he heard his son exclaim loudly, "What? Are you sure it's red DC?" Chu Jianwei scratched his head in confusion. Of course, I'm sure. What is wrong? Does Chu Xu dare to use a fake license plate? Is there any need for that? Chu Lingfeng shouted, "You don't understand. That license plate symbolizes the logistics department of the Southeast War Zone. Where are you now? Hurry and find him. I don't care what method you use. Just make sure to keep him steady." Chapter 29. Can having money not allow for indulgence? With a roar, the van accelerated sharply, veering along the winding mountain road straight to Chu Xu's home. Meanwhile, the old brick houses had collapsed in a powerful earthquake and, after cleanup, had vanished without a trace. In their stead lay a vast construction site bustling with activity, besides the deep excavations and stacked materials. There were also makeshift pigsties and chicken coops, along with several temporary container homes for workers. After reviewing the construction plans and having a brief chat with the contractor, Lao Wu, Chu Xu understood that his parents were reluctant to spend much, resulting in a rather simple house, a small courtyard with a livestock shed and a 2-story building, with the surrounding wall merely intended to be a low brick barrier, all strictly budgeted to 30,000. However, such a house was far from what Chu Xu envisioned. Taking up paper and pen, Chu Xu began to sketch in his past life. During the outbreak of the mutant virus, many villagers fell prey to mutated beasts. His own family had no walls, living in an aging brick house. During those dire days, he and his parents could only hide inside, propping the doors and windows with bedboards. Thus, Chu Xu understood all too well the importance of sturdy walls and iron gates. Since he had been reborn and now possessed wealth, with his parents unwilling to leave their homeland for the city, it was only fitting for him to construct a farmhouse for them. Adhering to the standards of a doomsday shelter, the new farmhouse not only doubled in size, but also included a garage, grain storage, fuel depot, safe house, generator room, and more, ensuring that even if they were besieged, they could endure for at least a month. The 2-story building transformed into a 4-story reinforced concrete structure, boasting a deeper foundation and thicker framework, topped with a helipad and all windows fitted with bulletproof glass. Before he could finish the drawings, Chu Weiping, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, "Xiao Su, are you building a house or a fortress?" Is it necessary for us to have a 5-meter-high, half-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall? If we follow your standards, 30,000 wouldn't even cover the foundation and wall, let alone your 4-story main building, which would require at least 2 to 3 million. Every farming season, Chu Weiping would work in town as a construction worker. So he certainly understood the construction sketches Chu Xu was drafting. Although Su Rong could not comprehend it, hearing Chu Weiping's words shocked her. Son, what are you doing? Even if we have money now, is it truly necessary to build such a grand house? While sketching, Chu Xu replied, it's a rare opportunity for us to build a house. If we're going to build, let us make it solid and durable enough to last for decades. A sturdier and more spacious house means you both will live comfortably and safely. And I won't have to worry as much about your safety while I work outside. That Su Rong chuckled lightly. What are you saying? Your father and I are just ordinary farmers, having lived in this village for most of our lives. What danger could we possibly face? Chu Xu smiled without responding. Whether the meteorite would bring about the same catastrophic virus as in his previous life remained uncertain. Moreover, the super disaster had caused immense losses for multiple countries, resulting in a collapse of order that it was still unknown whether the mutant virus had begun to spread or if animals had started to evolve. Therefore, at present, Chu Xu felt he could not divulge to his parents that even the usually docile rural dogs could become ferocious and bloodthirsty like wolves once the mutant virus began to wreak havoc. The only course of action was to expedite the construction of a doomsday shelter-like sturdy farmhouse for his parents. That Du Feng chimed in, Uncle and Annie, the villagers are indeed simple and kind-hearted. But those from outside the village can be another story. Everyone knows that General Chu has won the lottery and still has over $1 billion after his donations. It's inevitable that some may harbor ill intentions. Thus, building a secure home will ensure your safety, allowing General Chu to work with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Su Rong still displayed concern. While the words were true, spending so much money made her uneasy. Chu Xu promptly interjected, Mom, don't fret about the money. If lives are lost, what value does money hold? Moreover, our annual bank interest alone exceeds several million. Why should you worry about such a trivial amount? Besides, we are now renowned billionaires. Is it not permissible to build a slightly better house with money earned legally? Despite being a well-known wealthy individual, why must one still exhibit such timidity? If one does not invest in constructing a more impressive home, how will one attract a suitable partner in the future? The last statement struck a chord with the elderly couple. Chu Xu, no longer in his youth, would inevitably marry someday. It is rather perplexing that a billionaire would settle for an ordinary house, which indirectly suggests to everyone that the couple is rather miserly. After exchanging glances, the two chose not to elaborate further. I will go and kill a couple of chickens for dinner. You all take your time to talk. With that, Su Rong busied herself elsewhere. Having endured poverty for much of her life, suddenly becoming affluent was quite an adjustment. She felt compelled to save on everything, fearful of squandering her newfound wealth. While such a mindset is not inherently wrong, one must recognize the appropriate time to spend. Building a house is a significant life event, and when the time comes to invest, one should certainly do so within their means. After all, the house should not only appear grand to outsiders, but also provide comfort for the family. Moreover, the son possesses billions. As he mentioned, the annual interest alone amounts to several million, that if one does not find a way to utilize it. Will it merely sit idly in the bank, allowing the institution to profit from loans? With Su Rong's departure, Chu Weiping's demeanor shifted dramatically. Old Wu, if we adhere to my son's requirements for building, do you believe you can manage it? Old Wu chuckled heartily. As long as the funds are in place, it would be no issue even if you wish to erect an office building. Chu Xu presented the construction blueprint. Funds are certainly not a problem. Earning money is expected. However, I have two stipulations. First, quality must be assured, and second, it must be completed within 2 months. Old Wu examined the plans closely. Sounds good, but once I compile a detailed materials list, would you be able to pay me 70% in advance? You are aware that our nation has entered a wartime state, and the large-scale construction of the so-called Land Great Wall is underway. The prices of materials like steel and concrete have nearly doubled, and with the ongoing disaster recovery efforts, labor is in short supply that I will need to spend significantly more to secure additional workers and materials. I hope for your understanding. Chu Xu smiled faintly. That is reasonable. Please draft the order and contract swiftly. I have other matters to attend to and must leave after lunch, and no sooner had he finished speaking than a van wobbled slowly into the uneven construction site. From a distance, they could see Uncle Chu Jianwei jogging over with a beaming smile. 2 large pieces of cured meat in hand, and it seemed he had never been this joyful, even on his son's wedding day. Much of the carefully cured meat was intended for his son, Chu Lengfeng, to present as local specialties to various leaders during the new year. Once strangers, they now felt as close as family. Chu Xu offered an awkward smile, and as soon as Chu Jianwei approached, he quickly said, "You should rest, Uncle Dai. I will head to the kitchen to help, so you can taste your uncle's culinary skills." Chu Xu smiled lightly and, leading Du Feng into the container house, promptly instructed, "Immediately gather the latest price information from various provinces and cities. I must understand why, just as the land Great Wall plan commenced. Prices have surged so dramatically. Chapter 30, Soaring Prices, Energy Crisis. Unusual occurrences must have their reasons. Although the super disaster has wreaked havoc globally, severely impacting international trade, coupled with the implementation of the Land Great Wall Plan, which has increased the demand for construction materials, the prices of these materials have nearly doubled in just a day or two, even in his remote hometown, where transportation costs are relatively high. This surge in prices seems excessive. However, after conducting thorough investigations, Chu Xu discovered that the situation exceeded his expectations. Many countries were severely affected by the disaster, and social order had yet to be restored, let alone international trade. Consequently, the inability to import crude oil and ores has led to shortages in petrochemical and metal smelting industries, resulting in skyrocketing prices for fuel and metal materials. The inability to import grains such as wheat, corn, and soybean meal, particularly the latter, which is crucial for oil extraction and poultry feed, has caused the prices of rice, flour, cooking oil, and meat to rise in an effort to stabilize the rapidly increasing prices. Many regions have begun to implement policies that, on one hand, they urge the public not to panic, assuring them that the nation has ample material reserves and that international trade will soon resume. There is no need to hoard supplies or rush to refuel. On the other hand, they are cracking down on hoarding, malicious speculation, and price gouging through various means. Nonetheless, regardless of the government's proclamations, the public remains anxious. Countries that previously exported vast quantities of mineral resources and agricultural products are uncertain when they will return to normalcy. With no means to import large quantities of energy, minerals, and food, and with over 1 billion people needing to live and consume domestically. Especially as the world embarks on post-disaster reconstruction, the demand for various resources will only increase. The supply-demand imbalance has led to an inevitable rise in prices. Time ticks away, and an increasing number of reports and documents appear on the computer screen. Chu Xu skimmed through them, left with a singular impression: price increases, and more price increases, whether it be the essentials of daily life, rice, flour, cooking oil, meat, fruits, vegetables, milk, or the myriad materials needed for production by countless enterprises. Nearly all tradable goods are experiencing relentless price hikes. Under such aggressive inflation, fuel, water, electricity, and gas prices, which are managed by state-owned enterprises and are critical to public welfare, must not rise. After all, if the prices of water, electricity, and gas were to soar, how could the common folk sustain their livelihoods? This situation cannot continue. While the Land Great Wall Plan will certainly be completed on schedule with the strong support of numerous state-owned enterprises, if prices continue to escalate, it will not be long before the public voices their grievances, suffering immensely. After perusing the final report, Chu Xu took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply as he contemplated how to resolve the resource crisis. The current scenario is that with international trade severed, domestic prices were already under immense inflationary pressure. Meanwhile, numerous state-owned enterprises are operating at full capacity to produce the materials and equipment required for the Land Great Wall Plan. Coupled with some individuals' malicious speculation and hoarding, prices have begun to surge within a single day. Therefore, merely targeting those engaging in speculation and hoarding will not suffice to resolve this predicament. On one hand, it is essential to swiftly restore international trade and continuously import affordable energy, minerals, and food from abroad. This will not only help bring prices down, but also enable a frantic accumulation of resources before the outbreak of the mutated virus. Fortunately, Chu Xu does not need to worry about food. As previously, in pursuit of superior taste and flavor, China did not engage in large-scale cultivation of hybrid rice. The limited amount of hybrid rice produced was primarily utilized in food processing, such as making rice flour and rice cakes. Now, however, the super disaster has caused a global food shortage, and in the face of potential attacks from mutated beasts, merely ensuring that people do not starve is a blessing. Who would still care about taste? As such, agricultural departments are rapidly promoting the cultivation of hybrid rice across various regions. Hybrid rice is akin to a national treasure in the realm of food security. It adapts well to saline alkali soils, is drought-resistant, and high-yielding. Aside from a slightly inferior taste, it possesses numerous advantages. Traditional rice yields only 300 to 400 pounds per acre and cannot utilize the 1.5 billion acres of barren saline alkali land. However, with the promotion of super hybrid rice that can yield 1,000 pounds per acre and extensive use of saline alkali land, it could potentially increase food production by hundreds of billions of pounds. The only issue that requires Chu Xu's attention is the energy crisis. China, with its vast territory and abundant resources, has significant reserves of coal, oil, and natural gas. However, these are non-renewable precious resources, and large-scale extraction will eventually lead to depletion. Moreover, the inherent value of mineral products is not high, and production costs are substantial, that if they are merely mined and processed, only to be burned as fossil fuels, it would be an egregious waste. Once the mutated virus fully erupts and international trade is interrupted, various countries may be forced into a state of closed borders. At that time, the coal, oil, and natural gas extracted domestically should primarily be utilized for chemical production, aimed at generating synthetic fibers, rubber, resins, plastics, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, and other products with broader applications and higher value. Rather than continuing to be used for coal-fired power generation, gas cooking, or oil-powered vehicles that, of course, by that juncture, the costs associated with extraction, processing, and transportation will be exceedingly high, resulting in exorbitant prices for oil and gas, making it likely that few can afford to refuel their vehicles or use natural gas. Therefore, to expedite the adjustment of the energy structure, a transition from a fossil fuel-based society to an electricity-driven society is imperative. It is essential to enable the populace to cook at home and drive without relying on gas or oil, solely depending on electricity. To achieve this, a substantial, stable, and inexpensive electricity supply is crucial. Consequently, merely employing graphene composite batteries to electrify vehicles is far from sufficient without a more robust power transmission network and more potent and efficient power stations. Surpassing traditional methods are also necessary. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Xu's brow furrowed, and 3 words involuntarily sprang to his mind. Nuclear fusion. The existing nuclear power plants around the world harness the energy produced from nuclear fission of radioactive elements. This process not only requires a continuous supply of uranium, but also suffers from low efficiency and carries the risk of nuclear leaks that if controllable nuclear fusion technology could be realized. The heat energy released from fusion is highly efficient and does not produce radiation, only yielding water. Moreover, the vast reserves of deuterium can be found in the oceans of the blue planet. Thus, mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology would equate to harnessing an inexhaustible source of power. Once the energy bottleneck is broken, a continuous and limitless supply of electricity would be available. With this, I could construct 10,000 light-spire towers along the Great Wall, serving as the backbone of defense, and unleash high-powered laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery without concern for mutated beasts breaching the Great Wall and threatening our Chinese civilization. The more Chu Xu pondered, the more exhilarated he became that he was about to silently wish for the miraculous phone to grant him the technology of controllable nuclear fusion when unexpectedly, a familiar, charming voice interrupted. Chu Xu Ji. Wake up. Chapter 31. Truly, the visitor comes with ill intent. Stop. President Chu is resting. Please do not disturb him. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Step aside. I do not care who you are. Without President Chu's orders, no one can enter. All right, just wait. When my brother wakes up, you will see how he deals with you. Humph. Through the door, hearing the spoiled tone, Chu Xu knew without stepping outside that it was Lu Xiaoya, the daughter of blacksmith old Lu from across the river. Even at just over 10 years old, she had already blossomed into a graceful and beautiful young woman. Every boy has experienced a time of youthful ignorance and naive passion. And Chu Xu was no exception, that he had once hoped to grow up alongside Lu Xiaoya, dreaming of marrying and having children in the future. However, before graduating high school, he heard that Lu Xiaoya had gone on a vacation abroad with her boyfriend. Suddenly, he received news from her announcing her marriage, complete with an electronic invitation. To his surprise, within 2 years, he learned that her husband was abusive and unfaithful, resulting in a divorce facilitated by both families. With custody of their son awarded to the father while she received a house, a car, and a considerable financial settlement. Later on, whenever Chu Xu heard his mother mention Lu Xiaoya, it was always in reference to her lack of propriety, as she frequently associated with dubious characters and, it seemed, had fallen into drug addiction. There had even been a night when old Lu and his wife had thrown her out of the house, causing quite a commotion. And now, Lu Xiaoya's visit was clearly not a simple reunion of old friends. Yet, Chu Xu did not rush to meet her. Instead, he silently made a wish. With a chime, his phone emitted a crisp notification sound, which to Chu Xu's ears was like heavenly music. You have an undownloaded file. Would you like to download it? Confirm cancel controllable nuclear fusion technology data. How could he possibly refuse to download it? Without hesitation, Chu Xu clicked confirm. However, the data package was over 1,000 gigabytes, equivalent to hundreds of high-definition movies. Although the miraculous phone seemed to possess infinite storage capacity, the download speed was not particularly swift, taking nearly an hour to complete. After pocketing his phone and shutting down his computer, Chu Xu instructed Du Feng, who was resting at the door, "Open the door and let her in." "All right." As Du Feng rose to open the door, Lu Xiaoya stormed in with a huff, pouting, "Now that you've struck it rich in the lottery, you no longer pay attention to me. Do you even remember your little sister?" Chu Xu smiled slightly, silently observing Lu Xiaoya's playful demeanor. She had clearly transformed into a heavily made-up woman, exuding an air of worldly experience. Was it necessary for her to feign innocence here? Fortunately, having endured numerous trials in his past life, his psychological resilience was formidable enough to withstand Lu Xiaoya's antics without feeling nauseated. "How could I possibly forget you? Come and sit." Chu Xu reached for the cigarette case, but before he could extract a cigarette, Lu Xiaoya had already snatched it, taking out 2 cigarettes and handing one to Chu Xu. She then settled beside him, crossed her legs, lit her cigarette, and remarked, "I never imagined you would win such a massive lottery prize. I'm utterly envious. But really, you could have just donated a few thousand as a token of goodwill. Why donate 30 billion all at once? If you're giving so much to the country, why not spare a few million for your sister to lighten my burden?" Chu Xu teased with a smile. "Aren't you wealthy enough? Do you really need my charity?" After rolling her eyes, Lu Xiaoya adopted a street-smart demeanor and retorted, "You have no idea how miserable my past 2 years have been. Losing money at cards, failing in business, and investing in virtual currencies with partners, only to have the software seized right when I was about to make a fortune. Over 1 million gone just like that." While Lu Xiaoya rambled on, Chu Xu scrutinized her arms. Despite the application of concealer, needle marks were still discernible. Coupled with her once youthful beauty, now overshadowed by excessive makeup, it was evident to Chu Xu what kind of business Lu Xiaoya was involved in. She was blissfully unaware that her current identity was that of the deputy commander of the Great Wall Project, that in her eyes, she was merely a lottery winner reveling in newfound wealth. However, this naivety served to facilitate his acquisition of information. Sure enough, after lamenting her misfortunes, Lu Xiaoya's tone shifted. "Brother, although I've faced 2 years of relentless bad luck, perhaps my fortune is about to change." Lu Xiaoya suddenly glanced cautiously at Du Feng, who stood at the door. Chu Xu waved his hand, and Du Feng promptly exited, closing the door behind him as soon as the door clicked shut. Lu Xiaoya lowered her voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "You must know that the meteorite that struck our blue planet has caused havoc for many countries, right? Let's not even mention the distant lands. Just look at our own country. Prices for many goods are skyrocketing. That I know a general in Myanmar who has a large stock of grain and sugar, that if you lend me 1 billion, I can trade for medical supplies and exchange them with him. With this venture, I can easily make 1 billion in less than a month. 8 billion. I'll return your principal and interest, giving you 1,200 million. What do you say?" Seeing her eyes gleaming and her words ringing with conviction, Chu Xu couldn't help but counter, "Are you sure you intend to trade medicine for sugar?" "Of course, for sugar." Lu Xiaoya replied confidently, "that I'm conducting legitimate business, proper import-export trade." However, after speaking, she averted her gaze from Chu Xu, taking a deep drag from her cigarette. Chu Xu smiled slightly. After all, many regions had suffered crop failures due to tsunamis, leading to a significant drop in sugar production. Yet, industries such as milk tea shops and dessert cafes were utterly dependent on sugar. The moment Lu Xiaoya heard this, she immediately turned back. Exactly, so this business has great potential. If this deal goes through, I'll be set for life. Given our shared upbringing, will you lend your sister $1 billion to help me succeed in this venture? Chu Xu frowned. If you were borrowing a few $100,000, I would unreservedly lend it to you out of our childhood bond. But you're asking for $1 billion. A sum so substantial that you must provide some form of collateral to convince me you won't incur losses. Right? Lu Xiaoya flashed a mischievous smile that if you don't trust me, you can accompany me to Myanmar. But that place has always been chaotic, and after the disaster, it's only gotten worse. Are you sure you want to join me for a site inspection? Chu Xu flicked the ash from his cigarette and stood up, grinning. I can't go, but I can send someone in my stead. Seize the opportunity. Hurry and make arrangements. If the situation checks out, I won't just invest $1 billion. I could consider $5 billion. Lu Xiaoya hesitated for half a second before exclaiming, All right, I'll make the call right now. After seeing Lu Xiaoya open the door and depart, Chu Xu gestured for Du Feng to enter. Once the land-based Great Wall is completed, those who previously profited handsomely from smuggling along the borders will find their avenues of income severed, while they may lack the audacity to obstruct the construction of a land-based Great Wall. It is certain that they will engage in various underhanded maneuvers before its completion. Therefore, let us prepare ourselves. After lunch, we shall set off for Xiyun province. Having given his instructions, Chu Xu left the room. Outside the makeshift kitchen, several large round tables were set up, bustling with villagers eager to assist, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive banquet. The elderly village head, who was chatting and drinking tea with a few others, immediately beamed with joy upon spotting Chu Xu and made his way over. However, given his advanced age, he could not match the swiftness of his cousin, Chu Lingfeng, who rushed over in a few quick strides, a broad smile on his face as he offered a cigarette. Little brother, you've truly soared to great heights. How about helping your elder brother out a bit? Chu Xu furrowed his brow slightly and inquired with a smile. Soaring to great heights? I merely won a grand prize and became wealthy overnight. Chu Lingfeng leaned in closer, chuckling softly. Come now, brother, don't play coy. Others may not see through it, but I certainly do. Chu Xu narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a smile as he asked, Go on then. What else do you know? And what is it that you desire? Chapter 32. Never have I seen such shamelessness. Chu Xu felt a surge of wariness that he mused that perhaps his cousin, Chu Lingfeng, had already discovered his role as the deputy commander of the land-based Great Wall Project, yet oblivious to Chu Xu's skeptical gaze. Chu Lingfeng conspiratorially pulled him aside and whispered with a grin, To be honest, I used to buy lottery tickets all the time, dreaming of striking it rich overnight. But after countless attempts without a win, I concluded that it's purely manipulated. Every time the prize pool reaches a certain level, some mysterious individual wins a massive jackpot. So I suspect your fortune of billions was preordained, right? Upon hearing his cousin's words, Chu Xu was assured that he did not know his true identity. All of his conjectures stemmed merely from the special license plates and the extraordinary prize, leading him to believe that Chu Xu held considerable power and was seeking to curry favor to advance his own career. Since he had fabricated such a narrative, why not indulge him? Some truths are better left unspoken, benefiting us both. Understand? Chu Lingfeng nodded eagerly, ingratiatingly declaring, Understood, I certainly understand. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to prominence. I've been at the Jiangqing Urban Construction Group for nearly 5 years. Yet I still haven't been promoted. We're family. Can't you help your brother out? Urban construction. Chu Xu raised an eyebrow and asked, As a state-owned enterprise, your group must have responded to the wartime mobilization order, dispatching elite personnel to participate in the land-based Great Wall Project, correct? Chu Lingfeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our group has sent numerous personnel and equipment, but you don't expect me to earn a commendation, do you? That area is located on the plateau, desolate and inhospitable, with extreme temperature fluctuations that make altitude sickness a real threat. It's far too arduous. Chu Xu had initially considered assisting him out of familial obligation, believing that if Chu Lingfeng were to go to the border and diligently work on the land-based Great Wall Project until its completion, he could advocate for him later. However, upon witnessing Chu Lingfeng's cowardly demeanor and his complaints about the hardships of constructing the Great Wall, he immediately abandoned that thought. Such a person, who spends his days avoiding hard work while only seeking wealth and status, would surely be a detriment to the nation if promoted to AT that moment. Chu Xu not only felt disinclined to promote him, but also contemplated disciplinary action. The construction of the Great Wall was indeed grueling, but did he not understand that higher positions come with greater responsibility? Was his ambition for promotion solely to amass wealth? Chu Lingfeng hesitated for a moment before stammering, I assure you, my desire for promotion is not solely for wealth, that I want to contribute more effectively to the enterprise and the nation once I become a leader. Then why not go to the border and help construct the Great Wall? The sooner it's completed, the better it will be for strengthening our national defense. Chu Xu stepped forward, scrutinizing Chu Lingfeng's cowardly expression. What? Are you afraid of hardship, of altitude sickness, of dying on the construction site of the Great Wall? Chu Lingfeng smiled awkwardly yet politely. Brother, it's not that I'm cowardly. It's just that my wife is about to give birth to our second child, and she needs someone to take care of her. That's why I haven't gone. However, I did submit a letter of intent. I genuinely want to contribute to the nation. Chu Xu felt utterly disgusted. Just moments ago, he was lamenting the hardships and dangers of constructing the Great Wall, yet now he shamelessly used his wife's impending childbirth as an excuse that he had seen shamelessness before. But never to this degree to AT that moment. Huaxia hurried over. Noticing Chu Lingfeng's presence, she refrained from speaking immediately. Chu Lingfeng was overjoyed and quickly clasped his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, brother. Once this is accomplished, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Chu Xu chuckled lightly and turned to Huaxia. So, how did it go? Have you made the arrangements? After Chu Lingfeng had walked away, Huaxia bashfully replied, I inquired just now, and they agreed to let you send someone for an inspection, but safety cannot be guaranteed. The situation on their end is dire. Many people are willing to fight over a mere morsel of food. Chu Xu responded with a smile. No worries, I'm sending someone regardless. Shall we head to Xi'an province this afternoon? Ah? Huaxia exclaimed in astonishment. Is there really a need to rush? Opportunities are fleeting. The sooner, the better. What? Do you not wish to earn a fortune quickly? Facing Chu Xu's retort, Huaxia managed an awkward smile. Of course I do. Then, let me make another phone call. All right, go ahead. After watching Huaxia depart, Chu Xu glanced at Du Feng, who was standing nearby. President Chu, it's all arranged that a transport plane will deliver supplies to Xi'an province at 4 this afternoon. We can conveniently make our way there. Chu Xu nodded in acknowledgement and casually asked, what is the situation regarding the disaster in Myanmar? He clasped his hands behind his back and gazed across the riverbank, that if chaos erupted there, numerous refugees would undoubtedly flock to our side, which would certainly impact the construction of the land-based Great Wall. With this thought in mind, Chu Xu promptly took out his internal phone and called Lu Xinggang. Should a variant virus outbreak occur, these neighboring countries serve as the defensive barrier for Huaxia. The stronger they are, the longer the invasion of mutated beasts will be delayed. Additionally, through border trade, they can provide food and mineral resources. Thus, it would be beneficial for Huaxia to offer appropriate assistance to neighboring countries to help them stabilize swiftly. Chu Xu's thoughts aligned perfectly with Lu Xinggang's. The general administration had mobilized rescue forces from 14 provinces with different specialties to provide targeted support to 14 neighboring countries, aiding them in quickly restoring transportation, communication, and power infrastructure. Furthermore, they had already re-established the land, oil, and gas pipeline and railway transportation with Ross Country. Several freight trains laden with various supplies were on their way to Ross Country. Moreover, Lu Xinggang brought forth a piece of good news. Following Chu Xu's suggestion, the Academy of Sciences had initiated a scientific project codenamed Tinglong. While mobilizing numerous domestic research institutions and universities for concentrated scientific endeavors, they also actively recruited outstanding overseas talents for technological exchanges and economic cooperation. Within just half a day, they had received a wealth of technical materials transmitted online by the Chinese diaspora. These materials provided crucial references for scientific research. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xu knew that in a couple of days, he would be able to provide cutting-edge technological information, with advancements such as graphene composite batteries, room-temperature superconductors, and controllable nuclear fusion technology. How could they not break free from the energy dilemma? After finishing the call, Chu Xu hurried to join the gathering. Initially, he intended to share a simple family meal with his parents. But many uninvited guests arrived, resulting in a total of 10 large round tables being set up. Numerous individuals sat together, chatting and laughing, creating a festive and lively atmosphere. The moment Chu Xu arrived, many people eagerly flocked to him, vying to extend their greetings and salutations. Most of them seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall their names. Out of courtesy, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He intended to simply acknowledge them, but unexpectedly, an assertive aunt, seemingly from nowhere, pushed her way past several people and suddenly shouted, "Little Sue, I'm your third uncle's cousin. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Chu Xu was taken aback that he certainly recognized his uncle, but who was this third uncle? Moreover, this aunt was merely a cousin of his third uncle. The degree of this familial relation was rather distant. Wasn't he it? Yet, the aunt paid no mind to the crowd surrounding her and abruptly knelt down. "Little Sue, I beg you for 500,000 to save my husband. He is only 40 this year and has developed a heart condition. The doctor said he needs 300,000 for surgery." Chu Xu was utterly astonished. Good gracious. Upon opening his mouth, he immediately demanded 500,000. Not as a loan, but outright. That wasn't the surgery supposed to cost only 300,000? Why then was he asking for 500,000? What shocked Chu Xu even more was that many of those who had just been laughing and greeting him had instantly changed their demeanor. Some were openly weeping, others sighed in despair, and there were even those who knelt down in supplication. In an instant, they all transformed into desperate souls in dire need of aid, requesting money rather than a loan. And the amounts were not insignificant, ranging from 1 to 200,000, and in some cases, as much as 7 or 800,000. How did they take me for an eight? Chapter 33, The Terrifying Ignorance of Culture. The scene was in utter chaos. What had once been filled with laughter and festivity had turned into a cacophony of weeping and lamentation, as so many elders were crying out under various pretenses, even going so far as to kneel and plead for money. In that moment, Chu Xu felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He finally understood the frustration his parents must have felt being harassed repeatedly, as each person seemed to outdo the other in volume and sorrowful expressions, as if their very lives depended on receiving funds. What is moral coercion, if not a perfect example of this? In the past, when the family was impoverished, relatives rarely visited. Now that they had struck it rich, a multitude of friends and family had suddenly emerged. Thankfully, Du Feng had already prepared for such a situation. The security personnel, acting as bodyguards, swiftly moved into the crowd, separating Chu Xu from the throng and ensuring his safe exit. "Wait!" Chu Xu called to halt the guards that he was well aware that avoiding the issue was not a solution. While he could leave, his parents wished to enjoy their twilight years peacefully in the village. If this matter was not handled properly, it would inevitably become a significant problem. Casting a glance at his parents nearby, who wore expressions of helplessness, Chu Xu felt an urgent need to alleviate their concerns. "Everyone, please be quiet. Silence!" Chu Xu shouted loudly. The large gathering of mournful individuals finally quieted down. However, many were still sobbing and dabbing at their tears to an outsider. One might think they had suffered a tremendous injustice. Observing their pitiful antics, Chu Xu felt a wave of disgust rise within him. Among the multitude, a few claimed that family members were gravely ill and urgently needed funds for treatment. Chu Xu could somewhat believe this, as illness often accompanies old age. Yet nearly everyone was using the same excuse of a sick family member seeking financial assistance. Had they colluded in secret? And what ailments they claimed? Cancer, leukemia, uremia, heart disease. There was no mention of minor ailments. The sums they requested ranged from tens to hundreds of thousands, that if he were to satisfy them, it would not just be a one-time payout of several million, but it would set a dreadful precedent. Not to mention, once they received the money, would they not secretly ridicule him for his gullibility? And once this news spread, countless others would surely follow suit, coming forth with various claims for funds. After all, they were all relatives. How could he favor one over another? Should he refuse, they would likely turn hostile, hurling insults and abuse. With the Land Great Wall project underway, it was clear that he could not remain in his hometown indefinitely to deal with these troublesome matters. Thus, as he surveyed the crowd of sorrowful individuals, Chu Xu's mind raced to devise a strategy. Money could not be withheld. It was evident they were resolute in their determination to obtain funds and would not relent easily. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Chu Xu suddenly spotted his uncle, Chu Jianwei, who appeared hesitant to speak. He stood alongside the old village chief, and both seemed eager to partake in the money-seeking endeavor, but were too embarrassed to openly feign illness or poverty. However, the sight of their discomfort sparked a brilliant idea in Chu Xu's mind. "Uncle, village chief, please come over here," Chu Xu called out, gesturing for the two to approach. Once they were near, he addressed the crowd. "Dear friends and family, I am grateful to the heavens for having won the lottery. I am more than willing to assist the elderly and the needy to the best of my ability. However, since I graduated high school, I have been away from my studies and work, and I am not well acquainted with your family situations. My work keeps me busy, so I cannot personally verify each case. Therefore, I intend to entrust my uncle and the village chief to establish a hardship assistance fund. Anyone from our village, as well as friends and family recognized by my parents, can become members of this fund. Once the fund is established, if anyone encounters difficulties and urgently needs money, they should prepare their documentation and convene a meeting to discuss the matter. We will decide whether to provide assistance and to what extent through a voting process. For those claiming their family members are afflicted with cancer, leukemia, or uremia, simply present the hospital's diagnosis and examination reports at the meeting. Everyone will know if your family truly faces hardship and requires funds for medical treatment. They will undoubtedly be willing to support you. Conversely, those attempting to deceive will surely be excluded. The benefit of this approach is that we can mutually assist and supervise one another. This way, our family of three can have peace of mind, and the charitable funds will not be squandered." Upon hearing Chu Xu's words, Chu Jianwei was naturally overjoyed. With him and the village chief at the helm of the fund, responsible for collecting materials and organizing meetings, this task would undoubtedly come with compensation. Although he could not refuse material submissions, he could decide when to hold meetings that if they were eager for money, how could he not expect a little benefit for himself? Moreover, once the fund was established, many would likely attempt to deceive, seeking assistance through fraudulent means. How could they not come to him for help? They might discreetly consult half of the fund's members to secure approval at the meeting. The mere thought of wielding such power and reaping substantial benefits nearly made Chu Jianwei burst into laughter. As for those who had just been crying and pleading with Chu Xu for money, they all eagerly anticipated the establishment of the fund, hoping to collectively secure financial aid. The uninitiated viewed the situation as mere entertainment, while those in the know recognized its underlying intricacies. Chu Xu's assistant, Du Feng, understood all too well how astutely clever this maneuver was. The one-person, one-vote system of Western democracy appeared equitable and democratic, granting everyone a voice. However, in reality, it was fraught with inefficiency and prone to internal squabbles due to conflicting interests. Given that the total amount of charitable funds was limited, this inherently led to competition over the cake. For instance, if Zhang Xin claimed his mother was gravely ill and requested 200,000 in funds, others would surely contest, arguing that reimbursement would not amount to such a sum. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that Zhang San's family was financially stable. Why should he seek such a large amount? Even if he managed to bribe half the members to vote in his favor, it was crucial to remember that Chu Xu had instituted a reporting system. Any successful report would yield a substantial reward, and both the requester and those who voted in support would be expelled from the fund, losing their eligibility for assistance. Who would take such a significant risk for a trivial gain? Thus, it was clear that once the fund was established, disputes and conflicts would abound, leading to a sluggish and chaotic process. Ultimately, those attempting to deceive would find themselves empty-handed, while the genuinely impoverished and ailing, who had no need for deception and were unafraid of being reported, would receive help. However, such cases would naturally be rare, perhaps only 1 or 2 a year. Consequently, Chu Xu would only allocate a few hundred thousand in charitable funds. In this manner, he would successfully extricate himself from moral coercion, allowing those who cried poor and played the victim to air their grievances at the meeting that if they truly possessed the ability to garner widespread support, and no one would report them for the sake of rewards, what harm would there be in granting them some funds? It was far better than having them incessantly harass his parents at home. However, how could these individuals solely focused on obtaining money possibly realize that Chu Xu had cleverly set a democratic trap? Each of them believed Chu Xu's approach was splendid. Everyone was eligible for assistance and had the right to oversee the process. It was simply perfect that as soon as Chu Xu finished speaking, the crowd hastily set aside their lunches, rushing to register with Chu Jianwei and the village chief. Witnessing the scene, Du Feng couldn't help but reflect. The ignorance of culture is truly terrifying. Each of them gleefully leaped into the democratic trap. Of course, Chu Xu was deserving of his position as the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project at such a young age. He was indeed formidable. Amidst his musings, Du Feng quickly accompanied Chu Xu to a table. Chu Lingfeng promptly joined in, fawning over them. After enjoying lunch, Chu Xu signed a contract with the contractor and paid the deposit. As he departed amidst the farewells of the crowd, Lu Xiaoyao was nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether she had simply hidden away after failing to deceive him. After reminding his parents one last time, Chu Xu waved goodbye and got into the car. Let us go. Off to Xi'an Province, Chapter 34. How dare the newly rich oppose me? Mr. Chu, your strategy is simply brilliant. They believe that by establishing the fund, they can take advantage of you, unaware that they have fallen into a democratic trap. They will not easily obtain money. Instead, they will likely become embroiled in disputes and arguments upon hearing Du Feng's praise. Chu Xu smiled faintly. Turning to gaze out at the swiftly passing scenery of his hometown, he let out a long sigh. Since they were so shamelessly fabricating stories for money, repeatedly harassing his family, and engaging in moral coercion, let us provide them with a platform, allowing them to engage in mutual strife, embroiled in a competition for interest that fosters an environment of internal strife, should they fail to acquire wealth. Their resentment will be directed towards one another, sparing our family from their ire. The Du Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the establishment of this foundation, your family will find relief. Chu Xu chuckled. In truth, providing financial support is a trivial matter. What one fears is giving money that fails to yield gratitude, ultimately resulting in a situation akin to debt breeds enmity. Thus, the ancients wisely advised, wealth must not be flaunted. The more affluent and influential one becomes, the more one must remain discreet. Otherwise, one risks attracting a myriad of troubles. Du Feng smiled faintly, finding it inappropriate to interject. Should he say, Chu, you should not have publicly accepted the award. The event had already transpired. To voice such sentiments now would only serve to offend those in power, rendering it meaningless. Since Chu Xu chose this path, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Chu Xu had adeptly managed the complications that followed his sudden wealth. Turning his attention back, Du Feng began to gather relevant information regarding the situation in Xi'an Province, particularly concerning the construction of the Great Wall along the border. The convoy proceeded leisurely along the winding mountain road. As Chu Xu gazed at the familiar landscape of his hometown, feeling satiated, he gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a sudden hard brake jolted him awake. What is happening? How are you driving? Du Feng, seated in the passenger seat, immediately inquired. Report. The vehicle ahead came to an abrupt stop and then reversed sharply, forcing me to brake suddenly. I'm fine. What transpired ahead? Chu Xu leaned to peer out the window, but due to the hairpin turn, he could not discern the situation ahead. However, after the rear vehicle halted abruptly, two guards took up a defensive position at the back, while another two raced ahead with Du Feng. Soon, shouts of "Don't move, halt!" echoed, followed by a cacophony of insults and shouts. What was occurring? Could it be that in this day and age, someone would dare to rob in broad daylight? Just as Chu Xu was engulfed in confusion, he received a report. Lu Xiaoyao was intercepted by a group of debt collectors, resulting in a conflict. She suddenly collided with our front vehicle, prompting the driver to brake urgently in reverse. Chu Xu chuckled softly so that's why I didn't see her at lunch. She is here causing trouble. They say that a chance encounter is better than a planned meeting. Since they had crossed paths, why not alight and take a look? Exiting the vehicle, he did not venture far before spotting a guard restraining Lu Xiaoya. Originally adorned in heavy makeup, she now appeared disheveled. Her makeup smeared, hair in disarray, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Likely having received a few slaps, 4 burly men, sporting crew cuts, tattoos, and large gold chains, lay on the ground, rendered motionless by the guards. One short, stout bald man was cursing vehemently. You're all finished. How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who I am? In this entire county, there is not a soul who doesn't recognize me. Biao Gu, He believed that just because he had some skills, he could bully me, right? As the bald man continued, to my astonishment, it was a vehicle belonging to the logistics department of the Southeast Theater, which explains how effortlessly they managed to deal with Biaoge. However, I was fortunate to have pulled back just in time. Otherwise, deceiving him into parting with his money to engage in drug trafficking in Myanmar would have been tantamount to courting death. Resolute in my decision, I promptly deleted him from my friends list. After this incident, I felt an imperative need to maintain a distance from Chu Xu. Otherwise, I might end up with neither the chance to cling to a benefactor, nor the opportunity to evade imprisonment due to exposure of my crimes. Such an outcome would indeed be a case of losing more than one gains. Yet staying in the country was no longer viable. This chance encounter with Chu Xu had allowed me to narrowly escape a calamity. Who could say what might happen if I were to cross paths with other debt collectors? The best strategy amidst adversity is to retreat. Lu Xiaoya immediately purchased a plane ticket to Xi'an province, and, after contacting a smuggler to arrange for her exit, quickly set off in her car. Meanwhile, feeling bored, I intended to look at her social media posts, only to find I was no longer on her friends list. Incredible! Just moments ago, she had boasted about my prowess, and now she had blocked me. Reflecting on this, Chu Xu turned to Du Feng and inquired, "Is it possible to retrieve Lu Xiaoya's information?" The police had long suspected her involvement in several cases and identified her as a drug dealer who financed her addiction through trafficking. Due to a lack of evidence, they had not arrested her, but an informant was keeping tabs on her. After glancing at the information, Chu Xu scoffed. She initially intended to borrow money from me, but abruptly left without lunch. I helped her resolve a predicament, and not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she also blocked me. That I suspect she has realized that my identity is not as simple as it seems. Hence her decision to maintain her distance. Before he could finish his sentence, Du Feng's phone rang. After concluding the call, he reported she has just purchased a ticket for a flight departing from Jiangxing at 5 o'clock, heading to Yuncheng City in Xi'an province, and has contacted a smuggler to arrange for her escape to Myanmar. Chu Xu raised an eyebrow and returned the tablet, saying, "Then let us seize this opportunity to trace the roots and dismantle this smuggling operation." As the saying goes, to safeguard against external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Before a widespread outbreak of the mutant virus and an invasion by mutated beasts, it is imperative to eradicate various societal scourges, enforcing strict punishment to ensure internal peace and security, that we must not allow our border soldiers to shed blood to protect our homeland while the rear is plagued by scoundrels undermining society. The convoy sped along until they arrived at an Air Force base in the western suburbs of Jiangxing, swiftly boarding a transport plane carrying supplies to Xi'an province. Compared to civilian airlines that prioritize passenger comfort, military transport aircraft are decidedly austere, with hard seats and a cacophony of noise. Donning noise-canceling headphones made it somewhat bearable. However, while civilian flights must adhere to strict flight paths and circumvent no-fly zones, military transports fly almost in a straight line. Thus, while the civilian flight takes 3 hours, the military transport completes the journey in under 2.5 hours. Upon landing, the group quickly transferred to a helicopter. The aerial view was nothing short of spectacular. Within 3 kilometers of the border, vast structures, trees, and fields had vanished, replaced by a flurry of loaders, excavators, and dump trucks engaged in relentless construction work that in a race against time. Iron towers were being erected to install high-powered floodlights, illuminating the night as if it were day, enabling continuous construction. Concrete mixing stations were taking shape, with piles of river sand and gravel towering like mountains. On the open ground, concrete transport trucks and pump trucks lined up in formation that in the distance. Heavy trailers were transporting substantial quantities of rebar, river sand, and cement from afar. Amidst the deafening drone, the helicopter gradually descended beside a building. Numerous individuals awaited on the helipad, eagerly anticipating the arrival. Among them were representatives from supervisory agencies, design firms, and official entities that in preparation for the arrival of the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project. Everyone was energized and spirited. Yet when Chu Xu stepped off the helicopter, the crowd was left dumbfounded that a deputy commander this young. Was there a mistake? Moreover, upon reflection, who would dare impersonate a deputy commander? Who could procure a military helicopter for inspection without any personal gain, only to risk exposure? After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted into warm applause. Following a simple welcome ceremony, they proceeded to the conference room. The overall head of Section 02 was Chu Xu, who also served as the chairman of the Huaxia Railway Construction Group. As the PowerPoint presentation began, he succinctly reported on the progress of the project, in a bid to complete the project within 3 months while ensuring quality. They had divided the work into 32 sub-projects based on varying degrees of difficulty, in addition to their 17 subsidiary companies. They had invited 15 reputable private construction firms with whom they had collaborated for years to participate in the construction efforts. In truth, Chu Xu had little concern regarding the construction operations. Compared to the high-difficulty projects like cross-sea bridges and skyscrapers, the technical challenges of the Land Great Wall project were relatively low. Essentially, it entailed constructing a wide, high, and exceptionally sturdy dam along the border. While it was slightly more complex than building a highway, it was far less intricate than constructing a hydropower dam. Chu Xu was confident that with ample engineering experience, a wealth of skilled workers, and advanced equipment, there would be no technical obstacles. Currently, our greatest challenge is the shortage of construction-grade sand and the skyrocketing prices. The steel and cement for the Land Great Wall project had been allocated to state-owned enterprises responsible for supply, so there was no need for concern on that front. However, the procurement of compliant construction-grade sand from the private sector was subject to market fluctuations, leading to significant variations in both supply and price. Upon hearing this, Chu Xu's gaze turned icy as he looked towards several local representatives. Xi'an province may lack iron ore, but surely they weren't short on river sand. Why was there a lack of supply for the river sand needed for the Land Great Wall? Were they aware that we were in a state of war? Anyone attempting to profit from national misfortune could be dealt with under military law immediately. This resolute fourfold inquiry sent a chill down the spines of many, prompting them to straighten their backs involuntarily. The large conference room fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 36. Execute orders if you wish to live. The atmosphere turned tense. The crowd fell silent, as if frozen in fear. During the earlier reception, everyone had perceived this young deputy commander as warm and approachable. However, now, he exuded an imposing authority, radiating a lethal aura reminiscent of a battle-hardened soldier who had traversed mountains of corpses. A piercing gaze swept across the room, as if it could see through to the very core of a person. The local representatives were instantaneously drenched in cold sweat, the highest ranking among them. Fang Shikuan, director of the Xi'an Province Construction Bureau, adjusted his glasses and swallowed hard. The words of Chu Xu echoed repeatedly in his mind. He knew all too well that we were indeed in a state of war. War was no trifling matter. Not only would attempting to profit from the national crisis be met with retribution, but disobeying military orders could also result in immediate execution. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to look up. Fang Shikuan trembled as he stood, slightly bowing. Though he endeavored to appear calm and composed, his legs quaked uncontrollably. I apologize, Commander Chu. Due to our inadequate response and oversight, the supply of construction-grade sand for the Land Great Wall project has been affected by the post-disaster reconstruction efforts in Xi'an province. However, please rest assured, within 3 days, I will present a solution to ensure ample, affordable, and compliant construction-grade sand for the Land Great Wall project. Chu Xu turned to Chu Xu. What do you think? Is 3 days sufficient? After glancing at the others, Chu Xu shook his head. Report to Commander Chu, we currently face no difficulties at that moment. However, Fang Shikuan nervously raised his right hand. Commander Chu, I have difficulties. Oh, really? Chu Xu lifted his teacup, inviting him to elaborate. Fang Shikuan gritted his teeth and mustered his courage, saying, currently, due to post-disaster reconstruction, the recovery of production is being hampered by the rising demand for electricity driven by economic recovery and overlapping orders. Although Xi'an province is a major hydroelectric region, most of the electricity generated must be allocated to the southeastern coastal areas, leaving little for our province. At present, we are facing a power shortage, with the grid load nearing our generation limits. Therefore, I propose that, given the wartime state, we could requisition a number of thermal power plants that have been shut down due to environmental concerns to resolve the electricity supply shortfall. Chu Xu frowned slightly. In the wake of the catastrophic disaster, Huaxia's economy was experiencing a robust recovery. Looking across the entire blue planet, only Huaxia retained a complete industrial manufacturing capability. Consequently, a flood of overseas orders was expected. necessitating countless factories to operate around the clock. Coupled with the increased electricity consumption from air conditioning during the summer, the demand for power had surged considerably. Furthermore, with the Land Great Wall project progressing vigorously, it was indeed imperative to enhance power generation capacity to address the electricity shortage. Setting down his teacup, Chu Xu asked, "Will activating the thermal power plants completely resolve the electricity crisis?" Fang Shikuan quickly responded, "Yes, our country was once renowned as a coal power giant, with a total installed capacity exceeding 1 billion kilowatts, providing us with formidable power generation capabilities that in recent years, in an effort to reduce carbon emissions. Significant investments have been made in the construction of wind, hydro, and photovoltaic power generation, leading to the gradual shutdown of numerous coal-fired power units with capacities below 30 kilowatts." Chu Xu listened attentively, his mind racing with thoughts. Wind, hydro, and solar power are all vulnerable to weather fluctuations, resulting in an unstable power supply. Nuclear power, on the other hand, has not been developed on a large scale due to its substantial investment requirements and stringent safety standards. Conversely, thermal power plants can provide a continuous and stable electricity supply as long as there is an adequate supply of coal and fresh water. That is a major coal-producing nation. A temporary increase in coal consumption is not overly concerning. Furthermore, this catastrophic event has inflicted severe losses on many countries, with the Sakura nation essentially obliterated, leading to a significant reduction in human carbon emissions. Thus, even if Huaxia were to reinstate all its thermal power plants, it would still not match the previous pace of global carbon emissions. As for whether this course of action would spark controversy. In this apocalyptic crisis, who cares about such trivialities? The immediate priority is to ensure the rapid operation of society and the successful completion of the land wall project. Until fusion power stations are constructed, reliance on thermal power plants is the only viable option. After Fang Shikuan finished speaking, Chu Xu nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding of the situation. "All right, I comprehend the circumstances. Please hold on. I need to make a phone call." Upon exiting the conference room, Chu Xu immediately used an internal phone to contact the Supreme Leader at this critical juncture for humanity on Blue Star. Resolving the energy crisis is of utmost importance, rendering the increase in carbon emissions from thermal power generation a minor concern. Moreover, once the land wall is completed, a vast amount of electricity will be required for both routine security and wartime defense. Not only is it essential to temporarily activate thermal power plants, but it is also imperative to construct a significant number of nuclear power stations. Naturally, while reporting on the electricity issue, Chu Xu did not forget to mention that he had obtained some classified research materials. After concluding his inspection in Xi'an province, he planned to head directly to Helong City to join the fusion research team there, as the materials he acquired might assist the scientists in achieving a technological breakthrough. In times of crisis, one must employ unconventional methods. Relay my orders. Nationwide, conduct a comprehensive inspection of all thermal power plants that were shut down due to environmental concerns, provided that safety is ensured. They shall be temporarily reinstated for power generation operations for a period of 6 months. Not only Fang Shikuan, but everyone else was taken aback. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. They exchanged bewildered glances, each believing they had misheard. "What? Do you intend to defy the order?" Anyone wishing to question it can immediately refer to the general administration. Du Feng, serving as an assistant, immediately barked the command, "No, I dare not. I will convey the order at once." Fang Shikuan instinctively stood at attention and saluted before hastily picking up his phone and exiting the conference room. Could it truly be that such a monumental decision could be made with a single command? Was there no need to report to the general administration or consult with the various departments? Once he reached an open area, Fang Shikuan confirmed that no one was around before calling Governor Peng Nihua of Xi'an province. "Governor Peng, is this a convenient time for you to speak? I have an urgent matter to discuss." Lowering his voice, he glanced back toward the conference room and added, "Deputy Commander Chu has just ordered that all thermal power plants shut down for environmental reasons are to be temporarily reinstated for 6 months, provided they are deemed safe. Given the magnitude of this matter, can we truly act on his command without approval from the highest command or the general administration?" A loud thud echoed on the line as Peng Nihua seemed to slam his hand on the table. "Listen carefully. Even if it were the director or the general administration, he must obey Commander Chu's orders. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. If you value your life, you will execute the command immediately. Do you understand? Feng Shikuan felt as if struck by lightning, that he straightened up, his heart racing. Understood. I will resolutely carry out Commander Chu's orders. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoya arrived in Yinchong City, Xi'an Province, by plane and immediately met with a smuggler at the airport before driving straight to a small village near the border. After meticulously disguising themselves, Lu Xiaoya and several others attempting to cross the border set off on motorcycles under the cover of night. Upon entering the mountains, they were met by another group who assisted them in traversing small paths and crossing hills before quietly navigating the border via rubber boats. Once in Myanmar, Lu Xiaoya quickly connected with her contacts and made her way to meet with the drug lord general. Unbeknownst to her, thousands of meters above, a highly advanced reconnaissance drone was continuously tracking her movements through its sophisticated electro-optical pod. Under her indirect guidance, it successfully located a hideout deep within the mountains. The request to deploy precision-guided munitions for a cross-border strike soon reached Chu Xu. Hold off on any rash actions. Let us play the long game and catch the big fish. Chapter 37. A den of snakes and rats, driven by greed, in the dead of night, deep within the dense forests of northwest Myanmar. Thick underbrush concealed the entrance to a cave. To enhance the camouflage further, multiple layers of concealment nets had been added. Surrounding the cave were numerous armed guards, both visible and hidden as they ventured deeper into the winding cave. They arrived at a specially reinforced cavern, spacious enough to rival several basketball courts. This was the infamous secret drug manufacturing facility of General Yiswang, the king of Southeast drugs. The meteorite that fell into the Pacific Ocean had triggered a series of devastating earthquakes in Myanmar, causing considerable damage to Yiswang's secret mountain base. Several nearby caves serving as dormitories, mess halls, and ammunition depots suffered varying degrees of destruction. Even the drug factory, initially reinforced with substantial amounts of rebar and concrete, displayed alarming cracks. Lu Xiaoya, mustering her courage, sat down to dine with several drug traffickers from her homeland. She feared that the cave might suddenly collapse, burying everyone within. However, fortune favors the bold, if even General Yiswang was unafraid. What was there for her to fear? As the group ate and conversed, they engaged in various complaints and criticisms. They were puzzled as to why, despite the end of the catastrophic event and the commencement of post-disaster reconstruction in many nations, Huaxia continued to maintain a wartime state. Under wartime conditions, security levels were exceedingly high, leading to daily inspections at entertainment venues. With constant checks, who would still want to revel in nightlife, and without young people frequenting nightclubs? To whom could these traffickers sell their goods? They considered the possibility of offline transactions, delivering drugs directly or arranging temporary meeting points. Yet the reality was that even if some addicts were willing to pay a premium for drugs, no underlings dared to risk selling that in a wartime state. The atmosphere was too tense that if caught, the consequences were severe. While in peacetime, one might be detained and undergo legal proceedings that could result in a few years' sentence after lengthy trials. In wartime, all processes were expedited and punishments were harsher, potentially leading to the death penalty. The profits were meager, yet lives were easily lost. One must ask, how many would dare to take such risks? Consequently, drug dealers unable to endure the domestic environment flocked to Myanmar, seeking refuge with General Yiswang. After a long day of toil, Lu Xiaoya remained silent, her hunger overwhelming. Once she had wolfed down her meal, she lit a cigarette and exhaled contentedly. "Brothers, lend me your ears for a moment." After ensuring everyone was quiet, Lu Xiaoya spoke earnestly. "I don't know if you noticed the changes along the border when you crossed over." As soon as she spoke, everyone chimed in eagerly. "Of course we noticed. Within 2 to 3 kilometers of the domestic side of the border, all trees and buildings have been cleared. I heard they are planning to construct a land wall over 20,000 kilometers long and several dozen meters high along the border. They say thousands of construction companies are involved, with tens of thousands of workers laboring simultaneously on the site. The highest command has issued a strict order for completion within 3 months. So they must be working around the clock. This is infuriating. It's already difficult to cross over, and once it's finished, forget about sneaking across. What are the chances of sneaking over with a wall that high? Do you expect to sprout wings and fly over? And there will surely be border guards stationed on the wall. Climbing over would be tantamount to seeking death. Is it possible to dig a tunnel? I heard that many people in Malay State have dug several kilometers of tunnels to smuggle themselves into Mealy country. Can we do the same? I doubt it. Did you not see the heavy machinery at the construction site? They are constantly compacting the foundation. Furthermore, there are wide no-man's lands on both sides of the wall. How long would a tunnel need to be? Indeed, the land wall will certainly have designated trade ports. Rather than spend extensive time and resources digging tunnels, we ought to consider how to smuggle goods through. I must state, the old method of hiding drugs in one's body is absolutely out of the question. The current security scanners are incredibly advanced, and inspectors can see precisely what is hidden within. As the group engaged in lively discussion, they exchanged ideas and concerns. Upon hearing the command to stand at attention, everyone immediately fell silent and rose. Greetings, General. Please, everyone, take a seat. Yazhuang, now over 50 years old, appeared even more aged after enduring a series of catastrophic events. The devastating earthquake and torrential rains had caused significant casualties among his constituents. Homes had collapsed, roads were severed, and fields lay in ruins. Previously impoverished, he had relied on the illicit drug trade for profit. Now, the calamity had inflicted severe damage on the populace within his jurisdiction, crippling his drug operations and rendering daily life exceedingly grim. That I trust you are all aware that Huaxia is currently engaged in extensive construction of a land-based Great Wall along the border. This wall is not only formidable and well-equipped, but also patrolled by border soldiers, making any attempt to breach it virtually impossible. Furthermore, the existing 8 trade ports will be reduced to 4. Heavily fortified and meticulously monitored, making smuggling exceedingly difficult. Raising a bottle of beer, Yazhuang took several hearty swigs before surveying the crowd. Therefore, 2 paths lie before you. The first is to seize the opportunity while the Great Wall is still under construction and procure goods from me at exceptionally favorable prices. However, this route is fraught with danger, as Huaxia is currently in a state of war. One misstep could result in immediate execution. The second option is for you to invest in bolstering my forces, allowing me to expand our capabilities, after which I shall assist you in seizing mineral resources. Our nation is richly endowed with oil and various mineral resources, and Huaxia is currently enticing imports with tax exemptions. Thus, our seemingly worthless oil and mineral resources would gain significant value once transported to Huaxia. As Yazhuang concluded, Lu Xiaoya could no longer contain herself and raised her hand. Dada, is that not Xiaoya? What brings you here? Are you here to repay the debt from last month's goods? When shall I receive the payment? Embarrassed, Lu Xiaoya chuckled. General, has there not been a sudden disaster? Everyone is struggling to deliver goods, and I am no exception. However, I must say that you are quite right. Once the Great Wall is completed, engaging in the drug trade would be akin to courting death, as it would be futile. I wholeheartedly support your second suggestion. Huaxia is currently rampantly producing various industrial products and is in dire need of energy resources for the construction of the Great Wall. At this point, Lu Xiaoya retrieved her phone, intending to open a photo from Chu Xu's social media to show the assembly. Suddenly, she recalled that she had blocked him earlier that afternoon, and there was no signal in the area. Fortunately, she had a screenshot of the news article showcasing Chu Xu receiving an award. General, this is Chu Xu, my childhood friend from the same village that we share a very close bond. After winning a major lottery, he donated 30 billion to Tianhai and still has over 10 billion left. I came here to discuss a collaboration on his behalf. He intends to invest 1 billion. Lu Xiaoya was determined to convince Yazhuang. As for Chu Xu, she could always apply more effort to persuade him. If she could secure a loan for Yazhuang to strengthen his military, once he seized the mines, the large-scale extraction and transportation of minerals to Huaxia would result in a substantial influx of wealth. For someone like Yazhuang, who is in dire need of funds, collaborating with a nouveau riche would be quite appealing. Relay to him that if he has the audacity, he should come here. If he lends me 10 billion, I guarantee he will earn 20 billion within 2 months. Upon hearing this from Yazhuang, Lu Xiaoya's eyes lit up with excitement. All right, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to facilitate this collaboration, ensuring everyone profits immensely. Eagerly leaving the cavern, Lu Xiaoya hurried to the telephone room. Tio maintained the secrecy of their factory's location. There was no Wi-Fi. External communication could only occur via a landline. In a short while, the call connected to Su Gu. It's me, Xiaoya. The general has agreed to collaborate, but he wishes for you to visit Myanmar in person. Are you daring enough to come? Upon receiving Lu Xiaoya's call, Chu Xu could not suppress a laugh. That hadn't she blocked him? Why was she suddenly calling from Myanmar? The first thought that crossed his mind was kidnapping for ransom, that he had read numerous reports about criminal gangs in Myanmar targeting acquaintances. They boasted of low prices, plentiful beauties, and a lack of oversight, ideal for business, tourism, and gambling. After luring individuals there with various justifications, they would rob them of their possessions and then extort money from their families. Refusal to pay? That would lead to various forms of torture. Having won a colossal lottery, becoming wealthy overnight made him a prime target in the eyes of many who viewed him as a classic nouveau riche. A veritable cash cow that if he ventured into Myanmar, he might not leave unscathed. Naturally, the avaricious Liu Xiaoya was solely focused on profit. Indeed, the general stated that if you are willing to lend him 10 billion, he guarantees you will earn 20 billion within 2 months. This is an extraordinary opportunity for wealth, don't you think? Chu Xu chuckled, awkwardly. 20 billion in less than 2 months. Do you take me for a child? Even if such profits were possible, would General Yazhuang allow me to leave so easily? If he were a decent man, he wouldn't be a drug lord. After signaling to Du Feng, he continued, earning 20 billion in under 2 months. What kind of lucrative business is this? You aren't suggesting I engage in drug trafficking, are you? The general wishes to collaborate with you on a legitimate business. Simply put, you provide the capital, and he supplies the manpower to export Myanmar's energy resources to Huaxia for immense profit. You must be aware that following the recent disasters, Huaxia has taken on the global task of post-disaster reconstruction, requiring various materials, which has led to soaring prices for energy resources. Chu Xu had no interest in Liu Xiaoya's persuasion. He only remembered one thing. The implementation of the Great Wall Project severely impacted the smuggling operations of international drug traffickers. They seemed inclined to reform, shifting from drug trafficking to the trade of energy resources. Myanmar, an agricultural nation with little industrial foundation, had no substantial steel or petrochemical plants, rendering its energy resources relatively valueless locally. Conversely, Huaxia's factories were operating around the clock, and the construction of the Great Wall at the border was relentless, creating a substantial demand for energy resources. With a high failure rate and inherent dangers in drug trafficking, engaging in the energy resource trade appeared far more lucrative and legal. However, it required significant initial investment. To seize territory, General Yazhuang would need to recruit soldiers, and after capturing the mines, he would have to purchase machinery and vehicles, as well as hire workers for extraction and transportation. All of this would entail considerable expenditure. Consequently, Chu Xu felt certain that if he were to travel to Myanmar, he would undoubtedly be exploited by Yazhuang as a cash cow. Borrowing money. Had he ever witnessed a bandit seeking a loan? Of course, Chu Xu had never considered traveling to Myanmar. With the mutated virus likely already spreading and mutated beasts poised to invade Huaxia, he had many responsibilities to tend to in order to protect his homeland. He had neither the time nor the inclination to venture into Myanmar for perilous exploits. Hey Sugo, are you listening? Are you coming or not? Liu Xiaoya's impatience was palpable in the end. A relatively peaceful and stable Myanmar is undoubtedly more conducive to the border security of Huaxia. Therefore, it is better to strike first than to be constrained afterwards. For many years, General Yiswang has been armed and has engaged in drug trafficking, causing untold harm to countless citizens. Myanmar has long desired to eradicate him in one fell swoop to prevent the rampant drug trade and chaos in the northern border region. Now, the opportunity has arisen. Naturally, without hesitation, international cooperation is initiated with Huaxia to eliminate this drug trafficking gang. One party provides intelligence, particularly precise coordinate data, while the other dispatches fighter jets to deploy precision-guided heavy penetrating bombs. Amidst the vast night, 2 fighter jets sequentially engaged afterburners, roaring into acceleration, embarking on a long-range mission. After several minutes of continuous acceleration, they released the heavy penetrating bombs they carried. Utilizing powerful inertia, the bombs flew in a parabolic trajectory, heading towards General Yiswang's secret stronghold. Thousands of meters above ground, a large reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle, using a laser designator, precisely directed an invisible laser beam towards the mountainside. Inside the cave, Liu Xiaoya, having just finished a phone call, was elated to report the situation to General Yiswang. The surrounding drug traffickers cheered with enthusiasm, eager for the arrival of Chu Xu to exploit and drain him mercilessly, amidst toasts and laughter. It seemed as though Chu Xu's billions had already been secured. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, violently shaking the cave. Those standing were jolted as if pushed forcefully, collapsing to the ground. The deafening sound pierced their eardrums, causing excruciating headaches. This sensation was akin to someone striking a loud gong right next to their ears. The world spun, and a relentless ringing filled their ears that I in the midst of a super earthquake. The cave's structural integrity had already been compromised. Now, as one heavy penetrating bomb after another plummeted at high speed, forcefully colliding and breaking through layers of soil and rock before detonating, a series of explosions ensued, causing a significant portion of the mountain to collapse thunderously. High above, the drone broadcasted the entire precise bombing process through its comprehensive electro-optical pod and satellite communication data link. Chu Xu silently observed the screen. The power of the heavy penetrating bombs was formidable. Each sudden burst of orange light was followed by earth-shattering explosions, smoke billowing, and debris flying. When the final bomb detonated, a vast expanse of forest lay utterly transformed. Soon after the bombing, several military helicopters from Myanmar arrived at the scene. Some were tasked with aerial pursuit and suppression of the remaining remnants, while others swiftly deployed troops to encircle the drug traffickers from all sides. Most of the drug lord leaders perished in the precise bombing, so Chu Xu naturally lost interest in the subsequent encirclement and eradication. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the distant construction site, brightly illuminated. Even from afar, the sounds of excavators and dump trucks could be heard, accompanied by the rumbling of impact from the soil compactor. Suddenly, he noticed the arrival of Governor Peng Nihua of Xiyun Province. Chapter 39, Urgency Calls for Flexibility, Special Matters Require Special Handling. Hello, General Chu, welcome to our Xiyun Province. I sincerely apologize for not being able to greet you, as I have several important meetings today. Peng Nihua strode forward, warmly shaking Chu Xu's hand, but it's quite all right. I merely came to visit temporarily. There was no need for you to rush all the way here but there is indeed a necessity. Last time I was in the capital for a meeting, I had no opportunity to converse with you properly. Now that you have come to Xiyun Province, how could I not extend the hospitality of a host? As he spoke, Peng Nihua gestured towards his secretary, who was carrying numerous items, and I didn't come empty-handed. I brought plenty of our local delicacies as snacks. How about we enjoy them while we chat? Sounds great. I'm quite hungry myself. Indeed, Du Feng and several advisors quickly stood at attention, donning their gear and exiting the room. Point one was the governor of Xiyun Province, and the other was the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project. With such distinguished guests sharing a late-night meal, the secretary assistants dared not linger as third wheels. Once the door closed, Peng Nihua immediately invited Chu Xu to sit. General Chu, please try our specialty claypot fish. Its flesh is tender, and the accompanying vegetables are plentiful. It is best enjoyed while hot. Also, this roasted duck looks splendid, glistening and rich in color. It won't taste as good once it cools down. Though Peng Nihua held the title of governor, akin to a powerful official in ancient times, before Chu Xu, he resembled a long-lost uncle, eager to ensure his nephew savored the culinary delights that I in no time. He had filled Chu Xu's bowl with an array of dishes using serving chopsticks. Having shared several meals with the Supreme Commander, Chu Xu felt no tension in the presence of the exceedingly enthusiastic Peng Nihua. Thank you, Governor Peng. You should also eat while it's hot. Raising his bowl, Chu Xu began to eat. Observing him relish the meal, Peng Nihua's previously anxious heart finally settled. Little did he expect he would nearly have the director of the Xiyun Provincial Construction Bureau. Fang Shikuan, punished by military law. For someone who appeared youthful and handsome, yet was decisive and resolute. Even a governor like Peng Nihua dared not overstep. As they enjoyed the meal, Peng Nihua proceeded to brief Chu Xu on the situation in Xiyun Province. Located in the southwestern border, Xiyun Province primarily features mountainous and plateau terrain, abundant in forests, rivers, and lakes. Due to limited arable land and low yields, the province's economy has not been particularly prosperous since agricultural times. In recent years, there has been a concerted effort to enhance transportation, water conservancy, electricity, and communication infrastructure. Relying on its rich tourism resources, the local populace has improved their livelihoods, and the tertiary sector has flourished. There is little high-end manufacturing. The industry mainly focuses on tobacco, minerals, electricity, pharmaceuticals, and food. Shortly after the meteorite fell into the Pacific Ocean, the immense impact energy caused frequent tectonic activity, resulting in unprecedented earthquakes even in far-off Xi'an province. Although evacuation measures were well prepared, leading to minimal casualties, numerous buildings collapsed, landslides occurred, and roads were disrupted due to the earthquake. The entire province spared no effort in advancing post-disaster reconstruction and resuming production, with social order largely restored. Moreover, with the implementation of the Land Great Wall Project, the demand for materials surged, boosting employment among the populace. Foreign trade was also thriving, leading to a favorable economic outlook. Naturally, after discussing the positive aspects, it was time to address the troubling issues that in the earlier years, various regions, in pursuit of economic development, hastily established numerous development zones and initiated numerous infrastructure projects through various city investment enterprises. Many local bonds were issued, resulting in substantial debt. Now, in the wake of the super disaster, the ongoing post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery efforts have further exacerbated the debt burden that, if measures are not taken soon, the already relatively impoverished Xi'an province may soon struggle to pay civil servant salaries and benefits. Fortunately, Chu Xu is here today to alleviate the power shortage, meet the electricity demands of social and economic development, and ensure the construction of the Land Great Wall Project. With a single order, Chu Xu allowed several coal-fired power plants that had been shut down due to environmental concerns in Xi'an province to resume operations. The reactivation of these power stations was nothing short of a timely downpour. Moreover, as generating electricity requires coal, it also provided business for the coal companies, leading to tax revenue. The sudden lifting of restrictions on the electricity sector truly felt like a money-printing machine for the financially strained Xi'an province. However, Peng Nihua understood well that Chu Xu had only approved the temporary operation for 6 months. To achieve this, the method was quite simple. Currently, the prices of industrial raw materials such as fuel, steel, aluminum, and copper ingots were soaring. Following conventional procedures, initiating large-scale heavy industrial projects required multiple layers of approval, involving an array of assessments and lengthy processes. However, with Chu Xu, the scenario was different. The deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project. He could expedite approvals based on wartime regulations, granting special permissions to rapidly approve a batch of petrochemical and metal smelting projects under the pretext of wartime needs that, if successful, relying on the continuous supply of cheap crude oil and ores from Myanmar. The petrochemical and metallurgy industries in Xi'an province would become lucrative assets. Not only would it increase the supply of industrial raw materials, effectively mitigating the terrifying rise in prices, but it would also address employment and tax revenue issues. Furthermore, with a more robust heavy industry in Xi'an province, it would naturally bolster national defense, as warfare would inevitably consume vast amounts of materials and ammunition. Consequently, Peng Nihua spoke at length, covering everything that needed to be said. Chu Xu was well aware that his journey tonight was certainly not merely for the sake of sharing a late-night meal. After setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth, Chu Xu chuckled. I knew this late-night meal wasn't offered for free. Peng Nihua laughed heartily. Oh dear, General Chu, please forgive my eagerness. If it weren't for the pressing urgency, I wouldn't have dared to intrude upon you. Chu Xu smiled slightly, lighting a cigarette for Peng Nihua after offering him one. In truth, your visit may have been in vain. It is not that I am unwilling to approve, but the highest command has already noted the ongoing surge in industrial raw material prices. As an industrial powerhouse, we have achieved remarkable technological maturity in various sectors such as metallurgy, chemical engineering, and electricity, with environmental protection posing no significant issues. The stringent layers of approval and oversight that once prevailed were primarily driven by the fear of excessive production capacity, as exemplified by our steel industry. Without capacity restrictions, it is likely that our annual output would have soared beyond mere billions of tons to tens of billions. Peng and Hua chuckled heartily. However, times have changed. The issue of overcapacity that once plagued us has now vanished, giving way to a situation where we face a shortage of production and an inability to meet demand. Chu Xu nodded in agreement, stating that as long as our technology is sound and environmental standards are met, we can swiftly initiate a range of heavy industries including metallurgy, chemical engineering, machinery manufacturing, and munitions production. This will provide a robust industrial backbone for Xiyun province when faced with the impending threat of mutated beasts invading our borders, facilitating swift logistics for supplies and ammunition. Upon hearing this, Peng and Hua's smile abruptly faded to ask the governor of Xiyun province. He is also a member of the Council of Elders. The general populace remains oblivious to the fact that the meteorite will unleash a mutagenic virus, one that will induce evolution in animals. Only the elders are aware that the enormous expenditure of national resources to construct the land wall is not merely to prevent border crossings, but primarily to defend against future incursions by mutated beasts. After instinctively glancing around, Peng and Hua leaned in closer and whispered, given that the mutated virus will inevitably erupt, and considering the formidable strength of the mutated beasts, should we not take preemptive action to eliminate these ferocious creatures before they evolve further? Chapter 40. Preparing for rain, danger looming. Peng and Hua's expression grew grave, although the full extent of the mutagenic virus remains uncertain. The old adage rings true. Even if one has never seen a pig run, one knows what a pig looks like. The terror of being torn apart by ferocious dogs is already daunting enough. One can only imagine the horror of being ravaged by mutated beasts. Alas, throughout history, humanity has primarily evolved intellectually rather than physically. Thus, in terms of physical prowess, humans hold no advantage against large predators such as lions. Tigers, bears, leopards, and wolves that a bare-handed human stands little chance against a beast, let alone one that has undergone mutation and evolution. That the governor of Xiyun province, Peng and Hua, is acutely aware of the dense forests and abundant wildlife bordering our province. Should these animals become infected with the mutagenic virus, transforming into more agile and ferocious creatures, the loss of human life could be catastrophic. Therefore, Peng and Hua believes it prudent to take proactive measures against these beasts. The more we eliminate now, the fewer mutated creatures we will face in the future. Fewer creatures mean reduced losses and a comparatively easier confrontation. However, Chu Xu shook his head slightly. Your idea is commendable, and the commander-in-chief has discussed this with me as well. Yet, considering that the scientific expedition team has yet to reach the meteorite's impact site, we lack sufficient evidence to prove that infected animals will become vicious and pose a threat to humans. Acting on mere speculation could lead to a situation where we are condemned for animal cruelty before we have even begun our efforts. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Peng and Hua furrowed his brow and sighed. You make a valid point. The ethos of protecting nature and wildlife has profoundly influenced several generations. It cannot simply be dismissed that humanity's relentless deforestation, overgrazing, and hunting have led to the extinction of numerous species, making animals the true victims. Without knowing whether the mutagenic virus has spread or if mutated animals have begun attacking humans, it would be unwise to act rashly. Chu Xu extinguished his cigarette and smiled. While we cannot take preemptive action, we can prepare for the worst by promoting the belief that human life is paramount. While we must not initiate attacks on animals, if any creature poses a threat to humans, anyone is permitted to take all necessary measures to eliminate it. At this point, Chu Xu instinctively glanced out the window, pondering whether the mutagenic virus brought by the meteorite had already begun to spread. In the Pacific Ocean on the west coast, the once bustling city of St. Treaty, renowned as the Jewel of Blue Star, now lay in ruins, with towering skyscrapers and a population exceeding 10 million within less than 800 square kilometers. It had earned its reputation as the financial and entertainment hub of Blue Star, hosting numerous prestigious institutions, multinational corporations, and financial giants. However, days prior to the meteorite's descent into the ocean, despite the government's insistence on evacuating coastal residents and strongly advising overseas citizens to steer clear of the ocean, the authorities of the United States did not mandate evacuation. Politicians, including the president, expressed unwavering confidence in the nation's military and technological prowess, believing that forceful measures would surely obliterate the meteorite. Scientists merely recommended that citizens in vulnerable areas consider relocating inland, beyond 100 kilometers from the coastline. Yet, without official mandates, businesses and schools remained operational. How many citizens would voluntarily take leave to evacuate, rather than fleeing? Many mocked China during these days, deeming them overly cautious and cowardly. They awaited the spectacle of a magnificent meteor shower, eager to ridicule China for its timidity. However, as interception attempts failed time and again, and influential elites began to flee en masse, politicians and scientists finally urged the populace to evacuate. But by then, it was far too late. When the meteorite plunged into the Pacific Ocean, it unleashed towering waves thousands of meters high. The ferocious tsunami surged toward both coasts with unparalleled ferocity. Meanwhile, countless individuals remained trapped in congested airports and train stations, stuck on severely obstructed highways. As the colossal waves surged toward the horizon, towering buildings appeared minuscule, and the panicked masses in the streets seemed utterly helpless. The immense force of the tsunami obliterated everything in its path. Even supertankers, with displacement capacities of several 100,000 tons, were swept along in the torrent. Naturally, no structures, vessels, or vehicles could withstand such a force. The devastating tsunami ravaged coastal cities. The water surged inland for over 100 kilometers before finally losing its strength. When the waters receded, mountains of debris, vehicles, and human remains were left behind, washed back by the relentless waves. After numerous cycles of surging and retreating, tranquility finally returned. Yet, once the true calm settled, the eastern coast of the United States lay in tatters, with nearly 1 million square kilometers of land transformed into a desolate wasteland, littered with debris. And as a once mighty superpower on the blue planet, it is, of course, unacceptable to tolerate animals feasting upon the remains of the populace for an extended period. It is equally intolerable to allow nearly 1 million square kilometers of land to remain desolate and uninhabited indefinitely. With a single command from Tei-Mei-Pu, the more land that is cleared, the greater the rewards bestowed. Moreover, any treasures discovered during the clearing process would belong to the cleaners. Thus, a fervent gold rush surged in the eastern regions of the Meili nation. Numerous companies hastily recruited personnel and equipped themselves, organizing convoy after convoy to venture into the major coastal cities of the east. An organized multitude of workers commenced the dual tasks of clearing the urban ruins while burying and disposing of corpses. Consequently, many animals could no longer roam freely in search of remains within the bustling cities, while the countryside offered insufficient sustenance that end their desperate quest for food and procreation. Some displaced animals began nocturnal raids on workers' encampments. On the 10th day following the meteor's descent, the first bloody conflict involving packs of hyenas attacking humans erupted in the ravaged Xinhua district of the Meili nation. Yet no one paid it heed, dismissing it merely as the result of starving hyenas. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, Tei-Mei-Pu busied himself with issuing national bonds and frantically printing currency, procuring various supplies in bulk from Huaxia, attempting to exploit financial hegemony to plunder the slightly damaged Huaxia, thereby swiftly compensating for the Meili nation's staggering losses. Thus, no one was aware that within the ruins of an underground parking garage, a wounded hyena was astonishingly healing at an alarming rate. Chapter 41. A sudden turn of events, a legendary figure, within the depths of the AI Air Huam military base in the Meili nation. Tei-Mei-Pu wore a dark expression as he listened to the third joint meeting on post-disaster reconstruction convened by the Ministry of Internal Affairs that end this unprecedented catastrophe. The Meili nation had suffered the loss of over 100 million lives, and nearly 1 million square kilometers of territory had been transformed into wasteland, a superlative dump. The extent of the economic loss was, naturally, incalculable. However, even more devastating than the losses in population and economy was the catastrophic toll on the Meili nation's once proud and formidable navy, which had suffered grievously in this disaster. While aircraft could still take flight in time, what of the ships? Even those docked in harbor were of no use when towering waves hundreds of meters high crashed ashore. Even a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier could be swept away in an instant. That was inconceivable for smaller vessels like nuclear submarines and destroyers to endure this fate. Thus, in the face of a super tsunami, many warships were hurled onto land, severely twisted and deformed, rendered beyond repair. Furthermore, military bases worldwide that had previously contributed significantly to global hegemony were now damaged to varying degrees, coupled with the extensive loss of warships. The once mighty military prowess of the Meili nation had been reduced by more than half. Given that the majority of the nation's military-industrial complex, particularly shipbuilding, was concentrated along the eastern coast, countless shipyards and factories were obliterated in this calamity, and many skilled workers perished. Economically, the nation was left in tatters. Therefore, even if Tei-Mei-Pu wished to swiftly reassemble aircraft carrier battle groups to reassert dominance, It was utterly impossible. The sharp decline in military strength directly resulted in the inability to maintain supremacy over the Blue Planet. Reflecting on the past, when military bases were scattered globally and aircraft carrier battle groups roamed the oceans. The Meili nation had once commanded international trade and controlled major oil-producing regions, allowing them to influence economic trends at will. The issuance of Mi Yuan had established it as a world currency, with all nations wishing to engage in international trade compelled to utilize it. Thus, when funds ran low, it sufficed to issue national bonds and print money indiscriminately, with formidable military power as a backbone. Who dared to claim that Mi Yuan was worthless? They could devalue or raise interest rates at will. Merely through such fluctuations in exchange rates, they could reap the world as easily as collecting taxes. Now, however, due to the severe damage sustained, the overall national strength had diminished drastically. They no longer possessed the formidable military might to intimidate other nations on the Blue Planet. Consequently, national bonds that had previously sold effortlessly found no buyers. Regardless of how high the interest rates climbed, for the world was acutely aware that the Meili nation was no longer the strongest country on the Blue Planet. The mantle of supremacy had now shifted to Huaxia, which had previously ranked second in overall strength and sustained minimal damage during the super disaster. With vast territory and a burgeoning population, it stood as the sole nation on the Blue Planet possessing a complete industrial chain. From the smallest screw to colossal oil tankers, there was no industrial product that Huaxia could not manufacture in the aftermath of the super disaster. Numerous countries looked to import various supplies from Huaxia to facilitate post-disaster reconstruction and ensure the livelihoods of their citizens. The Meili nation was no exception. For many years, they had grown accustomed to effortlessly exploiting the world through financial means, leaving little interest in nurturing their own industries. As a result, their manufacturing sector had become severely hollowed out, with numerous multinational corporations relocating to Huaxia to invest and establish factories, leading to a further weakening of the Meili nation's manufacturing capabilities. Many garments, footwear, daily necessities, furniture, appliances, and electromechanical products now had to be imported from Huaxia. Now faced with the dual challenge of sustaining over 200 million lives while simultaneously embarking on extensive post-disaster reconstruction, there was an inevitable need to intensify imports from Huaxia. However, when everyone assumed they could still procure supplies from Huaxia using Mi Yuan, they were astonished to discover that Huaxia insisted on prioritizing transactions in Hua Yuan. Moreover, they had implemented a floating exchange rate system between Hua Yuan and Mi Yuan. This revelation struck a devastating blow. Taimepu had believed that their reckless money printing would allow them to wield Mi Yuan as before, purchasing freely across the globe. Yet, despite the abundance of printed Mi Yuan, they found themselves unable to spend it. To procure supplies from Huaxia, they must first exchange Mi Yuan for Hua Yuan. However, the global perception of the Meili nation's overall strength and disaster situation was decidedly bleak. The immediate consequence was the frenzied devaluation of Mi Yuan in the international exchange market, while Hua Yuan continued to appreciate. Just days ago, 10 Mi Yuan could be exchanged for 65 Hua Yuan. But now only 45 Hua Yuan could be acquired, with the ratio continually shrinking. What did this signify? It clearly indicated that Huaxia's overall strength was surging. Their currency was becoming increasingly valuable and welcomed worldwide. While Mi Yuan had transformed from a coveted currency into one that was increasingly undesirable and worthless, that if they did not cease printing currency soon, it would not be long before Mi Yuan became nothing more than worthless paper. Moreover, within the Meili nation, due to shortages of supplies and currency devaluation, an alarming state of hyperinflation had emerged in many cities. Supermarket prices for daily necessities had surged nearly 30% if this trend continued. Civil unrest was inevitable, and the president's throne would undoubtedly be compromised. What could be done? Huaxia was no longer a weak nation easily bullied by a few cannons along the coastline. The Meili nation no longer possessed aircraft carrier battle groups to assert dominance and display military might at their doorstep. Should they utter reckless words and offend Huaxia, their fate would be sealed. As the entire Blue Planet faced material shortages in a classic case of supply failing to meet demand, even with continuous price hikes, goods were swiftly sold out, a phenomenon rarely witnessed throughout history. In international relations, there existed no sentiment. Strength alone dictated discourse that if Huaxia chose to withhold exports to the Meili nation or significantly increase prices, the beleaguered populace would surely hold their leaders accountable, demanding their ousting. Hence, the director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, an ETNI, earnestly advised Te Meipu, Mr. President, I recommend the immediate issuance of an emergency decree to eliminate tariffs on all goods from Huaxia. With reduced taxes, the prices of goods will naturally decline. Additionally, to alleviate our trade deficit and slow the depreciation of yuan, we could cease printing money and instead export the energy and minerals that Huaxia is voraciously seeking. Moreover, given the urgent need for materials for post-disaster reconstruction in the eastern regions, we should vigorously support various heavy industries, such as steel, cement, and chemicals, thereby boosting employment and enhancing national strength. Te Meipu was well aware that the decisions crafted by the numerous experts and advisors were undoubtedly sound. Thus, after nodding in agreement, he turned to the director of the Federal Intelligence Bureau, Chu Xu. The Great Wall project initiated by Huaxia has been underway for many days now. Have you deciphered their motives for investing such vast resources into constructing this monumental undertaking? Chu Xu, somewhat helpless, shook his head. The intelligence gathered thus far indicated that they were building over 20,000 kilometers of land wall to better safeguard their territory and prevent smuggling and illegal immigration. Te Meipu snorted dismissively. Nonsense. If their sole purpose was to defend their borders and deter smuggling, would it necessitate constructing walls several dozen meters high? A few meters high concrete barrier topped with electrified barbed wire would suffice at a far lower cost. I suspect they have some grand conspiracy at play. You must uncover the truth promptly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xu presented a color-printed document. Who is this person? I feel as if I have seen him somewhere before. Te Meipu fixated on the photograph of Chu Xu, his brow furrowing in concentration. Xu then handed over a stack of background information, reporting, his name is Chu Xu, before the meteor's descent. He won a lottery worth billions, becoming the largest single lottery winner in the history of humanity on the blue planet. Curiously, he chose to claim his prize publicly and made a substantial donation of 3 billion to Tianhai. Subsequently, he inexplicably vanished. Subsequently, he journeyed to Helong, where he entered the Institute of Nuclear Physics at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, and to this day, he has yet to emerge. That it is likely that he has been engaged with the nuclear fusion research team for the past few days, though their activities remain a mystery. After a cursory review of the materials, Te Meipu once again picked up a photograph of Chu Xu that a rural university student, a minor employee at a company. Fortunate enough to win a grand prize, and subsequently promoted to the rank of deputy commander with the title of major general. After setting the photograph down, Te Meipu emphatically poked it with his finger. Investigate this. Spare no effort to uncover the truth behind his connection to the Land Great Wall project and the secrets that lie beneath. Chapter 42. Striving for first place, a skyward explosion. Anomalies must harbor enigmas. How could a person capable of ascending to the presidency possibly be a fool? When Huaxia announced an extension of the wartime mobilization order and commenced large-scale construction of the Land Great Wall, Te Meipu sensed something was amiss, prompting him to instruct the Federal Intelligence Bureau to prioritize the investigation. After a straightforward report on Chu Xu's situation, Cole presented a satellite image. The photograph displayed 5 large vessels traversing at high speed. Their wake distinctly visible. Te Meipu immediately recognized that 3 of the 5 ships were extraordinary. 2 of them were newly commissioned, 10,000-ton destroyers, while one was an amphibious assault ship capable of carrying multiple helicopters, often referred to as a helicopter carrier. The remaining 2 were a large research vessel and a comprehensive supply ship. Gazing at these imposing vessels, a sense of envy involuntarily flickered in Te Meipu's eyes. Once hailed as the dominant power of Blue Star, the Maliguo had not only lost numerous key warships in this catastrophic event, but also suffered significant losses in civilian cargo ships, no longer embodying the once mighty maritime superpower. What seems to be the issue? Cole promptly clarified. These images were captured yesterday morning, southeast of the Pacific Ocean. After confirmation from our internal intelligence personnel, this is a research fleet dispatched by Huaxia. They set sail 2 weeks ago, tasked with conducting scientific investigations at the site of the meteorite's oceanic descent. Te Meipu set aside the satellite photo, furrowing his brow in contemplation, before addressing the Federal Aviation Administration. Citizen, can we deploy a research fleet to the site of the meteorite's descent for scientific investigation? Citizen immediately rose. I apologize, Mr. President, but our agency's research vessels were severely damaged in the super tsunami. However, we could requisition several civilian vessels from the west coast to form a research fleet. Wait a moment. Teimepu interjected, incredulous. Are you telling me your research fleet has yet to set sail? Sidafin, somewhat ashamed, lowered his gaze, hesitating for a moment before explaining, we did consider organizing an immediate research response, but the headquarters in Florida and numerous research institutions were unable to evacuate in time. Many of our personnel and equipment. Before he could finish, Teimepu raised his hand to signal him to cease. Enough, enough. Let us move on. Teimepu turned to General Kontal of the Federal Air Force. I recall we still have many large transport aircraft and aerial refueling tankers that were not damaged in this disaster, correct? Indeed, Mr. President, Kontal promptly affirmed. The Federal Air Force sustained only minor damages in this calamity. Having lost merely some bases and auxiliary equipment, Teimepu exhaled with relief, striking his desk with his fist. That is excellent news. Relay my orders. The Federal Air Force is to fully cooperate with the Federal Aviation Administration. We must spare no effort to conduct scientific research at the site of the meteorite's descent ahead of the Huaxia research fleet. I do not care how you go about it, nor do I concern myself with the scientific value of this endeavor. We simply must be the first. We must ensure that everyone on Blue Star knows that, despite suffering heavy losses in this disaster, we, the Maliguo, remain the indisputable top power on Blue Star. Kontal immediately stood tall, saluting with determination that he exchanged positions with Sidafin, the head of the Federal Aviation Administration, and they swiftly devised a plan. Although the site of the meteorite's descent lay nearly 3,000 kilometers from the Maliguo, the Federal Air Force possessed a substantial number of strategic transport aircraft and aerial refueling tankers that, by employing multiple aerial refuels, they could deploy personnel and equipment into the targeted maritime area. Ultimately, they would assemble a temporary marine research laboratory at sea, akin to building with blocks. Furthermore, the initial team could directly board amphibious aircraft, utilizing a single aerial refueling to reach the site, by employing inflatable boats. They would establish a forward operating base, enabling them to initiate research ahead of the Huaxia team, while also guiding subsequent airdrops. In this manner, they could arrive at the meteorite's descent site before Huaxia's research fleet and commence their scientific investigations. Once they had finalized their plan, the two promptly reported their intentions to Teimepu, who granted immediate approval. Meanwhile, the Huaxia research fleet was navigating through the night, racing against time, initially believing that 2 weeks would suffice for their journey. They soon realized that the meteorite's descent had wreaked havoc on the climate and ocean currents, creating unforeseen challenges. Consequently, their detour resulted in increased fuel consumption, necessitating a reduction in speed for a refueling stop. With 2 days remaining until they reached the target maritime area, the fleet's leader, Chu Xu, found himself growing impatient. Prior to departure, Chu Xu, the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project, had engaged him in conversation for 2 full hours. While the team remained oblivious to the enormity and peril of their scientific mission, Chu Xu was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, that he understood that while the catastrophic consequences of the meteorite's oceanic descent had indeed come to an end, the terrifying potential of the resulting mutated virus had yet to be fully revealed. Arriving at the target area sooner would allow them to commence their research earlier. Thus, he was eager to begin studying the mutated virus, hoping to swiftly uncover its dreadful implications. That if they could identify methods of extermination and protection promptly, it would be an unparalleled advantage. Time was of the essence. After conducting research, Chu Xu decisively issued orders. A drone swiftly launched from the deck of the amphibious assault ship, accelerating into the night towards the target maritime area. This drone would airdrop a miniature submersible into the targeted waters. The submersible would descend into the deep sea, utilizing sonar detection to investigate the conditions of the ocean depths, while the drone would serve as a communication relay in the air. After nearly 4 hours of flight, the drone arrived above the designated area. Following reconnaissance and having detected no anomalies, it lowered its altitude to release the miniature submersible into the sea. The drone then ascended, circling in a vigilant patrol. Due to the significant impact of seawater on electromagnetic wave propagation, the unmanned submersible had automatically deployed a miniature communication buoy before its descent. This buoy, equipped with a gain antenna, was connected to the submersible via a slender cable. The average depth of the ocean where the meteorite had fallen was nearly 4,000 meters, requiring the submersible a considerable amount of time to reach the depths. Just as the submersible continued its descent, The drone's radar swiftly detected three unusual signals. Upon identification, it became evident that three Maligno amphibious aircraft were approaching at high speed. That as they neared the target area, they descended rapidly, landing with a thunderous roar, leaving three distinct white wakes in their wake. The lead amphibious aircraft had barely come to a halt when it promptly deployed an inflatable raft. Several soldiers boarded the raft and swiftly made their way to the flashing red communication buoy, yanking it free and severing the cable. Without any warning, one soldier hoisted a man-portable air defense missile and launched it. Amidst the blaring radar alarms, the unarmed drone, regardless of how much it accelerated, could not outpace the missile. With a resounding explosion, the Huaxia research fleet's drone was swiftly obliterated in midair, transforming into a fireball. Chapter 43. Truly shameless. The exploration deep-sea research vessel. Within the command center, Chu Xu forcefully slammed his teacup onto the floor. Damn it. This is utterly intolerable. They dare to destroy our drone without so much as a word. Is such brazen behavior acceptable? Do they think we will not retaliate? Standing nearby, Liu Yihui, the escort fleet's captain, also wore a stormy expression. Just as the miniature submersible was about to plunge into the depths, beginning its search for the meteorite's remains and mapping the ocean floor, the Maligno amphibious aircraft had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There had been no communication or negotiation. They simply severed the cable and obliterated the drone. What were they truly after? Although our drone had not transmitted any radio signals to identify itself, the communication buoy bore unmistakable markings. They could not possibly have failed to notice when they seized the buoy and cut the cable. This was clearly a deliberate act of sabotage, a malicious attack, a blatant act of war. Chu Xu's fury grew with each passing moment. Old Liu, can we retaliate with force? Liu Yihui hesitated for a moment, that we are still over 1,000 kilometers away from our target maritime area, which far exceeds the effective operational radius of our shipborne helicopters, that if we were to launch a strike with cruise missiles and incur casualties, it would likely ignite further conflict. Chu Xu gritted his teeth, slamming his fist heavily onto the control panel, that he was acutely aware that within the research fleet, there were two 10,000-ton missile destroyers and an amphibious assault ship, formidable forces capable of asserting dominance across the Atlantic. However, this arduous journey of over 10,000 kilometers primarily aimed at scientific research, not combat. At that moment, a researcher responsible for remotely operating the mini-submersible could not help but voice his frustration. We may opt for a restrained response to avoid provoking war. But why are they taking such actions? Are our drones circling above and the mini-submersible submerged in the deep sea really affecting them? Chu Xu replied solemnly. In my view, the Americans undoubtedly wish to seize the initiative in researching the meteorite. If it is an extraterrestrial spacecraft, wouldn't they then be able to communicate with aliens ahead of everyone else? They have always been obsessed with being first, upholding their image as the most powerful nation on Blue Planet. This is their long-standing tradition. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed in to report. Captain Chen, we have just received news that the United States has issued a new tweet. Is that so? Let me see. Upon taking the tablet, Chu Xu quickly scanned the content, instantly infuriated. Citizens of the United States, friends across the globe, just now, I received some good news. Our scientists have arrived at the site where the meteorite fell into the sea and have commenced their research operations. I am confident that with the United States' advanced and formidable scientific technology, they will swiftly uncover the reasons behind its extreme destructiveness. Please be patient as we await the results. In the realm of research, we are forever the strongest. After carefully reading, Chu Xu handed the tablet to Liu Yihui. That old fellow Trump is indeed striving for first place. I truly cannot comprehend why, even at this juncture, there is a need to argue over who is first or second. Claiming to be the first to conduct research makes them appear impressive and powerful. The meteorite numbered 24QV19 has inflicted such tremendous harm upon humanity. All of humankind should channel our grief into strength and collaborate to unravel its mysteries as swiftly as possible. Yet this old fellow revels in the misfortune, employing such a crude tactic to divert the public's attention and showcase the research prowess of the United States, which is utterly shameless. It is utterly deranged. At that moment, the communications officer hurriedly approached, standing at attention to salute. Report. The highest command has issued a new order. After swiftly scanning the folder, Liu Yihui immediately presented it to Chu Xu for review. The order from Commander Chu is to remain unaffected by the United States provocations, to proceed at full speed toward the target maritime area, and to prepare for protective measures while conducting research. Chu Xu nodded gravely. After sprinting for over half a month, we are not here to engage in combat. Our foremost task is to collect samples of the mutated virus and commence research on them without delay. Of course, the incident of the drone being shot down can be temporarily tolerated. However, as the research fleet approaches the target maritime area at full speed, we must not engage in any conflict with the United States. Relay my orders. Issue a statement announcing our imminent arrival at the target maritime area and extend an invitation to research institutions from all nations to partake in collaborative scientific endeavors. After Liu Yihue nodded in agreement, he looked toward the communications officer. Relay my orders. Advance at full speed. Upon the vast ocean, ship after ship continued to accelerate. Near the site of the meteorite's fall into the sea, 3 amphibious aircraft delivered a substantial amount of supplies that a multitude of inflatable air cushion devices were deployed, forming a small floating island after fortification. With the establishment of the floating island, various communication, command, and navigation equipment naturally came into operation. Strategic transport planes from the United States followed navigation signals to arrive, and under the guidance of air traffic controllers on the floating island, large quantities of supplies were airdropped into the sea. To prevent damage to the equipment from the immense impact upon landing, each large crate was enveloped by a massive air cushion. Box after box was airdropped and subsequently dragged to the vicinity of the floating island. A significant number of personnel also joined via parachute airdrops. The floating island grew larger, with an increasing number of personnel and equipment. The United States showcased its formidable air transport capabilities to the world through live broadcasts, demonstrating that despite the lack of naval vessels, it could still construct a maritime research base by traversing thousands of kilometers with a fleet of strategic transport and refueling aircraft. After several hours of assembly, the deep-sea submersibles that had been airlifted in batches were finally assembled and calibrated in front of millions across the globe through satellite live broadcasts. 3 researchers entered the deep-sea submersible and gradually descended into the ocean. Since the submersible was tethered with a cable, which included air tubes, optical cables, and other lines, the footage captured by both internal and external cameras could be broadcast live worldwide. As time passed, when the deep-sea submersible reached the ocean floor, it discovered a massive impact crater scattered with numerous black fragments of varying sizes. The researchers inside the submersible carefully operated the mechanical arm to collect a piece and placed it in a metal basket. Shortly after signaling, the electric winch on the floating island began to operate continuously. Before long, the basket containing the meteorite fragments was slowly hoisted up. Once it reached the deck, curiosity got the better of many, and someone eagerly opened the basket, revealing the shattered remnants of the meteorite to the world. Chapter 44. Utterly shameless. Retribution has come, with the global live broadcast capturing the attention of the world. The moment the meteorite fragments were unveiled, countless viewers watching through television and the internet erupted in excitement. Many were curious about the appearance of the meteorite that had caused the deaths of over 1 billion people on Blue Planet. Those who had lost friends and family in the disaster were naturally the most agitated to, "Oh my God, that damned meteorite, which claimed so many lives, looks like this. It cannot possibly be so small after causing such devastation. Can it? This must only be a small fragment, right? It appears as black as other meteorites, but why did it bring about such terrifying calamity? Strictly speaking, it should not be called a meteorite. It should be termed an asteroid, as its size, weight, density, and hardness are all exceedingly high. To clarify, it is referred to as a meteorite before entering the atmosphere, and once it lands, the remaining body is called a meteorite. The United States truly deserves its title as the foremost power on Blue Planet. Having so swiftly retrieved the meteorite fragments, impressive indeed. Despite suffering tremendous losses in the disaster, the United States still showcased its unparalleled air transport capabilities by being the first to recover the meteorite. Truly remarkable. As the undisputed #1 power on Blue Planet, I believe the United States will swiftly ascertain the reasons behind the immense casualties it caused. Is there even a need to investigate? It is evident that its high metal content and stable structure prevented it from melting and disintegrating during high-speed friction that I suspect it contains certain elements not found on Blue Planet, which would render its fragments of immense scientific value. While countless ordinary citizens commented on the live broadcast, various research institutions from multiple countries were undoubtedly paying close attention to the matter. Naturally, while the research fleet from Huaxia was monitoring the situation, everyone felt a profound sense of pressure. For over half a month, they had set sail, braving waves and long distances. Just yesterday, they had deployed mini submersibles via drones, which were nearing the ocean floor to commence deep-sea operations. Yet, the despicable United States had sent personnel to sever the optical cables and destroy their drones. Now they were basking in glory. Having been the first to arrive at the site of the meteorite's fall, the first to recover fragments, and cleverly flaunting their achievements through global live broadcast, I asked the captain of the research team. Chen Enyong observed the live broadcast. He was understandably furious. How infuriating. When it comes to shamelessness, they truly are unparalleled. In their quest to be the first to recover fragments, they did not hesitate to sabotage our submersible's optical cables and destroy our drones. I can hardly contain my rage. I wish I could upload the footage captured before the drone was shot down, so the entire world could witness their disgracefulness. Knowing full well that the likelihood of successfully intercepting the meteorite with force was low, they nevertheless did not proactively evacuate the public to minimize losses, instead zealously competing for fame and profit. It's utterly astonishing. While venting his frustrations, Chen Enyong certainly would not take it upon himself to expose the video. For once exposed, it would undoubtedly plunge the currently triumphant United States into a whirlpool of negative public opinion, severely damaging their reputation. Given the gravity of the situation, Chen Enyong would naturally consult the highest command before taking any such actions. Before long, the secure communication satellite's phone rang abruptly. This is Chen Enyong. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. After hanging up the phone, Chen Enyong couldn't help but smile coldly. Commander Chu is indeed resolute. If it were anyone else, the diplomatic office would undoubtedly have lodged a strong protest. However, today, Huaxia stands as the indisputable foremost power on Blue Planet. Why should it endure significant property losses in silence, as if nothing had occurred? Yet, in terms of approach, Chu Xu's methods are distinctly unconventional. Mere protests are insufficient. The brazen destruction of scientific research facilities and the brutal downing of aircraft in international waters is tantamount to acts of war. Consequently, not only did the director of the diplomatic office, Peng Yuhui, urgently summon the ambassador of the United States to express his grievances in person, but he also demanded reparations and a reasonable explanation from the relevant parties in the United States. With Deputy Commander Chu Xu providing support, Chen Enyong certainly felt emboldened to issue a sternly worded announcement via the official WeChat account of the Huaxia Scientific Research Team. Following the attachment of video evidence, they tagged numerous relevant institutions in the United States, particularly the Federal Aviation Administration. Thus, while the global broadcast in the United States was still ongoing, with countless individuals intently following the unfolding events, Western elites, led by Trump, were fervently extolling the technological prowess of the United States. Meanwhile, videos depicting the severing of communication buoy cables and the missile strikes on drones went viral online. Upon receiving this news, Trump swiftly tweeted, "Fake. I swear to God, this video is a fabrication. It is clearly a despicable and shameless prank orchestrated by certain individuals aimed at tarnishing our great nation. They are utterly shameless." His tweet quickly garnered numerous likes and retweets, especially from public intellectuals who have long regarded the United States as the most powerful nation on Blue Planet. In the wake of a catastrophic disaster, they failed to grasp the extent of the losses. When the United States was the first to recover fragments of a meteorite, they collectively lauded it with fervor. Yet when Huaxia released its video, vehemently protested, and demanded compensation and explanations, they were quick to mock and deride, claiming Huaxia was merely acting out of spite for not being first, resorting to slander and falsehoods. Thus, when Trump tweeted, they were emboldened, leaping into frenzied attacks and vitriolic condemnations, unbeknownst to them, as they continued their mockery. The U.S. Secretary of State, Heater, was on the verge of tears from Trump's outrageous actions. The drone's electro-optical pod had captured the video with crystal clarity that it was evident who had severed the communication buoy cables and launched surface-to-air missiles. What could possibly be denied? Were they truly under the impression that the public was ignorant? In the aftermath of the disaster, numerous countries on Blue Planet were relying on Huaxia for various supplies. At such a critical juncture in trade negotiations, how could one so brazenly distort the truth and sow discord? Upon learning of the situation, Heater immediately suspended trade talks and called Trump at Mr. President. You must delete that tweet at once. We rely on Huaxia for materials in our post-disaster reconstruction. We cannot afford to offend them now. Regarding this incident, it would have been entirely plausible to claim ignorance of the communication buoy and drone being Huaxia's, asserting that all actions taken were solely to ensure the smooth execution of recovery operations. Considering the acute shortages and soaring prices in the United States post-disaster, offending Huaxia would be ill-advised. After some deliberation, Trump acquiesced that he swiftly deleted the tweet and, following Heater's advice, posted a new one that there was no public apology, nor any mention of compensation, as for the inconsistency between the two statements. He would certainly offer no explanation. The world was accustomed to such disjointed rhetoric from him. However, those public intellectuals who fervently praised the United States were now left dumbfounded. Caught entirely off guard, they felt betrayed. Fortunately, rational citizens had long recognized that these public intellectuals were not to be trusted. As Huaxia mandated the evacuation of coastal populations, many of the United States elite abandoned the public in their flight. This incident had thoroughly demonstrated who truly respected civilization and human rights. Presently, the majority of attention remained fixated on the mysterious secrets concealed within the meteorite fragments. To uphold the illustrious image of being the most technologically advanced nation on Blue Planet, and to seize a competitive edge in researching the meteorite for scientific breakthroughs, the Federal Aviation Administration hastily constructed a laboratory on a makeshift artificial floating island. Numerous heavy equipment and precision instruments could not be delivered by air and were thus inadequately installed. Consequently, their researchers commenced the disassembly and examination of the meteorite fragments without adequate safety precautions, mistakenly believing these fragments were not significantly different from previous meteorites, perhaps merely a bit harder. To showcase their advanced capabilities, they even opted for a high-profile live broadcast of the entire process. The result? In less than an hour, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, the researchers inexplicably began to experience nausea, dizziness, and vomiting. Realizing the severity of the situation, the director of the Federal Aviation Administration, Citifen, promptly ordered the termination of the live broadcast. Due to the absence of a fully equipped hospital on the floating island, they had no choice but to urgently contact the Huaxia research team, requesting immediate deployment of a shipborne helicopter for rescue. Chapter 45, Life and Death Rescue. A great power's responsibility. In this critical moment, Citifen could scarcely afford to consider other matters. The temporary laboratory on the floating island was witnessing adverse reactions among its researchers. How could they possibly continue with the global broadcast? However, the signal was cut too late. This highly anticipated scientific experiment had attracted millions of viewers across various television and online platforms, as the saying goes. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Shortly after the meteorite fragments were cut, viewers witnessed researchers fainting and vomiting. The abrupt cessation of the live broadcast only heightened the atmosphere of shock and curiosity, intertwining it with rising panic. For all to see, the researchers were clad in protective suits, donning masks and goggles. Yet, despite these precautions, they still exhibited severe adverse reactions. What did this indicate? It was evident that the meteorite fragments contained some harmful substance to humanity. This substance was minuscule, colorless, and odorless, with an exceptionally high volatility, causing it to rapidly evaporate into the air during the cutting process. The masks worn by the researchers were rendered nearly ineffective against such extraordinarily tiny particles. Consequently, after inhaling substantial amounts, they quickly experienced various adverse effects. So, what exactly was this peculiar substance? Why did it retain such potent toxicity even after being submerged in seawater for so many days? The researchers had barely spent any time in the laboratory before succumbing to such severe adverse reactions that if this peculiar substance were to spread, could it potentially bring about the extinction of all humanity on Blue Planet? Following the abrupt interruption of the live broadcast, countless questions loomed. However, at this juncture, Citifen, as the director of the Federal Aviation Administration, could no longer afford to contemplate the thoughts and emotions of the public. He was too pressed for time to consider why the meteorite fragments would yield such horrific consequences upon being cut. The broadcast signal was severed. He remotely commanded other personnel to swiftly enter the laboratory for rescue. Yet what was the outcome? The researchers were dragged out, but those who had entered the laboratory for rescue experienced clear symptoms of discomfort. Some felt as if they were suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning, while others felt as though they had consumed a large quantity of strong liquor. There were even reports of individuals who had rushed in and out in mere seconds, feeling nauseated as if they were experiencing seasickness. As the laboratory door swung open, the closer one drew, the more unbearable the sensation became. It was evident that the cutting of the meteorite fragments had released a chemical substance invisible to the naked eye. Consequently, the atmosphere within the laboratory resembled that of a toxic gas. The closer one approached, the greater the inhalation of this substance. Upon hearing such reports, Sidafin was naturally alarmed that he ordered someone to risk it all to close the laboratory door, to prevent the entire floating island from suffering. Moreover, the most pressing concern was not to ascertain the cause, but to urgently rescue those researchers who had already lost consciousness. Regrettably, in the pursuit of Trump's ambition to claim the top position, personnel and supplies were airlifted across nearly 3,000 kilometers. A makeshift floating island had been hastily assembled and a laboratory hastily constructed. Due to the extreme urgency, many personnel had no place to sleep. Under such circumstances, it was already commendable to have 2 military doctors accompany the mission. How could they possibly establish a proper hospital at sea? At this moment, 8 invaluable researchers lay on the deck, some already unconscious, others foaming at the mouth. The 2 military doctors could only watch as their conditions continued to deteriorate. Lacking advanced medical instruments and equipment, they were unable to analyze or diagnose the cause of the poisoning, rendering any treatment impossible. The medical supplies they had brought were of little use. All that everyone could rely on was the Huaxia research fleet, which was tirelessly en route to the meteorite's crash site. This luxurious fleet, accompanied by powerful warships, included an advanced oceanographic research vessel named Exploration in the past to ensure the medical and health safety of personnel during the execution of scientific research missions. The research vessels were equipped with exceptionally advanced and comprehensive medical facilities, along with a specialized medical team. For the execution of this particularly hazardous scientific expedition, the exploration vessel, ensue, has notably augmented its array of scientific equipment and personnel. Consequently, Sidafin is acutely aware that amidst the vast ocean, only the Chinese scientific research team can provide rescue. Therefore, through diplomatic channels, swift contact was made with the Chinese side, hoping for a helping hand. Such an open plea for assistance could not be concealed. After the live broadcast signal was cut, many amateur radio enthusiasts recognized that the Meligio side would inevitably call for help from China. Now, the entire world was aware of the inadequacies in the preparations for the scientific research operations of Meligio. Astonishingly, there were no professional medical personnel or equipment on the floating island. After Chen Onrong reported the situation on the ensue, he immediately ordered preparations for rescue. However, with lives at stake, it was imperative to rescue the researchers who had encountered peril while attempting to unravel the secrets of the meteorite. Naturally, both sentiment and reason dictated the necessity for an urgent rescue, especially since this situation had already garnered global attention as a responsible international power advocating for the construction of a shared future for humanity. China could not turn a blind eye to suffering. Yet, Chen Onrong was taken aback when he received a satellite call directly from Chu Xu. Captain Chen, immediately deploy helicopters to carry out humanitarian rescue operations for the researchers of Meligio. However, it is crucial that all rescuers adhere to stringent biochemical protective measures. Furthermore, since Meligio had a penchant for live broadcasting their prowess to the world, why not deploy additional drones for a global live stream? Upon hearing this, Chen Onrong couldn't help but display a mysterious smile. The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Understanding, he assured Chu that they would successfully complete the mission. After hanging up the satellite phone, Chen Onrong took a deep breath. Once Meligio's researchers were brought on board, it would signify an official engagement with the mutated virus. Yet such a day would inevitably come. What was there to fear? Grasping the communicator, Chen Onrong promptly conveyed Chu Xu's orders. Before long, many were astonished to discover that several Chinese television stations and online platforms had also initiated live broadcasts. From an aerial view, the expansive flight deck was bustling with orderly medical personnel, equipped with various medical devices, swiftly boarding 3 large shipborne helicopters. Guided by the signals of ground personnel, helicopters fitted with large auxiliary fuel tanks ascended successively. As the helicopters took off, they soared past a formidable 10,000-ton destroyer, igniting the excitement of countless viewers. At this moment, the video displayed a split-dash screen that it was revealed that the hospital aboard the research vessel was already in a state of readiness, with all medical personnel cleaned, disinfected, and donned in proper attire. Witnessing this scene, innumerable citizens felt a surge of inspiration, while many in the West were left in awe. They finally comprehended why China had dispatched such a formidable fleet of research vessels across vast distances. The approach to scientific missions must embody a spirit of scientific rigor and meticulousness that on the boundless ocean, should an incident occur, rescue becomes exceedingly difficult, thus necessitating comprehensive consideration of all aspects. They were further astonished that Melighuo had yet to publicly apologize or offer compensation regarding the damage inflicted on the submersible's optical cable and the destruction of drones. In response to Melighuo's public plea for help, China resolutely mobilized its rescue forces. What embodies the spirit of a great power? What constitutes the responsibility of a major nation? At this moment, many keyboard warriors, who had initially intended to mock and criticize, were rendered speechless. After nearly 3 hours of rapid flight, the 3 helicopters precariously landed one by one on the floating island of Melighuo, since the aim was to unravel the secrets of the meteorite for the benefit of all humanity. CDFIN ordered that 2 recovered pieces of the meteorite, still intact, be packaged and sent to China. Under the cloak of night, the helicopters took off in succession, swiftly returning to the Ensue. While countless viewers were profoundly moved by this thrilling multinational rescue operation, and many expressed concern for the lives of the researchers, all personnel on the Chinese research vessel were already in a state of readiness. Medical personnel prepared to tend to the injured, and researchers were poised to analyze the fragments of the meteorite. After enduring a lengthy wait, amid the deafening roar of engines, the helicopters finally landed safely. The injured researchers from Melighuo were promptly transported to the hospital, while the 2 fragments of the meteorite gifted by CDFIN were taken to the laboratory. The anticipation was palpable. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Chapter 46. Without comparison, there is no harm. In the number 1 office of Tiannanhai, Chu Xu sat upright, intently observing the large screen. Through satellite live streaming, he remotely monitored the research experiments on the meteorite fragments prior to the departure of the research team. Chu Xu had repeatedly emphasized the importance of implementing protective measures to prevent personnel from being infected. Chen Anrong, of course, had heeded Chu Xu's counsel. Moreover, given that the researchers from Melighuo were still undergoing rescue efforts, the terrifying precedent made it all the more imperative for Chinese researchers to remain vigilant, to ensure the absolute safety of personnel. The meteorite fragments were placed into a highly automated laboratory that was sealed off from the external environment. Within the laboratory, multiple robots were prepared, equipped with ultra-high-definition cameras for capturing footage, high-speed optical cables for signal transmission, and high-performance processors for computation. Researchers in a separate room stood at their respective control stations, donning VR goggles, immersing themselves in a virtual environment as they remotely conducted various experiments. This method not only ensured the safety of personnel, but also indirectly showcased China's technological prowess to the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast worldwide. Although VR technology was no longer novel, having been utilized across research, education, and gaming sectors, and industrial robots were commonplace in automotive manufacturing for the general public, this was a first-hand glimpse of such a sci-fi-like research experiment. The contrast with the laboratory and operational methods employed by the researchers of Melighuo was stark. Indeed, without comparison, there was no harm. The disparity was striking. Observant viewers even noted that in China's laboratory, there was no shaking. The images remained stable, with no equipment swaying with the waves. This served as compelling evidence that the Ensue, a large oceanographic research vessel, possessed remarkably advanced shock-absorbing technology, allowing the laboratory to remain steady amidst the ocean surges. In contrast, Melighuo's hastily constructed floating island, built using inflatable bladders and a makeshift laboratory, was constantly jostled by the waves. Consequently, viewers were reassured that the researchers from China would not encounter any accidents, allowing them to focus on watching the live stream while listening to expert commentary provided by invited specialists on the television broadcasts. Naturally, the entire world awaited the experimental results with bated breath. As a reborn individual, Chu Xu felt no anxiety that in his previous life, the widespread outbreak of the mutated virus had not resulted in significant casualties. However, the rampant proliferation of mutated beasts, coupled with their rapid evolutionary pace, left the surviving researchers diligently studying the mutated virus. Chu Xu recalled vividly that before his sacrifice for the nation, he had perused numerous popular science reports. Scientists, after thorough analysis, discovered that the mutated virus brought by the meteorite, while possessing some toxicity that temporarily disrupted the human immune system, did not pose a lethal threat to humanity. Bold conjecture suggested that this phenomenon was related to human DNA gene defects, which, under the stimulation of the mutated virus, failed to trigger biological instincts, thereby preventing rampant feeding and overpopulation. Thus, while the Supreme Leader remained focused and somewhat anxious about the experiment, Chu Xu was not concerned about potential casualties from the mutated virus. Rather, he was more worried about its potential spread that in his previous life, the meteorite had fallen in the South Pacific Ocean. Following its descent, it took approximately 3 to 4 months for the mutated virus to fully erupt. In this life, the meteorite's landing site had shifted to the Atlantic Ocean. Based on timelines, it was likely that the regions along the Atlantic coast had already been exposed to this mutated virus. Unfortunately, due to the ravages of super tsunamis and intense typhoons, many nations along the Atlantic coast had suffered severe losses. Even the once dominant Maligua found that many areas along its eastern coast remained uninhabited, with bodies yet to be recovered, making any investigation into potential animal mutations impossible at this moment. The now aging Supreme Leader, having stared at the screen for so long that his eyes began to ache, turned and noticed that Chu Xu seemed disinterested. Curiously, he inquired, "Chu Xu, are you truly convinced that this mutated virus poses no threat to humanity?" Chu Xu confidently nodded. "I believe my memories are accurate. But if you need confirmation, you can ask Rong about the current conditions of the 8 researchers from Maligua." The Supreme Leader did not hesitate. The potential threat posed by the mutated virus to human life was of paramount importance. Grasping the red phone, he promptly dialed, "Captain Chen, what is the current status of the medical rescue operation?" "Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The medical team has just reported that 8 researchers from the Mealy Nation, after receiving aid based on General Chu's recommendations, are now all out of danger, with their health indicators continuously improving." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Leader cast a glance of surprise and relief at Chu Xu. "Excellent, splendid. Once their conditions are completely stabilized, we shall inform the Mealy authorities, and if conditions permit, arrange for a global live broadcast to let the world know that we have successfully rescued them." After a deep breath of relief, the Supreme Leader set down the microphone and gazed intently at Chu Xu. The swift recovery of the 8 Mealy researchers indicates something significant that serves as undeniable proof that everything Chu Xu has stated is indeed true. His assurance of no human casualties has proven accurate. Furthermore, it can be inferred that the mutated virus brought by the meteorite truly has the potential to induce mutations in animals. Humanity has painstakingly evolved from primitive apes over eons to ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. Were it not for wildlife protection laws, it is likely that every creature soaring in the skies, running on the ground, or swimming in the waters would have long been consumed by humankind. Yet now, the catastrophic tsunami triggered by the meteorite has resulted in the tragic demise of countless people, transforming many regions into desolate wastelands. The mutated virus spreading from the tsunami may already be instigating mutations in certain animals. Though there have yet to be widespread incidents of animals attacking humans, I believe we can seize this opportunity for scientific experimentation to vividly illustrate the changes the mutated virus may induce in animals. Raising global awareness. Chu Xu's words resonated deeply with the Supreme Leader. It is said that seeing is believing. No amount of promotional efforts can compare to witnessing the reality firsthand. Just as many at the Elder Council were skeptical when Chu Xu suggested that the meteorite could bring about a mutated virus. Now, having witnessed the live broadcast of Mealy researchers clad in protective suits and masks still experiencing adverse reactions, who could possibly harbor doubts? Thus, it is imperative to capitalize on the curiosity and fear of countless individuals at this moment to unabashedly reveal the terrifying aspects of the mutated virus. The sooner the world comprehends its dreadful nature, the better we can safeguard all of humanity. Very well. I concur with your suggestion. You may issue this order. After a deep breath, the supreme leader grew increasingly anxious. He trusted that Chu Xu would not deceive him, yet he also hoped that Chu Xu had exaggerated the facts. Would the mutated virus truly lead to the evolution of animals? Upon receiving the order, Chun Enyang immediately instructed a team of researchers. They opened a valve to extract the air from the laboratory and directed it into an adjacent biological lab. Using mechanical arms, they infused the air into two specially designed bulletproof glass containers. Each box contained dozens of small white mice, commonly used in scientific experiments. Shortly after the air was introduced, the mice appeared to fall ill collectively. Many viewers assumed they were doomed, only to suddenly regain vitality and begin voraciously consuming food. However, with limited food in one box, they became frenzied, attacking and devouring their companions. The other box, meanwhile, continuously supplied food. The satiated mice exhibited a dramatic rise in infrared thermal radiation, indicating a highly active metabolism. Over time, they continued to eat and rest, not only growing stronger, but also rapidly reproducing. When the food supply was cut off, they became exceedingly aggressive and vicious, even banging against the bulletproof glass. Once the passage between the two boxes was opened, they immediately commenced a brutal display of the survival of the fittest, mercilessly devouring the weaker mice. Just hours earlier, these petite and seemingly adorable creatures had transformed into ferociously bloodthirsty rodents. Such a transformation may be difficult for the average person to grasp, yet it has undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of unease in countless scientists that if the small white mice can undergo such rapid mutations, what of other, naturally more ferocious animals? Should they evolve over multiple generations, with heightened intelligence and sufficient numbers, could they not form a violent and ruthless horde of mutated beasts, threatening human civilization? Chapter 47. A decision must be made immediately. It is simply unbelievable, truly terrifying. In the mere span of a few hours, the small white mice have become so savage and bloodthirsty under the influence of the mutated virus. Observing the live feed of the mice engaged in mutual slaughter, the supreme leader could not help but shake his head repeatedly. The hours spent watching the live broadcast have not been in vain. He has not only witnessed the sudden health crisis of the melee researchers, but also seen the mutated virus successfully awaken the primal instincts of animals. At this moment, the supreme leader is utterly convinced of Chu Xu's assertions. This mutated virus will indeed induce evolution in animals. Even the diminutive and charming white mice have become merciless and bloodthirsty in a matter of hours. Moreover, the offspring they have just produced have yet to mature. As they rapidly consume food and grow, they will undoubtedly become even more ferocious. Point 1 can only imagine the fate of lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves, those naturally formidable beasts, under the stimulation of the mutated virus. The supreme leader cannot fathom what they might become, nor can he predict the ferocity of their future generations. Despite his advanced age, the supreme leader, having endured more than 10 hours of tension, finds himself unable to control the urge to stand up and pace about. He is filled with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, devoid of any hint of sleepiness. Furrowing his brow, he paces a few times before suddenly coming to a halt. Grasping the red telephone on the table, he immediately calls Chun Enyang. You must instruct the researchers to select some large animals kept on the scientific research vessel for experimentation, ensuring their food supply is adequately maintained, and observe just how ferociously the mutated virus can transform them. However, you must exercise utmost caution. This experiment should be conducted in secrecy, without any global live broadcasts. Additionally, it is imperative to ensure safety protocols are strictly followed, and no mutated animals are allowed to harm humans. After issuing the order, the supreme leader abruptly hung up the phone, that he then picked up the blue telephone, swiftly dialing in and stating, "Secretary Liu. Please have Director Liu come to my office immediately." After placing the receiver down, the supreme leader turned to Chu Xu and urgently remarked, "If the members of the Elder Council were still harboring doubts about your statements, they surely have none left now. Given the current circumstances, regardless of how other nations may respond, I believe it is time for us to take necessary action. Do you have any suggestions? First, we must swiftly convene relevant international organizations to gather researchers from various countries to collaboratively study the mutated virus brought by the meteorite. Through multinational collaborative research, Not only can we better study it and increase the likelihood of finding a solution, but we can also facilitate information sharing and deepen mutual understanding. Furthermore, as this is an international collaboration, no one will harbor suspicions or concerns about concealment, ensuring that the dangers are transparently understood by all. The Supreme Leader nodded in agreement. This is a sound suggestion. This matter indeed represents a biological challenge that all of humanity must confront together. And collaborative efforts will prevent any sense of deception among us. Chu Xu continued. The second suggestion is that we must activate wartime special laws immediately. Mutated beasts are no longer wild animals in the traditional sense. They exhibit extreme aggression, and in their frenzied pursuit of food, they will not hesitate to attack and kill humans. With their heightened intelligence, they can no longer be regarded as creatures deserving of our protection. Therefore, regardless of the status of the land wall project, we must swiftly enact regulations granting everyone the right to eliminate any animals that clearly exhibit mutations or that intentionally attack humans. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Leader hesitated. Would it not be a bit premature to enact such regulations now? There is still no evidence proving that the mutated virus has been transmitted. I worry that once this regulation is established, many will exploit the excuse of animal attacks on humans to indiscriminately hunt wildlife. Chu Xu chuckled coldly at this moment. He firmly believes that the safeguarding of Huaxia civilization and the safety of all humanity must take precedence. We have already refrained from large-scale official culling, which is commendable. The populace has the right to take precautions, especially considering that we are facing an apocalyptic scenario. At this juncture, we cannot afford any sentimentality. Otherwise, it will only lead to the suffering of countless innocent lives. No sooner had he spoken than there was a series of knocks on the door. Come in. Once Lu Xingyang entered and promptly shut the door. The Supreme Leader had yet to inquire about his opinion when Lu Xingyang immediately stated, "The situation is urgent. I recommend an immediate amendment to the Animal Protection Act. The mutated beasts are far too savage and terrifying. They are not creatures we need to protect." Chapter 48. Human life above all. The atmosphere was heavy. The Supreme Leader, his gaze filled with astonishment, glanced between Chu Xu and Lu Xingyang. You two truly display remarkable synergy, both suggesting that I hasten the amendment of the legislation. However, the stakes are high, and we must proceed with utmost caution. Should we alter the law, it will inevitably lead to a rampant slaughter of wildlife, severely disrupting the food chain and causing ecological imbalance. Chu Xu and Lu Xingyang were, of course, fully aware of this. Anyone with a modicum of biological knowledge understands that in an ecosystem, the populations and ratios of various species must be relatively balanced to ensure stability. Much like the grasslands, where hares graze and wolves prey upon them, the death of a wolf ultimately contributes nutrients back to the land that end this small ecological cycle. If wolves were to vanish, hares would face no natural predators and would proliferate excessively. An overabundance of hares would deplete the grass, leading to a gradual desertification of the plains. Consequently, without grass to sustain them, the hares would ultimately starve into extinction. Conversely, if hares were absent, the grass-eating wolves would also perish. Thus, the presence of diverse wildlife is crucial for maintaining ecological equilibrium. Therefore, a formidable choice lay before the Supreme Leader. Easing legal restrictions could mitigate potential threats posed by mutated beasts. Yet it would undoubtedly result in the mass slaughter of animals, jeopardizing ecological balance, if action were not taken swiftly. Once the mutated virus spread, countless mutated beasts would pose a grave danger to humanity, with innumerable individuals falling victim to their ferocious hunting. Chu Xu empathized with the Supreme Leader's predicament. Those in positions of power must consider the broader picture and contemplate long-term implications. Such a significant decision requires careful consideration of various impacts and the long-term benefits and detriments involved. After a brief wait, Lu Xingyang chose to sit down, pouring himself a cup of tea to drink heartily. Should they remain silent indefinitely, having been reborn with the determination to save Huaxia and indeed all of humanity? Chu Xu could not remain mute. Breaking the silence, he spoke earnestly. In my opinion, human life takes precedence above all else. As humans, we must prioritize the welfare of our species the past, humanity, utilizing its intellect and advanced tools, rendered animals vulnerable, resulting in the extinction of many species. However, The celestial fragment has brought forth a mutated virus that allows for the potential evolution of animals, enabling them to grow ever stronger. We cannot simply protect them as endangered species. Survival is an instinct inherent to all living beings that end the fight for existence. Humans strive to create wealth, while mutated beasts, driven by primal instincts, resort to a brutal struggle for survival, preying upon those who cannot overpower them. Humans, naturally, being the prime targets. In conclusion, I believe we must adjust our mindset. Mutated beasts will vie for the apex of the food chain alongside humanity, rendering each other as adversaries in a kill or be killed scenario. It is a brutal struggle for survival, where sympathy has no place. The supreme leader abruptly halted. Survival of the fittest. This phrase struck him profoundly. Reflecting on the events of mere hours ago, he recalled the small, delicate white mice, seemingly innocent and adorable. But now, their bodies had nearly doubled in size, growing increasingly robust. Devoid of food supplies, they began to engage in a ferocious struggle for survival, epitomizing the very essence of the survival of the fittest. And these were merely laboratory mice, not ferocious predators like wolves or tigers. It was unfathomable to consider the aftermath of a widespread mutation of the virus, where wild animals would inevitably transform into mutated beasts. Once their natural habitats could no longer sustain their insatiable appetites, they would inevitably turn to hunting humans. Even unmutated tigers have been known to harm villagers. One can only imagine the devastation wrought by packs of mutated tigers invading settlements. While humanity possesses formidable weaponry, rural citizens often lack rigorous training and access to arms. In such a scenario, it could very well unfold, as Chu Xu warned, with countless individuals falling prey. However, the crux of the matter lies in the moment when the meteoroid plunges into the ocean. The ferocious impact energy shatters it into numerous fragments, both large and small, scattered across a vast expanse of ocean spanning several dozen kilometers. Regardless of how one intends to address this predicament, the task of gradually collecting these remnants must be undertaken across hundreds of square kilometers of open sea, at depths exceeding 3,000 meters. This endeavor will inevitably require nations to deploy a significant number of highly advanced submersibles, consuming an enormous amount of time, manpower, and resources to gather the majority of the debris as for the specific methods of disposal. Should it truly follow the suggestions of many netizens, utilizing high-yield hydrogen bombs for total annihilation, or should the fragments be salvaged piece by piece, thoroughly pulverized, and then either incinerated at high temperatures or encased in cement? The second issue pertains to the initiation of international collaborative research. In the face of a mutual threat to humanity, all nations ought to mobilize their finest personnel and equipment for research endeavors. After identifying an uninhabited island as an experimental base, those with talent should contribute their expertise, and those with equipment should provide their resources. If neither talent nor equipment can be offered, financial support or supplies should be extended. Even if the devastation is too severe for some nations to contribute anything, they should still send representatives to stay informed about the situation. The research topics, of course, should encompass every aspect of the mutated virus, including its biological characteristics, means of transmission, and prevention strategies, among others. Faced with this shared peril, countries ought to unite and collaborate on these two pivotal issues. Yet, the reality is that the increase in numbers has led to discord. Numerous leaders feel their nations are weak and technologically lagging. They may send representatives to participate in research experiments to stay apprised of progress. However, when it comes to salvaging the meteoroid fragments, in the wake of the super tsunami's devastation, they have scarcely a few fishing vessels remaining, let alone the capability to conduct deep-sea operations. Moreover, on Blue Planet, only technologically advanced nations possess the capability to develop and produce submersibles for deep-sea activities. What strength do they possess to undertake such tasks? As for the notion of directly obliterating the fragments with hydrogen bombs, that is beyond their wildest imaginations. Impoverished nations simply do not possess hydrogen bombs. Thus, these two arduous yet honorable tasks must, of course, fall to the powerful P5 nations of Blue Planet. However, while annihilating the meteoroid debris may seem straightforward, after all, the P5 nations have ample stockpiles of high-yield hydrogen bombs capable of obliterating it countless times. The challenges of salvaging fragments and establishing a research base reveal divisions among them. Even the nation that has long considered itself the mightiest on Blue Planet, Maliguo, finds its leader, Taimepu, unexpectedly lamenting its financial constraints that he claims that the super tsunami has wreaked havoc along their east coast, devastating all cities in the region, that a multitude of equipment and factories have vanished without a trace. They cannot produce submersibles, nor can they build a research base, yet they can provide various advanced technological materials. Taimepu believes that these tasks should be entrusted to Huaxia, which has suffered relatively minor losses, boasts formidable industrial strength, and has repeatedly accomplished engineering marvels, that he is confident that, leveraging Huaxia's extraordinary industrial prowess, they can swiftly manufacture numerous submersibles and transform an uninhabited island into a research base in no time. Upon hearing Taimepu's remarks, Chu Xu, who was eavesdropping nearby, immediately noticed the slight furrow of the leader's brow. The current situation is exceedingly disheartening. Despite the gravity of the crisis, the nations of Blue Planet remain unable to unite and overcome this adversity. Certain individuals, represented by Taimepu, continue to act selfishly, eager to offload the burdensome tasks on Huaxia, while they themselves merely await their participation in research. They are undoubtedly aware of the exorbitant production costs associated with submersibles capable of withstanding immense underwater pressure. Given the high demand for materials like titanium alloys and the stringent manufacturing standards required, which lead to significant expenses, even among the powerful P5 nations, the number of submersibles produced is limited, with perhaps only 2 or 3 available for resource exploration and marine research. Yet now, in order to clear hundreds of square kilometers of ocean, they will need to manufacture at least 100 submersibles. Taimepu even expects Huaxia to simultaneously construct the research base. Does this not require an immense investment of human, material, and financial resources? At this moment, Chu Xu feels a sudden realization that many individuals, led by Taimepu, are seizing the opportunity to benefit at the expense of others. This reminds him of a time in his 3rd year of middle school when his grandfather was gravely ill and urgently needed money for treatment. His uncle claimed he had just purchased a shop and was out of funds, while his aunt lamented her business losses left her with nothing. They justified their inaction by saying he had money and should cover the expenses first, with the promise of future reimbursement. That it is akin to the current scenario. Individuals crying poverty and hardship, insisting that Huaxia, with its relatively minor losses and considerable strength, should undertake all the burdens. While it is understandable for poorer nations to behave this way, many of which cannot even produce automobiles or smartphones, it is quite perplexing that Maliguo, which had previously proclaimed its enduring strength, now adopts the same lamentable stance that this not an intentional ploy to exploit others. As a responsible international power, should not every nation strive to do its utmost? Huaxia, having sustained relatively minor damage in this catastrophic disaster, does possess formidable industrial capabilities. But does this truly justify placing the entirety of responsibility upon them? It is akin to the children of a gravely ill elder, where those with wealth are expected to shoulder all the burdens while the less fortunate contribute nothing. In matters of national interest, the leader cannot possibly take on the role of the benefactor at this juncture. Chu Xu swiftly scribbles a suggestion on the prompt board. He proposes that instead of establishing a research base, Huaxia could open its exploration vessel to the international community, serving as a floating research base. That if Huaxia is to contribute its research vessel, then surely other nations cannot sit idly by without offering any assistance. This strategic retreat is bound to catch Taimepu and others off guard. Just as silence envelopes the room and no one speaks up, an urgent report comes in from the Federal Aviation Administration. Their floating platform has been attacked by sharks, and individuals who fell into the water were swiftly devoured by the exceptionally ferocious sharks. This incident not only signifies the peril faced by their floating platform, necessitating Huaxia's escort vessels for rescue, but also implies the likelihood that marine creatures have begun to mutate and evolve. Chapter 50. Do not be so shameless. Shark mutation. The summit meeting is urgently suspended. After the secretary disconnects the network, allowing Taimepu to temporarily log off, the head of the Federal Aviation Administration, Citifen, immediately reports the situation regarding the floating platform's attack. The hastily constructed floating platform, assembled through multiple airdrops, clearly lacks adequate provisions for living arrangements. It has no hospital, kitchen, or even toilets. Ideally, the sewage and waste generated by personnel on the platform should be collected and treated before being discharged into the ocean. However, in their rush to be the first to conduct research at the meteorite's crash site, they failed to prepare for such necessities. TO addressed the urgent needs of personnel. A makeshift portable room was erected as a public restroom, with waste being directly discharged into the sea. Initially, it was assumed that the immense energy impact from the meteoroid's oceanic descent would annihilate marine life within a 100-kilometer radius, making it improbable for sharks to threaten the platform. Yet, the reality is different. While human waste is rapidly diluted by seawater, it eventually spreads and attracts sharks. These ferocious sharks directly assaulted the temporary restroom constructed at the platform's edge, leading to the unfortunate fall of several researchers into the ocean. They had no time to escape and were promptly bitten and consumed by the sharks. Currently, the exceptionally large and aggressive shark seems unsatiated and continues to attack the floating platform, treating it as a source of food and seeking to wreak havoc upon humanity. The platform is constructed atop inflatable buoyancy devices, which cannot withstand the repeated bites and impacts from the sharks. With the situation urgent, Citifen suggests requesting assistance from Huaxia's research team. While it may not be easy to kill the sharks with their 2,000-ton missile destroyers, launching anti-submarine rockets that explode underwater to create shockwaves would certainly drive them away. However, the hastily erected floating platform presents significant safety hazards that prevent further shark attacks. Citifen recommends relocating all personnel and equipment to Huaxia's vessels, as all of Huaxia's ships boast displacements exceeding 10,000 tons. Among them, the amphibious assault ship and comprehensive supply ship have displacements of several tens of thousands of tons. Even if sharks were to ram and bite, it is unlikely that such colossal vessels could be damaged or sunk. Faced with Citifen's request, Temepu naturally agrees without hesitation. Did not Huaxia proclaim that they would make their exploration vessel available for international use? If that is the case, they should immediately contact Huaxia's research team and request their assistance in relocating personnel and equipment. Moreover, given that their personnel have encountered an attack, it is inconceivable that Huaxia would stand idly by, allowing them to perish. That if word of this spreads, how could they bear such disgrace? Meanwhile, within the No. 1 office of the Southern Seas, following the suspension of the summit, Chu Xu, Lu Jingyang, and the leader are also discussing the incident involving Maliguo's floating platform. Regardless of moral obligation or international norms, it is imperative to implement humanitarian assistance. However, as an old saying goes, how can one repay kindness with enmity? If Maliguo's personnel are brought aboard the exploration vessel, will they genuinely contribute to the research efforts? It is doubtful they would be of any help and may even complicate matters. Therefore, Chu Xu believes that humanitarian assistance can be extended, but only by placing the individuals on the comprehensive supply ship. After being at sea for over half a month, the supply ship has already transferred goods from 2 large warehouses to the other 4 vessels. The now empty warehouses can temporarily accommodate Maliguo's personnel. As for when to transfer them to the research vessel for scientific trials, they will have to wait until the summit concludes and we determine how to proceed with international cooperation. Each of them clearly possesses considerable strength, yet they remain so miserly. Why must all responsibilities fall upon Huaxia? If we do not seize this opportunity to address their selfishness, they will undoubtedly perceive Huaxia as easy prey and will continue to push their luck, becoming even more miserly. After a brief discussion, Chu Xu promptly informed the leader of the research team, Chen. Unexpectedly, the Federal Aeronautics and Space Administration of Maliguo responded even more swiftly for assistance. However, rather than merely requesting aid, they explicitly demanded assistance in relocating their personnel and equipment to the research vessel, the exploration. Naturally, Chen was quite displeased that it was already commendable for us to extend our help. And yet they had the audacity to make demands. Moreover, before the rescue had even commenced, they were already proposing excessive requests. Once they were aboard the research vessel, who could predict what further demands they might make? The Huaxia research team is not their parents. Why should we indulge them so? At this juncture, do they still believe themselves to be the sovereign of Blue Star, free to act as they please? You must convey to them that while we can carry out humanitarian rescue efforts, the manner of rescue and the arrangements will be determined by us. Should they find our terms unsatisfactory, they are free to refuse our assistance. We will certainly not force them aboard, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chen immediately responded with a loud affirmation. Understood, I know what to do, by the way. Marine organisms have undoubtedly begun to mutate and evolve. We must prioritize safety. After relaying these instructions, Chu Xu terminated the call. Xu, do you think it is necessary for us to mass-produce a batch of deep-sea submersibles to clear and recover meteorite debris? Just as he hung up the phone, Lu Zhengang inquired earnestly. Chu Xu resolutely shook his head that I believe it is unnecessary to consider that for now. We should first wait for the escort battleship to eliminate the shark before conducting a detailed sampling and analysis. If it is confirmed that the shark has contracted the mutated virus, then it proves that the mutated virus brought by the meteorite has already spread through the seawater, since it is already disseminated. There is no need to expend time and effort to recover the meteorite debris. What do you think? The commander nodded thoughtfully, expressing his concerns. Compared to recovering meteorite fragments, I am far more apprehensive about the mutations and evolutions that the virus might induce in marine life. Lu Zhengang replied with a wry smile. Worrying at this point is futile. The ocean is vast, and its myriad inhabitants will evolve in ways we cannot predict. However, it is certain that moving forward, all activities related to the ocean, whether fishing, recreation, transportation, or extraction, must be conducted with heightened caution. As they spoke, the secretary announced that the summit would soon resume. The moment the online meeting reconvened, Mei Pu seized the opportunity to speak. Did Huaxia not promise to contribute the exploration research vessel for international use? Why are we not allowed to transfer our personnel to the research vessel? Why? With a furious expression, Mei Pu glared, exuding an air of authority as if the entire world revolved around his demands. Failing to rescue Meiligua's personnel onto the research vessel was an act of treason. Yet the commander remained unperturbed, stating calmly, the entire world is aware that scientific trials are currently underway aboard the exploration. For safety's sake, we cannot simply allow anyone aboard. What if another incident occurs? Who would be responsible? Moreover, I pledged that we would contribute the exploration for collaborative international research efforts. However, the specifics of how to collaborate, who qualifies for boarding, and how to ensure logistical support, among other matters, have yet to be thoroughly discussed. To hastily undertake actions without clarity on these issues is evidently unscientific. The commander articulated his arguments against Mei Pu, while Chu Xu remained engaged, remotely observing the Huaxia research team's rescue operations. Given the proximity to the floating island, helicopters were deployed in large numbers to continuously airlift Meiligua's personnel and equipment to the comprehensive supply ship. Simultaneously, one helicopter, using a long cable, towed a large piece of pork. Meandering through the nearby waters, the shark, previously lurking beneath the floating island and gnawing at the inflatable buoy, was lured out by the pork as it approached. The helicopter severed the cable and swiftly ascended. Meanwhile, the 130mm main guns of two missile destroyers roared to life. Unleashing a barrage point, two powerful shells exploded with a deafening roar, sending the shark's remains flying. Shortly thereafter, the exploration dispatched a landing craft. The well-protected researchers boarded the craft and proceeded to the scene of the shark's obliteration. An hour later, while the Blue Star Summit was still deliberating on how to recover debris and conduct research cooperation, the scientific analysis of the shark's remains yielded globally shocking results. This shark had undergone mutations, exhibiting not only increased ferocity compared to a normal shark, but also enhanced metabolism and immunity across various aspects. One could scarcely fathom the strength of its offspring, nor the extent of such mutated marine organisms lurking in the ocean. Chapter 51. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. The shark has mutated. In the vast ocean, one cannot fathom how many marine life forms are undergoing mutation and evolution. This news is incredibly explosive and astonishing, causing numerous live-streaming platforms to erupt with activity. Comments flooded in, as countless individuals expressed their concerns that if sharks have mutated, can seafood still be consumed? With mutated sharks beginning to prey on humans, will it still be safe to visit the beach? I just had seafood tonight. Could I be doomed by the mutated virus? Can the virus that causes animals to mutate also induce mutations in humans? Are we entering an era of spiritual revival? Where can one learn to cultivate and become an immortal? My heavens! If mutated sharks are this ferocious, then what are the whales? Will the mutated virus transform marine life into colossal monsters akin to Godzilla? Can our current weaponry defeat them? The ocean has long been intertwined with human life, Across the globe, many fishermen have relied on catching or farming various marine organisms for generations. Countless others earn their livelihood through the transportation, sale, and culinary preparation of seafood. Moreover, many engaged in international trade heavily depend on the cost-effective and high-volume transportation of marine goods. Additionally, through drilling platforms, humanity extracts substantial amounts of oil and natural gas from the ocean. Thus, the emergence of a mutated virus affecting marine life has significant implications for countless livelihoods, stirring the hearts of innumerable individuals. Prior to this, many felt that the meteorite's landing site was distant from their own lives. Coupled with the notion that the mutated virus only rendered lab mice more aggressive, they felt little fear. Some even optimistically argued that if not for humanity's compassion toward animals, all creatures on Blue Star would have long been consumed to extinction. Hence, the mutated virus was not to be feared. However, now, the mutated virus not only survives in the highly saline seawater, but also induces mutations in sharks. Consequently, everyone can no longer remain calm. Humans primarily inhabit land, where they are familiar with all terrestrial animals, believing that with planes, artillery, and tanks, they can easily overpower them. However, the ocean is a different matter. Its vastness and depth harbor countless areas that remain unexplored. Humanity remains unaware of how many species of marine life exist. Faced with the unknown, apprehension naturally arises. Moreover, years of cinematic portrayals of oceanic behemoths have further fueled humanity's trepidation of the sea, far surpassing their long-standing familiarity with land. Thus, the news of shark mutations inevitably ignited fears within countless hearts, not only regarding the potential loss of livelihoods, but also the threat to their very lives. Panic spread rapidly, inevitably influencing the ongoing Blue Star Summit. Since the mutated virus has already led to the evolution of marine life, there is no longer a need to expend resources on recovering meteorite fragments. Instead, it is far more pertinent to rapidly initiate international scientific collaboration. Together, we must devise methods to unravel all the secrets of this mutated virus, that we must swiftly understand its modes of transmission, the dangers it poses, and how to prevent and treat it. Indeed, many leaders were in a state of urgent concern, yet the commander remained unflustered, for everything that has transpired since the meteorite's descent aligns perfectly with Chu Xu's prior warnings. This compellingly demonstrates 2 points. First, that Chu Xu is indeed a reborn individual who has experienced the cataclysm of the apocalypse in his previous life. Second, that he has not lied in his quest to save Huaxia and humanity at large. From this, it can be inferred that if Chu Xu asserts that the mutated virus poses no threat to human health, then it must surely be the case. Humans will not fall ill merely from encountering or consuming mutated creatures for sustenance. The mutated virus, over an extended period, merely enhances the intelligence and strength of animals that it does not, due to genetic mutations, lead to drastic morphological changes resulting in super monsters akin to Godzilla. Naturally, the warnings issued by Chu Xu remain unspoken by the Supreme Leader, as no scientific evidence yet substantiates them. Without proof, the leaders would hardly place their trust in such claims. Presently, with the emergence of mutated sharks preying upon humans, the collective attitude has shifted to one of sincerity. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, even Te Mei-pu has ceased his nonsensical chatter. Starting with the United States of Melee, numerous countries have expressed their willingness to contribute talent, equipment, resources, or funding within their means. Even some impoverished and weak nations have pledged to sponsor this scientific endeavor for the sake of humanity. Observing the leader's declarations, Chu Xu sincerely believes in the old adage, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Without casualties or bloody lessons, they would remain indifferent. After all have voiced their support, the Supreme Leader ultimately declares that Huaxia will provide the Exploration Oceanographic Research Vessel as the venue for this international scientific endeavor. An engineering fleet will be arranged to expedite the repairs of the Seagull-Dhaka International Airport located on the eastern coast of the Pacific, catering to the transfer needs of personnel and materials. Furthermore, Huaxia will deploy warships to ensure the safety of the research vessels, thus safeguarding the lives of the scientific personnel from various nations. Half an hour later, the summit concludes. Such a technical meeting naturally does not require the attendance of the leaders. Yet, upon concluding the meeting, the Supreme Leader does not immediately retire. Together with Chu Xu and Lu Jingyang, He sets off to attend the urgently convened Council of Elders that if previously there had been doubts regarding the construction of the land-based Great Wall, now there is not only a lack of skepticism, but a sense that it is still insufficient. The governors of several coastal provinces even believe that construction should extend along the coastline. While the mutated virus has yet to induce any terrifying transformations in marine life, it is better to be prepared for the unexpected. Completing the land-based Great Wall would help defend against potential future sea monsters. As the deputy commander of the land-based Great Wall project, Chu Xu naturally comprehends the sentiments of the masses. Drawing from his past life experiences, he knows that land animals, upon mutating and evolving, pose a more immediate threat to humanity. The vastness of the ocean, filled with countless marine species and a complex food chain, makes rapid mutation into sea monsters highly improbable. These creatures require substantial sustenance and constant reproduction. How can they evolve if they are not adequately fed? No matter how formidable, one cannot simply drink seawater to become a monster. Nonetheless, the governor's concerns reflect the anxieties of coastal populations. Thus, Chu Xu consents to commence the survey and design for the construction of the land-based Great Wall along the coastline. Mindful of the need to consider typhoon resistance, corrosion prevention, and subsidence issues, the technical preparations will undoubtedly require considerable time. However, the primary focus of this emergency meeting is not solely on the land-based Great Wall or the mutated virus. The core topic at hand is the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology that a location will be designated for the establishment of a nuclear fusion reactor to conduct experimental validations. Once all criteria are met, large-scale construction of nuclear fusion power plants will commence. At that point, Huaxia will possess an inexhaustible supply of electricity, liberating itself from energy constraints. Thus, a new era is on the horizon. In Chapter 52, the atmosphere is charged with excitement and inspiration. The elders participating in the meeting could scarcely have imagined that after enduring catastrophic disasters, they would now confront the threat of mutated beasts. Amidst this apocalyptic turmoil, such remarkable news emerges. One high-ranking elder, at this moment, beams with a youthful exuberance, laughing heartily. What a blessing from the heavens! Huaxia is favored. Indeed, how extraordinary! With mastery over controllable nuclear fusion technology, how can we fear not ascending to the pinnacle of the world? With nuclear fusion power stations, we will possess limitless electricity. It is nearly impossible not to grow powerful. Our electricity gap is immense. Had we not temporarily reopened the coal power plants, we would have been compelled to impose widespread power outages. It is truly astonishing. After decades of pursuit without success, fortune has suddenly smiled upon us. Is not research akin to solving a formidable puzzle? When inspiration strikes, even the most challenging problems can be resolved in an instant. Indeed, when luck arrives, it cannot be hindered. Who would have thought that our launched alloy projectile could inadvertently divert a meteoroid, causing it to fall into the distant Pacific Ocean, significantly reducing our losses? While I do not believe in deities or spirits, I have always felt that the ancients were correct. The righteous receive assistance, while the wayward find little support. When we unite to confront disaster, good fortune will naturally follow, leading to national prosperity and abundant blessings. In truth, I believe that while luck plays a role, the critical factor lies in the sustained investment of our researchers over decades. Their accumulation of failures has paved the way for today's significant breakthroughs. Indeed, after years of hard work, our independently developed controllable nuclear fusion technology has already achieved stable operation for over 100 seconds. Success is merely a matter of time. Did you know? The ocean contains an estimated 10 trillion tons of heavy hydrogen, deuterium. Extracting just 1 kilogram from seawater costs only a few thousand yuan, and this kilogram can generate tens of millions of kilowatt hours. What? A kilogram of deuterium can produce tens of millions of kilowatt hours. My goodness, at current electricity prices, that would mean spending a few thousand yuan to earn tens of millions. A true windfall. Wait, how can you calculate it that way? Once nuclear fusion power stations are built on a large scale, electricity prices will undoubtedly plummet, possibly to 10 cents or even 1 cent per kilowatt hour. No way, 1 cent per kilowatt hour. Then our current agriculture and industry will undergo a tremendous transformation. If electricity becomes nearly free, we could implement large-scale indoor hydroponic agriculture. Haha, we can repurpose countless abandoned buildings into agricultural skyscrapers. With our cheap electricity, we can use artificial light to illuminate plants, eliminating fears of insufficient arable land and low grain production. Exactly. Even if mutated beasts throw the entire world into chaos, rendering overseas grain imports impossible, Huaxia will never need to worry about a food crisis. We will have an abundance of food, but let us not focus solely on food sufficiency. I believe that the greatest significance of having abundant, inexpensive electricity is the resolution of our long-standing energy concerns. We will no longer fear disruptions in oil supply. The elders engage in animated discussions. Laughter resonating throughout the room, joy evident on their faces. However, among them, three individuals remain exceptions. The supreme leader, the director of the General Affairs Office, Lu Jingyang, and the president of the Academy of Sciences, Cheng Tianming. These three are acutely aware of why the controllable nuclear fusion technology, which had eluded researchers for so many years, has suddenly achieved a momentous breakthrough. The world recognizes the immense benefits of nuclear fusion. Traditional nuclear fission power plants are not particularly efficient, and their construction and maintenance costs are significant. Furthermore, nuclear waste is fraught with radioactive challenges. In the event of a radiation leak, the consequences could be dire. Conversely, nuclear fusion produces virtually no radiation and generates no waste, offering high safety and controllability. The energy released through fusion is immense, representing true green and clean energy. However, no endeavor in existence is utterly flawless. The greatest drawback of nuclear fusion lies in the formidable challenge of mastering the technology. The most resilient metals have melting points around 3,000 degrees. Yet, nuclear fusion necessitates conditions of temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees. Such extreme heat implies that any material will inevitably melt to artificially achieve this. The most effective method involves generating an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field to confine the plasma within a designated space. According to the triple product law, the higher the temperature at which the fusion device operates, the longer the plasma can be maintained, thereby increasing the likelihood of achieving controllable power generation. For decades, scientists have labored to raise the operating temperature of the device, continuously extending the duration of stable operation, from seconds to dozens of seconds, and now to hundreds of seconds. Each advancement demands extensive time and considerable human, material, and financial resources. Why has Huaxia suddenly achieved such success? It is largely due to Chu Xu, who has provided a wealth of invaluable information. This assistance is akin to a student who, after struggling with a particularly challenging problem, suddenly receives the textbook. Naturally, enlightenment follows, and the once daunting challenge is resolved. Thus, had it not been for Chu Xu, enabling the researchers to operate as if they had suddenly gained an advantage, the current pace of scientific progress would likely require several more generations of scientists to achieve similar results. Consequently, the three of them harbored deep admiration for Chu Xu. After his rebirth, he did not exploit his past memories for personal gain. Instead, he generously donated 30 billion to the nation after winning the lottery. And he selflessly contributed significant advanced technologies to the country. Could any other individual demonstrate such altruism? It is likely that most would exploit their newfound wealth to establish companies and recruit talent after receiving a windfall. Subsequently, by harnessing advanced technology, one could delve into the realms of electric vehicles, superconducting materials, and nuclear fusion power plants, thereby amassing substantial wealth. By that time, being merely a billionaire would seem trivial. Trillionaires would be the norm. However, Chu Xu harbored no selfish intentions. Every endeavor he has undertaken since his rebirth has been aimed at strengthening Huaxia and combating the impending apocalypse that him. Money and fame are as insubstantial as passing clouds. Perhaps it is only the valiant warriors who are willing to shed blood on the battlefield for the sake of defending their homeland, who possess such profound love for this sacred land. After all, if one can dedicate their very life to the nation and its people, what else could possibly be deemed too great a sacrifice? Rather than hoarding vast fortunes and advanced technologies in a miserly manner, it would be far nobler to contribute to the nation, leveraging the collective strength of the country to expedite and enhance the application of these technologies for the greater good of the populace. Therefore, for such a selfless hero, the supreme leader naturally would not choose to remain silent. After allowing a moment of jovial banter to foster a harmonious atmosphere, he formally announced this momentous news. Upon hearing it, The elders were left utterly astonished. Could it be that a formidable figure had descended from the heavens to protect Huaxia? First, he aided Huaxia in narrowly avoiding a catastrophic disaster. And now he was facilitating a technological leap for the nation. The elders were left in utter disbelief. Was this extraordinary general truly a divine being come to earth? Chapter 53. Do not mistake me for a deity. The elders collectively fell silent. Previously engaged in lively discussions and laughter, they now found themselves at a loss for words, unable to articulate the profound shock they felt that it was simply overwhelming. It was extraordinary. It was astonishing. Throughout history, it is already remarkable for an individual to achieve one momentous feat in their lifetime. Yet Chu Xu, at the moment the meteorite descended upon the blue planet, he stepped forward, turning the tide to mobilize the entire nation of Huaxia, evacuating the coastal and perilous mountainous regions, that he even orchestrated the large-scale launch of alloy warheads to deflect the incoming meteorite, thereby altering its landing site and significantly reducing Huaxia's losses in this grand catastrophe. It can be said that Chu Xu, through his singular efforts, saved the lives of hundreds of millions of citizens. For this alone, he secured a place in history, earning an everlasting legacy of unparalleled merit. Following this, Chu Xu proposed the grand and ambitious land wall project. Initially, many were skeptical, viewing the endeavor as excessively burdensome and detrimental to national strength. However, in recent days, the Milli nation has been scrambling to be the first to salvage and study meteorite fragments, revealing to the world the terrifying mutated virus that the meteorite has unleashed, which could render various animals ferocious and powerful. Instantly, everyone realized that merely constructing a land wall along the terrestrial border was far from sufficient to ensure the absolute safety of Huaxia. And there was an urgent desire to extend the fortifications along the coastline as well. Prior to the elders' meeting, they had already communicated privately, agreeing that a robust land wall was essential to safeguard the entirety of Huaxia against unforeseen dangers. Now, they once again recognized that their vision had been too narrow. While deliberating on whether the land wall was adequately constructed, Chu Xu had quietly propelled Huaxia into a new era of nuclear fusion. With the advent of nuclear fusion power generation, the populace would no longer need to worry about electrical shortages, food scarcity, or dwindling oil supplies. Consequently, in light of Chu Xu's continuous monumental achievements, what more could anyone possibly say? It was truly beyond imagination that he could repeatedly deliver even greater surprises in the face of this apocalyptic calamity. Where many had anticipated national crises and existential threats to humanity, they found themselves instead imbued with a sense of survival from great adversity brings subsequent blessings. They genuinely felt that the super disaster had not obliterated this ancient nation, but had rather ignited an unprecedented vitality, leading to national prosperity and a surge in strength. Thus, they were at a loss for words to express their excitement and admiration for Chu Xu. Fortunately, the supreme leader had grown accustomed to Chu Xu's unwavering ability to create miracles. Well, everyone, let us refrain from excessive idle chatter. What we must focus on now is how we can maximize the value of nuclear fusion power generation technology. Before the discussion commenced, I would like to invite our fortuitous general, Chu Xu, to share a few words. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elders erupted into fervent applause in that moment. They were no longer the high-ranking officials they once were, but rather fervent fans witnessing their idol. Though the meeting was conducted online, the applause remained vigorous, and the expressions of excitement were palpable. For Chu Xu, this display was unexpectedly overwhelming, and he felt a tinge of shyness at the recognition. What he perceived as merely a modest effort was regarded by others as a monumental contribution, eliciting an enthusiastic response that left him feeling bashful. The applause persisted, and within him, Chu Xu reflected on his previous life, where before detonating the battlefield and perishing alongside the mutated beasts, he had already come to terms with life and death. The apocalypse had arrived abruptly, shattering the order of society, that he had witnessed countless heroic deeds worthy of song, as well as numerous self-serving villains, that he had encountered many who would mercilessly betray everything for a mere morsel of food. Yet, when he looked beyond, raising his gaze to the tumultuous times, where one could be devoured by mutated beasts or die of hunger, humanity, driven by the instinct for survival, often revealed its baser and darker sides. However, such actions were merely instinctual responses, No one wished to be consumed by mutated beasts or starve to death. Having endured immense suffering and witnessed countless tears, Chu Xu had long regarded money and fame as ephemeral. This understanding was precisely why, when the defenses were breached, he could resolutely detonate the battlefield, embracing death alongside the mutated beasts. That it also elucidated why, after his fortunate rebirth, he tirelessly sought ways to save Huaxia's civilization and rescue more lives. He understood that acquiring wealth was not inherently difficult. Nevertheless, what significance did money hold if the land lay in ruins and society was in chaos, without laboring citizens engaged in productive work? Without the flourishing of various industries, money becomes utterly meaningless, rendering it less valuable than scrap paper. Thus, Chu Xu believed deep down that he was not an extraordinarily noble individual, that he simply wished to prevent national destruction and the loss of countless lives to the predations of mutated beasts amid the chaos of the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xu gestured for calm, and gradually, the applause subsided. Everyone's eyes were bright with focus and intent. Thank you for your applause that I end these trying times. Each of us is contributing our light and heat for this nation. So there is no need to place me on too high a pedestal. I am but a human, just like all of you, striving to do my utmost to make our country increasingly prosperous and our people secure and content. Thus, contributions, regardless of size, should not be exaggerated, nor should I be mythologized. After offering a humble smile to ease the mood, Chu Xu composed himself and solemnly continued. As the ancients said, one who does not plan for the whole is unfit to plan for a part. Now that we possess controllable nuclear fusion technology, we have the power to fundamentally alter our entire economic system. But how do we enact this change? How can we ensure that all sectors benefit from it? I believe we must adhere to a fundamental principle, a high degree of electrification. Chapter 54. The true path to becoming a strong nation. What constitutes a high degree of electrification? Chu Xu raised 4 fingers. The simplest and most straightforward way to express this is to closely intertwine the daily lives of the populace. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation, with electricity, ensuring that wherever possible, we utilize electricity instead of oil or coal. For instance, if we can cook and heat our homes using electric rice cookers, induction stoves, and air conditioners rather than natural gas, wouldn't that significantly reduce our reliance on gas? Moreover, if electricity costs are exceedingly low, the public will undoubtedly be eager to acquire various smart home appliances, thereby invigorating the home appliance industry. Furthermore, whether it be private cars, ride-hailing services, taxis, public transport, or freight vehicles, achieving electrification for the millions of vehicles on our roads would result in a drastic reduction in the consumption of motor oil and fuel, thereby substantially decreasing our oil imports. Additionally, despite the tremendous progress made by our domestic automotive industry over the years, we remain at a disadvantage due to our late start, technological shortcomings, and lack of brand influence, consistently trailing behind international automotive giants. These global titans have long suppressed our domestic automotive industry through patent restrictions and price wars, siphoning off substantial profits each year. Many years ago, in our pursuit of a leapfrog advancement, we began to vigorously support the development of electric vehicles. Yet technological immaturity and inadequate charging infrastructure hindered our ability to fully surpass conventional vehicles. However, with our graphene composite battery, now capable of addressing issues related to limited energy storage, rapid degradation, and short range, and with the large-scale promotion of super-fast charging stations, we can finally overcome the challenges of slow and difficult charging. The motor, crafted based on superconducting technology, boasts remarkable advantages such as high power, substantial torque, and low energy consumption, significantly enhancing the performance of our electric vehicles while reducing overall energy consumption and further extending their range. Thus, we are entirely equipped to surpass international automotive giants in the realm of electric vehicles, especially as hundreds of millions of cars gradually transition to electric power, which will undoubtedly stimulate the prosperity of our entire manufacturing industry. Under the vivid depiction of Chu Xu, the elders could not help but ponder deeply. Electric vehicles have not emerged just recently. In fact, over the years, various domestic and international electric vehicle brands have launched numerous models. Some emphasize cutting-edge technology, featuring an array of advanced configurations, while others focus on formidable performance. relying on high-power motors to achieve acceleration comparable to that of fuel-powered supercars. Additionally, some brands prioritize economy and practicality, marketing long-range and low operating costs as their key selling points that support the development of electric vehicles. China has also extended considerable policy support, including exemptions from purchase taxes and subsidies for car buyers in several major cities. Stringent purchase and sales restrictions have compelled individuals to opt for electric vehicles. However, despite the diligent efforts of enterprises and the favorable policies from the authorities, why do the majority of ordinary citizens still harbor skepticism towards electric vehicles? Ultimately, it stems from a lack of security in their minds. This insecurity arises not only from the numerous incidents of electric vehicle fires, which raise concerns about potential battery explosions, but also from various other factors. For instance, when embarking on a long journey in a fuel-powered vehicle, a full tank can easily cover several hundred kilometers, and regardless of whether one is traveling along national highways, provincial roads, or expressways, there are numerous gas stations available that if fuel levels run low, locating a gas station is quick and efficient, allowing one to resume their journey with minimal delay. In contrast, when driving an electric vehicle, one might worry about the convenience of charging along the way. During long traffic jams, will operating the air conditioning deplete the battery? Even if charging stations are available, the slow charging process can lead to significant delays. Consequently, electric vehicles initially evoke concerns regarding range anxiety. Furthermore, many are aware that the lifespan of electric vehicle batteries diminishes with time and usage. An aging battery, particularly in cold weather, can result in severely reduced range. Selling a second-hand vehicle, even if it is a nearly new car purchased just a year ago, can be challenging, often fetching less than 60% of the new car's price. In contrast, well-known joint venture brands can command 60% of their new price even after 3 years. Thus, the rapid depreciation of electric vehicles fosters a fear of loss among the populace, compounded by the excessive digitization and automation of electric vehicles. Reports of brake failures, vehicle lockups, and fatal accidents due to autonomous driving have further heightened public anxiety. This has resulted in a peculiar phenomenon. While people vocally support domestic products and the government vigorously backs this initiative, they simultaneously purchase fuel-powered cars in droves, quietly expressing their preference. Therefore, the immaturity of technology has severely restricted the development of electric vehicles. However, with the current technological shortcomings now resolved and the advent of various advanced technologies, concerns regarding safety and range anxiety can be alleviated. With appropriate guidance and policy support, what reason is there for electric vehicles not to rise rapidly? The elders' imagination soared as they envisioned a future where electric vehicles could charge swiftly and traverse hundreds of kilometers, even under complex road conditions. With charging stations as ubiquitous as gas stations, making the charging process hassle-free. Furthermore, after 2 or 3 years of use, battery degradation would be minimal, and through trade-in programs, performance could potentially improve. Coupled with rising fuel prices and remarkably low electricity costs, the presence of cutting-edge performance, comprehensive infrastructure, and favorable policies leads the elders to find it inconceivable that people would still hesitate to invest in electric vehicles as domestic electric vehicles begin to soar in popularity. It naturally implies that the surrounding upstream and downstream industries will experience significant growth, generating abundant quality employment opportunities and substantially enhancing overall industrial strength. The international automotive giants will no longer be able to effortlessly extract the intellectual tax from the Chinese populace, especially those who resort to cost-cutting measures, deceptive practices, and drastic reductions in quality. They will find it increasingly challenging to sell poorly equipped vehicles to the public solely based on their brand name. Without robust technology and high-quality service, they may very well face obsolescence. Of course, with the advent of numerous advanced technologies represented by controllable nuclear fusion, the forthcoming transformations will extend far beyond just the smart home appliances and electric vehicle sectors that Chu Xu mentioned. With an abundance of affordable electricity, agricultural production in China will undergo a rapid transformation, significantly increasing grain yields. With ample food supplies, the livestock industry will naturally be able to raise more poultry, providing more high-quality meat, eggs, and dairy products. With sufficient and inexpensive food, coupled with stable employment and low living costs, people will no longer need to worry about affording housing or raising children. This may lead countless young individuals in China to reconsider their current perspectives on marriage and childbearing, resulting in an increase in population. The transformation of productivity brought about by technological advancement will inevitably lead to a surge in population numbers. Meanwhile, other nations on Blue Star will suffer severe losses from catastrophic disasters. If this continues, China will likely rise swiftly and ascend to the top, propelled by the extraordinary Chu Xu, becoming the unrivaled leading power on Blue Star. Chapter 55. Never bring about your own destruction. The elders were filled with excitement. Although the mutated virus brought by the meteorite has filled the future of humanity on Blue Star with uncertainty, at this moment, the elders firmly believe that with the backing of advanced technologies and the seemingly divine assistance of Chu Xu, the future of China is bright, and the possibilities are limitless as long as national prosperity and strength are achieved. What concern is there regarding mutated viruses? How fierce can the mutated beasts truly be? The Great Wall is already under construction. High-power laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons are in trial production, and future nuclear fusion power plants will rise from the ground in the face of such overwhelming firepower. Even the resurrection of dinosaurs would merely result in them becoming mere fodder. However, a promising future is merely a collective vision that truly realize national prosperity and strength. Solid, pragmatic efforts must be undertaken step by step. The question then arises, how should we strive? This is the primary purpose of convening today's Elder Council. All provinces, cities, industries, and departments must unite and take action. One hand must grasp economic structural adjustments, while the other hand constructs the Great Wall. To this end, the Supreme Leader proposed the establishment of the highest economic reform task force, based on the principle of assigning more work to those capable. Chu Xu, who has already taken on the role of Deputy Commander of the Great Wall Project, will naturally serve as the Deputy Leader of this economic reform task force. Every elder unanimously agreed, raising their hands in approval, passing the motion without dissent. After discussing the adjustment policies and strategies across various industries and sectors, a compilation of suggestions was swiftly assembled, leading the Elder Council to approve the outline for the construction of economic structural adjustment in the new era. Following the conclusion of the council meeting, this outline was publicly released by the Supreme Command. Although this outline is not formal legislation, it provides a guiding framework for the future development of various industries, informing the hundreds of millions of citizens about how China will progress in the new era following the catastrophic disaster caused by the meteorite. Naturally, this outline did not evoke a strong response. Many individuals have little interest in governmental affairs, especially as countless citizens remain preoccupied with concerns about the mutated virus. They are uninterested in China's future development plans, nor do they wish to know the extent of the breakthroughs achieved in controllable nuclear fusion technology. Millions continue to diligently watch the live broadcasts of scientific research from the exploration vessel, focusing primarily on the mutated virus brought by the meteorite. However, Chu Xu considers this to be a favorable situation. The public's intense concern for the mutated virus will, in time, deepen their understanding as research findings are gradually unveiled. For instance, once people learn that consuming mutated animals will not transform them into monsters, they will no longer fear eating meat or encountering mutated beasts. Similarly, understanding that the mutated virus can incite animals to become aggressive and attack humans may lead wildlife conservationists to alter their perceptions, prompting individuals engaging in outdoor activities to exercise greater caution. Moreover, once it is established, in the presence of billions of witnesses, that mutated beasts pose a significant threat to human civilization, it will greatly assist countries in swiftly implementing corresponding measures. Chu Xu does not expect other nations to invest as heavily as China in constructing the Great Wall. However, if they can amend wildlife protection laws to empower people with greater military capabilities against mutated beasts, that would be commendable, particularly in countries that allow citizens to possess firearms. If they can further permit access to more powerful weaponry, then the evolution of mutated beasts will become considerably more challenging. In the previous lifetime, one major reason for the rampant spread of mutated beasts was their rapid enhancement, while countless citizens remained exceedingly vulnerable, resulting in many individuals being unable to resist during surprise attacks or assaults from mutated beasts, ultimately falling prey to them. Consequently, billions of humans became a source of sustenance for the reproductive evolution of these mutated beasts. The mutated beasts can naturally proliferate and evolve through generations, resulting in greater numbers and enhanced combat capabilities. In this era, Chu Xu intentionally dispatched research fleets at an accelerated pace to salvage fragments for the analysis of the mutated virus, deliberately leaving no secrets concealed, thereby alerting billions worldwide in advance. Chu Xu aims to inoculate the existing population of over 6 billion on Blue Star through a combination of scientific research and live broadcasts that, of course, the only course of action available to him at present is to provide this preventative measure. He cannot rush to the United States, seize Trump by the collar, and command him to mobilize the populace, stockpile resources, and prepare for the impending threat of the mutated beasts. Nor can he rally the world to act preemptively, exterminating all wildlife, regardless of whether the mutated virus has spread. That non-interference in domestic affairs is a matter of principle. Out of humanitarian concern, he feels he has done enough by offering advice and ringing the alarm bell in advance. As a Chinese national, it is only natural that he sincerely hopes for his homeland to become increasingly prosperous and powerful while effectively countering the mutated beast. To achieve this goal, Chu Xu, who has taken on the heavy responsibility of serving as the deputy leader of the Supreme Economic Reform Task Force, finds himself with no respite. Immediately following the conclusion of the elders' meeting, he sets out for the train station, boarding the night train southbound. This allows him to travel while still getting adequate rest. Hangzhou. The Global Entrepreneurs Summit is about to commence. The conference proclaims three main themes: openness, cooperation, and mutual benefit. This summit is jointly initiated by multiple internet giants. As China has experienced the least loss during the super disaster, its industry quickly rebounds. In contrast, many countries have suffered severe damage, with industrial production struggling to recover. The post-disaster reconstruction and the needs of the populace have generated an enormous demand for resources. Thus, the global supply of various materials is now reliant on procurement from China. Consequently, this entrepreneur summit has successfully attracted participation from major companies and financial groups worldwide. Most aim to seize this opportunity to negotiate with suppliers in China for procurement, while others seek investment opportunities to inject substantial funds for profitable returns. As this is a cooperative meeting among enterprises rather than an official event, Chu Xu attends the conference under the guise of a senior director at a private investment bank. Much like a discreet visitor, he wishes to observe what domestic and international entrepreneurs truly intend to accomplish. The construction outline for the adjustment of the new era's economic structure has been officially announced. Clear requirements have been laid out for how various industries should innovate and develop in the future. Chu Xu is keen to see whether these capitalists, driven by their interests, remain oblivious to the changing landscape. Should they persist in their monopolistic and profiteering antics, he will have no choice but to let them meet their own demise. Chapter 56. Indeed, capital is insatiably greedy. At the International Conference Center in Hangzhou, banners flutter and wealthy merchants gather. The spacious venue is filled to capacity. Amidst thunderous applause, the illustrious e-commerce giant, Mr. Ma, strides confidently to the stage. Exuding charisma, as he bows slightly in acknowledgement, the applause reverberates throughout the hall. Some entrepreneurs can hardly contain their excitement, rising to applaud him. In a secluded corner, Chu Xu silently observes Ardung basking in the limelight and the resounding ovation. Wealthy beyond measure, he has always appeared to possess a magnetic charm. Over the years, countless individuals have affectionately referred to him as Daddy Ma. He is the idol revered by entrepreneurs, a super-rich figure envied by many, and the deity of wealth in the eyes of countless e-commerce professionals. Today, this renowned and immensely wealthy e-commerce titan graces the stage as a key initiator of the Global Entrepreneurs Summit, and the enthusiastic applause and cheers he receives are entirely expected. After a brief smile, Mr. Ma solemnly addresses the audience. Welcome, friends from all corners of the world. I am delighted that we can gather here today. That a little over half a month ago, the meteor that fell to Blue Star inflicted unprecedented harm upon humanity. However, as we mourn the departed, we, the survivors, must resolutely live on. But how can we continue to survive? We need, at the very least, warm clothing to shield against the cold, food to fill our stomachs, medicine to treat our ailments, and shelter to protect us from the elements. Chu Xu listens patiently to Ardung frequently attends various events, delivering impassioned speeches without notes. Thus his oratory skills are quite commendable. He swiftly clarifies the purpose of this global summit. In the wake of the super disaster, the focus is on post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery, collaborating to generate substantial profits. Ardung believes the urgent task is to promptly rebuild the global economic order. Many island nations have faced near-total devastation due to the catastrophic tsunami and earthquakes. While numerous countries along the Atlantic coast have suffered tremendous losses, companies that once played crucial roles in global trade have now vanished, and countless others have been severely impacted, struggling to survive. Therefore, Mr. Ma views filling these gaps and reconstructing the economic order as a lucrative opportunity. But how can these gaps be filled? It is imperative to mobilize ample capital and fully leverage China's formidable industrial manufacturing capabilities. To stimulate consumer purchasing potential, Mr. Ma suggests emulating China's existing successful experiences by vigorously developing online finance and e-commerce globally. In other words, if economic recovery is the goal, it is essential to unprecedentedly stimulate consumer purchasing power, allowing for some degree of future overextension and indulgence in shopping. Upon hearing such sentiments, Chu Xu is naturally taken aback. How astonishing! The fact that countless enterprises have ceased to exist presents a colossal profit-making opportunity for Mr. Ma. With fewer competitors, products that were once fiercely contested by numerous companies are now in high demand from consumers, making business operations significantly easier. While this idea has merit, Chu Xu never anticipated that Mr. Ma's approach would be so audacious that he aims to propagate online shopping and online finance, two lucrative tools, from China to the global stage, aspiring to become the most formidable internet giant on Blue Star. Furthermore, to better facilitate post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery, he fervently calls upon nations worldwide to lift various restrictions and allow for the free development of market economies. In essence, he advocates for enterprises to freely sell products in any country or region and for individuals to engage in unrestricted consumer borrowing without collateral. While his intentions may appear commendable, stimulating consumer purchasing power and enabling businesses to thrive, the reality of unrestrained freedom leads to what? Those with even a modicum of economic knowledge understand that this approach will engender a Matthew effect, wherein the rich get richer. Enterprises with abundant capital, advanced technology, and strong branding can easily crush weaker competitors by aggressively investing in traffic and engaging in subsidy wars, thereby achieving market monopolization. Once they monopolize the industry, driven by profit motives, they will prioritize maximizing profits over providing quality products and services to the public. A classic example of this is the initial ride-sharing subsidy war, which aimed to allow private car owners to meet their travel needs while also addressing transportation challenges faced by those without vehicles. However, as capital forces intervened, the original noble intent was corrupted to secure larger market shares. Companies engaged in a frenzied subsidy war. Initially, drivers earned substantial rewards while passengers paid little, resulting in platforms struggling to maintain viability. Eventually, as more platforms succumbed, only one remained, effectively monopolizing the market. Drivers found themselves deprived of generous subsidies and faced exorbitant commission fees, leading to diminishing returns for their hard work. Meanwhile, passengers experienced increased costs and difficulties in securing rides. The unrestrained market competition did not yield improved services or reduce prices. Instead, it revealed the insatiable greed of capital, resulting in relentless exploitation of both drivers and passengers. Now, Mr. Ma advocates for countries worldwide to eliminate restrictions across all industries, allowing for unbridled market competition. Should this occur, it would not be long before one supergiant after another emerges, monopolizing various sectors and failing to provide society with a stable and prosperous existence. People would soon find themselves unable to afford food, transportation, healthcare, and even essential utilities. The reasoning is straightforward. Capital is insatiably greedy, and its primary objective is to maximize profits. Once monopolization occurs, decisions regarding price increases and service improvements will rest solely with a handful of oligarchs. Moreover, the more alarming prospect is, should financial restrictions be lifted, allowing individuals to borrow freely for consumption, how many will succumb to the allure of consumerism, overextending their futures? How many will find their monthly incomes barely sufficient after meeting various repayment obligations? The youth represent the future of a nation and its people. Chu Xu fervently wishes to dismantle the exorbitant housing prices and the rising cost of living, alleviating the burdens on young individuals, so they are not tortured into becoming mere cogs in the machine of life, devoid of even the aspiration to fall in love or marry. Yet now Mr. Ma audaciously seeks absolute freedom, aspiring for everyone in the world to engage in premature consumption and take on loans. Under the pretext of disaster recovery and economic revival, is he genuinely concerned that the pressures of life for the youth are not severe enough? Or does he believe that societal competition is not intense enough? However, Chu Xu initially thought it was already quite audacious to his astonishment. Following his speech, a succession of entrepreneurs took the stage, each more avaricious than the last, with some brazenly proclaiming that they should swiftly exploit capital and technological advantages to form monopolies and reap enormous profits. It seems that in their eyes, the catastrophic disaster caused by the falling meteorite, which claimed countless lives, has also presented an unprecedented opportunity for profit. Observing the multitude of capitalists in the venue, cheering and applauding, Chu Xu increasingly felt that if swift and decisive measures were not taken, these insatiable capitalists might well defy the heavens. Chapter 57. To secure profits, one must monopolize. Humans die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Chu Xu certainly understands the age-old truth that merchants prioritize profit. According to the principle that what is not forbidden by law is permissible, capitalists will stop at nothing to achieve substantial profits. The super disaster triggered by the meteorite crashing in a blue star is, in the eyes of ordinary people, an unprecedented tragedy, as over 1 billion souls perished in the calamity, and more than 2 billion now face shortages of food, medicine, clothing, and shelter. Many countries and regions have seen their homes and roads collapse, bridges and tunnels destroyed, and power and communication disrupted, leaving countless individuals in dire straits, grappling with immense survival pressures. Yet for capitalists, this represents an unparalleled opportunity for wealth. The extensive disaster recovery necessitates a vast array of supplies, and the desperate need for basic necessities among the populace creates an enormous demand for goods. Moreover, the super disaster has nearly obliterated several island nations, exemplified by Sakura country. While human industrial production has suffered severe setbacks, the demand for various commodities has surged. China, possessing formidable industrial manufacturing capabilities and renowned for its high-quality, yet affordable products, has emerged relatively unscathed from the super disaster and has now restored a prosperous and stable social order. By absorbing inexpensive industrial raw materials from around the world and leveraging its robust manufacturing capacity, China is poised to export a diverse range of goods. Could this not be seen as a fortuitous opportunity for immense profit? Thus, many capitalists have gathered here. Ostensibly, they appear to be discussing how to assist humanity in expediting disaster recovery and restoring economic order. However, in reality, they are pooling their thoughts on how to seize opportunities for profit in the aftermath of the disaster and maximize their gains. To accomplish this, they naturally require absolute freedom. With freedom comes immense benefits. For instance, if the entire world were to permit the unfettered trade of mineral resources, the capitalist present could rapidly amass substantial funds to acquire all of Blue Star's prime oil fields and mineral sites. Once they firmly grasp the energy and mineral market, they could inflate oil prices at will and curtail mineral supply as they please, making it as effortless as quenching one's thirst to drive the prices of various industrial raw materials sky high. Similarly, if food could be freely traded, capitalists would leverage their financial advantage to frantically acquire the already scarce global food reserves while simultaneously exerting control over major food-producing regions. Once they monopolize the supply of food, they could easily justify price hikes with various excuses such as insufficient sunlight, abnormal weather, or frequent disasters that if the common people cannot afford food, they would simply be told that their poverty is to blame. The insufficient production of food amidst overwhelming demand would lead to price increases. And how could they be held accountable? Of course, these are merely two small examples. Unfettered freedom inevitably begets absolute monopolization. Once a monopoly is established, the capitalists would revel in their windfall, effortlessly accumulating wealth. Yet, the ordinary populace worldwide would find themselves as mere chaff, subject to their relentless harvesting. Currently, even without having attained absolute freedom, these capitalists have already begun to act with reckless abandon. For example, across the globe, there is a significant shortage of industrial products from China, ranging from steel and cement to food and medicine. From everyday goods to clothing and footwear, in light of such robust market demand, a rational individual would naturally think to ramp up production, believing that higher sales equate to greater profits. However, the capitalist mindset diverges. They contemplate that the soaring demand necessitates controlling production capacity, lest the market becomes oversaturated. They aim to maintain a FAAD of supply being insufficient to sustain high prices and reap exorbitant profits. Most astonishingly, a shipping magnate took the stage and candidly explained his legal and rational monopolistic profit model. The recent super tsunami has resulted in the loss of numerous large vessels globally, while China still possesses a considerable number of container ships. Thus, this shipping magnate swiftly recognized that the forthcoming global economic recovery would heavily rely on China's export of goods. Consequently, he expended a fortune to lease a majority of the merchant ships. Previously, a vessel capable of carrying 4,400 standard containers had a daily rental fee of approximately 20,000 yuan. He and his shareholders raised substantial funds to double that amount, leasing it at over 50,000 yuan. After securing a significant number of container ships, they did not rush to load and transport goods. Instead, they jacked up the fees, increasing the cost of shipping a single container from 2,000 to 10,000. Such maneuvers are undoubtedly lawful. Container ships are commercial entities, and with sufficient funds, one could monopolize the entire global fleet. After all, wealth affords one such capriciousness that by controlling a vast number of merchant vessels, they effectively monopolized international shipping capacity. With a large portion of the containers under their control, what transpired? Within just over half a month, they raised shipping fees by more than fivefold, compared to the rental fees they initially paid. They now profited threefold without any investment of their OWNs for anyone attempting to disrupt this monopoly. Well, they would be sorely mistaken. Large container vessels are not mere small boats. They are colossal entities capable of carrying tens of thousands of tons, with a construction period spanning 1 to 2 years. This means that even if large-scale shipbuilding were to commence immediately, it would be a year or two before new vessels could enter service. Thus, what constitutes exorbitant profit? Monopolization yields exorbitant profit. Naturally, this illustrious shipping magnate, while challenging Chu Xu's worldview, has quietly made his way onto Du Feng's list. Though his actions are lawful and compliant, such a fervent pursuit of profit reveals a ruthless character, made all the more audacious by his public declarations that this not a quintessential case of those who do not act will not perish. Therefore, without any prompting from Chu Xu Du Feng, who attended the meeting, silently added this magnate's name to the list of individuals to be consulted. As time passed slowly, Mr. Ma, as a supergiant in the internet realm, naturally possessed commendable channels of information, although others were unaware of who the masked Chu Xu was. He was well aware that Chu Xu served as the deputy leader of the Supreme Economic Reform Working Group. Thus, rather than engaging in free discussion with others, he cheerfully approached Chu Xu from afar. "Chairman Chu, may I have a private word with you?" Chu Xu raised an eyebrow. "Sure. I was just hoping to discuss something with you." Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma's smile momentarily stiffened. What could Chu Xu want to discuss? Did he perhaps misstep in his earlier remarks? Yet, upon reflection, he reassured himself that he had conducted himself well. With this in mind, Mr. Ma responded with a relaxed smile. "Excellent. I shall eagerly heed Chairman Chu's insights." Chapter 58. Greed knows no bounds. Heed my words. Observing Mr. Ma's mixture of enthusiasm and sycophancy, Chu Xu couldn't help but smile faintly, pondering to himself. Just yesterday, the Supreme Command publicly released the construction outline for the adjustment of the economic structure in the new era. As a billionaire internet tycoon with access to timely information, one would think that M.A. would be more concerned about his election as the deputy leader of the Supreme Economic Reform Working Group. After all, if he had genuinely recognized the significance of the situation, he would not have uttered such audacious remarks on stage. The construction outline explicitly states that to ensure the healthy and orderly development of the economy post-disaster, measures must be taken to further prevent commercial monopolization and unfair competition, and to exert stringent control over the chaotic expansion of capital. Yet, here was Mr. Ma, publicly urging countries worldwide to lift all restrictions for the better and faster post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery. Was he not openly contradicting the established directives? He even had the audacity to claim that he would eagerly heed his own insights, that if he could not even pay heed to the explicitly issued construction outline, how could he possibly be receptive to Chu Xu's words? Of course, one should not strike a smiling face. Since his identity had already been recognized, and he expressed a desire to converse, why not engage in dialogue? Rising from his seat, he departed the conference hall and made his way to the VIP lounge. Chu Xu, uninterested in small talk, directly posed his question. Did you read the construction outline for economic structure adjustment in the new era that was publicly issued by the Supreme Command yesterday? Mr. Ma, after a brief moment of surprise, Mr. Ma smiled and replied, I have heard about it, but I was busy entertaining friends from various regions yesterday and did not manage to read it until late into the night. I shall certainly study it thoroughly once I finish my tasks today. Upon hearing this, Chu Xu immediately recognized Mr. Ma's astuteness, that he was aware of Chu Xu's identity but claimed he had not yet read the outline. It was less than 3,000 words. One could easily read it during a brief restroom visit. Clearly, he had already perused it but chose to withhold his opinions. His diplomatic demeanor revealed a keen intelligence. Indeed, if he were not an extraordinarily perceptive individual, how could he have transformed from a modestly paid teacher into a billionaire tycoon? Since he professed ignorance regarding the outline, Chu Xu naturally shifted the conversation to other topics. This led him to discover just how remarkable M.A. truly was in the past, constrained by inadequate infrastructure and underdeveloped technology. Before the rise of the internet, businesses worldwide relied on physical storefronts. However, with the advent of the internet, M.A. embraced the trend and established an e-commerce website, allowing people to conduct business from the comfort of their homes without the need for physical shops. The rise of online shopping enabled numerous merchants to profit and provided the public with affordable conveniences, allowing them to shop without leaving their homes. To support the rapid growth of the domestic internet industry and to ensure that the online e-commerce economy generated ample employment, as well as to invigorate various sectors like telecommunications, logistics, and transportation. The authorities largely refrained from interfering in the development of internet enterprises, allowing them to flourish and expand wildly. However, this unbridled growth eventually led to the internet industry morphing into an oligopolistic economy, where innovation took a back seat to investment and traffic. Online shopping began. Platforms engaged in fierce competition through extravagant cash burn to attract users, discovering that substantial financial incentives could compel customers to shop on their sites rather than others. With a sufficient customer base and substantial transaction volumes, attracting merchants became effortless. The more merchants joined, the more diverse the product offerings became, driving prices down and naturally attracting even more customers. Thus, a perfect cycle was established. Although it initially required significant financial losses, as long as the number of merchants and customers grew, and the platform's annual transaction volume reached substantial levels, profits would eventually follow. Moreover, once a platform became large enough, it could leverage its position to compel merchants to invest in advertising and pay fees, while also imposing penalties at will, knowing that merchants would endure such treatment for the sake of conducting business. As for the customers, the fervent subsidies that once characterized market cultivation began to wane, with data-driven pricing strategies becoming merciless. The internet giants, having tasted success, began to replicate this model aggressively, from ride-hailing services to shared bicycles, from short-form videos to food delivery, from online finance to fresh produce delivery. The advantage of being large, well-funded, and possessing substantial traffic allowed these giants to pounce on any new concept, burning money recklessly. New startups, lacking such financial resources, found their only option for survival was to capitulate and sell shares for funding. The monopolistic internet giants, however, paid little attention to technological upgrades or improved services. Now, as a meteorite plummeted into the blue planet's Atlantic, it triggered a catastrophic disaster. Many Western enterprises suffered immense losses, including, of course, Mr. Ma's competitors. Seizing this opportunity, numerous Chinese enterprises began to ramp up their overseas investments, aggressively expanding their commercial reach. Naturally, Mr. Ma aspired to become the internet giant of the entire blue planet. Wishing for people worldwide to utilize his software for food delivery, transportation, shopping, ticketing, entertainment, especially borrowing money, did he envision a world where the lives of billions on the blue planet were inextricably linked to him, earning him the affectionate title of Father Ma. If his ambitions were limited to this, it would not pose a problem. After all, the technological challenges of internet development had diminished significantly. With sufficient capital, a new internet giant could rise swiftly. However, the issue was human greed knows no bounds. As the conversation deepened, Chu Xu was astonished to discover that Mr. Ma's aspirations extended far beyond merely becoming the internet giant of the blue planet. He sought to dismantle restrictions across various industries and countries worldwide, lowering entry barriers to facilitate the expansion of his commercial empire into more tangible sectors. For instance, Many industries closely tied to the daily lives of citizens impose stringent qualifications and technical requirements. Not everyone can easily establish a bank, telecommunications company, or utility provider. May envision a scenario where countries would relax restrictions, allowing anyone with sufficient wealth to participate, thus enabling those with deeper pockets and a greater willingness to spend to emerge as industry leaders. As for the implications of unbridled capital competition leading to monopolistic oligopolies, resulting in citizens being unable to afford utilities, food delivery, transportation, medical care, or repaying debts, he remained unconcerned that, of course, Mr. Ma would never explicitly articulate this. He would claim that commercial freedom would facilitate rapid post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery for the Blue Planet. Moreover, during this process, numerous Chinese enterprises would undoubtedly rise, positioning China as the foremost power on the Blue Planet. However, Chu Xu understood that regardless of how grandiose the rationale, Mr. Ma's desire for commercial freedom was merely a means to solidify his position as the foremost monopolistic oligarch of the Blue Planet. To achieve this goal, he sought to gauge Chu Xu's stance, for Chu Xu was no ordinary individual. The deputy commander of the Great Wall Project and the deputy head of the Supreme Economic Reform Task Force. Understanding Chu Xu's viewpoint was tantamount to discerning the leader's perspective. Gaining Chu Xu's support would be even better. In response to Mr. Ma's subtle probing, Chu Xu was disinclined to engage in excessive dialogue. I have no authority or interest in the decisions of other countries. However, do you believe that over 1 billion people in our nation would agree to grant you absolute freedom? Chapter 59. Aspiring to be an oligarch? I will not consent. The smoke curled, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Faced with Chu Xu's inquiries, Mr. Ma chuckled awkwardly before lapsing into silence. Taking a sip of hot tea, Chu Xu furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you genuinely believe that absolute commercial freedom benefits the nation and the people, enriching and empowering them? Let's consider the real estate sector. Wasn't it sufficiently free in the past? Many have claimed that the real estate economy thrived, with local governments profiting from land sales and farmers earning from urban employment, while various industries such as steel, cement, and appliances also benefited. Yet in pursuit of profit, real estate developers incessantly speculated on land and inflated housing prices, leading to soaring costs. Not only did regions increasingly rely on land finance, but countless citizens also found themselves burdened with heavy mortgages. Globally, exorbitant housing prices have drained the vitality from major cities, causing young people to shy away from romance, marriage, and parenthood due to the insurmountable financial pressures. They realize that regardless of whether they work a 996 or even a 007 schedule, to the point of exhaustion or even death, they still cannot afford a home or marriage. Mr. Chairman Ma, do you believe that the free development of the real estate sector has made us prosperous and strong? Has it brought happiness to the billions of citizens? A smiled politely, albeit awkwardly. Of course. Every matter has its pros and cons. Nothing can ever be absolutely perfect. Chu Xu nodded slightly, took a drag from his cigarette, and solemnly inquired, numerous Western nations operate under absolute commercial freedom, with industries like healthcare and education, as well as utilities, being highly privatized. Do you think their citizens are happy? Mr. Ma appeared increasingly uncomfortable, knowing full well the answer was no. The reason was simple. During the recent catastrophic disaster, the tragic fate of over 1 billion unfortunate Westerners starkly illustrated the impotence of capitalist nations in the face of significant natural calamities. Prior to the meteorite's impact, China mobilized to protect its citizens, compelling evacuations, while countries like the United States hesitated to enforce evacuations for fear of economic repercussions. When military interventions failed one after another, the elite and social luminaries of Western capitalist nations fled by plane, while ordinary citizens perished in chaos due to the lack of organized evacuations. Despite their advanced transportation networks, including private airlines, railways, buses, and subways, they were unwilling to risk lives to expedite the evacuation of citizens. Thus, the catastrophic disaster inflicted severe losses on Western nations primarily due to the negligence of those in power, as various sectors failed to coordinate effectively. Had they evacuated coastal regions and seismic zones before the meteorite's descent, how could they have allowed over 1 billion lives to be lost? In their relentless pursuit of profit, they could not prioritize life during times of crisis. Furthermore, even without the meteorite's impact, the potential for disaster remained ever present. In the past, the extreme privatization observed in daily life has brought to light numerous shortcomings, particularly in the healthcare sector of capitalist nations. While these countries advocate for the safeguarding of human rights and the promotion of universal free healthcare, the reality is that their public hospitals are severely lacking in medical personnel and equipment. Consequently, despite the FAAD of free medical services, patients often find themselves waiting interminably for appointments, with many never receiving treatment before their demise. For those unwilling to endure such delays, private hospitals offer a solution, provided one can afford it. Wealth allows individuals to access the most esteemed doctors and the finest medical equipment and medications. Even in the face of terminal illnesses like cancer, the affluent can often enjoy extended lifespans compared to the average person. This stark reality necessitates that the common populace in capitalist nations procure commercial health insurance, as the fear of incurring medical expenses often dissuades them from calling an ambulance. This explains why annually millions of citizens from the United States seek medical treatment abroad. That's so. One must ask, are the common people truly content? Hardly. The genuine beneficiaries of happiness are the wealthy and powerful, the dignitaries and affluent merchants, who in a fully liberated commercial society can leverage their wealth and privileges to gain greater access to societal resources. The highly liberalized private economy disproportionately favors capitalists. When healthcare resources are scarce, they simply raise prices. The poor cannot afford treatment, leaving surplus hospital beds for the wealthy. Similarly, in the face of energy shortages, raising prices suffices, as the poor cannot pay their electricity bills, allowing the rich to bask in illumination. When any societal resource is in short supply for various reasons, the solution remains consistent. Increase the price until it becomes untenable for the average person, while the affluent remain untroubled. Thus, can absolute freedom truly benefit the nation and its people? Otherwise, in this catastrophic crisis, the over 1 billion souls lost may never find peace. Chu Xu's words struck like a dagger to Mr. Ma's heart that if we were to adopt the capitalist model and allow all industries to operate with such freedom, what do you believe would transpire? With a sparse rural population and limited purchasing power, would you be willing to invest trillions to ensure that even the most remote and impoverished villages have access to electricity, roads, and the internet, not to mention gas and water? In economically underdeveloped central and western regions, would you invest hundreds of billions annually to construct electrified railways and highways, thus transforming their lagging transportation systems to facilitate their prosperity? As it stands, over 600 million individuals still earn less than $2,000 a month. Do you think that privatizing healthcare and education would enable them to afford medications, seek medical attention, or pursue education? When a significant natural disaster strikes, do you believe that private enterprises can match the resolve of our state-owned companies, which are willing to spare no expense to restore roads, restore power, ensure communication, and treat the injured? The series of rhetorical questions left R.M. a blushing. After a slight smile, Chu Xu calmly stated, "To many, perhaps even to you, you are undoubtedly a remarkably successful businessman, a veritable titan of the internet. But have you considered that if it were not for the state's relentless efforts to establish communication stations in every town, people would be unable to access the internet swiftly, thus hindering online shopping? Without a seamless and extensive transportation network, logistics and delivery would be sluggish. Would people still be inclined towards online shopping? Moreover, without affordable public education continually producing a plethora of engineers, where would you find the talent to bolster your empire?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma lowered his head completely. After extinguishing his cigarette, Chu Xu rose and said, "Remember, we in Huaxia do not emulate the West. We are not a capitalist nation. United in purpose, we strive relentlessly towards the goal of achieving common prosperity, rather than nurturing monopolistic oligarchs. Therefore, our gratitude and reverence will forever belong to those valiant souls who sacrifice their lives for the prosperity and strength of our nation, rather than to those who are mere super-wealthy oligarchs." Slowly lifting his head, Mr. Ma clenched his teeth, at a loss for words. Chu Xu, with a serene smile, remarked, "The path ahead is yours to choose. I hope you do not stray from the right path, lest I use you as an example." Chapter 60. What do you have to be arrogant about? Use me as an example. Mr. Ma was utterly astounded. He never imagined that he, a prominent internet magnate worth billions, could be regarded as merely a pawn in Chu Xu's eyes, that if anyone else had threatened him, he would have dismissed it outright. as his conglomerate wielded immense influence, and he possessed extensive connections, making him anything but an easily manipulated figure. But who was Chu Xu? To the common folk, he might just appear as a fortunate lottery winner who generously donated 30 billion to the nation. While people might envy his luck, they would surely criticize him for his foolishness in donating such a sum instead of enjoying it with his family for a lifetime. However, Mr. Ma, with his insider information, understood that Chu Xu was no ordinary individual. Who else could become the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project? Who else could receive unanimous approval from the Elders' Council to become the deputy leader of the Supreme Economic Reform Task Force? Although it is often said that heroes emerge from youth, Chu Xu's ascension to such heights at a young age is truly unprecedented. Now, he had issued a grave warning to Mr. Ma. How could he not take it seriously? After taking a deep drag from a cigarette, Mr. Ma began to feel increasingly uneasy. This deputy commander, this deputy leader, seemed excessively youthful and arrogant, showing little regard for Mr. Ma, the billionaire. What was his true background? After taking another deep puff, Mr. Ma retrieved the phone he rarely used, reserved for contacting significant figures. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was Chu Xu who had passionately persuaded the higher-ups to alert the world about the impending meteor strike that could bring catastrophic disaster. It was Chu Xu who urged the nation to take the threat seriously and mobilized a nationwide evacuation, thereby saving hundreds of millions of lives. It is said that saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. Chu Xu's efforts to save billions and preserve the foundation of Huaxia were monumental beyond description. Even Mr. and his family owed a debt of gratitude to Chu Xu. Furthermore, apart from his unparalleled contributions during the crisis, Chu Xu had also made significant advancements in high-performance batteries, room-temperature superconductors, and controllable nuclear fusion technology. The Supreme Command was bold enough to undertake drastic economic restructuring during this critical period primarily because Huaxia had mastered numerous advanced technologies. Particularly with controllable nuclear fusion technology, constructing just 10 fusion power plants would suffice to meet the current electricity demands of Huaxia. Should 20 be built, along with the integration of hydropower, wind power, and other clean energy sources, the cost of electricity would plummet to an astonishingly low level. What would such inexpensive electricity signify? It would mean that all industries could operate freely without concern for energy consumption. Enterprises and factories across the nation would no longer fear power shortages disrupting operations, thus significantly reducing production costs. Moreover, with the advent of high-performance batteries, electric vehicles would inevitably phase out gasoline-powered cars. Mr. Ma had little time to ponder the myriad benefits, but he recognized that with Chu Xu's assistance, Huaxia was poised to break free from the constraints of energy shortages and enter a new era. With such monumental achievements, Chu Xu had undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the eyes of someone wholly dedicated to the nation and its people. Mr. felt like nothing more than a merchant steeped in the scent of copper. Therefore, what right did he have to act arrogantly in front of Chu Xu? If Chu Xu claimed he would use him as an example, it was not mere bluster. As a businessman, Mr. Ma certainly did not wish to become the sacrificial chicken. Very well. Thank you for your reminder. I shall certainly keep it in mind and maintain absolute confidentiality. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Ma could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet and immediately instructed his secretary, "Relay my orders, regardless of whether it pertains to the headquarters or any subsidiary. All personnel in management positions must cease their current tasks and diligently study the outline for economic structural adjustment in the new era. Furthermore, by the end of the day, each president of the respective divisions must provide me with a written reflection of no less than 800 words, articulating their profound insights and perspectives." After issuing the command, an epiphany struck Mr. Ma. The more he examined this outline, the more he perceived it as a straightforward investment guide. The outline explicitly outlined which industries would receive priority support and where investments would be concentrated. Following this outline for future investments could not only yield substantial profits, but would also ensure steady earnings. After reviewing it 3 times, Mr. Ma rose abruptly, fully enlightened. Regardless of the present or future, as long as business endeavors benefit the nation and its people, they will secure robust support from the government. The focus for any enterprise moving forward should be on continuous technological innovation and relentless improvement of services. Instead of incessantly contemplating how to leverage the vast advantages of scale to suppress competitors or exploit technology to fleece unsuspecting clients, it is evident that a conglomerate like his, which recklessly plunges into new territories, engaging in frenzied cash-burning and cutthroat competition, is on an unsustainable path. Utilizing big data analytics to deceive long-standing customers is an unequivocally unethical practice for a corporation to achieve steady and enduring growth. It must relentlessly pursue more advanced technologies and superior services. Conversely, for individuals to attain greater success, they should focus on delivering better services to the public rather than extracting what is often termed an intelligence tax. Team Leader Chu, I have come to understand. Thank you. Upon hearing the chairman's impassioned exclamations, the secretary stared at him in bewilderment. Observing his animated gestures and exuberant demeanor, one might liken him to a person suffering from a severe mental disarray. With Team Leader Chu absent, why was he so fervently agitated? After a prolonged period of excitement, Mr. Ma did not relent. Instead, he promptly began a flurry of phone calls. His intent was to persuade the shareholders of the conglomerate to swiftly revise their operational and investment strategies. Firstly, they must abandon previous monopolistic practices and rectify various detrimental habits. Ultimately, they needed to invest in a multitude of technological domains, including electric vehicles, artificial intelligence, and composite materials, while fervently seeking to acquire advanced technologies and attract exceptional talent from abroad. This series of significant adjustments starkly contrasted with his prior declarations at the Entrepreneur Summit. Why did the rhetoric differ so dramatically between the public and private spheres? What prompted such a monumental shift? The shareholders were collectively perplexed and reluctant to relinquish the effortless monopolistic profits they had enjoyed. In response, Mr. Ma became utterly incensed. Oh, you choose not to heed my words. You refuse to support me? We shall see. That evening, the Market Economy Management Bureau of Huaxia issued a penalty decision, mandating the payment of fines within 7 days and the submission of a rectification report. Failure to comply would result in escalated punitive measures. Following the announcement of this decision, not only were Mr. Ma's shareholders left in a state of shock, but the entire world was thrown into an uproar. Chapter 61. The Astronomical Fine. Submission is not an option. The staggering fine of 152.8 billion yuan left countless individuals in disbelief. After the announcement of the penalty decision, many found it hard to accept, compelling them to visit the official website for confirmation. As the undisputed internet titan of Huaxia and a household name, although some may not recognize Mr. Ma, the vast majority of citizens' daily lives are intricately linked with his enterprise. Each day, countless individuals utilize his company's software for QR code payments. Hailing cabs, riding bikes, shopping online, ordering takeout, purchasing tickets, and borrowing money. Whether or not one is acquainted with him, RMA is immaterial. What matters is that his enterprise and its various applications have seamlessly integrated into the fabric of daily life, becoming an inseparable part of it. Thus, when RMA was fined an astronomical 152.8 billion yuan, many instinctively reacted with disbelief. How could such a crucial enterprise to national life incur such a hefty penalty? It is essential to note that the unit of measurement following the 152.8 billion is not in thousands, but in billions. That if the fine had been merely in the tens of millions, it would have seemed trivial and unremarkable. Perfection is an illusion. Even a supernetwork giant with a market value exceeding trillions can face penalties for minor infractions. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that this fine reached an unprecedented 152.8 billion yuan. Many companies possess total assets that do not even amount to several billion, that numerous small and medium-sized enterprises toil for years, often failing to amass even 100 million in assets. Yet, Mr. Ma's penalty alone surpasses 100 billion for the vast majority of enterprises. Facing such a colossal fine would spell bankruptcy. Even though Mr. Ma's conglomerate is substantial and robust, a fine of over 100 billion could severely cripple it, nearly bringing it to its knees. Their annual sales revenue hovers around 4 to 500 billion yuan. However, this figure represents only the sales income. After accounting for various costs and taxes, the actual annual profit dwindles to a few hundred billion. Paying this fine would equate to several years of efforts rendered futile, inevitably stunting the group's cash flow. That a strained financial chain would profoundly impact all business operations, triggering a cascade of serious repercussions. Consequently, many began to speculate. Why would Huaxia unleash such an unyielding hand upon its foremost internet giant, imposing such a staggering fine and demanding a rectification report within 7 days, threatening further penalties for noncompliance? Was the intention to drive them to bankruptcy? Could such a ruthless punishment spark unforeseen repercussions? Was the reason for the penalties genuine violations by the giant enterprise, or was it due to budgetary constraints of the Land Great Wall project? Or perhaps it stemmed from Mr. Ma's audacious declarations at the Global Entrepreneurs Summit in Hangzhou, where he advocated for absolute commercial freedom to better establish monopolistic dominance. However, in response to the myriad curiosities and doubts of netizens, the penalty decision was entirely consistent with wartime legal regulations and had received the highest command's approval. What took many by surprise was that, upon learning of the news, the illustrious leader of the United States swiftly issued a tweet. The colossal fine of 152.8 billion yuan, while setting a record for penalties against blue star corporations, was not something I deemed worthy of celebration. Such a crude and barbaric interference in commercial freedom would severely undermine the confidence of entrepreneurs and profoundly impact the reconstruction and economic recovery of Blue Star post-catastrophe. I strongly urge the cancellation of this penalty, and the great United States warmly welcomes all entrepreneurs who cherish freedom to invest, promising an environment of absolute commercial liberty, for no one understands business better than I do. The extensive tweet from the leader served to stoke the flames of this incident, that in no time, public attention shifted towards Mr. Ma's astronomical penalty, diverting focus from the mutated viruses brought on by meteoroids and the progress of scientific research. Intellectuals lamented and condemned the decision, asserting that the penalty grievously harmed enterprises, dismantled market economies, and severely undermined the confidence of entrepreneurs. This, they argued, would inevitably lead many to invest in other countries, resulting in domestic economic decline and widespread unemployment. Yet a greater number of ordinary citizens rejoiced, celebrating the long-overdue punishment of Mr. Ma. They criticized his e-commerce platform for coercing and exploiting merchants, condemned the data-driven favoritism of his various applications, denounced the exorbitant interest rates on loans, and lamented the poor customer service of his enterprise. Not only did the populace express support for the official imposition of this monumental fine, but they also eagerly reported other firms abusing market dominance and engaging in cutthroat competition. They believed that if penalties were to be imposed, they should be inflicted upon each and every wrongdoer, ensuring that the repercussions would be unforgettable. Only through stringent penalties could one hope to instill lasting change. Moreover, the vast sum collected from these fines could be utilized to construct the Land Great Wall and enhance societal welfare. That as supporters and dissenters clashed in fervent debate online, Mr. Ma was also not idle. He urgently convened a remote video conference, summoning all major shareholders to participate and voice their opinions. Following a conversation with Team Leader Chu of the Supreme Economic Reform Task Force, he fervently implored the shareholders to promptly revise their operational and investment strategies. However, each was preoccupied with immediate gains, convinced that the current monopolistic model was exceptionally lucrative, allowing them to earn substantial profits with minimal effort, thus showing little desire to step out of their comfort zones. What ensued? Team Leader Chu was not a man known for his leniency, that he meant what he said, and with decisive action, he delivered a crushing blow by imposing a fine of 152.8 billion yuan upon the conglomerate, inflicting a devastating setback. Now, the pressing question arose. Should they pay this exorbitant fine or contest it? Time was of the essence, with only 7 days allotted for a decision. Furthermore, one should not assume that, due to Huaxia's relatively minor damages from the recent calamity, and with everything now back to normal, they could forget that Huaxia remains under wartime conditions. Under such circumstances, Team Leader Chu wielded the ultimate authority. To quibble in the face of wrongdoing, to even attempt to twist the narrative and defy openly, that would indeed be courting disaster to Mr. Ma. Yet to reach 60, surely wish to live for another 20 or 30 years. Thus, under the weight of the astronomical fine and Mr. Ma's earnest entreaties, the shareholders finally reached a consensus. Soon, an event that shocked the world transpired at M.R.A., and his conglomerate publicly acknowledged their mistakes, issued an apology to the public, and pledged to pay the fine within 3 days while also making their rectification report available for public scrutiny. That many remained confounded by these developments. the Market Economy Management Bureau issued multiple additional penalty announcements against various enterprises and individuals suspected of monopolistic and unfair competitive practices, imposing hefty fines, with M.A. choosing to admit fault, who would dare to defy. Each entity promptly issued announcements, confessing their wrongdoings and accepting penalties. This spectacle left countless individuals astounded and puzzled. Many could not comprehend the true intentions of the highest command, which oscillated between calls for structural economic adjustments and the issuance of grave penalties against numerous giant enterprises, accumulating fines nearing trillions. Meanwhile, many entrepreneurs privately exchanged messages among themselves. Everyone is eager to uncover what the resolute and precise Chu Xu truly intends. Chapter 62, Money, 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 Life Intertwined. In the military base of the United States, upon learning that numerous titans of industry in Huaxia face exorbitant fines and have all pleaded guilty, President Trump immediately summoned Director Cole of the Federal Intelligence Bureau. Do you know why Chu Xu has suddenly imposed hefty fines on these numerous giants? Don't tell me it's because Huaxia is lacking funds for the construction of the land wall, thus targeting the conglomerates. Cole managed an awkward yet polite smile. The reason behind Chu Xu's relentless and severe penalties on major enterprises, alongside his vigorous anti-corruption efforts, indeed stems largely from the need to raise funds for the land wall initiative. As you are aware, the projected cost for the land wall project is an astounding 5 trillion yuan, and with such a substantial expenditure required, they fear imposing additional taxes on the populace. Whether through stringent anti-corruption measures that seize the ill-gotten gains of corrupt officials or through imposing hefty fines on law-breaking enterprises, these actions are, without a doubt, welcomed by the public. Moreover, not only does this approach amass significant funding, but it also reduces the number of corrupt officials and monopolistic giants, greatly benefiting societal development. Truly a triple win. Most importantly, they have just unveiled the outline for the adjustment of the economic structure in the new era, emphasizing that economic advancement must be driven by technological innovation, that be why levying heavy fines on those conglomerates that focus solely on monopolistic profits rather than pursuing technological advancement. It serves as a lesson for them to recalibrate their operational and investment strategies. Trump lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and savored the flavor that he was well aware that Chu Xu's actions yield numerous benefits for both the nation and its people. The only ones truly suffering are the corrupt officials and capitalists. Confronted with Chu Xu's formidable crackdown, they naturally find themselves in a difficult predicament. Yet beyond discomfort, what recourse do they have? Chu Xu is acting within the bounds of the law. Can the giants possibly unite in rebellion? If they were to do so, it would merely present Chu Xu with an opportunity to annihilate them all. After Cole concluded his explanation, Trump expressed his heartfelt admiration. This Chu Xu is truly exceptional. Since his emergence, he has continuously contributed to the prosperity and strength of Huaxia. The implementation of the land wall project will fortify national defense and safeguard the lives and properties of the Huaxia populace. Furthermore, adjusting the economic structure will facilitate technological advancement and economic prosperity, significantly enhancing their overall national strength. This young prodigy has indeed risen to prominence. Have you thoroughly investigated his background? How is it that he wields such formidable power at such a young age? In the eyes of many, Trump is viewed as an unreliable president. Yet in truth, can one ascend to the presidency without a measure of ability and vision? He is acutely aware of many matters, yet stands on a different political stance, thus feels compelled to oppose for the sake of opposition. However, in response to Trump's inquiry, Cole appeared quite embarrassed that I apologize, Mr. President. Since Huaxia entered a state of war, they have intensified their anti-corruption and counter-espionage efforts, leading to the loss of many of our long-standing agents and informants. Furthermore, as you are aware, the Sakura Nation was once our most loyal ally. And both they and the Huaxia populace share similar physical traits: yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes, making them more adept at concealment compared to Westerners. Unfortunately, during this unprecedented cataclysm, the Sakura Nation has faced a series of extraordinarily powerful earthquakes, nearly leading to their extinction, which has severely impacted our intelligence-gathering capabilities. Trump inhaled deeply and gestured dismissively. Since we cannot ascertain the details of Chu Xu, you should at least have investigated why they are expending vast sums on the construction of the land wall. Cole promptly retrieved a recent analysis report from his briefcase. According to the current experimental data from the exploration vessel, the mutated virus brought by the meteorite is unlikely to result in human casualties. However, it has the potential to provoke significant aggression and evolution in animals that we surmise that Huaxia is constructing the land wall both to better safeguard their territory against smuggling and illegal immigration, and to prevent incursions from mutated beasts. Wait, Trump set down the report, furrowing his brow with urgency. You must be mistaken. The land wall project was proposed shortly after the meteorite landed on Blue Star. At that time, they clearly had no inkling that the meteorite would bring forth a mutated virus, did they? Are you suggesting that their supreme leader or others possess some prophetic abilities? How could they possibly know they would face an invasion from mutated beasts? Cole was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he offered an awkward smile. Perhaps they were inspired by science fiction films, believing the meteorite would herald an apocalyptic scenario, and thus the land wall was constructed as a defense against zombies. Trump lit a cigar and took a deep drag. Grimacing as he spoke, I believe the mutated virus has undoubtedly spread, and it is only a matter of time before powerful mutated beasts begin to hunt humanity. Meanwhile, Huaxia has already embarked on the ambitious construction of the land wall. And what about us, the United States? Are we to remain passive, as we did when the meteorite fell into the sea? Failing to evacuate the populace and taking no preemptive action, Cole found himself even more embarrassed by this line of questioning. As the director of the Federal Intelligence Bureau, he was not in charge of financial matters. As a quintessential capitalist nation, the United States cannot swiftly enter a wartime state like Huaxia and mobilize national resources to tackle significant issues. Although Trump had declared a state of war, his authority had not significantly expanded. For any substantial expenditure beyond military engagement, he must seek congressional approval. The inherent inefficiency was exacerbated by the opposition party's tendency to nitpick and create obstacles, thereby severely hindering the review of various legislative proposals. Consequently, Trump's aspirations for rapid post-disaster reconstruction were thwarted by a lack of funds, and his desire to emulate Huaxia in constructing a land wall along the northern and southern borders remained unfulfilled. The only budgetary measure recently passed was the Universal Relief Fund, essentially providing every living American with a $2,000 stipend and allocating resources to healthcare facilities and shelters for the homeless. Given that everyone would receive funds and that many struggling citizens would benefit, the opposition did not impede this initiative, allowing the budget to pass swiftly. The staggering $1 trillion for the Universal Relief Fund is currently being distributed. However, new problems have arisen. Prior to the cataclysm, the U.S. dollar was the world currency, universally accepted for international trade, which meant that when the United States faced fiscal strains, it could simply print more money to acquire resources and products from other nations. In essence, the U.S. had exchanged mere pieces of paper for the hard-earned products of other countries' citizens. The excessive printing of money was inconsequential, as inflationary pressures would ripple through other nations, causing global hardships. However, times have changed, and the era has shifted. Following the outbreak of the cataclysm, the United States suffered tremendous losses, and its national strength has significantly diminished. Without formidable military power to assert dominance, nations are increasingly reluctant to be exploited. In contrast, Huaxia boasts a robust industrial chain, formidable manufacturing capabilities, and ample goods, coupled with a powerful military presence that as a result. The Huaxia yuan has quickly become more appealing than the U.S. dollar, leading many to engage in trade directly using the Huaxia yuan, bypassing the U.S. dollar and depriving the United States of potential profits. Consequently, the U.S. dollar has lost its allure on Blue Star. The frantically printed currency can no longer easily procure goods from other nations. What once cost a single U.S. dollar now requires 2 or even 3, rendering the dollar increasingly worthless and signaling escalating inflationary pressures for the United States. Under these immense inflationary strains, not only is the populace struggling, but Trump's own situation is equally dire. Money, money, money. Lives are intertwined. Without funds, how can there be post-disaster reconstruction or economic recovery? How can the United States maintain its status as the dominant power on Blue Star? Let alone contemplate constructing a land wall akin to Huaxia's. That after taking a deep puff of his cigar, Trump frowned and inquired, considering the timeline, my envoy Howard should be arriving in Hangzhou soon. Correct? Cole quickly responded, it's still the dead of night in Huaxia. Once dawn breaks, he will meet with Chu Xu to discuss economic cooperation. Trump narrowed his eyes slightly, hoping that Chu Xu would not be unreasonable. Otherwise, he would certainly not hold back. Chapter 63. The tactics of cunning exploitation are no longer viable. At the Junhua Hotel in Hangzhou, although it was already 2 in the morning, the U.S. presidential envoy and trade representative Howard remained wide awake. Yesterday in Yanjing, he had engaged in discussions with the head of Huaxia's General Affairs Council, Liu Jingyang, for nearly 4 hours. That AS is well known. In recent years, the nation of Meligio has seen a significant influx of capital directed towards the financial sector. Rather than the tangible economy, people prefer engaging in stock trading and financial speculation, finding it both effortless and lucrative, rather than investing their energy into arduous research and production. Coupled with exorbitant labor costs, this has led to a continuous exodus of manufacturing from Meligio. Many renowned international corporations have relocated their operations and established factories in Huaxia, drawn by its well-structured industrial chain and abundant technical talent, enabling swift, high-quality, and cost-effective production of a myriad of products. Consequently, the manufacturing sector in Meligio has become increasingly hollowed out, relying on Huaxia, often referred to as the world's factory, for everything from clothing and footwear to daily necessities. Furniture, appliances, vehicles, medical equipment, and electronic devices. The industrial products that Meligio can export to Huaxia have dwindled significantly, primarily consisting of a limited number of jetliners, high-end chips, and advanced medical devices, while its major exports to Huaxia remain oil, natural gas, corn, and soybeans. The catastrophic fallout from a meteorite impact has unleashed a devastating tsunami along the Atlantic coast of Meligio, obliterating vast tracts of its agricultural plains, inundating numerous granaries, and wreaking havoc on oil fields and petrochemical enterprises, crippling their oil production. Tragically, the super tsunami has also annihilated thousands of large vessels, severely undermining Meligio's shipping capabilities. In light of this calamity, the nation faces a pressing challenge. The reconstruction necessitates a vast array of materials and equipment. While the daily lives of over 200 million citizens are inextricably linked to the industrial products imported from Huaxia, Meligio, of course, yearns to replicate its previous strategy of recklessly printing currency to purchase goods from Huaxia, thereby alleviating domestic inflationary pressures and shifting the burden onto Huaxia. Historically, emboldened by its formidable military prowess, Meligio's demands were met with silent acquiescence from Huaxia, which had no choice but to swallow its pride. However, the super disaster has shifted the balance of power. Due to prior evacuations, Huaxia has remarkably preserved its naval fleet from the calamity. The 2 aircraft carrier battle groups once disregarded by Meligio have now emerged as formidable assets. Should hostilities arise, even the deployment of a few missile destroyers would suffice to inflict considerable discomfort upon Meligio. Thus, lacking both military and industrial strength, Howard finds himself at a significant disadvantage in negotiations with Liu Jingyang. No longer able to assume a position of superiority, Huaxia insists on utilizing their currency for trade settlements, implementing a floating exchange rate system, and ceasing the extensive purchase of Meligio's government bonds. These steadfast positions leave Howard in a most uncomfortable predicament. Desperate to alleviate domestic inflation and secure scarce goods, he hastily travels to Hangzhou, hoping to engage with private entrepreneurs in Huaxia, urging them to increase investments and exports to aid Meligio's plight. His foremost desire is to meet the illustrious internet magnate, Teacher Ma, whose e-commerce platform collaborates with countless enterprises across Huaxia, that if he could persuade Teacher Ma to advocate for increased exports to Meligio at stable prices, the resultant reduction in inflationary pressure could be substantial. Regrettably, Howard learns before meeting Teacher Ma that he has been fined over $100 billion for unfair competition. To his astonishment, other potential partners he sought to engage with have also faced substantial penalties. Initially anticipating resistance, he finds them instead quick to admit fault and accept penalties. As a seasoned politician, Howard understands that the underlying reason for this compliance is Huaxia's newfound strength, which has instilled a healthy respect among its entrepreneurs. With a population exceeding 1 billion, Huaxia boasts a remarkably stable business environment, and its citizens are increasingly affluent, with growing purchasing power, making them reluctant to leave. Acknowledging one's mistakes and standing firm in the face of adversity has become the norm. As long as businesses can continue to operate in Huaxia, profits will invariably follow. Thus, even in the face of exorbitant fines, compliance prevails, sighing deeply as he gazes out at the vibrant cityscape of Hangzhou. Edward laments the absence of formidable power to threaten or intimidate, and the lack of reliable allies to assist in his predicament. How can he approach negotiations with Chu Xu tomorrow under such circumstances? Reflecting on Maliguo's past supremacy and its current humiliating state, he is left speechless. Had they adopted Huaxia's proactive strategy of mass relocation prior to the meteorite's impact, they would not have suffered such a decline in power. Nor would they find themselves lacking confidence in negotiations with Huaxia. Yes, Edward's thoughts linger. His aide, Kalur, interjects with a smile. Sir, I trust you haven't forgotten that Huaxia is fervently constructing the Great Wall while simultaneously ramping up production across all factories. They are in urgent need of various metal ores. Our three major international mining conglomerates control the finest ore deposits on Blue Star, and our high-quality minerals are an irresistible commodity for them. Therefore, in tomorrow's negotiations with Chu Xu, we can leverage our mineral resources as a bargaining chip, compelling him to concede or face drastic price increases. Let's see if he bends. Chapter 64. Bandits and Farmers. At dawn, as Chu Xu emerges from his room, his assistant, Du Feng, approaches him. The special envoy Howard dispatched by Tai Meipu wishes to invite you for breakfast. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xu responds, so eager? Wasn't it agreed that discussions would commence at 10? Du Feng chuckles. Surely the 18 penalty orders issued last night by the Market Economy Administration serve as a wake-up call, leaving him utterly unsettled. With a laugh, Chu Xu replies, very well. Let him come. I shall treat him to an authentic Chinese breakfast, allowing him to savor the delights of soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and congee. That Du Feng promptly takes his leave. Once settled in the living room, Chu Xu immediately calls Lu Zhengang. Having conversed with Howard recently, he seeks to better navigate the impending discussions. Maliguo, with its inflated sense of self-importance and disdain for others, has long operated with impunity, even in light of its substantial losses from the super disaster. After years of enduring humiliation and biding their time, Huaxia is no longer weak or helpless. They now possess the strength to firmly reject Maliguo's arrogance. Listening attentively, Chu Xu contemplates his strategy. Since Howard faced significant setbacks in his previous meeting with Lu Zhengang, he is likely aware that engaging with Chu Xu would yield similarly unfavorable outcomes. Furthermore, Chu Xu's approach is even more resolute than Lu Zhenggang's, evidenced by the hefty fines imposed on 18 monopolistic giants, including the world-renowned internet leader, Teacher Ma, who faces a staggering penalty exceeding 100 billion. Xiao Su, he reflects, I believe Howard, having failed to gain any advantage during his visit, is not seeking you out for a friendly chat. Knowing you have levied substantial penalties on multiple monopolistic giants, he has likely decided to test your stance. Chu Xu responds with a calm smile. Our positions are undoubtedly aligned, and regardless of any schemes or coercive tactics he may employ, I shall not yield. 10 minutes later, Howard arrives accompanied by a translator. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Xu invites them to sit for breakfast. Initially, they discuss the culinary contrast between East and West, creating a pleasant ambience, with Edward even boldly sampling the spicy and sour cabbage. However, as the conversation shifts to the super disaster and the ensuing changes in international politics and economics, the atmosphere grows tense. Howard asserts that trade cooperation between the two nations is not only vital for their citizens, but also critical for global post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery. He emphasizes the need for mutual trust and collaboration, arguing against conflict that could further deteriorate their relationship. Patiently, Chu Xu listens to Howard's message is clear. Huaxia should revert to its role as the world's factory, relying on the labor and sweat of its vast population to earn meager profits by supplying Maliguo with affordable industrial products, despite the super disaster and the loss of a significant portion of its naval power. Maliguo still perceives itself as the ruler and maintainer of order on Blue Star. That Huaxia's refusal to use Maliguo's currency for international trade settlements and their decision to cease purchasing government bonds are seen as serious affronts, jeopardizing Maliguo's interests and impacting global peace. Such absurd and domineering assertions leave Chu Xu utterly speechless. Howard's rhetoric epitomizes the logic of a thief, that if one were to liken Blue Star to a village, the nation of Maliguo is nothing more than a band of brigands, relying on their formidable military strength, disdainful of diligent farming, and reveling in the plunder of others. That in stark contrast, Huaxia represents the embodiment of hard work and perseverance, practicing frugality while continually striving for knowledge and self-improvement. The brigands, finding robbery far less arduous and highly profitable, have long abandoned the path of honest labor. Conversely, the farmers toil tirelessly on their land, educate themselves, and as a result, grow increasingly affluent and powerful. Yet, in their quest for better development, they historically chose to endure humiliation and conceal their strength in the face of the brigands' depredations. However, one fateful day, a deluge threatened to engulf their village. The honest farmers implored their fellow villagers to evacuate, asserting that regardless of whether the flood would inundate their homes, retreat was ultimately prudent. The brigands, however, scoffed at their counsel, mocking the farmers for their perceived cowardice and fear of death. When the flood eventually came, it devastated the brigands' households, inflicting severe losses. Meanwhile, the farmers who had evacuated, equipped with ample provisions and advanced agricultural techniques, were able to sustain their productivity. Thus, the brigands returned to plunder, attempting to barter their worthless currency for the farmers' grain. The farmers, fully aware of the brigands' utter lack of credibility, indeed, their promissory notes were no more valuable than scraps of paper, bravely rejected their demands for the first time. This refusal incensed the brigands, who ranted and raved, recalling how the farmers had previously acquiesced to their thievery. The brigand leader asserted that his past robberies were in the interest of the entire village, claiming that he bore the burden of protecting them. Now, he declared, the farmer's refusal to acknowledge his currency and sell him grain jeopardized the village's peace and security, warning that if he were to starve, the entire village would perish. Yet, the brigand failed to grasp that true peace and security would only be achieved in the absence of his tyranny. The brigand was solely concerned with the chaos that would ensue once the flood receded. As his household lay in disarray, devoid of agricultural productivity and with scant provisions, should he be unable to rob the farmers, he would face not only starvation but also the calamity of internal strife. As for the farmers, they had labored diligently in the fields, accumulating their hard-earned wealth, and had no intention of allowing the brigands to seize it. They had warned the villagers to evacuate before the flood. Yet the brigand leader had not led by example and, after suffering significant losses, sought to recoup them at their expense. Previously, out of necessity for survival and the desire to restore their homes, the farmers had tolerated the brigands' abuses. However, with the brigands now weakened and their losses severe, the farmers felt no obligation to endure any further indignities. With patience exhausted, they resolved to stand firm. Therefore, the brigandess' incessant claims of impending starvation were met with the challenge: then die and show me. The ongoing saga of conflict between the brigands and the farmers was unfolding. The brigandess spokesperson, Howard, spoke with bravado before Chu Xu. The representative of the farmers remained Chu Xu coldly remarked, "As the people of Huaxia, we are renowned for our warmth and hospitality. When friends arrive, we offer fine tea. When foes come, we brandish our guns. The choice is yours." Howard set down his teacup and cast a glance at the disruptor that was diligently at work. With it in place, they could speak freely without fear of secrets being divulged. Leaning in slightly, Howard smiled and said, "In truth, I was merely jesting with Team Leader Chu earlier. We are, after all, significant trade partners with an annual transaction volume in the hundreds of billions of yuan. How could we possibly impose comprehensive sanctions upon you? It is an undeniable fact that our manufacturing sector is hollowed out. Beyond our top-tier military industry, aerospace, biomedicine, and electronic communications, we are left with only the most rudimentary agriculture and energy mining. We lack mid to low-end manufacturing, rendering us heavily reliant on your country for garments, daily necessities, engineering machinery, and essential pharmaceuticals. But you are equally dependent on our advanced technological products and agricultural resources. Are you not? Each year, you require substantial imports from our nation. High-end chips, jet aircraft, energy resources, and foodstuffs that we cannot do without your affordable industrial goods either. It seems to me that there is no need for us to become adversaries, engaging in mutual conflict that allows others to benefit from our strife. In today's world, after the cataclysmic disaster, our two nations remain the most powerful on Blue Star. Why not join forces and reap the rewards together?" At this juncture, Howard, not waiting for the translation to conclude, produced a letter. "This is a missive personally penned by President Taimepu last night that I believe you will find the cooperation plan intriguing." Chu Xu did not take the letter, raising an eyebrow and asking with a mocking smile, "Do you think I would conspire with a tiger and fall into your trap?" Chapter 66. Cooperation? I suspect you are here to rob us. Howard was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Chu Xu refused to even glance at the letter, outright rejecting the proposal for collaboration. This was a personal letter from President Te Meipu. Prior to the disaster, Mili Guo was the hegemon of Blue Star, who dared to provoke them. Even if dissatisfaction brewed within, one must maintain a respectful facade towards Mili Guo. Now, after the calamity, without the formidable naval power, they truly had become a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. The fact that Chu Xu dismissed even the president's personal letter was an immense affront. Moreover, after hearing the translation, Howard felt further incensed. What did it mean to conspire with a tiger? We are clearly pursuing a win-win cooperation. Mili Guo is vast and sparsely populated, rich in resources, and possesses many advanced technologies. Conversely, your Huaxia boasts a robust foundational industry and formidable mid to low-end manufacturing that we could complement each other's strengths beautifully, that we provide you with energy resources and cutting-edge technology, while you supply us with various industrial products, each party obtaining what it needs. Chu Xu furrowed his brow as he listened to Howard's boastful claims that at first glance, the collaboration terms proposed by Mili Guo appeared rather appealing. Should they choose to cooperate, they could acquire vast quantities of high-quality energy resources at a very reasonable price, along with advanced technology to compensate for Huaxia's deficiencies in aerospace, biopharmaceuticals, and optoelectronic equipment. It is well known that Huaxia is a manufacturing giant, yet not necessarily a manufacturing powerhouse. From the smallest screw to massive supertankers with displacements of hundreds of thousands of tons, there is no industrial product that Huaxia cannot produce. However, due to a late start in industrialization and limited technological accumulation, while Huaxia can manufacture all types of industrial products, not all are of superior quality or affordability. For instance, in the case of large jet airliners, while Huaxia could produce aircraft entirely with domestic equipment, the resulting planes would inevitably fall short in terms of manufacturing costs, fuel efficiency, operational reliability, and maintenance convenience compared to those made with imported components. Numerous similar instances abound. Most notably, without high-performance lithography machines, Huaxia cannot produce high-end chips, severely limiting the performance of smartphones, computers, and other electronic devices. Additionally, there are advanced medical equipment, targeted drugs for severe diseases, and high-performance materials with specific processing techniques that are lacking. Unfortunately, high-tech fields demand relentless financial investment in research and development, often requiring 2 to 3 decades of technological accumulation. Huaxia has languished in poverty for far too long, needing first to ensure that its citizens have enough to eat. Only in recent decades has the economy gradually strengthened, providing the foundation for increased research investment. However, a gap of 2 to 3 decades cannot be quickly bridged in just a few years. Furthermore, priority must be given to issues concerning national defense and the livelihoods of millions. For example, limited medical research funding naturally focuses on diseases with higher prevalence and incidence rates to safeguard the health of the majority. Diseases with lower incidence and fewer patients do not receive the same fervent financial backing, resulting in treatment levels that lag far behind those of the West. Moreover, the Western medical industry prioritizes profit. They research diseases with high treatment costs and profit margins. This starkly contrasting approach to medical research has resulted in Huaxia excelling in treating common illnesses at lower costs, while Mili Guo possesses superior technology for significant diseases, leading to their prominence in cancer treatment and sports injury recovery. Consequently, wealthy individuals such as celebrities and athletes often seek treatment in Mili Guo, as they can secure outstanding care if they are willing to invest money. At the same time, the ordinary citizens of Mili Guo heavily rely on various essential pharmaceuticals imported from Huaxia, as many cannot afford their own country's high-end medical services, resulting in hundreds of thousands traveling abroad for treatment each year. In summary, acquiring Mili Guo's advanced technologies would undoubtedly provide immense benefits to Huaxia, facilitating a transformation from a manufacturing giant into a manufacturing powerhouse that, if genuine cooperation is possible, it would also yield significant advantages for Mili Guo. They could swiftly source a wealth of affordable industrial products from Huaxia to meet the demands of their populace and alleviate inflationary pressures. Furthermore, importing various engineering machinery and processing equipment from Huaxia, combined with supportive policies, would enable the revival of their mid to low-end manufacturing sector. Particularly, once the shipbuilding industry is restored, they could once again produce various warships, with a fleet of aircraft carriers. They could reclaim their status as a maritime power, when they can sell high-end technological products, ordinary industrial goods, and export energy resources and food, alongside a formidable navy who would dare to assert that they are not the leading power on Blue Star. However, this remains merely their aspiration. Whether true cooperation can lead to their resurgence is uncertain. Chu Xu understood that although the cataclysm had inflicted severe losses upon Mi Li Gua, the lifeless camel is still larger than a horse. They still possess numerous allies and vast territories. Although their formidable navy has been diminished, their land and air combat forces remain intact, that in many technological domains. They still lead Huaxia by a wide margin. Even with his miraculous phone assisting him, akin to wielding a cheat, he does not require their technology. However, their energy resources, particularly high-quality metal ores, remain essential for Huaxia, as the mutated viruses from meteors spread and the threat of mutated beasts to human society escalates. It is imperative to forge a community of shared destiny to counter the common enemy of mutated beasts. Collaboration with Mi Li Gua, representing the West, is not merely advantageous, but necessary. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, where other nations are weak and quickly fall prey to mutated beasts, Huaxia would be left to fight alone, which would be excessively passive and arduous. Why fostering mutual benefit, the strength of nations around the world could be rapidly augmented, enhancing the collective combat capacity of human civilization. Even if, for various reasons, they ultimately cannot escape destruction, possessing greater strength would allow them to eliminate more mutated beasts before their demise, thereby alleviating some pressure on Huaxia. Moreover, Chu Xu recalled that in his previous life, humanity's rapid retreat and precarious state were not solely due to the disaster's sudden onset, but also because of the disruption of trade and cooperation. Some nations are resource-rich, yet lack manufacturing capabilities, unable to produce military supplies despite sitting atop mountains of minerals. Conversely, other nations have industrial capacity, but lack raw materials, making it impossible to produce goods without the necessary inputs. Warfare is an extremely resource-intensive endeavor. Without ammunition for firearms, fuel for tanks, aircraft, and warships, and with soldiers lacking medicine, food, and supplies, how can one wage war? If one cannot even fill their stomach, how can they hope to rely on cold weapons to defeat mutated beasts? Such notions are mere daydreams. Learning from the experiences of his previous life, Chu Xu understood that it was not enough for Huaxia to prepare thoroughly for war. Strengthening other nations would provide additional allies to jointly resist the mutated beasts. Furthermore, without significantly increasing international trade, Huaxia would struggle to stockpile sufficient energy resources. Consequently, after Howard's lengthy discourse, Chu Xu succinctly stated, "If it is a mutually beneficial cooperation, we warmly welcome it. However, if it is a case of coercive exploitation, we shall never acquiesce." Howard, upon hearing the translation, promptly replied, "Fear not. Since we are both seeking mutual benefits, there is no chance of deceit." However, the more sincere his assurances became, the more suspicious Chu Xu felt. Cooperation was indeed possible, yet the question of equality remained uncertain. It was akin to their proposal of exchanging a complete set of technologies and processes for a high-thrust, high-power jet engine, claiming it had cost them an exorbitant amount to develop. Hundreds of billions of Huayuan. Such a sum could procure vast quantities of clothing, shoes, basic medicines, and daily necessities from Huaxia. This kind of technology for goods exchange was evidently inequitable, and no matter how impressive their technology might be or how high their research costs. In the face of this apocalyptic reality, impractical technology holds little value. For someone lost in a desert and on the brink of death, no matter how dazzling diamonds may be, their practical worth pales in comparison to a bottle of water. Huaxia was not incapable of producing jet engines. The performance indicators might simply be slightly inferior. Therefore, negotiations with the United States must truly embody the principle of mutual needs, rather than trading for high-priced, somewhat useless technology. It would be preferable to exchange for energy, minerals, and food. After all, the more oil, ores, and grain Huaxia possesses, the greater its potential for warfare. Since you claim mutual benefit, let us not delay. Let us commence our negotiations forthwith." Howard, beaming with delight, immediately retrieved documents from his briefcase and presented them to Chu Xu. After a cursory glance, Chu Xu indignantly inquired, "Are you here to negotiate, or are you simply attempting to rob us?" Chapter 67. Do you think you can fool me? What a ridiculous notion. Robbery. How could that be possible? Howard, taken aback, quickly defended himself. Leader Chu, we are genuinely sincere in our cooperation. Each technology we offer for exchange has taken us years of effort and immense cost to develop. For instance, our fourth-generation nuclear fission reactor technology boasts a longer lifespan, greater safety, and higher power output compared to third-generation non-kinetic nuclear reactors. Chu Xu chuckled derisively, shaking his head, utterly defeated by the so-called cooperation from the United States. It was clear they feared providing Huaxia with too many advanced technologies that would enable Huaxia to eliminate its technological shortcomings and surpass them in strength. Thus, the technologies they offered for exchange were all civilian, not only already possessed by Huaxia, but also hardly remarkable. Take Howard's boast of the fourth-generation nuclear reactor technology. No matter how advanced it may appear, it is fundamentally based on nuclear fission principles. Nuclear fission inherently involves low efficiency, high danger, and the risk of radiation leaks that in the face of Huaxia's mastery of nuclear fusion technology, it seemed almost juvenile. Furthermore, Huaxia is a significant nuclear power. It has constructed and operated more third-generation nuclear fission power plants than the United States. Boasting considerable experience, Huaxia has truly elevated nuclear fission power generation to an impressive level. Given this, why would one spend over $200 billion to purchase the United States' still maturing fourth-generation nuclear fission technology? It would be akin to gilding the lily, an unnecessary endeavor. Moreover, Huaxia has already mastered highly advanced and powerful controllable nuclear fusion technology. Constructing a fusion power plant could yield the power output of several nuclear fission power plants while ensuring safety and zero pollution. Why seek a bicycle when one already possesses a luxury car? Yet, Howard's fervent promotion of their fourth-generation nuclear fission reactor technology indirectly revealed the incompetence of their federal intelligence agencies, which had evidently failed to uncover Huaxia's possession of controllable nuclear fusion technology, an immense secret. This oversight left Howard in a rather embarrassing position, showcasing an outdated nuclear fission technology that was akin to a salesman attempting to peddle a subpar vehicle to a customer who had already purchased a high-performance, luxurious car. How absurd to demand a luxury car price for a lemon. Was this not a blatant act of deception? Thus, after perusing the entire document, Chu Xu concluded that it would be far more advantageous to procure energy, minerals, and food from the United States rather than their chicken-scratch civilian technologies that in a world ravaged by calamity. What holds the utmost importance? Certainly, it is sustenance. Without sufficient food, how can one discuss survival and development? In this regard, the United States is indeed the chosen one. With its vast lands and sparse population, extensive plains, and favorable irrigation conditions, it is exceptionally suited for large-scale mechanized farming, yielding high crop outputs. Huaxia, constrained by limited arable land and rugged mountains, primarily cultivates staple crops like corn, wheat, and rice to ensure its citizens are well fed. For many years, the United States has been a major grain exporter to Blue Star, with Huaxia importing hundreds of billions of Huayuan worth of corn, wheat, and soybeans annually. The demand for soybeans is particularly immense, as they can be transformed into tofu, soy milk, and various other products, with the residual cake being used to feed livestock, since the meteorite struck the Atlantic, inundating vast territories of coastal nations. The production and reserves of grain have significantly dwindled, causing international grain prices to soar. Without ample, affordable soybean supplies, the prices of cooking oil, soy products, pork, and chicken in Huaxia have all risen considerably, inflating the overall cost of living. Thus, when faced with the choice of spending 200 to 300 billion Huayuan, Chu Xu would undoubtedly prefer importing millions of tons of grain from the United States rather than investing in the practically useless fourth-generation nuclear fission reactor technology. Well, Special Envoy, the civilian technologies you propose to exchange are largely already possessed by Huaxia. While our capabilities may not match yours, we have no compelling reason to expend hundreds of billions of Huayuan merely to marginally enhance our technology. If you truly wish to profit from selling technology, then present your most advanced military-grade aerospace technologies, such as dual-vector engines, transmission electron microscopes, super-hard alloys, RF components, and other related technologies that if you fear that we might master various advanced technologies and surpass you. That is no issue. You may sell us oil, ores, grain, and so forth. Whatever you have, we will take in abundance. Upon hearing the translation, Howard's face tightened. his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xu, a profound sense of defeat washing over him. Despite Chu Xu appearing to be a mere 20-something youth, akin in age to his own son, Howard found himself recognizing a maturity and wisdom in Chu Xu far surpassing that of his peers. Not only was he fiery, but he was also astute, certainly not easily duped. With a resigned sigh, Howard remarked, "The super tsunami has unleashed colossal waves that submerged over 1 million square kilometers of our land, destroying countless crops and rendering the soil saline. Coupled with a series of global volcanic eruptions, the ash spewed into the atmosphere has yet to settle, and insufficient sunlight severely hampers crop growth. It is conservatively estimated that we will be unable to restore agricultural production within the next year, and our populace of over 200 million still requires sustenance. So grain cannot be exported to you. Moreover, even if our President Trump were willing to transfer our most advanced military-grade aerospace technologies, it is unlikely that Congress would readily agree. Thus, let us focus on trading energy and minerals for now." Chu Xu readily concurred, having anticipated that Howard's ultimate objective for this negotiation was to establish trade cooperation regarding energy and minerals. The extraction of oil, natural gas, and various ores does not necessitate overly advanced or complicated machinery, allowing for rapid capacity expansion without deep processing. Selling to Huaxia translates directly to profit. For a nation grappling with hollowed-out manufacturing and in dire need of importing vast quantities of industrial products to rectify trade deficits and alleviate inflationary pressures, the United States would naturally prefer to sell energy and minerals for quick monetary gain. Very well. How do you propose we conduct this trade? Howard responded, "Of course, we shall adhere to the customary practices of international trade and settle in our U.S. dollars." Chu Xu raised an eyebrow. This Howard had finally revealed his true colors, so he could speak fluent Chinese. "Ah, so you do know our language." Howard's face flushed with embarrassment as he humbly waved his hand. "Oh, just a little, just a little." Chu Xu smirked, extinguishing his cigarette. "Whether or not you speak Chinese is inconsequential. What matters is your reckless money printing, which has led to the US dollar flooding the market like a deluge. Under such circumstances, you still wish for us to use the US dollar as the currency for international trade settlements. Is that not a form of exploitation?" Howard chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, we haven't printed that much. Only about $1 trillion US dollars. Really?" Chu Xu retorted incredulously. "You consider that not much? Previously, you wielded your power with impunity, controlling global energy and mineral trade, coercing others to transact in US dollars, effectively imposing a currency tax on the world. Whenever your finances were in dire straits, you would ramp up printing, purchasing bulk commodities with vast amounts of US dollars, inflating prices and shifting the burden of inflation onto the rest of the world." Howard found himself at a loss for words that he understood all too well, that negotiations are not won by sheer volume, but rather through intellect and strategy. All schemes and machinations pale in comparison to formidable strength. Chu Xu has long seen through their ruses. They aspire to maintain control over the global trade of energy and mineral resources, perpetuating the role of the US dollar as the world's currency. However, without an aircraft carrier battle group, the United States resembles a tiger stripped of its fangs and claws. Who are they to intimidate? Furthermore, the world is not solely dependent on the United States for energy and minerals. For instance, their northern neighbor, Russia, continuously exports vast quantities of oil, natural gas, ores, and timber to China via rail and pipelines that in the south. Neighboring countries like Myanmar are also fervently exporting energy resources, while numerous Chinese enterprises venture into the resource-rich African continent for mining. With a robust maritime transport capability, China can soon acquire an abundance of high-quality ores from Africa at a fraction of the cost, rendering imports from the United States and other Western nations unnecessary. Thus, China stands alone as a nation endowed with a formidable and comprehensive industrial manufacturing capability, capable of incessantly consuming vast quantities of energy and minerals to produce various industrial products that are in high demand globally. There is but one buyer, yet countless sellers. This is the quintessential buyer's market. With absolute control over the situation, China can choose whom to purchase from and in what currency. Does the United States still intend to settle in dollars? Do they seek to exploit the situation to inflate prices and reap profits from China? What an international farce. Chapter 68. A ruthless price war. one must bow their head beneath the eaves. In the aftermath of disaster, there is an urgent need for extensive engineering equipment, construction vehicles, and building materials to ensure the well-being of the populace, alongside a massive demand for food, medicine, daily necessities, and clothing. Economic recovery necessitates a variety of electromechanical products and production equipment to establish factories. Yet, the United States is reluctant to transfer advanced military technologies, and their food supplies are dwindling. Therefore, their only option is to export energy and mineral resources to China on a large scale. Earning yuan to procure essential goods at 18 noon, a delegation composed of representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, among others, arrived in Hangzhou. It is well known that China is notorious for its infrastructure development, undertaking various super-engineering projects each year. Simultaneously, China serves as the world's factory, incessantly supplying a plethora of high-quality industrial products at competitive prices. All of this, of course, is predicated on a staggering rate of resource consumption. For instance, China previously imported over 1 billion tons of iron ore annually to smelt into 1 billion tons of steel. Regrettably, in the past, China lacked control over the mineral market, leading to rampant price increases for every commodity purchased at high-quality iron or was monopolized by several international giants, treating Chinese steel companies as easy targets for price hikes. Now, however, China is the sole nation with an insatiable demand for vast quantities of iron ore, while the number of countries willing to sell their ores is abundant. This time, China has finally gained pricing power. Previously, international giants controlling large mines in Australia, Brazil, and the United States were unwilling to sell high-quality ore to China for less than $85 per ton, often demanding upwards of $100. Yet now, in a bid to remain competitive against neighboring countries and ores from Africa, they are marketing their products to China at 200 yuan per ton. If it seems excessive, 160 yuan per ton is also negotiable. Considering the rampant money printing by the United States, which has led to the depreciation of the dollar and the appreciation of the yuan, the current purchase price for high-quality iron ore is effectively at a 30 to 40 discount compared to the past. Certainly, the significant reduction in iron ore prices is merely a microcosm of the broader energy and mineral trade negotiations that in their desperate bid to earn money and procure goods, the United States is slashing prices drastically. While others sell oil at 300 yuan per barrel, they dare to offer it at 260 yuan. Copper ore, which previously commanded prices over 10,000 yuan per ton, is now being sold for just 5 to 6,000 yuan per ton. The prices for lithium ore, tungsten concentrate, tin concentrate, high-grade manganese ore, and others are all at least 50 discounted. The Americans believe that by selling more energy and minerals to China, China will buy less from other countries. However, their drastic price cuts come with their own demands. They require priority procurement rights for various industrial products in the agreements. For example, after signing procurement agreements with several major engineering equipment companies in China for urgently needed excavators, dump trucks, and concrete mixers for post-disaster reconstruction, China must prioritize their supply. However, Howard naively believes they have secured a great advantage by obtaining priority supply rights through price reductions. In reality, the reputation of China as the world's factory is not unfounded. They are unaware that Chinese enterprises are not daunted by a surge in orders. Rather, they fear shortages of raw materials and power outages. With ample supplies of inexpensive ores from upstream metal smelting companies, they can continuously provide abundant raw materials. Additionally, China has temporarily unsealed a large number of thermal power plants, ensuring a robust supply of electricity from wind, hydro, and nuclear sources, with diligent workers laboring tirelessly in 3 shifts. Thousands of enterprises are operating at full capacity for production, so an influx of orders is not a concern. Conversely, the United States' rapid price cuts provide China with a golden opportunity to stockpile ores and bolster its strategic resource reserves. Moreover, the United States' initiation of a price war, so devoid of ethical considerations, has naturally alarmed other nations. These countries, which rely on exporting energy and minerals to earn yuan for goods from China, now find themselves in disarray as the United States disrupts the market, reducing energy or prices to rock-bottom levels. Although China places no restrictions on energy or imports and encourages enterprises to stockpile resources, the limitation lies in transportation capacity. While land transport is faster, it has limited capacity and higher costs. Thus, international trade has primarily relied on maritime transport for many years. Unfortunately, a catastrophic tsunami caused by a meteor strike has left many nations that ignored warnings with their large vessels decimated. Now, China bears the brunt of international shipping. Yet, even with China's formidable maritime capabilities, the number of large vessels is finite. For instance, China possesses only 124 supertankers capable of transporting over 300,000 tons of oil. A round trip to the vital oil-producing region of the Persian Gulf, including loading and unloading, takes at least 40 days to reach more distant locations, such as the southern region of America. The frequency of trips is even lower. Likewise, China has fewer than 50 large bulk carriers that can transport over 300,000 tons of ore. While there are numerous vessels with capacities in the tens of thousands of tons, the inherent slow speed of maritime transport remains an insurmountable drawback. Consequently, constrained by limited shipping capacity, nations seeking to quickly sell energy and minerals to generate revenue must lower their prices. Otherwise, if the ores cannot reach China, they will not receive payment, and without funds, how can they procure various goods from China? Naturally, the principle of if my friend suffers, I shall not perish prevails to safeguard their own interests and expedite the recovery of national strength. The United States is indifferent to the concerns of other countries, having already slashed prices to rock-bottom levels. After finalizing the types, tonnage, and prices of energy and mineral resources to be exported to China, they immediately initiated discussions to procure a wide array of goods from China. By evening, the fastest trade negotiations in history concluded. Howard, the special envoy from the United States, reported the news, prompting Trump to gleefully tweet, "Congratulations! Thanks to the tireless efforts of our negotiators, we have successfully concluded a trade agreement with China valued at a staggering $275 trillion US. With the arrival of various high-quality industrial products from China, we will swiftly complete our post-disaster reconstruction, prices will plummet, and numerous factories will begin large-scale hiring. The United States will soon be great again." Following Trump's tweet, a wave of excitement surged through the populace. Many, suffering from soaring prices and job scarcity, immediately began to like, comment, and share, expressing gratitude to the great Trump for restoring their hope for survival. Meanwhile, countless businessmen and entrepreneurs eagerly prepared to commence factory operations, poised to rapidly enter production once their ordered equipment from China arrives. In contrast, the massive trade collaboration between the United States and China has undoubtedly caused alarm among other nations. As trade volume shifts, the vessels China utilizes for trade with other countries will inevitably decrease, leading to a relative decline in trade volume. Upon hearing the news, many countries' envoys urgently sought meetings with Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Peng Yuhui, to express their concerns. However, Peng Yuhui had already received directives from Chu Xu in response to the apprehensions of various nations. Peng Yuhui convened a diplomatic meeting, assuring all envoys that China would continuously purchase and store energy and mineral resources, emphasizing that purchasing from the United States would not preclude acquisitions from others as long as prices were reasonable. Furthermore, he reassured them that China's robust industrial manufacturing capabilities had not yet reached their limits. The notion that supplying the United States would hinder supplies to other nations was unfounded. After alleviating concerns regarding economic cooperation, Peng Yuhui conveyed disaster warnings on behalf of Chu Xu, urging nations to consider not only post-disaster reconstruction and economic recovery, but also to remain vigilant regarding the mutated viruses stemming from meteor strikes. He encouraged countries to construct appropriate defensive structures and stockpile supplies and munitions based on their respective national circumstances. Simultaneously, he called for collaborative research on the mutated viruses and the establishment of an intelligence-sharing mechanism. In the event of animal mutations or attacks, nations should promptly inform one another and share their experiences in handling such incidents. After enduring a catastrophic disaster, many nations have been filled with envy and jealousy, particularly as Huaxia managed to evacuate its citizens just before the meteorite plunged into the sea, resulting in minimal losses. Consequently, numerous countries regard Huaxia's new proposal with utmost seriousness, not wishing to be caught unprepared in the face of a mutated virus after having missed the opportunity for evacuation prior to the meteorite's descent. Following the conclusion of the diplomatic conference, Peng Yuhui swiftly reported the proceedings to Chu Xu. Upon learning that many nations were responding positively, Chu Xu felt an immense sense of relief in his previous life. Countries fought their own battles, and the mutated beasts easily overpowered them one by one in this life. He had not only transformed Huaxia, but had also influenced the entire human race. Chu Xu firmly believed that his efforts would not be in vain. Humanity in this era would undoubtedly not succumb easily to the mutated beasts. Chapter 69. The Food Crisis, Shameless Provocation. The dim sky flickered with a blinding white light that a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Chu Xu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the overcast sky, his brow furrowed in concern. Assistant Du Feng, sensing Chu Xu's unease, approached him slowly. Another bout of acid rain. This marked the sixth occurrence since the meteorite's plunge into the sea overhang city. Chu Xu nodded slightly. Indeed, the sixth time. He sincerely hoped it would come to an end soon. The immense shockwave generated by the meteorite's impact had triggered crustal movements and volcanic eruptions that a deluge of volcanic ash and toxic gases spewed into the atmosphere, not only shrouding the sun, but also diminishing daylight, rendering the typically bright and sunny July gloomy and chilly. Concurrently, corrosive acid rain frequently fell, causing green plants to develop lesions and shed leaves, while the soil became acidic and increasingly unfit for cultivation, corroding buildings, roads, bridges, and vehicles alike that to safeguard agriculture from these adverse effects. Huaxia had been devising strategies to combat the decline in temperature and the pervasive acid rain. For instance, they erected frameworks in the fields and covered them with corrosion-resistant tarpaulins, utilizing supplemental lighting to facilitate photosynthesis in crops. They also deepened drainage ditches to promptly eliminate flooding and prevent acid rain from accumulating in the fields, thereby averting soil acidification. Furthermore, they cultivated crops with better resistance to acidity and alkalinity, such as superhybrid rice. With the impending construction of nuclear fusion power plants, the Agricultural Research Institute under the Academy of Sciences was already designing innovative agricultural factories. These factories would harness inexpensive electricity for lighting, heating, and ventilation, categorizing their operations into grain factories, livestock factories, fruit factories, and so forth. Each factory would consist of fully enclosed buildings, effectively relocating farmland, pastures, vegetable gardens, and orchards indoors. Chu Xu was well aware that Huaxia's substantial grain reserves would suffice to sustain its population of over 1 billion for more than a year, even without cultivating crops. However, the pressing concern lay with the other nations on Blue Planet. Some had been ravaged by colossal tsunamis, their vast territories inundated, leading to total crop failure. Others had endured cataclysmic earthquakes and torrential rains, resulting in the destruction of granaries and flooding of farmland. Still, others faced the dire consequences of a supervolcanic eruption, with massive lava flows and intense acid rain damaging arable land. Thus, as the scarcity of resources escalated on Blue Planet, food emerged as the most critical shortage. Many countries had already instituted stringent food rationing policies, forbidding the unauthorized sale of grain. However, with limited food reserves and agricultural production unable to recover swiftly, since no crop could be cultivated and harvested within just a month or two, countries found themselves in dire straits. Staple crops such as wheat, corn, and rice typically require over 100 days to mature, meaning 3 to 4 months before harvest. Even with stringent rationing and the rapid establishment of greenhouses, the food stockpiles would still prove insufficient before the new harvest arrives. Humans are like iron. Food is like steel that a single missed meal can lead to desperation, that if people cannot even secure enough food, how can they discuss survival? How can they resist the mutated beasts? Consequently, many nations have urgently appealed to Huaxia for food assistance, hoping for some relief. Yet, Huaxia had already entered a wartime state and imposed a trade regulation of imports only, exports prohibited concerning food. Vital to the nation's economy and livelihood, the Huaxia's strategic grain reserves could sustain its population for over a year, but supplying the entire world's 5 billion people would mean only 2 to 3 months' worth of provisions. What then? The costs of constructing greenhouses are prohibitively high, and many already impoverished nations cannot bear such a burden. Without greenhouses for cultivation, insufficient sunlight, low temperatures, and acidic soil would render food production impossible. Thus, many nations are destined to face food shortages that if citizens cannot even fill their stomachs. Unrest is inevitable, particularly in the nations bordering Huaxia. Should severe internal strife erupt due to food scarcity, what would become of the countless refugees flooding into Huaxia? Should they be saved or ignored? If saved, how would they be accommodated? How could their livelihoods be ensured? What if they turned against Huaxia's citizens? If ignored, they would perish in conflict and starvation, leading to inevitable condemnation from numerous Westerners. self-righteous commentators and keyboard warriors. They would decry Huaxia as a nation lacking responsibility, dismissing its claims of building a community with a shared future for mankind as mere rhetoric. The day countless refugees perish would mark the onset of a humanitarian crisis for Huaxia. Contemplating this, Chu Xu concluded that relying on others was far less reliable than relying on oneself. Instead of hoping that all nations would prioritize agriculture and swiftly promote greenhouse cultivation, it would be wiser for Huaxia to expedite its transformation into a super-agricultural powerhouse. Once it masters global food supply, Huaxia would naturally gain a stronger voice on the international stage. Time waits for no one. Informed Qing Tianming to commence the construction of the first batch of new agricultural factories within this month, focusing entirely on high-yield super hybrid rice. Du Feng nodded repeatedly and promptly prepared to convey the directive. However, before he could exit the room, a communications officer rushed in with urgency. Observing the officer's hurried demeanor, Du Feng immediately sensed that it could not be good news. Report. Urgent Level 1 military communication. Level 1. What is the situation? Is there a conflict or a major disaster? Chu Xu swiftly took the tactical tablet, inserted his security card, and entered the password to unlock the Level 1 communication. What he saw incensed him. Many years prior, Huaxia had clashed with the Divine Cow Nation over border issues. Yet the incorrigible Divine Cow Nation had failed to learn from its past mistakes, frequently provoking tensions. Whenever social discord flared within their borders, often incited by the Milli Nation behind the scenes, they would stir trouble along the border with Huaxia. Now perhaps spurred by the catastrophic aftermath of the meteorite's plunge, which had inflicted significant losses on their nation, they were again instigating conflict. They claimed that Huaxia should not be constructing the land wall in disputed border areas, asserting that the ongoing construction was a severe encroachment upon their territory and a violation of their sovereignty. A heavily armed patrol unit that had initially been conducting routine checks suddenly stormed the construction site, assaulting workers and vandalizing equipment. The incident unfolded so abruptly that even the border defense troops tasked with monitoring and safeguarding the area could only mount a timely counterattack, resulting in injuries to over a dozen workers, 4 of whom sustained severe injuries. Although they were urgently airlifted to a field hospital for treatment, the prognosis remained grim. Bastards, they are utterly lawless. Chu Xu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. While he was aware of the Divine Cow Nation's shamelessness, he never anticipated they would descend to such depths. Huaxia was building the land wall on its own territory. On what grounds did they dare to cause a ruckus? What constitutes a disputed area that prohibits Huaxia from undertaking construction? Even if there were disputes, should they not be resolved through dialogue and negotiation? Resorting to violence was entirely unacceptable, injuring construction workers and damaging equipment. Was this an attempt to provoke war? Given their brazen arrogance and utter disregard, as they had already intruded upon Huaxia's construction site to wreak havoc, what was there left to endure? If Huaxia did not teach the Divine Cow Nation a severe lesson, they would remain oblivious to who truly reigns as the dominant power on Blue Planet. Taking out his internal phone, Chu Xu immediately called the Supreme Commander, as soon as the call connected. The Supreme Commander spoke. I just received the news and was about to ask for your opinion. How do you think we should handle this matter? Without hesitation, Chu Xu replied, in a word, those who offend our strong Han must be exterminated. Regardless of distance, Chapter 70. Enough is enough. Chu Xu was filled with rage, his desire for vengeance ignited. Throughout history, Huaxia has been a nation that cherishes peace. However, due to a century of poverty and weakness, leading to widespread suffering, Huaxia has, since achieving independence, wholeheartedly sought economic development, in pursuit of a peaceful and stable environment conducive to rapid economic growth, and to avoid jeopardizing its revitalization strategy. Huaxia has often chosen to endure humiliation and restrain itself when faced with bullying and oppression. Even when provoked by the Milli Nation and its numerous lackeys, who frequently instigated trouble in the vicinity, Huaxia opted for restraint, prioritizing the greater good. When significant issues arose, the response would be limited to expressions of serious concern, strong protests and calls for calm and restraint, advocating dialogue as a means of resolution while reserving the right to respond further. Such responses lacked any real deterrent effect, appearing indecisive and akin to mere platitudes. Consequently, nations like the Divine Cow Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Green Philippines completely disregarded Huaxia's forbearance and restraint, repeatedly stirring up trouble in the region. The seizure and expulsion of fishing vessels, the crossing of borders. Warships intruding into territorial waters, and aircraft violating airspace have become commonplace occurrences, no longer surprising. These provocative actions, while not physically harmful, are laden with deep insult. Their intent is not to ignite war, but rather to nauseate, insult, and irritate. They continuously probe your limits, undermining your dignity and distracting you from focusing on economic development. It is akin to a swarm of bothersome mosquitoes that cannot be shooed away, buzzing incessantly while occasionally biting. In response to various provocations, the Celestial Empire endeavors to manage matters with utmost restraint. Only when the nature of these provocations becomes excessively egregious, touching upon fundamental issues, does it adopt a more assertive stance. Nonetheless, all measures are taken to prevent escalation, to downplay significant issues into minor ones. After all, opportunities for peace and development are hard-won, and the rapid economic growth of the Celestial Empire heavily relies on international investment and global trade. Should war arise with the Divine Bull Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, or the Philippine Green Nation, it would undoubtedly lead to severe sanctions and blockades from the West. The Celestial Empire lacks the formidable strength to engage in simultaneous warfare in the Southeast, Southwest, and West. Regardless of the outcome, such a conflict would result in a rapid economic regression of several decades, relegating the Celestial Empire to the status of a second-rate nation, rendering it incapable of countering the hegemonic Milli nation. Thus, the Celestial Empire endures humiliation while striving to excel, recognizing that only through a flourishing economy can it build a robust national defense. Without financial resources, how can one develop high-tech weaponry? How can one produce warships en masse? Modern warfare is not merely a contest of high-tech weaponry, but also a struggle of comprehensive national strength that a standard 155mm high-explosive shell, even when cost-cutting is employed, still costs several thousand yuan. A single artillery battalion equipped with 18 self-propelled howitzers can expend tens of thousands of yuan in a single barrage that large-caliber rockets with long range and great power cost hundreds of thousands per unit, with an entire rocket artillery brigade potentially spending $1 billion in one volley. Not to mention the even more advanced air defense missiles, air-to-air missiles, cruise missiles, and anti-radiation missiles, each costing well over $1 million yuan, which can be rapidly depleted in high-intensity warfare. Without a prosperous and affluent economy, how can one afford modern warfare? Meanwhile, the catastrophic disaster caused by a meteorite falling into the sea has nearly led to the extinction of the Cherry Blossom Nation and further impoverished the already weak Philippine Green Nation. Even their master, the Milli Nation, has suffered significant losses, losing its once formidable military might that allowed it to act with impunity. The Celestial Empire, once merely the second power of Blue Planet, has swiftly ascended to become its foremost leader, surpassing all in both economic and military strength. Even the Milli Nation is now scurrying to purchase supplies, signing trade agreements worth trillions of yuan. Chu Xu finds it incomprehensible how the Divine Bull Nation dares to violate the territory of the Celestial Empire at this juncture. Attacking the workers and equipment at the construction site of the land Great Wall de Do, they believe that the Celestial Empire will continue to show forbearance as before? Are they delusional enough to attempt to create limited border conflicts to divert attention from their increasingly severe domestic social issues? Unbeknownst to them, the Celestial Empire is no longer the same as it once was. The Cherry Blossom Nation to the east, the Philippine Green Nation to the south, and their backer, the Milli Nation, lack both the capability and the courage to offend the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire need not fear that a war would lead to sanctions and blockades from the West. Rather, it is the other nations that are eager to procure supplies from the Celestial Empire, fearing they might miss out. How could they dare to offend the Celestial Empire at this moment? Little do they realize that the Celestial Empire, now the leader of Blue Planet, will not tolerate such bullying from the Divine Bull Nation as it did in the past. Otherwise, it would not only disappoint its citizens but also lead many nations to believe that the Celestial Empire is easily trampled upon. Therefore, when patience runs out, it is unnecessary to endure any longer. With sufficient strength and the necessity to take action, it becomes imperative to teach the Divine Bull Nation a stern lesson, to uphold the dignity of a great nation and promote the might of the Celestial Empire. The Supreme Commander is certainly in agreement with Chu Xu's sentiments. Shortly thereafter, the highest command center issued a series of orders. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs promptly dispatched a diplomatic note to the Divine Bull Nation, with Director Peng Yuhui urgently summoning the ambassador of the Divine Bull Nation that a strong protest was lodged against the intrusion of the Divine Bull Nation's border troops, which injured workers at the Land Great Wall construction site and damaged equipment. They were demanded to immediately cease all provocative actions and to hand over the perpetrators within 48 hours, or face the consequences. Meanwhile, several official media outlets sprung into action, broadcasting news and issuing announcements through television. Official websites and social media platforms, the most prominent state media. The People's Daily was the first to release a strongly worded announcement on its official Weibo account. In recent years, the Divine Bull Nation has frequently instigated incidents along our border, severely undermining peace and stability in the region and posing a grave threat to the safety of our personnel, in serious violation of fundamental principles of international relations. Territorial sovereignty is inviolable. We hereby warn the Divine Bull Nation that playing with fire will lead to self-destruction, and they must immediately cease all provocative actions and surrender the responsible parties within 48 hours. Let this be a forewarning. Consequently, the border troop, what has happened? Did we not reach an agreement? Before Parlaba could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Li Donglai. What do you mean? What has happened? Ask your leader if he has consumed too much cow urine to dare invade our territory and injure our workers. Upon hearing this, Parlaba and his companions were left bewildered. After a few seconds of confusion, someone finally remembered to take out their phone and check the news that in fact, there was no need to browse online. Their chat group had already erupted with messages. In a state of panic, Parlaba hastily retrieved his phone, that he had turned it off earlier to avoid disrupting the dinner. Now, as soon as he powered it on, he was bombarded with several messages. Some were from relatives, warning him to be extremely cautious in Huaxia and to conceal his identity, or he would surely face severe repercussions from the Huaxia people. Others were inquiries from distributors wanting to know if he could still procure goods from Huaxia, given the sudden deterioration of relations between the two nations. Initially perplexed, Parlaba gradually pieced together the situation after reading a few messages that he was utterly flabbergasted by the officials' outrageous actions, while the entire world was pleading with Huaxia for more supplies to weather the storm. They had the audacity to send troops to invade Huaxia's territory and assault its workers' equipment. That I understand you are businessmen and politics has nothing to do with you, and border issues are not your concern. But your country shows such blatant disrespect towards Huaxia, causing a rapid deterioration in relations, with war looming on the horizon. Therefore, let our cooperation come to an end, Li Donglai declared, turning to leave at R.Li. Parlaba suddenly stood up, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded, I am deeply sorry for what has transpired, but we are in dire need of this batch of supplies that we have scraped together every penny we could borrow. All to finalize this deal. Li Donglai turned back, a dark expression on his face. I know you have it tough, but please consider my position as well. All right. Right now, over 1 billion Huaxia citizens are furious with the brutal actions of your country, the Divine Cow Nation, and they are itching for war. This moment. You still expect me to facilitate the export of supplies to the Divine Cow Nation. Are you hoping for my swift demise? Do you believe that if I were to do so, I would not be branded a traitor and a sellout by countless people? At that moment, someone immediately spoke up. Then why not export to our neighboring Mengla country first instead of directly to the Divine Cow Nation? After all, from procurement to loading, customs clearance, and shipping across the Indian Ocean, it would take at least a month. Within a month, if war were to break out, it would likely be over by then, right? Parlaba quickly echoed, with the Divine Cow Nation's lackluster military strength. If war were to break out, not only would it take a month, but I reckon we'd surrender in just 3 days. Thus, Mr. Li, war aside, let us keep our business separate. Please do not rush to terminate our cooperation. Let us find a company in Mengla to continue our dealings. Shall we? Li Donglai hesitated. He was well aware of the vast disparity in strength between the two nations. The Divine Cow Nation skirmishes at the border were merely minor disturbances, a diversion from internal conflicts. Their military capability was woefully inadequate. Decades ago, even a hasty counterattack from Huaxia had left them in disarray. Despite years of development and support from numerous developed countries, they still could not manufacture aircraft, tanks, or warships that in the midst of artillery skirmishes with neighboring countries, they would exhaust their ammunition within days and find themselves urgently placing foreign orders. With such dismal military prowess, how could they possibly confront Huaxia head-on? Therefore, Li Donglai understood that even if war erupted, the divine cow nation could not last more than 3 days. However, was it worth compromising dignity for a profit of several million? After 30 years of hard work in Yu, he had finally established his wealth and status. Would he risk it all for mere financial gain? Since you are aware that your country cannot withstand the pressure for long, then perhaps you should wait. Once this matter is resolved and relations between our nations normalize, we can discuss cooperation again. As a billionaire businessman, Li Donglai had spoken with enough politeness and tact. However, Parlaba and his colleagues were growing increasingly anxious. They had staked their entire fortune on this business venture in Huaxia. One by one, they stood up, clamoring in a panic that Li Donglai was thoroughly incensed. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, a cacophony of noise erupted from the corridor. "They are right inside. Follow me. How dare they injure our workers and still have the audacity to dine here? This is utterly intolerable. What do they take us for? Soft targets. Do they believe we in Huaxia are without defenders? As soon as the nation gives the order, I shall return to duty at once. I can endure many things, but I cannot tolerate the divine cow nation's invasion of our territory and the injury of our workers." Amidst the clamor and footsteps, a group, led by the waiter, stormed in with great fervor. Upon seeing Parlaba and his companions, they were instantly consumed with rage, hurling insults as if they had encountered sworn enemies. Before Parlaba could react, a bottle crashed down upon his head with a resounding smash. Li Donglai was left in shock. Fortunately, his secretary reacted swiftly, pulling him out of the private room amidst the chaos. The driver, who had been waiting in the lobby, rushed over to Mr. Li. "Something has happened." Countless individuals were furious, and the divine cow nation's businessmen and you were in for a world of trouble. Somehow, word had leaked that over a dozen divine cow nation businessmen were in the 888 private room, and more Huaxia citizens flocked to the scene. "Make way. Excuse me." A portly chef wielding a spatula and ladle dashed past with great speed, followed by numerous restaurant staff armed with various implements. Goodness, shouldn't they be trying to break up the fight? Why did they look as if they were seeking revenge? "Call the police. Quickly call the police. If this continues, someone will die. Hurry, make the call." Li Donglai's mouth felt dry and his mind was in disarray. He hardly knew how he managed to leave the restaurant. Once seated in the back of his luxury car, he sat in a daze. Hearing the shrill sound of sirens, he hurriedly rolled down the window to glance at the restaurant entrance. A large number of riot police rushed into the establishment that if they didn't act soon, those dozen or so divine cow nation businessmen would likely be beaten to death. Having experienced this firsthand, Li Donglai could hardly believe how fierce the Huaxia populace could be. He could only wonder how many from the divine cow nation would suffer this night. That Li Donglai was utterly perplexed. The catastrophic disaster caused by the meteorite's descent had inflicted severe losses on many nations across Blue Star. Everyone was preoccupied with disaster recovery and economic resurgence. Why did the divine cow nation choose to send troops to disrupt the construction of the land wall in Huaxia? Was Huaxia not simply fortifying its borders against potential future threats? Did this somehow infringe upon their interests? Why resort to such barbaric actions, inciting public outrage in Huaxia and calls for war? After such a colossal blunder, how would the divine cow nation respond? Chapter 72, Provoking War, Malicious Framing. In the divine cow nation, dark clouds loomed, and acid rain poured incessantly. For 3 consecutive days, the capital, Dynasty, had been drenched in acidic rain, making the entire city feel as though it were submerged in a vat of acid. The air was thick with a noxious, acrid odor, reminiscent of countless pickling jars shattering on the streets. In such dismal weather, many were forced to remain indoors. The corrosive nature of the acid rain, along with the sulfurous gases wafting through the air, posed a threat to human respiratory systems. Yet, even in this dreadful weather, the Prime Minister's office in Marasati was abuzz with activity. Heads of various departments hurried in, accompanied by a barrage of grim news. The over 60-year-old Marasati sat on a yoga mat, deep in thought. In a nation where religion prevailed, every matter was intertwined with the divine. For a country characterized by its diverse ethnicities, myriad languages, and distinct cultural practices, religion served as the sole common ground among its varied peoples. Thus, for many years, Marasati had portrayed himself as a messenger of the gods, garnering substantial public support. Not long ago, as the meteorite was about to strike Blue Star, a catastrophic disaster loomed. Many Western nations, led by Maliguo, firmly believed that their military interception efforts would succeed and ridiculed Huaxia's nationwide mobilization and mandatory evacuations. Meanwhile, Marasati, concerned about the potential calamity the meteorite might bring, yet unwilling to be mocked by the West, devised a brilliant plan that he cited divine punishment as the rationale for urging citizens to vacate coastal and mountainous areas, encouraging them to practice yoga and pray outdoors, confessing their sins to the gods. Such a call to action was bound to win public support, and thus, the divine cow nation managed to conduct a nationwide evacuation with minimal costs that as meteoroids plunge into the vast expanse of the Atlantic. As cataclysmic earthquakes strike, and as tsunamis surge along the shores, miraculously, in the land of the divine cattle, there are no casualties among the masses. Regrettably, while Marasati is adept at persuading the populace to seek refuge, he is powerless to avert the astonishing devastation wrought by super earthquakes and ferocious typhoons. With a burgeoning population, outdated infrastructure, and a significant wealth gap, the aftermath of earthquakes, typhoons, and floods has left the situation dire. Homes have collapsed, roads have been severed, farmlands have been inundated, and power and communication networks lie in ruin. Just like Menkai, the so-called richest supercity on the blue planet, which surpasses even Huaxia in wealth. Those hastily constructed slums are no match for the ravages of a super earthquake. When the tremors commence, countless shanty towns collapse in waves. Multitudes find themselves homeless, starving, and plagued by disease. What is to be done? In this critical moment, Marasati, invoking the name of the divine, proclaims that the punishment of the gods has ceased. He asserts that all have been absolved of sin and wrongdoing, commanding them to commence the reconstruction of their homes forthwith. Yet, more than half a month has passed since the catastrophic disaster, and the progress of post-disaster rebuilding is painfully sluggish. Many regions face severe shortages of supplies, with prices skyrocketing. The cost of food and medicine has more than doubled. The most alarming aspect is that as an agricultural powerhouse, hundreds of millions rely on farming for sustenance. The floods have devastated fields, leading to crop failures. Volcanic ash lingers in the atmosphere, obscuring sunlight and resulting in inadequate ground illumination. Following repeated downpours of acid rain, even trees are withering, shedding their leaves, let alone the prospect of cultivating grain. What can be done? Due to the private ownership of land, hundreds of millions of low-caste individuals in the divine cattle nation have been landless for centuries, surviving as tenants working for landlords. The majority of the year's harvest goes to the landlords, who, driven by profit, sell vast quantities of grain. Consequently, for many years, 200 to 300 million people in the divine cattle nation have suffered hunger. Even as the country remains a significant grain exporter, following the super disaster, Marasati swiftly issued a ban on grain exports, ordering large-scale government procurement and distribution of food for disaster relief. However, the already meager food supply must now suffice for over 1 billion mouths. And during the relief efforts, countless merchants hoard supplies while corrupt officials line their pockets. To ASA result, the food reserves of the divine cattle nation are depleting at an alarming rate, unable to sustain for much longer. Meanwhile, several hundred million landless individuals find themselves with nothing to do but wait for relief rations. The highly autonomous states lack the financial resources to promote employment through labor relief, with such a surplus of idle hands. Various criminal issues naturally arise that in many areas. Law and order have descended into chaos, and social tensions have reached a boiling point that in such circumstances. What can Marasati do? He cannot conjure food to satiate over 1 billion people. He cannot procure the machinery needed to restore various industries, that he is utterly incapable of halting the acid rain or allowing sunlight to shine upon the land, thus reviving agricultural production. Although international meteorologists predict that the volcanic ash will not obscure the sky for long, as atmospheric circulation and weather patterns will cause it to settle within a few months, the food shortage and escalating social discord leave Marasati with no time to wait. He understands that without swift action, he may not survive long enough to witness the skies clear and the sun shine again. To divert attention from the dire social issues and to shift the populace's focus, Marasati decides to resort to familiar tactics, inciting border conflicts. He is acutely aware that in the aftermath of the super disaster, Huaxia has ascended to become the foremost power on the blue planet, surpassing the Middle nation. That he knows well that Huaxia possesses formidable industrial manufacturing capabilities and that the world is reliant on its supply of goods. Economically and militarily, the disparity in strength is staggering. Yet Mersadi dares to instigate conflict. The rationale is simple. The divine cattle nation is presently both impoverished and chaotic. Each day, tens of thousands perish from hunger and disease. Will Huaxia dare to wage war? If Huaxia does engage in battle, Mersadi will not hesitate to surrender. According to relevant international laws and regulations, defeated soldiers of a surrendering nation are entitled to humane treatment as prisoners of war. Humanitarian aid must also be provided for war-induced refugees. Neglecting such responsibilities would invite international condemnation. For many years, Huaxia has been renowned for its humane treatment of prisoners and civilians. How could it possibly turn a blind eye? Thus, having neither sufficient food nor medicine to sustain the populace and the military, why not let Huaxia provide for him? After all, do they not tout themselves as the world's factory? Do they not possess ample food reserves? With the divine cattle nation's food supply dwindling and unable to procure any on the international market, the global food shortage post-disaster leaves Mersadi with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. His actions resemble those of a slothful pauper, driven to the brink of starvation, who intentionally commits a crime to secure a place in detention. The legality or morality of such behavior is of little concern to the desperate. What matters is that once in detention, there will be food and shelter and medical care for any illness, alleviating the fear of dying from hunger or disease. Therefore, Mersadi deliberately instructs border soldiers to disrupt construction sites along Huaxia's Great Wall. This act of provocation mirrors the behavior of the desperate who seek arrest, but he fears not the wrath of Huaxia nor the ire of its populace. Rather, he fears that Huaxia may refrain from engaging in war, thus denying him the opportunity to surrender. Presently, the multitude of unfavorable reports aligns precisely with his expectations that in the wake of the super disaster, Huaxia's national strength has surged and its national confidence has soared. Mersadi's forces, by crossing borders to attack their workers and equipment, provoke a furious response from the entire nation, igniting widespread outrage. The internet is inundated with news of the border conflict, and countless individuals in Huaxia perceive this as a profound humiliation, an intolerable provocation. Consequently, many from the divine cattle nation who are conducting business or studying in Huaxia face scorn and even violence. The highest command in Huaxia responds with thunderous resolve, issuing stern diplomatic communiques and mobilizing substantial land and air forces. Multiple rapid response mechanized infantry brigades are swiftly deployed to the plateau, while numerous aircraft take to the skies from inland bases, patrolling and preparing for battle along the border. It seems that if a satisfactory response is not forthcoming within 48 hours, a significant military engagement is imminent. If so, will they truly launch a forceful offensive, as many anxiously await? Fearing the outbreak of war, Mersadi remains composed, seated quietly on his yoga mat, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 73. The Mutation of Water Buffalo. A Fool's Errand. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Prime Minister's office is hastily rapped upon. It is his chief aide, Idak. Mersadi, who has been meditating, opens his eyes. What news? Has Peng Yue exerted more pressure upon you? Mersadi's lips curl into a slight smile, his heart filled with anticipation for war. While he is aware of the horrors of conflict and the lives it will claim, the impact of the meteorite-induced disaster is too profound. For the feeble and discordant divine cattle nation, it is essential to seek the support of a powerful ally. However, much of the Middle nation has been submerged by the super tsunami, and even its proud aircraft carrier battle groups have met with ruin. With the threat of mutated beasts looming, they are hardly in a position to provide aid to the divine cattle nation. Idak kneels and hastily states, "It is not Peng Yue applying pressure, but rather our scientists have made a remarkably strange discovery." With that, Idak hands over a tablet computer. Mersadi suddenly feels an unsettling premonition that he is well aware that the meteoroid has brought forth a mutation virus that could unleash the primal instincts of animals, leading to wild evolution. Currently, countries across the blue planet are dispatching personnel and equipment to join the exploratory research efforts on Huaxia's oceanographic research vessel. As the video plays, it reveals a group of water buffalo confined within a greenhouse. appearing madly agitated as they break through barriers and invade a hay storage facility. Many rush to the scene, attempting to subdue the frenzied buffalo, only to provoke them further, resulting in a devastating stampede. Before the video concludes, Mersadi gasps in horror and asks, "What became of those water buffalo?" The scene is tragically chaotic. I have ordered a swift cleanup of the area to comfort the bereaved families, and to confiscate the ranch's hard drive to ensure the footage does not leak. Mersadi nods repeatedly that I in the divine cattle nation. Cows hold immense sanctity that I in ancient times. It was said that cows were the steeds of the deities, granting them a revered status. Regardless of their impact on crops or transportation, harming them is not taken lightly. Furthermore, cow dung and urine are regarded as excellent medicinal materials and beverages with miraculous effects. However, water buffalo are different. Lacking the fatty humps that signify divine steeds, they can be raised for plowing, and when sick or aged, can be slaughtered and sold. That I end the video. The perpetrators are a group of lowly water buffalo. No one anticipated that these domesticated creatures, usually docile, would suddenly unleash their primal instincts, causing such catastrophic casualties. Since these water buffalo have been killed, could their flesh and blood yield the mutation virus? Idak hesitates momentarily, but ultimately nods gravely. The information regarding the mutation virus brought by the meteoroid has been officially released. After careful comparison, it was confirmed that this batch of water buffalo was indeed infected with a mutated virus, which accounted for their sudden ferocity. However, at present, only a small number of researchers are aware of this matter, and I have issued a strict order to keep it confidential to avoid inciting panic. Well, that's good. Mersadi exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling momentarily unburdened. Yet, after this brief calm, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the situation was far more troublesome than anticipated. The Divine Bull Nation is approximately 10,000 kilometers away from the site where the meteorite fell into the ocean. Given such a vast distance, how could the mutated virus have spread here? Could it be due to atmospheric circulation or rainfall? Regardless of the cause, this is certainly not a good omen, if even the water buffalo have mutated. What of other animals? Are they also undergoing silent mutations and evolution, merely unnoticed by humans? Besides this batch of water buffalo exhibiting abnormal behavior, are there any other animals that have undergone mutations? Mersadi asked anxiously that we are currently unable to provide a detailed account of how many animals have mutated. Idaika replied hastily. However, our scientists have extracted the mutated virus from the carcasses of the deceased water buffalo, which has successfully caused all the animals in the zoo to exhibit unusual behavior. Their appetites have increased significantly. They require more food, and if they are not adequately fed, they become exceedingly irritable, even turning aggressive towards their caretakers. Fierce land predators such as tigers, lions, and cheetahs have displayed heightened aggression, no longer obedient as they once were, creating an atmosphere where they could potentially harm humans at any moment. On the research vessel exploration, scientists have already begun experiments, striving to provide sufficient food to meet the animals' needs while observing the process of their mutation and evolution, as well as studying the changes occurring in their bodies. Based on the current research progress, in conditions of ample food, the mutated virus drives animals to breed uncontrollably, with each generation growing stronger in terms of intelligence and combat capabilities. That if this trend continues, the emergence of ferocious and cunning mutated beasts may not be far off. At that point, human weaponry may prove ineffective, making their eradication exceedingly challenging. Hearing this, Mersadi's anxiety deepened. This meteorite's impact has already unleashed earthquakes, typhoons, and torrential rains, plunging the Divine Bull Nation into ongoing disaster, compounded by food shortages leading to turmoil and potential extinction. Now, with the mutated virus brought by the meteorite causing animals to undergo mutations. If we do not take effective measures promptly, the formation of a large-scale group of mutated beasts could spell even greater catastrophe. What should we do? Should we inform the world about this matter? Idaika asked, filled with concern. Mersadi resolutely shook his head. No. We must not disclose this yet. I fear that the international community has not yet grasped the severity of the situation, and our own nation might descend into internal chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Mersadi decisively ordered, "Relay my command to immediately enact a special legislation regarding major natural disasters." Grant permission for individuals to take necessary forceful actions against animals when their lives and property are threatened. This authorization essentially served as a covert encouragement for the populace to hunt down animals. Strike first, regardless of what animals they are or how they may evolve in the future. I will deliver a devastating blow while their numbers remain insufficient. Can they still evolve across generations to form powerful mutated beasts? Idika promptly nodded. Understood. I will convey the order at once. He shifted slightly before preparing to depart. Wait, Versati suddenly called out that we are already beset with serious internal strife. And now the emergence of the animal mutation virus only adds to our woes. Idika frowned. Relying on opportunistic tactics to escape our predicament seems exceedingly difficult. The mutated beasts could appear at any moment. And we have no idea if the meteorite will bring further devastation. Humanity on Blue Star is utterly unaware. In such a state, everyone will surely prioritize self-preservation, focusing on strengthening themselves rather than provoking others. If we make such a grandiose display, it would be clear that we are merely seeking to exploit the situation. He understood that Mersati was at a dead end, akin to a destitute and starving individual without any means of assistance. Beyond maliciously seeking to extort money from others, was there any other option available? At this moment, if anyone dared to bully him, he would likely kneel down and cry out for help. The sooner he clung to someone powerful, the quicker he could request food and medicine, rather than facing the current situation where resources are dwindling while many civilians are dying from lack of sustenance and medical care. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, who would be willing to take in such a disobedient and ungrateful burden as a son? In the dead of night, the city of Shirong, renowned as a new first-tier city, was still ablaze with lights. Flourishing like a dream that a government jet arriving from Hangzhou gradually descended towards a military airport in the western suburbs. After slowing down, the jet swiftly entered a hangar. Military off-road vehicles stationed nearby quickly arrived beside the boarding steps. As Chu Xu stepped off the jet, he was immediately approached by Qin Feiyong, commander of the Southwest Theater. The Mersati's newly released announcement is truly outrageous, as it shamelessly slanders us. Since this announcement was made, public sentiment has reached a boiling point, and countless people are infuriated. Chu Xu smiled calmly. The time has not yet come, yet they are so eager to leap about as if shouting for us to strike. The more impatient Mersati becomes, the more I feel that a slap to his face would only bring him joy. The best response at this moment is to refrain from retaliating. Under immense pressure, it won't be long before they fall into infighting, turning against one another. The Mersati's frenzied actions are merely an attempt to provoke us. But does he truly believe we would fall into his trap? Such wishful thinking. With that, Chu Xu presented a recently received confidential intelligence report to Qin Feiyong for review. Compared to Mersati's reckless provocations, I am more concerned about the widespread spread of the mutated virus brought by the meteorite. Chapter 74. When summoned for battle, I shall return. A tribute to the veterans. This. Qin Feiyong found himself at a loss for words in comparison to the mutated virus unleashed by the meteorite. The disturbances caused by the divine bull nation were indeed of little consequence. However, faced with the brazen and shameless provocations, Qin Feiyong, like countless citizens, yearned to retaliate fiercely and deliver a resounding blow to the divine bull nation, for the sake of economic development and the broader peace. How many grievances have been endured over the years? How many oppressions have been suffered? Now, having finally become the most powerful nation on Blue Star, how could they allow themselves to be bullied any longer? Since there are those who deliberately stir up trouble, it would be fitting to deliver a resounding blow, asserting dominance and letting the world know who truly holds the reins on Blue Star today. Yet a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Even if Qin Feiyong and countless soldiers long to engage in battle immediately, without a command from the highest authority, they could not act recklessly, of course. The visit of Deputy Commander Chu Xu for the Land Great Wall Project to inspect the readiness of the Southwest Theater also served as a proactive signal for potential conflict. Perhaps once the 48-hour deadline arrives, they would truly launch an overwhelming assault. Noticing Chu Xu's curious gaze directed at the jet being washed down, Qin Feiyong promptly explained, due to a significant amount of volcanic ash suspended in the atmosphere. Not only does the engine inhale volcanic ash during flight, but the aircraft surface also accumulates a considerable amount that, if not promptly cleaned, it could severely impact the aircraft's lifespan. Hence, we have expanded the hangar to enhance the maintenance and upkeep of all aircraft. Furthermore, to adapt to the frequently occurring acid rain, all troops in the Southwest Theater have strengthened their chemical defense training and equipment maintenance. As Qin Feiyong elaborated, Chu Xu swiftly inspected the military airport. From the enclosed hangars to the ammunition and fuel depots, as well as the flight control tower and surrounding watchtowers. This highly alert military airport was fully prepared for the immediate deployment of combat aircraft. At around 2 a.m., Chu Xu and his companions left the airport, heading towards the command center of the Southwest Theater, nestled deep within the mountains on the outskirts of Shiro. Although it was already past 2 a.m., the nightlife in this new first-tier city remained vibrant and bustling. As the military off-road vehicles waited at a traffic light beneath an overpass, Chu Xu glanced out the window and saw a street vendor selling barbecued skewers and fried rice. Numerous young people were gathered around small tables, enjoying late-night snacks and chatting. Observing their carefree demeanor, Chu Xu couldn't help but reminisce about his university days that on weekends without classes, his roommates would gather to enjoy skewers, drink beer, and watch football. What is a good life if not this? There is no concern about the chaos of war, no fear of heinous crimes, and no worry about hunger, inadequate clothing, or homelessness. This is a level of happiness and stability that many so-called developed nations cannot achieve. Chu Xu understood that such peace and stability are hard-won, obtained through the blood, sweat, and invaluable lives of countless ancestors. That it is through the selfless dedication of countless soldiers and police officers that we have attained peace. The people of Huaxia did not simply find themselves born into an era of tranquility. Rather, they were fortunate to inhabit a peaceful nation. This very moment, a middle-aged man, who had been busily tending to a barbecue stall, lifted his gaze and spotted 3 military green off-road vehicles parked a few meters away. That a radiant smile spread across his lips as he clutched a generous handful of spicy, fragrant skewers and sprinted towards them. Alert! Du Feng, in the passenger seat, suddenly barked an order, unbuckling his seatbelt in a flash and drawing his service weapon. The backseat occupants, Chu Xu and Qin Feiyong, were equally startled by the command. Turning to look, they were taken aback to see a middle-aged man dash to the side of the vehicle, come to attention, and salute with a crisp snap. His military posture was impeccable, his gaze resolute yet brimming with joy. And the skewers in his left hand were particularly eye-catching. Of course, the guards flanking the 2 vehicles reacted with remarkable speed. In an instant, 2 guards from the front and 2 from the back swiftly exited the vehicles, weapons at the ready. Reporting in, former Sergeant Kong Jianwei from the Airborne 3rd Army. Saluting you, Kong Jianwei bellowed with impressive volume. This exemplary military stance, this distinctive loud voice of a soldier. Who else could he be but a veteran? Stand down, exit the vehicles to pay respects to the veteran. Chu Xu commanded. Du Feng immediately holstered his weapon, opened the door, and stepped out. It was not that Chu Xu was unwilling to personally greet veteran Kong Jianwei. Rather, the latter's sudden approach, complete with salutes and shouts, had drawn curious glances from many patrons enjoying their late-night snacks. In this day and age, nearly everyone owns a smartphone, and whenever something novel occurs, the instinct is to capture it and share it online. This instance was no exception, as some patrons eagerly pulled out their phones to record the scene. In a time when tensions were palpable and war loomed, there was a heightened curiosity about what the owner of this barbecue stall intended to do. Consequently, Chu Xu found it more appropriate for his assistant Du Feng to take the lead in addressing the veteran. "Hello, veteran. I salute you," Du Feng stated with utmost solemnity as he exited the vehicle and rendered a salute. Kong Jianwei, visibly moved, quickly offered the skewers he held. "You must be starving after a long night of duty. These are freshly grilled. Please take some to share with everyone." Du Feng glanced at the mouth-watering skewers, his inner cravings igniting a desire to indulge, particularly if accompanied by a chilled beer. However, as a soldier with years of service, he was acutely aware of the regulations, especially the principle of not taking a single thread from the masses. Thus, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. "Thank you for your kind offer, but as a veteran, you should understand our regulations." Kong Jianwei bit his lip, feeling a pang of guilt as he lowered his hand. Yet he straightened up once more to salute. In these pressing times, with war on the horizon, I stand ready to respond to the call of my country. Du Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but he recognized that Kong Jianwei's words were not directed solely at him. Having served for many years, Kong Jianwei had undoubtedly perceived the extraordinary nature of this convoy, sensing that high-ranking officers resided within. Such earnest patriotism was undoubtedly touching. However, given that the airborne Third Army had been disbanded for many years, and Kong Jianwei appeared to be nearly 40, Du Feng could only delicately respond, "I am deeply moved by your desire to re-enlist and serve the country. However, you have already dedicated your youth to the nation. The responsibility of defending our homeland now rests with us." With that, Du Feng snapped to attention and saluted. Kong Jianwei gritted his teeth and slowly raised his right hand. At that moment, the guards who had disembarked to stand watch immediately rendered a formal salute. As the traffic light turned green and the 3 military green vehicles roared away, Kong Jianwei stood tall, tears welling in his eyes, maintaining his salute to the departing convoy. Deep within, a flame of passion burned fiercely. Yet he also understood that he was no longer young. As the tail lights of the convoy faded from view, his wife, growing impatient, called out, "Old Kong! Old Kong? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and serve the customers their skewers." A slight twitch crossed Kong Jianwei's lips. At that moment, a throng of curious onlookers gathered around, captivated by the revelation that the middle-aged man was a retired veteran. "Goodness, so you were a soldier. My apologies. Where did you serve, brother?" "My cousin joined the army last year and is stationed at the border now." "Come, veteran brother, let me toast to you. You dedicated your youth to safeguarding our homeland. You truly deserve our respect. Just live your life peacefully, brother. Let the young ones shoulder the burden of national defense." Upon hearing this, Kong Jianwei slammed a bottle down with a thud. "Do you think I am too old? I tell you, as long as my country needs me, even at 60 or 70, I will still take to the battlefield." This powerful declaration rendered the surrounding crowd speechless. What sustains the unyielding backbone of Huaxia? What safeguards the stability of our lives? It is the unwavering resolve and boundless loyalty of generations of veterans that uphold this land, that I end this apocalyptic turmoil. They will undoubtedly vow to defend the sacred soil of their homeland at all costs. Chapter 75. As anticipated, as night fell, the convoy sped towards the undulating mountains after departing the city center. Chu Xu scrutinized the information Du Feng had gathered on Kong Jianwei. He was indeed a veteran with many years of service. Years ago, due to the limited economic strength of the nation, the conditions for reintegrating retired soldiers were far less favorable than they are today. Kong Jianwei, having been discharged due to injury, had worked as a security guard and laborer. To support his parents and raise his children amidst immense financial pressure, he ultimately chose to venture into business. Rising early and working late at the barbecue stall, though arduous, he managed to earn a decent living. According to property records, he and his wife owned 2 houses, and their credit report indicated that they had no loans. This meant that the couple had built a good life through hard work and skill. All of this, of course, was within Chu Xu's expectations. Small business owners often earn more than regular employees, but their earnings are hard-won year-round. They toil from dawn until dusk, risking their lives for their livelihoods. After reviewing Kong Jianwei's information, Chu Xu couldn't help but ponder a very pragmatic question that in times of national peril. Countless descendants of Yin and Huang are always eager to selflessly contribute, but who among them is not born of parents raised with care and hardship, whose life is not precious? For the sake of defending their homeland, soldiers may sacrifice their youth, sweat, and even their lives. However, the nation and its people should not take their sacrifices for granted. Nor should they assume that their willingness to lay down their lives for the country is a given. Therefore, Chu Xu felt that in this perilous and crisis-ridden world, it is imperative to honor and treat soldiers with respect. We must not allow heroes to suffer in silence, especially when vibrant lives fade away in the service of national defense. Their widows and families deserve better compensation and care. Only when the entire nation reveres its heroes will countless individuals rush forward to become heroes themselves. Only when everyone is courageous and unafraid of danger can they triumph over the mutated beasts of this apocalypse and continue the legacy of Huaxia civilization. Thus, en route to the command center in the southwestern war zone, Chu Xu repeatedly contemplated how to further enhance the treatment and status of soldiers, ensuring that society holds these admirable individuals in high regard. Once the convoy passed through multiple checkpoints and entered the underground base, Chu Xu temporarily set aside his thoughts. Upon arriving at the conference room door, he noticed a gathering of stars, the atmosphere charged with intensity. discussions on how to retaliate had already produced numerous battle plans, ranging from small-scale airstrikes to large-scale joint offensives and strategies for conducting total warfare. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyong cleared his throat twice and ushered Chu Xu into the conference room. Immediately, all the generals fell silent and rose to salute in unison. Please take your seats. Once everyone was settled, Qin Feiyong promptly introduced, General Chu is the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Plan. He has come to our southwestern war zone. Before Qin Feiyong could finish, he noticed Du Feng waving from the doorway. Nodding slightly, he signaled for Du Feng to enter quickly and continued his brief introduction. Du Feng hurried to Chu Xu's side and leaned in to whisper. Director Liu called. He mentioned an urgent matter to discuss with you. Chu Xu nodded in acknowledgement, exchanged a glance with Qin Feiyong, and immediately rose to leave the conference room. Rushing to the communication room, he picked up the blue hotline. This is Chu Xu. Director Liu, please go ahead. Lu Jingang spoke urgently. 3 days ago, the health department requested local disease control agencies nationwide to conduct sampling investigations on various animals. The analysis results for all samples have just come in, and we have discovered that the animal samples from several coastal provinces contain a mutated virus brought by a meteorite. Among the samples collected, some were derived from specialized livestock companies such as pig and chicken farms, where closed breeding environments were observed. Surprisingly, even the poultry raised in such confined spaces exhibited signs of mutation and evolution. Faced with this ominous news, Chu Xu remained remarkably composed in his previous life. He had witnessed the devastating effects of the mutated virus brought by the meteorite, known for its extraordinary transmissibility. These viruses could survive for extended periods in high salinity seawater and were capable of spreading over long distances through dust and water vapor. With the atmospheric circulation and the winds and rains sweeping across the globe, it was only natural for the mutated virus to proliferate everywhere. Thus, the discovery of mutated viruses within animals across various countries was well within Chu Xu's expectations. After ensuring that no one else was around, he whispered, I have long predicted that the mutated virus from the meteorite possesses formidable survival and transmission capabilities. Now that we have confirmed infections in poultry from multiple regions, does this not serve as yet another validation of my prophecy? Lu Jingang sighed heavily. Although I know your predictions are destined to come true, when the reality unfolds, I still find it hard to accept. Chu Xu reassured him. Enough of this damned, mutated virus. Despite your desire to prevent its spread, it has already begun to proliferate. All we can do now is respond proactively. What other course of action remains? Lu Jingang nodded in agreement. Indeed, at this juncture, they could only activate their contingency plans and commence their response swiftly. Once the conflict commenced, their only gain would be a sense of vengeance, while they would bear a heavy burden should their adversaries capitulate swiftly. In any scenario, the losses would be substantial. Chu Xu smiled calmly. Rest assured, there are myriad ways to wage war. It is not solely about deploying troops. I have devised an excellent strategy that will allow us to express our grievances while avoiding their malicious provocations. As dawn broke, while countless individuals remained in slumber, numerous military trains laden with heavy equipment and munitions gradually departed from the military freight station. Simultaneously, a convoy of large trailers transported main battle tanks and self-propelled artillery. Various wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, mobile artillery, and armored command vehicles formed a long procession, maneuvering along highways. The mobilization of troops resembled a colossal dragon, since the highways and national roads were not blocked. Numerous freight drivers and private car owners witnessed the military's deployment in the dim light of night. Many drivers spontaneously yielded to the convoy, honking their horns in salute. Of course, some individuals, unable to suppress their excitement, recorded videos and shared them on social media and chat groups, eager for the world to know that China had reached its breaking point and that the military was on the move. As these videos circulated online, some were filled with fervor and anticipation for the impending conflict. Naturally, there were also rational voices urging caution, warning against posting military mobilization footage online, as it could compromise operational security. However, in a rare occurrence, major online platforms received directives not to censor or delete military-related videos. Moreover, official media outlets proactively released a plethora of military mobilization footage, for instance, at a large Air Force base. Strategic transport aircraft lined up as orderly soldiers boarded the planes to a high-speed train station, A significant number of fully armed soldiers quickly and efficiently boarded the high-speed trains for rapid deployment. As time passed, an increasing number of videos circulated online, providing a sense of relief to countless citizens while simultaneously sending an increasingly potent signal that in such a globally significant event, how could the ever-controversial Trump remain absent? After viewing numerous military mobilization videos and confirming through federal intelligence that troops were indeed being dispatched and supplies transported, Trump swiftly tweeted, although the meteorite's descent upon Blue Planet has caused severe calamities. At no time should territorial sovereignty be infringed upon, nor national dignity trampled. I staunchly support the Eastern Dragon in delivering a stern lesson to the sacred cow, allowing them to feel the dragon's wrath and understand who truly reigns supreme in the east of Blue Planet. Following Trump's tweet, it quickly garnered countless shares from Western politicians and elites. Many official platforms from various nations expressed resolute support, seemingly championing China's defense of sovereignty and pursuit of justice in reality. They relished the spectacle, eagerly hoping for China to become mired in the quagmire of war, drained by the exorbitant costs and impoverished by the sacred cow nation. As time ticked away and the deadline imposed by both sides approached. Would a great war truly erupt? The entire world awaited the unfolding drama, to the extent that few remained interested in the scientific broadcast from the exploration vessel. By this point, public interest in the mutated virus brought by the meteorite had waned, replaced by curiosity over the impending clash between the dragon and the sacred cow. When China announced that only 25 hours remained until the deadline, the Foreign Ministry issued a statement urging citizens in the sacred cow nation to evacuate promptly. This announcement ignited excitement among many, who rubbed their hands in anticipation, believing that conflict was imminent. Shortly thereafter, the Southwest Theater Command's official account released a notice claiming that a large-scale live-fire military exercise would take place. Although the exercise was said to be non-targeted, the intended recipients were unmistakable. History has shown that grand military exercises often precede significant conflicts, leading many to interpret this unprecedented large-scale drill as an unequivocal signal of impending war. Across the internet, numerous seasoned military enthusiasts, experts, and scholars fervently expressed their anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. The evacuation and military drills were seen by the vast majority as clear signals of imminent war. The excitable Trump, unable to contain his enthusiasm, tweeted incessantly, eager for the anticipated conflict. Yet the more he anticipated, the slower time seemed to pass. In his final tweet, he lamented his wish for a time machine to accelerate the clock. A testament to his impatience, many could empathize with his urgency. The catastrophic disaster had inflicted severe losses upon the United States, causing it to relinquish its status as the dominant force on Blue Planet. Once a steadfast ally, many nations that had previously pledged unwavering loyalty turned their backs. Even the once mighty dollar had lost its allure, depreciating at an unprecedented rate. The world now clamored for the yuan and sought to embrace China's industrial products. Hoping to align with its power, against this backdrop, Trump yearned for China to stumble into a catastrophic war, ensnared by conflict. The United States had engaged in numerous modern wars, bombarding and invading many countries. They understood the vast disparity in power between major and minor nations. Small countries quickly succumbed to the overwhelming force of a powerful nation. However, defeating a smaller nation was one thing. Governing it was an entirely different challenge. Ideological differences, religious beliefs, and cultural disparities compounded the difficulties of post-war reconstruction. Despite pouring countless resources into these conflicts, the local populace often found themselves deprived of democracy and freedom, instead enduring prolonged turmoil and unrest. Previous conflicts had already cost the United States trillions, and the burdens of war had only served to elevate China's status. With the sacred cow nation currently grappling with food shortages and conflicts over resources, how could it easily allow China to escape unscathed if it were to provoke a confrontation? Thus, individuals like Trump, representing the Western perspective, fervently rallied support. However, their fervor had the opposite effect, awakening a growing number of rational Chinese citizens. Especially upon learning of the sacred cow nation's dire circumstances, many were left astonished. Following the disaster, their recovery efforts were in disarray, and social order had descended into chaos. Many suffered from a lack of medical care and food. With deaths occurring daily due to starvation and illness, to make matters worse, The persistent ash from the volcano and the frequent acid rain had completely halted agricultural production that if conflict erupted and they surrendered. What would become of the billions of starving and idle refugees? Observing the immense costs incurred by past wars, many began to realize that war was no trivial matter. Thus, as time gradually passed, an increasing number of individuals awakened to this reality. The initial collective fury and cries for war soon divided into two distinct factions. One side advocated for an eye, insisting that the blood of the workers on the Great Wall construction site should not be shed in vain. The other side proposed that the sacred cow nation should compensate for damages and issue an apology, with the perpetrators facing severe punishment, deeming war unnecessary. Amidst their unceasing debates, the 48-hour deadline arrived. Yet the anticipated war did not commence. Huaxia has conducted a large-scale live-fire military exercise within its borders. In times of desperation, tactical maneuvers prevail. In times of abundance, one resorts to bombardment. Tons upon tons of munitions unleashed in a frenzied onslaught, obliterating the illegal structures erected by certain unauthorized armed groups. As for casualties, that remains somewhat unclear. The explosions reverberated, shaking the very earth and leveling mountains by a meter or two simultaneously. Reports of animal mutations and violent attacks have emerged from various regions of the Divine Bull Nation, with numerous videos circulating wildly across the nation's social media and major video platforms. Enraged and exasperated, Morsadi ordered an immediate internet blackout. Yet, what good would that do? The mutated virus brought by meteorites shows no regard for authority. Many of the once noble divine bulls now roam the streets in a frenzy, while other animals, driven by hunger, scavenge desperately for food. Even the timid mice, once prone to fleeing from humans, now boldly venture out in droves during daylight, foraging through the ruins of slums, unperturbed by the decaying corpses and spoiled food surrounding them, that if action is not taken soon, an unprecedented rodent infestation is all but inevitable. Chapter 77. Total Annihilation. Opportunistic maneuvers. With a resounding crash, Morsadi smashed his teacup against the floor, his face ashen, eyes wide with fury to Idaka's gaze. He resembled a bull on the verge of madness, poised to charge and obliterate everything in his path. But the question remains, did my reckless provocation incite war? Can I truly be blamed? I am neither their supreme leader nor a high-ranking general. I possess no authority to declare war for the intruding troops. They were utterly annihilated amidst the chaos of the live-fire exercise. Am I to shoulder the blame for that? If anyone is to be blamed, it is they for failing to clearly define the exercise's area and schedule, leaving the invading forces with no time to withdraw in the face of relentless bombardment. Undoubtedly, the mutated virus unleashed by the meteorites has caused various animals to evolve, leading them to hunt and attack humans in a frenzied bid to satiate their hunger. This cannot be attributed to me. The mutated virus is not of my making. It is the consequence of meteorite impacts. However, Idaka dared not utter a word, silently awaiting his fate. How long remains until the 48-hour deadline we set? Idaka lifted his head, estimating there were approximately 7 hours left. 7 hours. Morsadi's brow furrowed, his fists clenched. There's still time to reinforce our troops? Idaka was taken aback. Technically, there is still time, but sending more troops into the fray would merely result in needless casualties, achieving nothing in the process. With a forceful thud, Morsadi slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming with aggression. Why is that unacceptable? On what grounds do you assert such a claim? Idaka sensed that Morsadi was akin to a desperate gambler, having once thrived on creating conflicts along the borders whenever domestic strife or political pressure mounted. Having tasted the sweetness of such tactics, he had become addicted to stirring up trouble. What was the outcome this time? After facing a shameless provocation, the Eastern Dragon refrained from escalating tensions. Instead, upon the expiration of the deadline, they unleashed a barrage of firepower under the guise of a live-fire exercise, obliterating the invading forces without crossing the established control line. Consequently, their unorthodox approach completely disrupted Morsadi's plans. Infuriated, Morsadi considered employing further provocations to escalate the situation. At that moment, Idaka longed to confront him. Over 3,000 lives lost, and he still contemplated sending more soldiers to their doom. Did he not possess a conscience? Were the lives of lower-caste soldiers not worthy of consideration? Morsadi shouted hoarsely. Ida took a deep breath, suppressing his indignation, and earnestly advised, I believe it is unnecessary to provoke them further for 3 reasons. First, despite our savage provocations, they have not crossed the line to attack. They merely used the live-fire exercise to eliminate the invaders. This clearly indicates their lack of interest in engaging us in war. No matter how many troops we send to provoke them, it will only lead to needless deaths. Second, their actions within their own territory, regardless of how relentless their bombardment, are their own affair. We have no justification to initiate hostilities. Moreover, the disparity in our respective strengths is vast, whether we deploy ground troops or aerial forces. They can easily outmaneuver and annihilate us. Third, the world is well aware of our poverty and chaos. Not only do we lack sufficient food, but mutated animals have begun attacking our citizens, knowing that any confrontation would lead to long-term consequences. Why would they choose to engage with us? After a brief pause, Ida sincerely continued, I believe the pressing matter at hand is not to further offend them, but to find ways to shift the international and domestic narrative in our favor, strengthening trade cooperation to alleviate our predicament. Morsadi raised an eyebrow. Do you believe reconciliation is still possible? Ida replied with a smile. Of course, we can easily deflect blame, asserting that after a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the commander of the 171st Mountain Infantry Brigade acted independently, attempting to sabotage the friendly relations between our 2 nations. After all, their brigade has been completely annihilated, with no witnesses left. We can claim it was merely a misunderstanding, and after offering a heartfelt apology, how could they refuse to forgive us? The current situation is crystal clear. They have no desire for war. They remain poised along the border, waiting while steadfastly refusing to cross the line. Any further provocations would only serve to offer them more lives as sacrifices. Their resolute defense of their homeland and the extermination of all invading foes also provides a satisfactory explanation to their populace. The international community would find it challenging to criticize their actions. After all, they have successfully eliminated the invaders and defended their territory without needing to cross the border into another's nation to prove their might. However, this reality poses a significant dilemma for Morsadi. It is akin to a person attempting to scam a driver in a luxury car, only to have the driver brake in time. Should they attempt to collide again, the driver would evade them once more. Would they then chase down the luxury car, repeatedly attempting to crash into it? Even if they were to meet their own demise, the driver would bear no responsibility. Thus, further provocations are inadvisable. Moreover, the situation is already dire enough. Hunger and chaos abound, while mutated viruses have caused numerous animals to evolve. Even the once timid mice now bolden in packs, brazenly foraging in the streets. If this continues, we may soon face a terrifying and aggressive rodent infestation, capable of overwhelming living beings in an instant, reducing them to mere bones. With this in mind, Morsadi resolved firmly, Very well. You are correct. Since the 171st Mountain Infantry Brigade has been completely annihilated, we can assert whatever we wish, as there will be no witnesses. Let us allow this matter to pass. However, our current situation is exceedingly grim. The post-disaster reconstruction is progressing at a snail's pace. Our food supplies can last at most a month, and the mutated animals continue to wreak havoc. At this point, Morsadi turned to Ida, his gaze penetrating. Do you believe we can engage in trade cooperation with Huaxia to secure resources? Ida replied with a smile. Even Melee Nation has sought to procure resources from Huaxia, reaching a trade agreement worth trillions of yuan. Why should we not be able to do the same? Between nations, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. I am confident that if we present sufficient sincerity, they will be willing to sell to us. Morsadi gritted his teeth. There are already numerous countries exchanging energy and minerals for goods. If we attempt to do the same, we will face challenges in securing favorable prices and may end up with rock-bottom rates. Furthermore, our most pressing need is food, not machinery. If we do not swiftly find a way to secure food, we will soon face famine. Ida summoned his courage and suggested, I have heard that Howard from Melee Nation is negotiating trade agreements in Chu Xu. Perhaps I should seek him out. He is both the deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project and the deputy head of the Supreme Economic Reform Task Force, wielding significant authority. Should we descend into turmoil and conflict, countless refugees will flood into Huaxia, causing them immense trouble. I refuse to believe he would stand idly by and let us perish. Chapter 78. It seems we are left with no choice but to kneel. As evening fell, the Prime Minister's office of the Divine Bull Nation was ablaze with light. An hour prior, the Prime Minister's chief advisor, Ida Ka, had notified numerous domestic and foreign media outlets, stating that with little time remaining before the 48-hour deadline, he had a significant announcement to make. Consequently, numerous media representatives flocked to attend the press conference. With external powers encroaching and internal chaos from mutated animals, compounded by slow post-disaster reconstruction, severe food crises, and rampant disorder, many were certain that Morsadi would choose to instigate a war as a means of diverting attention from various conflicts. However, once the press conference commenced, the series of statements made by Idaka left countless journalists utterly astounded. Firstly, Idaka asserted that, following a thorough investigation, it had been determined that the commander of the 171st Mountain Infantry Brigade was suffering from delusions of grandeur related to warfare and had committed treason. Their brigade was deemed an illegal armed force that deserved to be eradicated, and their complete annihilation was a fitting consequence, unworthy of forgiveness or sympathy. Nonetheless, their unlawful actions had inflicted tremendous trauma on the construction workers of the Great Land Wall. Morsadi expressed profound apologies for this and authorized Idaka to depart that very evening to extend condolences to the injured workers. Secondly, due to the catastrophic earthquake and torrential rains, the infrastructure of Xenia Nation, including roads, communication systems, and power supply, had been severely compromised. Morsadi had previously ordered the shutdown of the network in order to replace it with brand new servers that he would not conceal any circumstances regarding Xenia Nation. Everyone had the right to be informed, including the matter of a mutated virus brought about by meteorite activity, which had resulted in numerous animals undergoing mutations that in the face of the threat posed by these mutated creatures. Anyone could, under the special legislation for significant natural disasters, take armed action against animals that endangered human life and property. Lastly, Idaka declared that Xenia Nation was indeed facing a grave shortage of food, medical supplies, and engineering equipment. The Prime Minister's office would explore all possible avenues to accelerate post-disaster reconstruction and the resumption of business operations, while also hoping that the affluent would extend their assistance to the impoverished within their means. He further announced that he would represent over 1 billion citizens of Xenia Nation and would hasten to Huaxia to negotiate trade cooperation, seeking to urgently procure supplies to alleviate the pressing crisis. In response to these three major announcements, all journalists present were left in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated hearing a strongly worded statement that would spark a swift and fiery confrontation. Instead, many journalists' initial reaction was that Morsadi had capitulated. Although numerous international media reporters felt profoundly disappointed, the journalists from Xenia Nation were elated, relieved to have evaded a catastrophe. Those who grasp the situation are indeed wise. In the face of formidable national strength, any conspiracy or scheme appeared woefully ineffectual. Fighting was futile, and causing a ruckus would yield no results. With internal chaos reigning, it was evident that refusing to yield was no longer an option. The sooner they submitted, the sooner they could navigate through trade cooperation and escape their plight. Otherwise, if they continued to act recklessly, the inevitable outcome would be a tragic demise, with no one to offer sympathy. After reading from the prepared script, Idaka did not allow the journalists an opportunity to pose questions and abruptly announced the conclusion of the press conference, despite many journalists yearning to inquire further. He paid them no heed and hastily departed the Prime Minister's office, heading to the airport. Deni, with a population of over 20 million, is the second largest city in Xenia Nation, in the wake of the super earthquake. Numerous buildings and slums had collapsed. The already dire conditions of communication, electricity, water supply, and sewage systems had been utterly paralyzed by the earthquake's devastation. As Idaka traveled to the airport, he witnessed through the car window many makeshift tents and newly established slums. Lacking electricity, many citizens resorted to using oil lamps for illumination. With no access to clean tap water, the populace was forced to draw water from rivers filled with debris, and even corpses. The situation worsened as food prices soared, rendering it impossible for ordinary citizens to afford sustenance. Following the enactment of the special legislation for significant natural disasters, they had seemingly transformed into urban hunters, banding together to hunt down the wild dogs. Rats, and even the once revered sacred cows that roamed the streets, did I end their desperate bid to fill their bellies. The impoverished had resorted to extreme measures that I end the brief span of just over 10 kilometers from the Prime Minister's office to the airport. Hidaka encountered numerous ragged children begging by the roadside. Witnessing their pitiable state pained him deeply, prompting him to instruct his aides to empty their pockets of all loose change. But he also witnessed multiple instances of theft and robbery occurring right on the streets of what was once the prosperous Denny. Had it not been for the presence of armored vehicles providing protection, Hidaka could scarcely fathom the dangers of venturing out after dark. Upon arriving at the heavily guarded airport, a starkly different scene awaited him. The parking lot was teeming with luxury vehicles, and the departure hall was bustling with activity, filled with voices clamoring in excitement. Besides numerous foreigners, the vast majority were affluent individuals from high castes, all eager to pass through security and board flights to leave Shinia Nation. For them, the deteriorating security, skyrocketing prices, and chaotic society severely disrupted their comfortable lives, with the threat of mutated animals lurking, endangering their very safety. Therefore, it was only natural that the wealthy sought refuge abroad to escape the impending disaster. Given that Shinia Nation was formerly a colony of Eagle Nation, it had been deeply influenced by Western culture in various aspects, allowing the elite class to communicate seamlessly with Western societies in terms of language and cultural customs. Moreover, for a long time, numerous Western multinational corporations had actively recruited individuals from Shinia Nation who spoke Eagle language, employing them in fields such as software programming and customer service. Each year, over 1 million citizens from Shinia Nation entered Miligu with work visas, not to mention the other Western countries. Consequently, when society's elites sought to flee Shinia Nation, their primary destinations were naturally Miligu and Eagle Nation. Hidaka glanced at the large screen displaying the flight updates, observing that the majority of flights were heading to Western countries, that a few were destined for neighboring nations, such as Huaxia, Mengla Nation, Shillong Nation, and Mian Nation. As a senior official of Shinia Nation, Hidaka was not required to queue for security checks. With the assistance of airport staff, he and his entourage swiftly navigated the VIP passage, boarding a flight to Huaxia ahead of others. The meteorite's plunge into the ocean had triggered a rapid eruption of several volcanoes worldwide, releasing vast amounts of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which not only obstructed sunlight but also significantly increased flight costs. Modern aircraft engines draw in and compress air for combustion, creating thrust. However, the presence of volcanic ash in the air intake would inevitably exacerbate wear and tear, impacting their lifespan. Consequently, the airlines transferred the increased maintenance costs onto ticket prices. What had previously cost less than 2,000 yuan for an economy class ticket had now more than doubled to 5,000. In an effort to accommodate more passengers and maximize profits, airlines had eliminated spacious and comfortable business class seating, converting it entirely into economy class. Even so, tickets remained exceedingly hard to come by. To conceal his identity, Hidaka wore sunglasses and a mask, further veiling his face with a scarf. Inside the cabin, numerous eager passengers from Huaxia engaged in animated discussions, their excitement distracting them from Hidaka's presence. He, too, remained attentive, keenly listening to their conversations. Before the plane prepared for takeoff, several Huaxia travelers were discussing the recent press conference held at the Prime Minister's office. They were astonished to learn that their infantry brigade commander was, in fact, mentally unstable and had acted unilaterally in an attempt to instigate a major incident. Mentally unstable? Haha, my friend, don't you think that's just a convenient excuse to shift blame? One remarked. Exactly, just like in our company. The leadership never makes mistakes. Only the employees do. Another chimed in with laughter. Permanent staff never err. It's only the interns who mess up, and they get fired. Yet another added, and no matter who made the mistake. After thousands perished in the explosion, they finally learned their lesson. One lamented. They had no choice. Just look at Shinia Nation now. It's descending into utter chaos. Another replied. Food prices are fluctuating wildly. How can the poor afford to eat? They were left with no choice but to steal and rob. A voice echoed. Sigh. My shop was robbed last night. A large group came, and I didn't dare to intervene. Better to lose money than risk disaster. My brother, if you try to stop them, you'd be lucky to escape with your life. Leaving so hastily, I suppose your shop was never even transferred. Transfer. Who has time for that? I shut the doors and left. Survival is paramount, my friend. Listening to the discussions among the Huaxia travelers, Hidaka felt a profound sense of despair. With dwindling resources, soaring prices, rampant crime, and a populace struggling to survive, if help from Huaxia was not sought soon, Xinyi nation would likely descend into internal strife. As the plane slowly pushed back and began to taxi toward the runway, Hidaka turned to gaze out the window, eagerly anticipating his meeting with Chu Xu. It seemed that he was the only one capable of rescuing the beleaguered people of Xinyi nation. Chapter 79. The Enviable Land of Huaxia. Around 3 in the morning, a cheerful chime resonated through the cabin, followed by a melodious announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, our flight will land at Huaxia Shirong International Airport in 30 minutes. Please stow your tray tables and adjust your seat backs to their upright positions. Before the flight attendant could complete her announcement, the cabin erupted in excited cheers. Look down there. Which city is that? It's so beautifully lit. Ah, the homeland is truly wonderful. The lights are dazzling, so splendid indeed, the capital of Xinyi nation. Denny is pitch dark after sunset. It pales in comparison to our homeland's prosperity. Comfortable, blissful. Once I disembark, I absolutely must indulge in a spicy hot pot feast. Wow, my friend, you're living the good life. Are there any fun places in Shirong? Do recommend some. The cabin buzzed with jubilant noise, creating a festive and lively atmosphere. Hidaka, who had been asleep, was awakened by the exuberant voices of the Huaxia passengers that he opened the window shade to gaze down from above. The city, adorned with shimmering lights, is particularly enchanting in the darkness of night. As the airplane descends steadily, drawing closer to Shirong International Airport, Hidaka is profoundly awed by the urban nightscape. Under the glow of orange lights, towering buildings and winding streets emerge. Even the largest city of the divine cow nation, Mengmai, pales in comparison to the splendor of Shirong. Is this truly the land of Huaxia that has endured a cataclysmic disaster? Why are there no signs of devastation whatsoever? Hidaka ponders in confusion. Upon the plane's landing and taxiing to the terminal, fire trucks spray jets of water to cleanse the aircraft, promptly washing away the volcanic ash that clung to it during the flight, preventing corrosion of the fuselage and paint. After the cleansing, the plane arrives alongside the terminal, connecting with the jet bridge. Through the window, Hidaka is astonished to discover that despite it being around 4 in the morning in Huaxia, a time when many are asleep, Shirong International Airport remains bustling with activity. In addition to international flights arriving and departing, numerous cargo planes from various airlines and logistics companies are taking off and landing in quick succession. This alone is enough to indicate that the cataclysmic disaster has not adversely affected Huaxia's transportation and logistics sectors. 20 minutes later, Hidaka and his companions successfully passed through customs. After reuniting with personnel from the Divine Cow Nation's office in Shirong, they swiftly depart the airport to gain a better understanding of the true situation in Huaxia. Hidaka engages in continuous dialogue with the office's head, Karuni, throughout the journey. Having lived in Shirong for an extended period, Karuni candidly relays the details. Prior to the meteorite's descent upon Blue Star, Shirong had initiated emergency evacuations. Everyone temporarily vacated high-rise buildings and relocated to surrounding districts. When a powerful earthquake struck, the tremors were indeed intense within the city. Several dilapidated buildings collapsed, and some older bridges and skyscrapers sustained varying degrees of damage. Once the earthquake subsided, Shirong swiftly organized the demolition and reconstruction of hazardous buildings and bridges, as well as damage assessments. Thanks to the initially high construction standards and Shirong's history of frequent earthquakes, large-scale building collapses were averted. Moreover, the residents of Shirong are inherently optimistic and proactive, allowing the city to quickly return to normal operations. Young people resumed work, production, and studies, while the elderly continued to enjoy their tea and dance in the squares. Even on days when acid rain falls, the streets are alive with the bustling activity of mahjong parlors and hot pot restaurants. As for Hidaka's primary concern regarding prices, Karuni felt it would be difficult to convince the Prime Minister's envoy, Hidaka, that the lives of the people in Huaxia had not been impacted by the disaster. Thus, he decided to have the driver exit the highway early and head to Shirong's largest wholesale market. At 4 or 5 in the morning, the wholesale market is abuzz with activity. Numerous vendors arrive in small trucks and vans to stock up. Walking through the market, Hidaka is astonished to find that vegetables, meats, fruits, and seafood are all in abundance. Although Karuni mentions that due to the sky being obscured by volcanic ash, sunlight is scarce and vegetables and fruits are largely cultivated in greenhouses, resulting in significant price increases. There remains an ample supply of produce, rice, and cooking oil. Clearly, the people of Huaxia need not worry about food scarcity. Furthermore, the world's insatiable demand for Huaxia's industrial products has led to unprecedented prosperity across various sectors, making it easier and more profitable than ever to earn a living. The income of the populace has surged significantly, effectively offsetting the negative impact of rising prices. After touring the wholesale market, Idaka feels an overwhelming sense of envy. Where in the divine cow nation is there such a vibrant wholesale market? After being ravaged by torrential rains, crops have failed, and fresh fruits and vegetables are virtually non-existent in the market. As for staple goods such as rice, flour, and oils, they have been hoarded by speculators, driving prices to outrageous heights. What makes him even more envious is, he inquires with a vegetable vendor and discovers that Huaxia has implemented numerous measures to ensure the people have sufficient food. For example, to prevent damage from acid rain and to mitigate the effects of insufficient sunlight on crop growth, the government has financially encouraged farmers to construct greenhouses and install supplemental lighting. Furthermore, Huaxia has introduced policies to incentivize companies to lease land and build modern agricultural factories, essentially erecting buildings filled with vertical farms, pastures, and ponds. Upon hearing this, Idaka, in addition to envying Huaxia's formidable national strength, is left with new questions. With all this greenhouse cultivation and factory construction, does Huaxia possess enough electricity to illuminate these crops? If electricity costs 4 to 5 dimes per kilowatt, utilizing supplemental lighting in a single acre of farmland for an entire day would require at least a dozen kilowatts. Given that rice needs light for over 100 days, the electricity bill for just 1 acre would exceed 1,000 yuan. The cost of cultivating rice this way is evidently exorbitant. With over 1 billion acres of arable land in Huaxia, if all were treated similarly, agricultural lighting alone would demand over 10 billion kilowatts daily. Coupled with their extraordinarily prosperous manufacturing sector, can Huaxia truly supply 3 to 400 billion kilowatts of electricity for both agriculture and industry every day? With these questions lingering, Idaka asks Karini to purchase 2 large bags of onions from the vendor. Those who have visited the divine cow nation know that every meal and dish is incomplete without onions. He learns that the wholesale price is under 3 yuan per kilogram. Unfortunately, in the aftermath of the disaster, Huaxia has strictly prohibited the export of vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, and all grain products. The only exception is infant formula. Granted for humanitarian reasons, many countries, unable to produce formula during the disaster, find themselves in dire need, as infants cannot go without it. Thus, Huaxia has made a special allowance for formula to be exported worldwide. However, in countries facing severe food shortages and skyrocketing prices, people of all ages are relying on formula for sustenance. They find that formula not only provides comprehensive nutrition, but is also relatively affordable. Moreover, canned formula has a long shelf life, often lasting 1 to 3 years, making it particularly suitable for stockpiling in preparation for emergencies. Of course, for the impoverished and populous divine cow nation, how many can actually afford the formula exported from Huaxia? Before leaving the wholesale market, Karini takes Idaka to a shop that specializes in wholesale rice. Idaka is taken aback upon inquiry that in many countries, grain sales are strictly regulated, with some even preparing to implement rationing. And what of Huaxia? Rice continues to be freely bought and sold, albeit at prices that have generally increased by around 30% compared to before. Premium rice, known for its exceptional taste, but with originally low yields, has seen its price double in response to the apocalypse. Huaxia has mandated the planting of high-yield hybrid rice, albeit with comparatively inferior taste. Idaka comprehends this reasoning well to maximize the limited arable land and ensure that the common people can fill their stomachs. Planting hybrid rice is indeed the rational choice. Those with wealth may seek superior taste, and thus should be willing to pay more for premium rice. As the sky gradually brightens, the volcanic ash obscures the sun, leading to a cooler surface temperature reminiscent of late autumn. After enjoying a hearty breakfast at a nearby eatery, Idaka does not return to the divine cow nation's office in Shirong to rest. Instead, he hastens directly to the Shirong Jinjiang Hotel. After waiting nearly 20 minutes in the conference hall, he finally meets the long-awaited deputy commander of the Land Great Wall Project. Chu Xu Chapter 80. You're poor. You read justified? Absolutely not a saint. The visitor does not come with good intentions. nor does the good come with the visitor. Chu Xu had long suspected that Edaka's visit was not merely to offer an apology. His true purpose was not only to restore diplomatic relations and promote economic and trade exchanges, but, more crucially, to plead poverty in hopes of receiving food and medical aid to alleviate urgent crises. The medical situation is relatively manageable. It is well known that the Divine Cow Nation possesses a developed pharmaceutical industry, due to the vast number of impoverished citizens unable to afford expensive patented medications. The government has authorized pharmaceutical companies to bypass international patent laws to produce generic drugs for the country's needy. However, the reality is that there exists a significant global demand for affordable generic medications with comparable efficacy. This robust market demand has led to the rapid development of the Divine Cow Nation's pharmaceutical industry, with thousands of companies generating nearly $1 trillion yuan in annual output, earning it the moniker of the Blue Star Pharmacy. Nevertheless, due to the weak foundational chemical industry, the vast majority of pharmaceutical raw materials must be imported from Huaxia. Without raw materials, they cannot produce medicine that is an industrial powerhouse. Huaxia can certainly resume the supply of various essential medications and raw materials for the production of generics crucial to the survival of millions worldwide. Especially since many in Huaxia desperately require affordable generic anti-cancer medications produced by the Divine Cow Nation, the situation becomes complicated for Chu Xu when it comes to food. Edaka candidly informs him of the grain reserves across the Divine Cow Nation. Even if they manage to combat the hoarding of speculators and seize their grain, without production, over 1 billion people consuming daily would deplete reserves in a maximum of 20 days. What happens when a nation of over 1 billion finds itself without food? Countless impoverished citizens, desperate to fill their stomachs, would inevitably resort to theft and robbery against merchants and the wealthy. When even basic sustenance is unattainable, the nation's administrative management and military defense would also collapse entirely. At that point, I fear that countless starving individuals will flock in droves to neighboring nations that in this context, the prosperous and powerful nation of Huaxia, characterized by its robust economy, will undoubtedly become the primary refuge for these desperate souls. Consequently, Edaka hopes that Chu Xu, guided by the spirit of international humanitarianism and with a view toward regional stability, will extend assistance to the Divine Bull Nation. This aid would not only involve helping them restore agricultural production, but also providing a substantial amount of food to sustain them for 6 to 7 months, until their newly sown crops can be harvested. Chu Xu calculated roughly that, based on an average consumption of 1 pound of food per person per day, the total requirement for 6 to 7 months would amount to approximately 200 pounds of food per individual. With over 1 billion people in the Divine Bull Nation, this translates to a staggering need for at least 300 billion pounds of food that in comparison, Huaxia's annual food production, which stands at 13 trillion pounds, is not excessively burdensome, representing merely a quarter of its yearly output. Moreover, what many are unaware of is that Huaxia, historically plagued by famine that claimed countless lives, harbors a profound fear of food scarcity. Thus, for decades, it has steadfastly maintained food as a critical strategic reserve. When prices are low, the government purchases grain at elevated prices to protect farmers, and when prices rise, it sells grain at reduced rates to stabilize the market. In the past, several international agricultural giants attempted to undermine Huaxia as agricultural sector by initially selling grain at low prices, only to raise them exorbitantly when Huaxia became reliant on imports due to a dwindling number of farmers willing to cultivate crops. However, Huaxia responded by purchasing as much of their low-priced grain as possible and subsequently engaged in a price war, selling its grain at lower prices when these giants sought to profit from their inflated prices. The result? These giants faced catastrophic losses, while Huaxia had an abundance of unsold grain. This confrontation left several international agricultural titans with psychological scars, rendering them hesitant to meddle in Huaxia's affairs again, as they understood the paramount importance Huaxia places on its citizens' sustenance. Without a stable food supply, how can one even contemplate economic development? Thus, Chu Xu was acutely aware that Huaxia possesses an unimaginable food reserve capable of sustaining the entire population for 3 years. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that the grain, painstakingly cultivated by farmers, is procured with taxpayer money, raising the question of why it should be given away freely to the Divine Bull Nation. Is poverty a justification for entitlement? Seeing Chu Xu's hesitation, Edaka presented a document. Mr. Chu, this is our debt statistics report, he exclaimed. Before the catastrophic disaster, our external debt had already surpassed 15 trillion mi yuan, and we spend over 1 trillion mi yuan annually just to pay the interest on this debt. Idaka's mention of this issue only served to infuriate Chu Xu further. Years prior, in a bid to support infrastructure development across the Asia-Pacific region and promote collaborative economic growth, Huaxia had joined forces with over 20 nations to establish the Asia-Pacific Infrastructure Investment Bank. As one of the founding members, Huaxia contributed the largest share, committing over 300 billion mi yuan and holding more than 30% of the shares. In contrast, the Divine Bull Nation not only contributed the least, but also borrowed hundreds of billions of dollars under the pretext of engaging in various infrastructure projects. Yet little progress was made in terms of actual construction. Instead, they misappropriated the borrowed funds to acquire various military armaments. Not only did they default on their debts, but they also failed to maintain the advanced equipment they purchased, resulting in the loss of several expensive fighter jets each year. Now, Idaka had the audacity to present their debt report, displaying their staggering external debt of over 10 trillion mi yuan. What was the intent behind this? It was clear he sought to convey that they were on the brink of bankruptcy and lacked the funds to purchase food. Observing Idaka's pitiful demeanor, Chu Xu realized that he was attempting to persuade Huaxia to provide them with over 300 billion pounds of grain without charge. Would such an act of generosity inspire gratitude? Would the grain be distributed fairly and efficiently, free from corruption, to the populace? It was highly doubtful that those receiving the aid would remember their benefactor, as much of the food would likely be siphoned off by corrupt officials. The lower caste citizens, viewed as mere livestock, would continue to perish in large numbers. Thus, why should Huaxia's precious grain be utilized to nourish a nation of ingrates, knowing that giving the grain would be tantamount to throwing it away? Why even consider it? Was this not a foolish endeavor? Even with a renewed commitment to saving human civilization, Chu Xu would never succumb to such excessive altruism. After returning the debt statistics, Chu Xu offered a slight smile. I understand your situation. Given your urgent need for materials to rebuild after the disaster and restore social order, our economic and trade relations can be promptly resumed. However, regarding your request for substantial grain assistance, I cannot make an immediate decision and must consult with the supreme leader. Upon hearing the translation, Idaka quickly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. I completely understand that I shall not trouble you further and will proceed to the hospital to visit the injured workers." Chu Xu nodded slightly and shook hands with him. After Assistant Du Feng escorted Idaka away, Chu Xu refrained from contacting the supreme leader directly and instead conferred with Lu Xinggang, the head of the General Affairs Institute. After listening to the situation discussed, Lu Xinggang could not help but scoff. Is poverty truly a valid reason to beg for aid? If so, wouldn't that mean every impoverished nation could come to us for alms? With a sigh, Chu Xu replied, their industrial foundation is not entirely lacking. With efficient organization, restoring agricultural production should not be insurmountable. Lu Xinggang let out a long sigh and retorted, however, Idaka does have a point. If they truly run out of food, it could lead to chaos among their billion-plus population, which would undoubtedly become a troublesome situation. There would be a massive influx of refugees into neighboring countries, and those unable to escape would become prey for mutated beasts, inadvertently aiding their proliferation. Hearing this, Chu Xu nodded in agreement that in a previous life, the rapid reproduction and evolution of mutated beasts had been largely fueled by the predation of vast numbers of impoverished populations in weak nations. Thousands had perished and millions had vanished, which facilitated the swift expansion and evolution of these mutated species. Therefore, the current predicament was indeed perplexing that if food was withheld, it would benefit the mutated creatures which would prey upon the starving, defenseless lower classes, allowing them to thrive. Conversely, if food were provided, it would primarily benefit the elite, while many in the lower echelons would still face dire fates. Naturally, those who receive food would strive to protect themselves and their families against the ever-evolving beasts. Nevertheless, Chu Xu had no intention of embodying a saintly figure. Even though they were mired in debt and turmoil, the Divine Bull Nation was still rich in mineral resources, while they struggled to produce high-quality steel. They still managed to output several million tons of crude steel each month. In my view, if they seek food, they should trade it for steel. We have electric furnaces that can melt it down, and we are willing to accept any scrap metal. In summary, they would not receive an abundance of food all at once, nor would it be given freely. Chapter 81. exchange of interests, the assault of mutated beasts. At the First People's Hospital of Shirong, numerous journalists had gathered in anticipation. Upon the arrival of Hidaka and his entourage, reporters rushed forward, bombarding them with questions. The world had anticipated a great conflict, only to find that a mental health crisis had sparked the incident. Such a familiar narrative and implausible explanation were hardly convincing to the masses. Yet, regardless of the probing inquiries, Hidaka maintained that the truth was as stated. The two nations had always enjoyed amicable relations, and war was simply out of the question. That a select few journalists from Huaxia's official media and international outlets were permitted to accompany them. Upon entering the ward, Hidaka put on a dramatic performance. Under the watchful lenses of photographers, he solemnly and sincerely shook hands with the injured and their families. Beyond his heartfelt apologies, the most vital aspect was the compensation he brought. Given that the entire infantry brigade responsible for the attack had been annihilated, Hidaka, representing Prime Minister Masadi, delivered a generous compensation package sufficient to sustain the injured workers' families for a lifetime. Naturally, the injured workers expressed their understanding and forgiveness. While Hidaka meticulously followed protocol, Karuni had already received notification. The Market Economy Administration of the General Affairs Institute had ordered the full restoration of normal trade relations with the Divine Bull Nation. Moreover, given the severe food crisis facing the Divine Bull Nation and the global demand for various metals in the post-disaster reconstruction, Karuni, upon concluding the call, promptly opened the attached documents and skimmed through them. That he understood that Huaxia's grain would not be given away freely. Although the Divine Bull Nation was impoverished and chaotic, it was rich in metals such as gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, tin, manganese, and tungsten. Thanks to its abundant iron ore and cheap labor, they could still produce around 100 million tons of steel annually, despite their lack of advanced technology. Given their current food crisis, they would need to engage in a frenzied effort to smelt or collect various metals to exchange for grain with Huaxia. Whether it be gold, silver, or scrap metal, Huaxia would be willing to accept it. Furthermore, the attached announcement included a price list. The cheapest scrap steel could be exchanged for 300 kilograms of rice per ton, while the priciest gold could secure 67,000 tons of rice per ton. However, this metal for food exchange was not unlimited. The first batch of cooperation allowed for the exchange of only 2 million tons of rice. While this may seem modest, rationing it carefully would be sufficient to sustain the citizens of the Divine Bull Nation for at least an additional week. The most crucial aspect was that this was merely the first batch of cooperation, that if the cooperation proceeds favorably, Huaxia will continue the exchange, that on the way to another ward. Karuni swiftly reported the situation to Hidaka. What more could Hidaka say? He could only reflect inwardly. The discussions with Chu Xu yielded remarkably positive results, not only swiftly restoring the trade relations between the two nations, but also securing the Metal for Food program. Thus, even though he lamented his plight and received no food aid, the restoration of trade relations and the ability to exchange metals for grain allowed him to feel justified before Prime Minister Masadi and the over 1 billion citizens of the Shenhe nation. 20 minutes later, the condolence event concluded, and Hidaka briefly accepted interviews from reporters in front of the hospital building. Shortly after departing in his vehicle, he received a call from Masadi that he had anticipated. Masadi expressed his commendation and stated that he had ordered the major metallurgical enterprises to ramp up production and permitted the public to scavenge various scrap metals from the ruins. With Huaxia's promise in hand, Masadi felt emboldened to urge all states and departments to expedite post-disaster reconstruction efforts, swiftly restoring railways, roads, communications, and power. However, one matter took Hidaka by surprise. Otto Klee, the chairman of the International Medical and Health Cooperation Alliance, officially announced that the mutated virus brought by the meteoroid would henceforth be named the meteor virus. This virus possesses formidable survival and transmission capabilities, capable of spreading over great distances through water, dust, and various other carriers, inciting animals to become increasingly ferocious with heightened appetites and evolutionary mutations that in light of the widespread discovery of mutated animals across Blue Star, despite the collaborative medical research efforts of multiple nations. No effective prevention or immunity measures have yet been established. Thus, Otto Klee called upon countries around the world to learn from the Shenhe nation, to prioritize the issue of animal mutations, and to swiftly amend legislation to permit citizens to cull mutated animals in order to protect lives and property. Furthermore, Otto Klee released a research report confirming, after multiple experimental validations, that the meteor virus does not transmit to humans, and consuming thoroughly cooked mutated animals poses no risk that in fact, these animals, infected with the meteor virus, experience accelerated metabolism and increased physical activity, resulting in firmer and more flavorful meat. Therefore, Autocli advised global citizens that if their country's laws permit, they could hunt mutated animals for sustenance to alleviate food shortages. Regarding this news, Idaka was naturally elated. With the endorsement of the International Medical and Health Cooperation Alliance and the protection of a significant natural disaster special law, the food-scarce citizens of the Xinna nation could now hunt various animals with confidence and abandon. Regardless of whether or not they had mutated, as long as they possessed the ability to hunt them, they could consume them as they pleased. The only concern was encountering already mutated and ferocious beasts. Failing to successfully hunt them could lead to dire consequences. Many were indeed aware of this reality. Human strength, speed, and endurance are inherently inferior to those of wild animals. Infected animals, now more ferocious, posed a significant threat. To enable humans to hunt these mutated beasts, relying solely on crude tools like kitchen knives and sticks seemed utterly insufficient. How could one expect to defeat a mutated wild bull with just a steel pipe? That would be tantamount to courting death. Consequently, multiple states within the Xinna nation petitioned Masadi for legislative approval to allow citizens to manufacture various hunting tools. Ideally, they sought to follow the example of the western nation of Meligio, permitting citizens to possess firearms and ammunition. Yet, if everyone were armed, what would become of public safety? One could foresee frequent outbreaks of violence over the competition for food and mineral resources. Additionally, many states within the Xinna nation were notoriously disobedient, frequently clamoring for independence. Empowering them with weapons could easily lead to internal strife. Thus, Masadi found himself in a truly perplexing dilemma. Idaka could only advise that the public should never be allowed access to firearms, but could be permitted to trade for cold weapons such as bows, axes, spears, and long swords. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Tei-Mei-Pu was incensed to learn of the announcements made by both the Xinna nation and Huaxia that he had anticipated a spectacle. Yet rather than conflict, the two nations had strengthened their economic cooperation. Huaxia had, remarkably, made an exception to allow the Xinna nation to exchange metals for grain. Even more infuriating than the reconciliation news was the discovery of numerous mutated beasts in the eastern regions of Meligio. Previously, due to the super tsunami, many major cities, including Xinhua City, had suffered extensive damage across millions of square kilometers, resulting in countless civilian deaths. Consequently, numerous human corpses became a food source for the mutated beasts, which, after gorging themselves, rapidly proliferated, leading to a burgeoning crisis that as time passed. Many corpses began to decompose, with only a fraction of carrion-eating animals willing to consume them, while the other mutated beasts turned their predatory gaze towards humans. Following the disaster, countless individuals flocked to the ruins of cities in search of fortune. Yet hundreds had already fallen prey to the mutated beasts. These cunning creatures executed nocturnal ambushes on unsuspecting humans, inducing widespread panic and severely hampering post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Even more despicable was the fact that the Midwest region had also succumbed to the rampant spread of the meteor virus, driving animals into a frenzy. Just as Tei-Mei-Pu awakened, his chief aide reported multiple incidents of mutated beasts attacking civilians that in the sparsely populated Meligio. A significant number of farmers and workers resided far from towns, rendering them vulnerable targets for the mutated beast nighttime assaults. Consequently, numerous states declared a state of emergency, permitting citizens to freely shoot any animals invading their farms and properties. It seemed that the war between humans and mutated beasts was poised to ignite first in Meligio. Chapter 82. War against the mutated beasts. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. The high-definition LCD screen displayed a series of shocking images, which, due to their graphic nature, would surely be censored online. These images depicted the aftermath of recent attacks by mutated beasts on individuals across various regions of Meligio. Most victims were assaulted in their homes on their farms at night, when the mutated beasts invaded their houses. It was unlikely that the victims would succumb instantly. They would inevitably struggle frantically, attempting to escape and fight back with whatever they could grasp to fend off the mutated beasts. However, the beasts often attacked in packs, making it nearly impossible for humans to resist for long. Thus, amid their struggles, most victims succumbed to excessive blood loss and passed away, After ravenously devouring the corpses, the mutated beasts would swiftly flee, leaving behind a scene of chaos and horror. Other victims were caught outdoors while working, ambushed unexpectedly by the beasts. They had no time to escape and were quickly torn apart and devoured. What astonished Taimepu the most was the cunning displayed by the mutated beasts, as they knew to obstruct roads with rocks, ambushing drivers when they exited their vehicles. Such insidious behavior was hardly characteristic of low-intelligence animals. As he had once believed, resting his chin on his hand, Taimepu gazed at the images flickering on the screen, his expression one of deep frustration. Each subsequent image of the gruesome crime scenes was more horrifying than the last. Unable to endure any longer, he waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. If I watch any more, I might vomit. Taking a deep breath, Taimepu lifted his cup and gulped down a large mouthful of strong coffee. After scanning the room, his gaze settled on the director of the Federal Bureau of Intelligence, Cole. There had already been hundreds of cases of mutated beasts attacking humans in Maliguo, and many reports from the Shin'a Nation as well. But what about within Huaxia? Surely the meteor virus could not have bypassed their borders. Cole quickly reviewed the intelligence reports. Yes, indeed. Currently, the official data indicated over 90 cases of animal attacks, with 23 fatalities and 96 injuries. Taimepu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Knowing that Huaxia was also facing threats from mutated beasts lightened his gloomy mood. After taking a sip of coffee, he asked with a cheerful tone, "What measures have they implemented? Have they enacted a significant natural disaster special law like the Shin'a Nation to allow citizens to eliminate mutated beasts?" Cole shook his head slightly. Their laws already include provisions for emergency self-defense, meaning that in the event of an animal attack, humans may defend themselves without limit. With the meteor virus spreading globally and resulting in animal attacks worldwide, they have intensified their public awareness campaigns and patrols. Taimepu chuckled. What good is publicity? What purpose do patrols serve? The mutated beasts are exceedingly cunning and difficult to combat, that I believe the world should learn from Maliguo, relax gun control, and arm the populace. Cole could only smile wryly and shake his head to Mr. President. While Maliguo does have a policy of arming its citizens, simply having firearms does not guarantee victory against the mutated beasts, just like in the previous cases involving the unfortunate farmers. Who among them did not carry firearms? Faced with swarms of mutated beasts that emerge in hordes, preferring sudden ambushes and relentless assaults, it is indeed exceedingly challenging for the frail human populace to escape unscathed. The mutated beasts strike when humans are least vigilant, launching their attacks with ferocity that a human may manage to shoot down one. But the onslaught from other directions becomes utterly inescapable. Taimepu furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a video he had seen earlier. The footage was captured from a surveillance camera installed in a farmer's home that in the dead of night, while the farmer and his family of 6 were sound asleep. A dozen mutated wild boars breached the fence and crashed through the door. The farmer grabbed his shotgun and hurried downstairs, only to find the wild boars inside his home that he fired, killing one boar, but was immediately knocked down by another that charged from the side. The boar's sharp and sturdy tusks pierced the farmer's lower back, inflicting grievous wounds that made him cry out in agony, attracting even more wild boars. Consequently, the farmer had no opportunity to fire a second shot before being overwhelmed and devoured by the horde. His elderly mother, hearing the gunfire and screams, rushed downstairs, only to find her son being mauled by a large group of boars. In her fury, she attempted to assist, but as an unarmed individual, she stood no chance against the wild beasts and soon fell victim herself. Meanwhile, the farmer's wife, who had intended to barricade the door and await rescue, was brutally slaughtered by the mutated beasts that had broken in before the police could arrive. So, how effective is arming the populace against the fierce, cunning, and numerous mutated creatures? Ordinary citizens have little hope of victory. This is particularly true for those isolated farmers and lumberjacks living in the vast, sparsely populated countryside. Despite residing in their homes, they remain vulnerable to the predation of the mutated beasts. In contrast, the people of Huaxia generally live in close-knit communities. Even in rural areas, residences are typically clustered within a relatively small vicinity, allowing for swift collective action in times of crisis. While the numbers may not be overwhelmingly large, the less evolved mutated beasts are naturally intimidated by the villagers rallying to help. This explains why, despite some mutated creature attacks in Huaxia, fatalities remain low, with many more sustaining injuries that end the sparsely populated Meligio. However, the vast expanses of farmland mean that isolated farmers, when faced with an attack, can scream at the top of their lungs, yet receive no aid from neighbors. Thus, the mutated beasts can feast upon the farmer and his family without fear, leaving only bones by the time the police arrive from afar. After some contemplation, Tei-Mei-Pu raised his gaze towards the generals of the air, land, and National Guard that we are currently in a critical period of post-disaster reconstruction. Restoring social order. We cannot allow the mutated beasts to hunt our citizens and treat them as food. The generals nodded in agreement. The mutated beasts, which almost never appear during the day but swarm at night, have significantly disrupted social stability, instilling fear among the populace, and no one knows when they will strike or who will be their next victim. Whether rich or poor, all humans are merely food in the eyes of the mutated beasts. Who can claim they will never be attacked? Even if one is fortunate, what of their friends and family? The thought of the mutated beasts rampaging has robbed everyone of peace at night, making it impossible for the generals to remain passive. The mutated beasts, which pose a severe threat to everyone's safety, have become the common enemy of humanity. Eliminating them has naturally become a shared consensus. Seeing the generals nodding in support, Tei-Mei-Pu immediately declared, "We, Meligio, once wielded unrivaled military might globally. Even after suffering significant losses in our naval fleet during the Great Catastrophe, our land and air combat capabilities remain intact. Do they not? Although our national strength has waned, preventing us from engaging in a full-scale war with Eastern powers, do our armored vehicles and artillery not suffice to deal with the mutated beasts?" The generals shook their heads vehemently. What a joke! Who would dare admit that their forces cannot even vanquish the mutated beasts? A heavy aerial bomb can obliterate tanks weighing dozens of tons. Surely it can also slay mutated creatures? And even if the beasts are fierce, could they possibly consume a main battle tank weighing several dozen tons? They are not cinematic monsters like Godzilla. What is there to fear? In a moment, the generals voiced their reassurances. Rest assured, Mr. President, our formidable Air Force will swiftly organize aerial hunting teams to scour the land, exterminating those accursed mutated beasts. Our Army's armored units, stationed across various regions, are ready for immediate deployment. Our heavy machine guns, automatic cannons, and various artillery will undoubtedly eradicate the mutated beasts without a trace. Our National Guard will collaborate with major hunting companies to conduct coordinated operations from both air and ground, thoroughly scouring our territory to eliminate the beasts. Even though our Navy lacks usable warships, we can assemble numerous armed hunting squads to proactively engage and eliminate the harmful mutated beast packs. Ensuring social tranquility. After listening to their declarations, Tei-Mei-Pu turned to the heads of several departments. Relay my orders. As of today, Meligio officially declares war on the mutated beasts. All citizens are free to hunt and shoot mutated animals. Those who slay a significant number will be rewarded. All armed forces, after delineating their operational areas, must exert maximum effort to completely eradicate the mutated beasts within their designated regions in 7 days. With a resounding fist upon the table, Tei-Mei-Pu abruptly rose. Prepare the helicopter and heavy machine guns. Join me in eliminating those accursed mutated beasts. Chapter 83. The Outpouring of Compassion. Retribution has arrived. Tei-Mei-Pu, brimming with ambition and a thirst for vengeance, found himself incensed by the catastrophic disaster caused by meteorites plunging into the sea, which had stripped Meligio of its dominion over Blue Star. With the once mighty aircraft carrier battle groups now vanquished, and the loss of over 100 million lives alongside vast tracts of territory, prices skyrocketing, and the economy in turmoil, this situation had already left Tei-Mei-Pu seething with rage. Now, even the animals, having mutated and evolved, dared to prey upon the citizens of Meligio. Tei-Mei-Pu, burdened with resentment, longed for a grand conflict to vent his pent-up frustration. However, surveying the dire economic landscape of the nation, he found no capable forces at his disposal that if the mutated beasts had crossed his path, they should not blame him for unleashing a massacre. Unable to contend with human states, surely he could still eradicate the beasts? Moreover, ridding the populace of this menace would naturally win him their favor, garnering increased support in future elections. Coupled with the president leading the charge, he envisioned himself in the helicopter, surveying from above. Unleashing heavy machine gun fire, flying high and fast, with armed attack helicopters providing escort. What danger could possibly threaten him? There was no risk whatsoever, and he could showcase his prowess, winning the hearts of the people. Taimepu certainly intended to lead by example, preparing for a grand political spectacle. However, what he did not anticipate was that as he stepped out of the Platinum Palace, he would find a multitude of citizens gathered outside the fence. They brandished banners and photographs of animals, their faces painted, with some even adorned in costumes resembling various creatures. Upon sighting Taimepu, they erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Protect the animals, they are innocent. Cease the senseless slaughter and safeguard wildlife. Every life deserves respect. Humanity should not deprive animals of their right to exist. Poor little creatures, they possess no aggression and cannot harm humans. Animals cannot mutate. Scientists are lying. They are despicable butchers. Animals are innocent. The meteor virus is a complete hoax. There are no mutated beasts. No, my pet dog has always been well-behaved. Even if it mutated, it would never harm me. The crowd's fervent cries rose to a crescendo. Initially inclined to wave and greet the people, Taimepu's expression hardened upon hearing their protest that I intend to lead the charge against the harmful mutated beasts. And you dare to protest under the banner of animal protection? Although Maliguo has always prided itself on freedom and democracy, allowing citizens to express differing opinions and demands, how could these so-called wildlife protectors, pet lovers, and environmental organizations be so oblivious? Do you not realize that the mutated beasts have already slaughtered thousands? Moreover, before this, they had likely devoured countless corpses of those who perished in the Great Disaster, leading to their vast population, which now poses a grave threat to social stability and economic development. How dare you come here to protest? The more Taimepu pondered, the angrier he became, and he stormed towards the second fence. The two fences stood about 3 to 4 meters apart, with numerous armed guards stationed in. Between as President Taimepu approached, the crowd became even more boisterous, their protests intensifying. The secretary, who had been closely following Taimepu, was naturally swift of foot, quickly securing a loudspeaker from a security guard. With a grim expression, Taimepu seized the loudspeaker and bellowed at the protesting crowd. Are you all out of your minds? Have you received so many food vouchers that you've become overfed and have nothing better to do than protest here? Do you not understand how terrifying the meteor virus is, with its strong capacity for transmission and infection among animals? Have you not seen that mutated animals, deprived of food, will turn feral and attack humans? At his thunderous shout, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Many had initially believed that Taimepu would side with them, as he had often expressed his passion for animal welfare and environmental protection in various settings. However, his unexpected ferocity left many bewildered. Utterly shocked by his vehement stance, amidst the crowd, a plump blonde woman suddenly held her pet dog aloft. Mr. President, look here. Look at my pet dog. Is it a mutated beast? Will it harm me? Taimepu scoffed disdainfully. As long as you feed it well, it won't bite you. Try depriving it of food for a couple of meals, and see if it remains so docile. The hefty woman retorted, It's my son. No, she is even more obedient than my biological child, that as long as I have food to eat, I will never let her go hungry. Taimepu barely spared her another glance. While animals infected by the meteor virus may exhibit heightened aggression and voracious appetites, not all animals display such fierce tendencies. For instance, domesticated rabbits, small dogs, and farm animals such as pigs, cows, and sheep, having been bred for centuries, demonstrate remarkable docility and coexistence with humans that if humans satiate their increased appetites. Why would they need to exhibit aggression? Only those inherently ferocious wild animals, driven by an insatiable hunger and devoid of sufficient food, would resort to preying on tender human flesh that if they had an abundance of food. Reminiscent of the aftermath of a great catastrophe where countless corpses provided ample sustenance, they would scarcely hunt the living. The current surge in incidents of mutated beasts attacking humans primarily stems from the rotting corpses being inedible and the absence of alternative food sources. If they do not hunt humans, should they merely starve? However, before Taimepu could continue, someone suggested, if providing ample food could prevent animals from attacking humans, why don't we simply feed them? Upon hearing this outcry, Taimepu's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, what an utterly misguided idealist! The great catastrophe has plunged the world into a severe famine, with food supplies dwindling dangerously. Many already impoverished nations and regions have erupted into conflict due to starvation, with countless lives lost daily. Even the notoriously obstinate country of Xinyo has begun a metal-for-grain exchange with Huaxia, fearing they might starve to death. And yet, you wish to provide sustenance for mutated beasts? With their terrifying appetites and rapid reproductive capabilities, are you trying to ensure that their numbers swell and their evolution accelerates? Infuriated, Mei-pu launched into a tirade, igniting a wave of defiance among many, especially those already opposed to his political views. Thus, in the midst of the crowd, Mei-pu engaged in a fierce exchange of insults with numerous so-called animal rights advocates. Just as this verbal clash unfolded, an unexpected event transpired. As compassionate individuals distributed dog food, hundreds of stray dogs converged to feast. When the dog food suddenly ran out, chaos ensued. The formerly docile strays transformed into ferocious beasts, growling and baring their teeth. Attempts to pacify these agitated dogs with gentle words were met with violent aggression. One woman was viciously bitten on the neck, blood gushing forth, with the lead stray inciting the others. They quickly surged toward the crowd. In an instant, those who had just been vociferously protesting were seized by terror, scrambling to escape as if their lives depended on it. Yet the more chaotic it became, the less swiftly they could flee, with many tripping and falling, only to be trampled in the ensuing pandemonium. Some remained frozen in shock, seemingly paralyzed by fear, forgetting to escape. Soon, the air was filled with screams, wails, and curses. Mei-pu, naturally, had no desire to continue trading barbs with the idealist. Under the protection of his guards, he hastily fled the scene. As he watched thousands of strays relentlessly pursuing the animal advocates and environmental volunteers, he found himself utterly stunned, nearly paralyzed by fear. Chapter 84. A dreadful reflection. A frenzied assault. The helicopter emitted a piercing whirring sound as its blades whirled at high speed, generating a powerful gust that lifted it skyward. As the altitude increased, Mei-pu's anxious heart began to settle somewhat. At last, he no longer had to worry about being attacked by those mutated strays. However, peering through the window at the chaos surrounding the palace, where thousands had once gathered in protest, now resembled a hellscape, horrifyingly brutal. Those wild dogs, driven by hunger, had shattered the protesters' ranks, leaving banners, photographs, balloons, loudspeakers, and personal items strewn about. Many who failed to escape were viciously assaulted by the wild dogs, blood spilling as they were torn apart. Their desperate struggles and cries filled the air, but the more they fought, the more the dogs clung to their prey. No one came to aid those being mauled. The survivors fled in all directions, racing for their lives. The only comfort for Mei-pu was that the guards, having passed rigorous selection to enter the palace, were all well-trained, utilizing the barricades. They swiftly opened fire, taking down the frenzied wild dogs. Skilled marksmen dispatched them with deadly accuracy, and in no time, dozens of wild dogs lay lifeless on the ground as the helicopter ascended higher and further away. Mei-pu could no longer witness the turmoil around the palace. Turning back, he accepted a tissue from his secretary, Alice, to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. It had been an exceedingly perilous experience. Just moments before, he had been embroiled in a heated argument with those idealistic animal advocates, only to find himself suddenly beset by a pack of wild dogs. There had been no warning. Those wretched dogs had launched a surprise attack. From what he had witnessed, the bloodshed was bound to result in numerous casualties. Yet from another perspective, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. A wake-up call for those who still adored wild animals and believed they posed no threat. Without experiencing a life-and-death crisis, without being pursued and bitten by wild dogs, they would remain oblivious to the stark reality that mutated animals were no longer the same as they once were. After hearing Alice's reassurances, Mei-pu nodded slightly. His first-hand experience had granted him a clearer understanding of the mutated beasts. Previously, he had thought, what is there to fear about mutated animals? They are still just animals. Are they not? Can they truly contend with human weaponry? However, he now recognized that, while mutated beasts might not withstand the onslaught of human firearms, their true menace lay in their sudden and stealthy attacks. Much like the compassionate individuals who had previously been distributing food, believing in harmonious coexistence with the wild dogs, when the food ran out, the once friendly dogs turned hostile. The majority of those bitten or attacked were the very advocates who had been so eager to feed them. This alone illustrated that the conflict between humans and mutated beasts was not akin to traditional warfare, but rather resembled a battle against terrorism. Terrorists often blend seamlessly into society until they strike without warning. Similarly, the animals cohabiting the same land as humans could strike at any moment that if humanity were to eradicate all animals for their own safety, they might achieve temporary security. Yet the collapse of the ecological chain would inevitably precipitate a series of ecological disasters, inflicting grave losses on humanity. Moreover, for centuries, humans have relied on meat to fulfill their nutritional needs. Many feel uncomfortable if they go a day without meat. How could one eat meat without raising animals? If the meteor virus is not fundamentally addressed, then while humans rear animals for sustenance, they are inadvertently aiding in the creature's breeding and evolution. Upon contemplating this, Taimepu promptly instructed Alice, "Convey my orders to accelerate the research on methods to prevent and combat the meteor virus, preferably by developing a vaccine, that in doing so, our artificially bred animals will no longer have to fear mutation after vaccination." And no sooner had he spoken than gunfire erupted within the cabin. Taimepu turned to see the bodyguard stationed at the door, firing a Gatling gun at a frenzied group of wild boars on the ground below. The sight of the wild boars made Taimepu grit his teeth in frustration. Before the outbreak of the super disaster, wild boars were considered protected species in other countries. Yet in the land of Mealy, they were regarded as a severely invasive species, akin to carp. In the 18th century, gold prospectors who ventured into northern Mali state brought hundreds of pigs from Europe, intending to raise them for meat. Some even released wild boars on farms, intending to host hunting games, which led to the hybridization of domestic pigs with wild boars, resulting in a breed with formidable genetic advantages. These hybrid wild boars boasted thicker hides, slender yet agile bodies, extreme aggression, keen senses of smell, and sharp tusks, coupled with exceptional reproductive capabilities. They could sprint at speeds exceeding 40 kilometers per hour and effortlessly leap over fences taller than a meter, all while ravaging crops such as corn, sugarcane, and wheat. Thus, in the vast and resource-rich Mealy, they thrived and proliferated rapidly, accumulating millions in number even before the super disaster struck. Over time, in their prolonged struggle against hunting companies and farmers, the wild boars became astute and cunning, learning to emerge under the cover of darkness, particularly at night. When pursued, they would scatter in multiple directions, using forests and shrubs for concealment, significantly increasing the difficulty of being hunted. What was even more detestable was that if they were truly a delicacy, people would willingly expend great effort to eradicate them. However, their meat was notoriously unpalatable and contained numerous viruses, bacteria, and parasites. In contrast, domesticated pigs offered superior taste and were far safer and more hygienic. Consequently, any efforts to exterminate them were futile compared to the terrifying reproductive capabilities of wild boars as their numbers swelled. The emergence of the meteor virus only exacerbated their cunning and ferocity. Documented cases of mutated animals attacking humans. A majority of the culprits were these transformed wild boars. Now, a group of mutated wild boars had the audacity to roam in broad daylight. Naturally, the guards could not contain themselves and began firing. "Stand aside." Taimepu, filled with pent-up anger, commanded the guards to move away, gripping the Gatling gun tightly, he aimed at the scattering mutated wild boars and pressed the trigger. The gun whirred to life, unleashing a dazzling tongue of flame as a barrage of bullets rained down, enveloping the fleeing beasts. In an instant, several bloodied holes appeared on the mutated wild boars, and under the force of the bullets, they tumbled to the ground. After releasing the trigger, Taimepu sought out more mutated wild boars. The exhilarating thrill of wielding the Gatling gun was undeniable. The relentless barrage swept through the area, and even with poor aim, the mutated wild boars could not escape their fate. However, this extravagant display of firepower could not last long. After dispatching 3 mutated wild boars, the ammunition was depleted. Yet, this was sufficient for the accompanying personnel to capture photos and videos, providing ample material for propaganda. After some editing and embellishment, a press release would inform the world that Mealy had officially declared war on mutated beasts. With the president himself leading the charge, would other nations not hasten to follow suit? Chapter 85. A nation armed to combat mutated beasts, a single stone creating 1,000 ripples. as President Meipu of Meili took the front line in eliminating the mutated wild boars. The world watched intently. While he engaged in a verbal clash with protesting animal rights advocates, hordes of mutated wild dogs charged into the crowd. The global focus shifted away from the tensions between Huaxia and Ensue, which had surprisingly culminated in trade cooperation, and instead fixated on the now global spread of the meteor virus and the alarming rise of mutated animals. Furthermore, Western nations, led by Meili, began to fervently promote their cause. Numerous harrowing images and videos of mutated animals attacking humans were released, either intentionally or inadvertently, that as more individuals witnessed the terrifying transformations of these creatures. Calls for the protection of wildlife and the prohibition of indiscriminate slaughter began to dwindle. Humanity's steadfast commitment to prioritizing human life and rights remained unwavering. When the very right to exist was threatened by mutated animals, who could still advocate for their protection, as these creatures seemed eager to hunt down and consume humanity? Who would dare speak in their defense at this juncture? Who truly constituted the vulnerable group? Clearly, as animals became increasingly fierce and cunning, humanity was no longer at the pinnacle of the food chain. Previously, humans, empowered by technology, had decimated many species, leading to the extinction of numerous animals that were once in an absolute state of vulnerability, thus requiring human protection to maintain ecological balance. Yet now, humans could eliminate animals, and animals could hunt humans. The equilibrium of power had shifted. Did animals still require human protection? It seemed that ensuring their own survival against the threat of mutated beings was a sufficient concern for humanity. Consequently, following the lead of Ensue, which permitted its citizens to eliminate threatening wildlife, Meili's President Meipu launched a counterattack after being assaulted by wild dogs in a bid to safeguard human life. Nations worldwide began to follow suit, loosening regulations that had previously protected animals. Depending on their individual circumstances, countries also began to ease restrictions on weaponry. For instance, while various states in Meili had differing policies, one consistent requirement was that adults wishing to purchase and possess firearms must obtain a gun license. The process was intricate and comparable to acquiring a driver's license, with stringent regulations in some states prohibiting the purchase of easily concealable handguns. In light of the rampant threat posed by mutated beasts, President Meipu issued a special permit, prompting states to swiftly enact policies that no longer mandated gun licenses or restricted the types of firearms available. With such a permit in place, gun shops across Meili experienced a surge in business, as affluent individuals eagerly invested in an arsenal of light and heavy machine guns, grenades, and landmines. Those residing in more remote areas, particularly farmers, fortified their homes into veritable fortresses. They laid landmines around their properties, fully aware that animals could not read and thus could boldly post warnings. Additionally, they reinforced doors, windows, and walls, strategically placing heavy machine guns at key entry points. Should a horde of mutated beasts descend upon them, their homes would transform into bastions of defense, capable of repelling the attackers with overwhelming firepower. Wealthy individuals not only fortified their residences but also reinforced their vehicles, ensuring they could withstand encounters with mutated giants such as bears and rhinos. Meanwhile, those with less financial means also stockpiled weapons and ammunition in preparation for unforeseen circumstances that no one wished to be caught off guard in the middle of the night when a swarm of mutated wild boars invaded their home. Of course, Meili, which had long allowed gun ownership, remained a nation of considerable firepower. Now, with policies fully liberalized to better combat mutated beasts, the populace grew even more emboldened. Wealthy celebrities even began to travel in wheeled armored vehicles, and discussions about the security of their mansions revolved around the strength of their firepower and defenses rather than mere security measures. Many constructed their residences to resemble fortresses, and some even pooled resources to erect towering, sturdy walls. With Meili in the lead, numerous Western nations began to follow suit. Sharing a common ancestry, language, and religious beliefs, they naturally adopted Meili's approach to widespread armament. With citizens highly armed, their effectiveness against mutated beasts was undeniable. After all, these animals had only recently begun their transformations and had not yet evolved into formidable threats. The true power of bullets is substantial, far exceeding the portrayal seen in films where protagonists endure multiple shots without consequence. High-velocity projectiles possess immense penetrating power. A single shot to an animal's body can cause severe injury or even death. Thus, employing firearms against mutated beasts was indeed a prudent choice. However, other nations found it challenging to emulate this model, particularly those with precarious economic and security situations where significant wealth disparities existed. The notion of freely allowing the populace to buy and sell firearms in order to combat mutated beasts would likely result in far more casualties from civil conflict than from the beasts themselves. While many observed the impressive display of Mealy's armed populace, they failed to recognize the dire social consequences of rampant gun proliferation. Each year, countless citizens fell victim to gun violence, and various criminal activities surged. In Mealy, where gun ownership was already prevalent, the further relaxation of restrictions on weapons and ammunition posed little concern. Originally, everyone possessed firearms. Now, with the advancement and increased power of weapons, it makes little difference. It is akin to a person already afflicted by illness becoming even more gravely ill. What significance does that hold? However, the situation is starkly different in other nations. For instance, it took Huaxia 2 to 3 decades to effectively eradicate firearms. It is precisely due to the stringent and resolute gun control policies that a peaceful and stable social order can be maintained. Otherwise, if everyone were armed, a mere disagreement could lead to gunfire, resulting in countless casualties daily. Therefore, as many Western countries emulate the United States, permitting widespread gun ownership and encouraging the hunting of mutated creatures, several Eastern nations, like Xenia country, hesitate to allow their citizens to bear arms, merely relaxing restrictions on cold weapons. The sole exception is Huaxia. Despite the incessant calls on the internet from various celebrities, social figures, and keyboard warriors advocating for learning from the international community during a teleconference at the highest command center, Chu Xu resolutely asserted, "Who says that to combat mutated beasts, everyone must be armed? Are there truly no alternative methods, necessitating that we follow the West?" Upon hearing Chu Xu's pointed inquiry, Du Feng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. As an assistant, he had accompanied Chu Xu for some time. When he learned that the Huaxian province could not even provide a stable supply of construction sand, he nearly proposed military action against Feng Shikuan, the director of the Xi'an Provincial Construction Department. Why was Chu Xu incensed this time? Naturally, it was due to the spread of the meteor virus and the proliferation of mutated animals. The United States, leading the Western countries, had lifted bans and issued permits for the populace to bear arms under the pretext of defending human rights and ensuring safety against mutated beasts. They may lift their bans as they already had widespread gun ownership. However, the problem lies in the fact that Western politicians, led by Trump, call for the world to emulate them. Consequently, countless public intellectuals, sycophants, and traitors have become agitated. Some may be ignorant, perceiving the mutated beasts as fierce and unmanageable, believing that powerful firearms could effectively eliminate them. Thus, these individuals naively presume that if everyone were armed, mutated creatures would pose no threat to humanity and could be swiftly eradicated, resolving the issue. Yet they overlook the severe ramifications for Huaxia, which has invested years and immense resources to achieve gun control. Should the populace arm themselves, the consequences would be dire. They simultaneously propagate how ferocious and ruthless the mutated beasts are and how weak and insignificant unarmed humans appear. They disseminate knowledge regarding the potency of firearms and the efficacy in eliminating mutated creatures, claiming it serves both to save lives and for self-defense. To illustrate their points, some create dark-themed comics depicting the tragic plight of the elderly and children besieged and torn apart by mutated beasts. While showcasing armed youths effortlessly dispatching these threats, they assume various roles: zoologists, firearms experts, military strategists, packaging their expertise in complex language that the average citizen cannot comprehend, thereby presenting themselves as deeply knowledgeable, under the guise of rational education. They extol the myriad benefits of universal gun ownership, and when faced with public skepticism, they vehemently attack any dissenting voices as unprofessional. It is as if, in the discourse surrounding universal gun ownership, they alone hold the mantle of expertise, rationality, and scientific understanding, dismissing any challenges as contempt for human rights and life, a grossly unprofessional stance. They remain silent on whether such a policy would lead to skyrocketing crime rates or result in numerous fatalities due to gun violence. This type of insidious public intellectualism and sycophancy, especially after being fed by Western ideologies, is alarmingly prevalent. Ordinary citizens lack the discernment to see through the ruse. Not every common person possesses the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Thus, under their manipulation and incitement, many unsuspecting individuals genuinely believe that universal gun ownership is devoid of drawbacks and is the only viable means to safeguard human rights in the current international climate. But is this truly the case? Du Feng opined that those who favor the notion of universal gun ownership are either foolish or malevolent. The United States, characterized by its vast and sparsely populated terrain, teeming with wildlife, has become a breeding ground for mutated creatures following catastrophic disasters that rendered over 1 million square kilometers uninhabitable. Furthermore, they often lack effective, unified organization in the face of significant natural calamities. Their citizens have long been accustomed to relying on themselves rather than the government. Thus, in a context where gun ownership is already prevalent, lifting restrictions is a relatively sensible choice, allowing the populace to wield greater firepower to combat mutated animals. However, Huaxia's situation is markedly different from that of the United States. With a population exceeding 1 billion, Huaxia has not suffered grievous losses during major disasters, aside from a few sparsely populated regions. The rest of the country boasts high population density, particularly in the economically vibrant coastal areas where large wild predators such as tigers, wolves, and wild boars are nearly non-existent. To encounter such creatures, one would have to visit a zoo. Even in the central and western regions, wildlife is scarce. Even if these animals were to mutate, their limited numbers would pose little threat. Thus, to suggest that Huaxia should emulate the United States and conform to international trends is nothing short of malevolent. Consequently, even Du Feng could see through this issue, and Chu Xu harbored a deep-seated disdain for the prevailing discourse promoting universal gun ownership, firmly opposing it. In a teleconference convened at the highest command center, Chu Xu unequivocally voiced his objection. The current wave of advocacy for universal gun ownership parallels the long-standing discourse surrounding drug legalization, employing similar tactics of public persuasion and promotion. Those who advocate for drug legalization assert that adults possess the right to manage their own bodies, claiming that drug use is a personal freedom that harms no one. So why should it be prohibited? They argue that any actions based on individual consent, which do not infringe upon the rights of others, should be decriminalized, asserting that prohibiting drug use constitutes an infringement on personal freedoms. They confidently proclaim that many developed Western nations have already legalized drugs, citing celebrities and politicians who have openly admitted to drug use without suffering dire consequences. However, those who advocate for drug legalization conveniently overlook the fact that in the United States, hundreds of thousands die annually due to drug-related causes, leading to rampant disorder and high crime rates stemming from drug trafficking. They also fail to remember the historical context, where we were once ravaged by drugs, resulting in poverty, turmoil, and vulnerability to foreign aggression, culminating in the imposition of unequal treaties upon us. They do not recognize the physical deterioration that long-term addicts experience, nor the heinous acts they commit to fund their habits that, of course, they are not unaware. They likely understand fully, privately steering clear of drugs. Their fervent calls for legalization stem solely from a desire for personal gain. For years, cloaked in the banner of human rights, they have advocated for the legalization of drug use, surrogacy, and prostitution, believing they will reap benefits without suffering harm. Little do they realize that today's support for drug legalization could lead to their own coercion into addiction or victimization. Their relentless pursuit of immediate gratification blinds them to the long-term stability of society. Now, with the emergence of mutated beasts, they escalate their calls for the legalization of gun ownership, which is utterly ludicrous. A group of individuals who cannot even conquer internet addiction audaciously claims they can overcome drug addiction and insist on the responsible use of firearms solely to combat mutated creatures without harming humans. At this juncture, Chu Xu picked up a hefty stack of printed papers. Regarding these statements, he believed that their intent was purely to disrupt the tranquility and stability of our social order and undermine our economic progress. Those insidious public intellectuals, sycophants, and responsive celebrities and wealthy individuals undoubtedly yearn for legal gun ownership, as their wealth affords them access to superior firearms and ammunition. But what of the common populace? Crucially, the tolerance towards drug users belies the sacrifices made by anti-drug officers, while the support for universal gun ownership is an affront to our soldiers who defend our homeland. What is the purpose of our unwavering efforts to build a robust national defense? Is it not to ensure that when our motherland and people face peril, our soldiers can rise to protect them? the threat posed by mutated beasts has yet to escalate into an uncontrollable crisis. Our formidable national defense forces have not yet been deployed in battle. Why the urgency to mobilize the entire populace? Moreover, they fail to consider that if even trained soldiers and police cannot neutralize the mutated beasts, what utility would firearms in the hands of ordinary citizens serve? Can the average person wield greater accuracy or firepower? In summary, we possess the most loyal and courageous soldiers in the world, whose existence is dedicated to safeguarding our nation and ensuring the peace of our people. As long as we draw breath, we shall never permit the populace to confront mutated beasts. 10 minutes later, the meeting concluded. Chu Xu's impassioned speech at the conference resonated powerfully, undoubtedly uplifting spirits and invigorating morale. Should Huaxia, akin to the melee nation, arm its populace to confront the mutated beasts, is it prudent to call upon every citizen to bear arms against these creatures before the formidable national defense forces are fully mobilized? How the valiant soldiers of the people vanished. After all, one must nurture troops for a millennium to deploy them in a moment of need. Given that mutated beasts have become a pressing topic of discourse both domestically and internationally, the Supreme Command should seize this opportunity, issuing an order for the various military theaters to commence warfare against these menacing entities. Chapter 87. The Grand Mobilization. A forceful encirclement, with a resounding command. The entire army is mobilized in a bid to mitigate the security threats posed by the mutated beasts. Each military theater swiftly formulates operational plans tailored to their respective jurisdictions in economically prosperous coastal regions, where the population density is high and wildlife is scarce. The primary focus must be on safeguarding domesticated poultry and monitoring the feral cats and dogs that roam urban and rural areas. From bustling metropolises to remote villages, a vigorous campaign to eradicate stray animals is launched. Conversely, in the vast and sparsely populated wilderness of the central and western regions, defensive strategies take precedence, supported by aerial patrols. For instance, reinforcing the homes and yards of villagers with barbed wire to shield them and their pathways. Simultaneously, numerous combat teams are dispatched, supported by drones and helicopters, to conduct thorough searches. The areas where the previous 90 or so animal attack incidents occurred are designated as key battlefields, necessitating the swift identification of the rogue mutated animals. Regardless of the species that has undergone mutation, they must either be captured for confinement or eliminated on-site. Of course, beyond this rapid and extensive cleansing operation, each military theater has also devised long-term defensive strategies in regions frequented by wildlife. Biological detection devices will be installed, and garrison bases will be established. Armed patrols will be formed regularly, fostering joint operations between military and civilian forces, ensuring routine patrols and deployments. Advanced detection equipment will swiftly identify the approach of mutated beasts, while highly mobile armed patrols can provide rapid support and strike capabilities. Furthermore, large animal farms and zoos will be prioritized as critical control units, necessitating the construction of taller and sturdier walls, along with the installation of extensive surveillance systems. Should domesticated animals exhibit uncontrollable mutations or even launch attacks on humans, those formidable walls will serve to contain them, facilitating the quick arrival of armed patrols for intervention. In summary, with over 2 million active-duty soldiers, 3 to 4 million reserves, and tens of millions of militia, such an imposing national defense capability, when mobilized on a grand scale, should surely be more than adequate to confront the relatively few mutated beasts. Moreover, following the catastrophic disaster, the Sakura nation was almost obliterated, and the melee nation suffered significant losses. Even the occasionally troublesome Shina nation is now preoccupied with trading metals for food. Nations around the globe are absorbed in post-disaster reconstruction and addressing animal mutations, with prior international tensions and conflicts of interest temporarily dissipated, without the constant pressure to prepare for modern warfare. Huaxia's formidable national defense forces cannot afford to remain idle. Having been poised for action for decades without engaging in significant conflict with neighboring countries or facing off against the melee nation, all military theaters and branches are perpetually prepared for battle. While human conflicts may be unlikely to ignite at present, a war against mutated beasts has commenced, though it may be a battle against animals. It is undeniably a legitimate engagement. Naturally, many advanced combat technologies may prove unnecessary in this conflict. Why would one employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? For example, what purpose would an advanced stealth fighter serve? Should it be dispatched to engage in aerial combat with mutated vultures or eagles? It would be far more prudent to deploy large drones capable of long-duration flights and equipped with various advanced optical devices. These drones can survey the ground from above for extended periods, seeking out the mutated creatures. Upon identifying a significant congregation, they can launch precision strikes with air-to-ground missiles that if their munitions are insufficient. Reinforcements can be dispatched in non-stealthy, cost-effective third-generation aircraft, equipped with large auxiliary fuel tanks for extended flight time and range. These aircraft, boasting multiple weapon stations, can carry a substantial payload of low-drag bombs, cluster munitions, incendiary devices, and more. They would essentially operate as flying bomb trucks, patrolling the skies for extended periods. Upon receiving targeting instructions from drones or ground forces, they can swiftly deploy and bombard the designated areas. While advanced stealth fighters are powerful, their limited numbers and high maintenance costs render their involvement unnecessary. Indeed, there are many large weapon systems, like the formidable main battle tanks of the Army, massive behemoths with exceptional mobility, firepower, and protection, that also find themselves ill-suited for this conflict against mutated beasts at present. No creature has proven so tough that conventional ammunition cannot defeat it. There is no need to deploy the tank's main gun firing stabilized armor-piercing projectiles. In contrast, wheeled infantry fighting vehicles equipped with 25mm autocannons are already more than sufficient. These wheeled vehicles are lightweight and agile, capable of swift movement with lower fuel consumption and maintenance costs. The infantry fighting vehicles also possess robust defensive capabilities, ensuring they can withstand encounters with mutated giants like elephants or bears. Moreover, the soldiers aboard these vehicles are armed with light and heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, individual rocket launchers, and anti-tank missiles, all formidable in their own right. The 25mm autocannon mounted on the infantry fighting vehicle can penetrate approximately 40mm of steel at distances exceeding 1,000 meters. And when unleashed in a furious barrage, even the less evolved mutated beasts are unlikely to withstand such firepower. That is for heavy-duty long-range rocket artillery, ground-to-ground missiles, hypersonic missiles, destroyers, aircraft carriers, and a multitude of other preparations for a world war. They remain largely irrelevant in the war against mutated beasts. Nevertheless, the various military theaters remain vigilant and do not underestimate this struggle against the mutated beast. That is viewed as a rare opportunity for practical training in real combat, significantly testing capabilities in intelligence reconnaissance, patrol vigilance, rapid deployment, air-ground coordination, and logistical support. For instance, in the desolate natural reserves, searching for and combating the mutated beast necessitates the honing of aerial and ground reconnaissance skills. Upon detecting mutated beasts, the effectiveness of the forces in swiftly adapting and organizing various weapon systems for concentrated elimination will be put to the test, should any mutated beasts evade capture. Prompt blocking and pursuit operations must be initiated, further challenging the collaborative combat capabilities of different units and equipment. Thus, this can be entirely regarded as a large-scale counterterrorism operation, with mutated beasts lurking in the shadows, akin to terrorists poised to threaten human society. Most importantly, Huaxia, under immense international scrutiny, has refrained from emulating the melee nation in many Western countries by adopting a policy of universal armament. Consequently, the various military theaters must demonstrate through action that the trillions allocated to national defense each year are not squandered, and that the soldiers of the people will not betray the trust of the populace. Hence, within half an hour of the Supreme Command issuing orders, the military theaters swiftly mobilize their forces. With air-ground coordination and the thunderous roar of armored vehicles, they deploy with formidable might, surrounding and eliminating threats. That as time progresses, reports of success emerge from various regions, indicating a dwindling number of mutated animals, leading to a gradual decline in calls for universal armament. With the loyal and valiant soldiers protecting the homeland, official media and enlightened individuals widely disseminate the dangers of universal armament. An increasing number of people come to believe that such measures are unnecessary. In a peaceful and prosperous Huaxia, there is simply no need for such an approach. That if the military can adequately handle the mutated beasts, why should civilians be armed for self-defense? However, numerous public intellectuals, sycophants, and traitors do not relent. After receiving support from certain international forces, they swiftly recalibrate their rhetorical assaults. This time, their focus shifts to questioning the rationale behind Huaxia's extensive land wall construction initiative. They argue that if the soldiers are indeed so brave and capable of effortlessly exterminating mutated beasts, then what justifies the considerable expenditure and labor involved in constructing a land wall? Is this initiative truly for the enhancement of national defense, or merely a scheme for personal gain? Chapter 88. Questioning the land wall. Truly, a betrayal from within. The media storm rages fiercely, with fervor at an all-time high. Unable to sway Huaxia into adopting universal armament, the public intellectuals and sycophants are now launching a vehement assault on the legitimacy of the land wall initiative. Within a mere day, a tempest of public opinion has erupted online, with Chu Xu, the deputy commander of the land wall project, undoubtedly becoming the epicenter of this storm. However, Du Feng initially anticipated that Chu Xu would erupt in fury, but upon reporting the situation, he was taken aback to discover that Chu Xu remained calm, even smiling. These public intellectuals, sycophants, and traitors seem to be indulging in excess, utterly bored. Now that our forces have swiftly launched an offensive, successfully exterminating numerous mutated beasts, they immediately begin to question the necessity of constructing the land wall. In my view, they are utterly indifferent to whether the nation stands strong or society remains peaceful amidst this apocalyptic turmoil. Their sole intent is to sow discord and incite conflict, thereby plunging us into chaos. Chu Xu let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, over the years, the more prosperous and powerful we become, the more infuriated they are at the slightest provocation. They are eager to stir up trouble, seeking to create class strife and societal discord. Du Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "These public intellectuals, these sycophants of the West, can scarcely bear to see the flourishing of Huaxia. They live off the scraps thrown by international forces, perpetually jumping about. What is most disheartening is that many others, though not receiving such scraps, hold high-paying jobs within the country and lead respectable lives, yet they still fawn over foreign cultures, wagging their tails in servitude." Chu Xu smiled serenely, setting aside his tablet to light a cigarette. He felt no surprise at the impending torrent of public opinion. He had witnessed countless incidents instigated by these public intellectuals and their Western adulation. For instance, the passionate conflicts among youths, common in schools, are destined to be magnified when bloodshed occurs, with these individuals eagerly maligning schools and educational authorities. Furthermore, as economic conditions improve, the meat consumption of the Huaxia populace rises, yet it remains a far cry from that of developed nations. They indulge in rich feasts while willfully ignoring the excesses of Western nations, all the while slandering Huaxia for consuming too much meat, claiming it endangers tropical rainforests and marine life. Now, with Huaxia demonstrating its formidable defense capabilities, proving that a citizen army can effectively eradicate mutated beasts without the need for universal armament, they immediately question the necessity of expending resources to construct a terrestrial Great Wall. It is as if the current efforts to build this wall are akin to the burdensome taxes and labor imposed upon the populace by ancient feudal dynasties. However, the truth is that Huaxia has not increased taxes or compelled labor for the construction of the terrestrial Great Wall. On the contrary, such a monumental infrastructure project has significantly boosted economic recovery and enhanced employment opportunities. Naturally, one cannot reason with those whose very essence is steeped in Western adoration and who oppose Huaxia at every turn. As the old adage goes, those who wrong you are often more aware of your grievances than you are. They are fully aware of the myriad benefits brought about by the terrestrial Great Wall initiative. The truth is of little consequence. What matters is their need to sow discord, fabricate conflicts, and incite public distrust towards the authorities, fostering dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. They wish for Huaxia to emulate the United States, adopting so-called international best practices, lifting prohibitions, and allowing citizens to bear arms against the mutated beasts, rather than diligently constructing the terrestrial Great Wall or relying on a robust national defense. They will not mention that the mutated beasts have not yet reached a level of threat that necessitates universal armament for ensuring public safety. Neither will they acknowledge that the current evolution of animal mutations has not attained a perilous or rampant state, as our national defense is sufficient to eradicate them. Their sole desire is to use the pretext of combating mutated beasts to push for universal armament in Huaxia, leading to chaos through rampant proliferation. Thus, the vilification of the terrestrial Great Wall is an inevitability in their agenda. Chu Xu felt no surprise in this regard. The relentless fabrications and provocations of these public intellectuals have long foretold that the terrestrial Great Wall Initiative would face scorn and derision. As he puffed on his cigarette, Chu Xu contemplated how to decisively deal with these treacherous ingrates. This operation must not only capture spies, but also punish traitors and unearth their financial backers. They must be thoroughly apprehended to safeguard national security and social stability. Just as he finished his cigarette, the red landline on the table rang, and he promptly answered. "This is Chu Xu. Very well. I will await you in the conference room." After hanging up, he extinguished the cigarette, and stood up to head to the conference room for a symposium on counterintelligence and espionage. Attended by multiple departments, in the bustling Internet Industry Park of Shenzhen City, numerous online enterprises flourish. Among them are traditional software development, online gaming, e-commerce, as well as emerging sectors like live streaming and self-media production. At the 21st floor of Building Number 3 resides the well-known self-media outlet, Wenyi de Shihua, founded by Nie Wenyi. During his university days, he studied film special effects. With the rise of the internet, he joined the ranks of streamers, becoming a gaming host. Unfortunately, his gaming skills were lacking, and his commentary lacked flair. When he found it impossible to earn as a host, he resorted to editing videos for others to make a living. In pursuit of greater earnings, Nie Wenyi took on numerous projects and continually honed his skills, becoming increasingly proficient. One day, he received a lesson from a prominent online influencer with millions of followers. This revelation made him realize that merely creating videos was insufficient. He needed to pinpoint emotional triggers to stir the audience's sentiments and amplify his influence, that he began to recruit talent for his self-media venture. Actively seeking trending topics, hiring specialized writers to craft scripts, and pairing them with various video formats to deliver incisive commentary, all aimed at captivating hearts and inciting emotions, coupled with significant financial investments to boost viewership. He ultimately propelled Wenyi de Shihua to fame across major video and social media platforms, amassing a growing number of followers. However, opportunities for sharp critiques of trending topics are scarce as his studio expanded. With over a dozen employees, the monthly rental and salary expenses became substantial. In a moment of distress, Nie Wenyi received an international email from a so-called global charity fund, expressing interest in collaborating with the influential Wenyi de Shihua to create educational short videos aimed at better protecting the ecological environment of Blue Planet. While the email subject was commendable, upon reviewing the content outline, Nie Wenyi broke into a cold sweat. The request mandated that their studio adopt a seemingly scientific and objective perspective to explain the reasons behind the severe environmental pollution today, attributing the decline in marine life to the increasing fondness of Huaxia's populace for seafood, leading to overfishing and ecological destruction. Nie Wenyi immediately understood that such a video, once produced, would masquerade as objective education while actually serving to slander. However, just as he was about to decline the collaboration, he noticed the astonishing remuneration offered. The payment amounted to $300,000, and it was in US dollars. Furthermore, the fund had established a reward system. The higher the view count, the more bonuses would be awarded. That if the video garnered over 10 million views, an additional 20,000 could be earned. That if it created sufficient impact to trend on social media. The higher the ranking, the more bonuses would accrue. Achieving the top spot could yield as much as 50,000. Tempted by the allure of green US dollars, Nie Wenyi unhesitatingly chose to take the risk. He initially believed the video would result in his account being banned and a summons for questioning. However, to his astonishment, he received the payment, the video was released, and it generated a decent response, without any repercussions. Although the video did not spark widespread debate or trend online, the profits were substantial. Having tasted the success, Nie Wenyi became insatiable that he continued to collaborate with the mysterious international fund, producing numerous videos that appeared educational but were, in fact, defamatory. For instance, he claimed that the excessive use of antibiotics by Huaxia citizens would cultivate superbugs capable of exterminating humanity, when in fact, such practices were rampant in foreign nations. That he accused Huaxia's people of consuming too many soy products, leading to the destruction of tropical rainforests for soybean cultivation, entirely ignoring that it was others who were setting forests ablaze to plant soybeans. What business did Huaxia have with that? After releasing a series of videos, Nie Wenyi remained unfazed by the potential adverse effects. That he was only aware that he was raking in US dollars. This newfound wealth allowed him to purchase a home and car in the costly Shenzhen city and enabled his studio to relocate from a modest residential area to an ultra-premium office building. Just the night before, he had secured another lucrative project worth 800,000 US dollars. which required him to rapidly produce a scientific video asserting that universal armament benefits the fight against mutated beasts. Leading his team, he worked tirelessly, sacrificing sleep and food to complete the video, which they swiftly posted online. Before he could even receive the final payment, he learned that the highest command had ordered all military districts to launch a full-scale assault against the mutated beasts. Clearly, the narrative of universal armament had failed. Nonetheless, the International Fund did not abandon the initiative. They immediately provided additional funding for when to expedite the production of another educational video. They even suggested a title for this installment: Is the Terrestrial Great Wall a burden on the people and the treasury truly capable of combating mutated beasts? The title alone signaled its perilous nature, directly challenging the authorities. Yet, the allure of $1 million was simply too enticing. Thus, Nyawani once again rallied his team. After 10 hours of intensive work, they completed the video and quickly sent it to the mysterious International Fund. Sipping red wine and puffing on a cigar, Nyawani awaited confirmation that the video could be released, eager to share it across the internet. Chapter 89. Is it true that joy brings a refreshing spirit? The swaying goblet, the red wine as vibrant as blood. After setting down the glass, Nyawani picked up the cigar from the ashtray and took a deep draw, casually glancing at the quartz clock on the table. Having calculated the time, it should just be dawn abroad, not long since the break of day. There should be no issues. The videos produced by our studio have always received high praise and recognition. This time, the video is crafted with even more care and sharpness. And they certainly won't find fault with it. With this thought in mind, Nyawani rose from the boss's chair and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window. 3 years post-graduation, he could hardly have imagined that within just a year, he would flourish so remarkably. Not only did he acquire a luxurious apartment of over 200 square meters in the expensive Shinnan city, but he also purchased an imported luxury car worth nearly $1 million. Moreover, he established a resoundingly successful media studio, securing his own office space within the bustling internet industry park, filled with numerous companies and towering buildings. As he stood before the window, gazing down at the dazzling lights and the incessant flow of traffic in the bustling metropolis, Nyawani felt a profound sense of superiority, as if he were surveying the masses from the pinnacle of life. One might wonder, how many individuals can achieve such heights, amassing wealth in the tens of millions, owning luxury homes and cars, and running a highly profitable studio by the age of 27 or 8. He slightly raised his chin and took a luxurious puff of his cigar. Although he was aware that she was merely fishing for wealthy patrons at the bar, the exquisite features, perfect physique, and captivating gaze of that woman lingered in his mind. The thought of the video they had tirelessly worked on overnight, which, once recognized and published online, would yield him substantial payment, made him increasingly restless. He yearned to rush downstairs to the bar and engage in a delightful conversation with that enchanting lady, convinced that with a little extravagance tonight, he could certainly entice her out of the bar. Ding! The sound jolted him, and he quickly turned around, particularly irked by her incessant questioning about when he would find a girlfriend, repeating tales of who got married and who had a second child. At such a young age, having achieved so much and amassed a fortune exceeding 10 million, why should he rush into marriage? Is it that nightclubs have become dull, or that beautiful women are hard to come by? Has he not earned the right to enjoy life a little? Having transformed from a rural boy into an urban elite, Nyawani had no intention of being tied down by romantic entanglements. After responding to his mother's message, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to a beautiful woman's profile picture. After considerable effort, he had finally added her as a friend. Despite his various displays of affection in recent days, she had been somewhat indifferent, that he understood that she was feigning modesty and acting aloof. Just as he was hesitating about whether to invite her to a fine dining restaurant for a candlelit dinner, he received an email notification. Approved. Seizing the landline on his desk, Nyawani promptly called his assistant. Release the video across all platforms, especially on public accounts, but remember to double-check the title. Can the labor-intensive Great Wall truly combat mutant beasts? Make sure not to get it wrong. After giving his instructions, he hung up the phone and clicked on the beautiful woman's profile picture. The video had already been approved, and thus the payment would soon follow. The mere thought of tens of thousands of dollars soon to be deposited into his overseas secret account filled him with exhilaration. Joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. It is indeed on the fringes of legality that one can earn more than an ordinary person could hope to gather in a lifetime. Amidst his musings, Niaweni swiftly messaged the beautiful woman. I understand your feigned modesty, and you know my ulterior motives. How about dinner together at 9 tonight? Following that, he made 3 consecutive transfers, each amounting to 5,200. Investing over 10,000 yuan yielded astonishing results that I in the blink of an eye. Even before he could send the restaurant's location, she confirmed all 3 transfers. Niaweni burst into laughter, relishing the feeling of having the goddess of every aspiring man at his fingertips. A few minutes later, having meticulously groomed himself and sprayed on some cologne, he grabbed the keys to his luxury car, humming a tune as he exited the studio. The video had been released, and all the employees had already left for the day. Thus, it was entirely normal that there was no one around the office area. However, as he descended in the elevator, Niaweni couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. This unsettling sensation intensified as he approached his luxury vehicle. Sensing footsteps drawing nearer, he yanked open the car door, eager to escape. Before he could even close the door, a hand shot in with lightning speed. With a crackling sound, a powerful current surged through him, causing his entire body to convulse uncontrollably that he could barely discern who the assailant was before he completely lost consciousness. Time seemed to blur, and when he finally regained awareness, he found himself seated in what resembled a baby chair. The chair featured a small table, its edges and surface covered in soft materials. Was this designed to prevent self-harm by striking one's head against the table? Looking around, he realized he was securely strapped into this baby chair. Unable to stand, as he lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the walls were also lined with soft materials, devoid of any sharp objects. At that moment, there was only an empty small table before him, and on the wall hung a slogan that astonished Niaweni. It was not the usual confess for leniency, resist for severity, but rather a glaring red protect the homeland. Guard the peace. So this is what they refer to as the mysterious department's little black room? He gulped, his heart sinking. What should he do now? Previously, he had always been on edge, fearing the day he might be invited to the little black room for a chat. And now, he truly found himself in this predicament. Was this the end for him? If he cooperated with the investigation, would it lead to a lighter sentence? But the issue was, he had taken ample precautions against surveillance, receiving payments only through overseas secret accounts. Without evidence, how could they convict him? With this thought, Niaweni raised his head to see someone enter, and he immediately straightened up, speaking with a disdainful tone. I have not violated any laws, and you have no right to arrest or detain me. I demand to see my lawyer. I will fiercely defend my right to creative freedom. Chapter 90. What a hypocritical double standard. Utterly shameless. Niaweni bellowed. He was resolute in his conviction that he had not broken any laws. Furthermore, all the illicit funds were safely stored in offshore bank accounts, with no evidence and no illicit gains. Why shouldn't he resist and fight back? Upon hearing his defiant words, the officer in charge of the interrogation, Su Jiansheng, couldn't help but let out a cold snort of amusement. With a thud, he slammed his thermos down on the table and strode over to Niaweni. You wish to fiercely defend your right to creative freedom? Under Su Jiansheng's piercing gaze, Niaweni felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, instinctively averting his eyes from Su's scrutinizing glare. I run a studio producing online videos, and I lawfully pay taxes and wages while contributing to Social Security. How have I violated any laws? On what grounds do you detain me? Su Jiansheng replied coldly. Of course, it is because of the videos produced and released by your studio. Videos? Niaweni wrinkled his nose and adjusted his glasses. The videos produced by our studio are perfectly fine. The recent ones we released are highly scientific and objective educational videos. Moreover, our millions of fans recognize our work and believe it greatly broadens their horizons and enriches their understanding. Su Jiansheng chuckled. Oh, really? Your fans hold you in such high regard. Niaweni raised his head confidently, asserting, absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can search for our studio's videos under Wayne's Great Truth online. Just take a look at the considerable view counts and the massive barrage of comments, and you'll know how well our videos are received by viewers. Su Jiansheng pulled out his phone, grinning as he asked, which video do you most want me to see? Is it the one that garnered over 23 million views, titled The Deteriorating Environment of Blue Planet and the Rise of Huaxia Economy? Niaweni fell silent. This video was their studio's first collaboration with the EPF International Public Welfare Foundation, produced based on their provided outline, masquerading as educational content. While it superficially discussed the various causes of the deteriorating ecological environment on the blue planet, it was, in fact, rife with accusations against Huaxia, claiming that severe environmental pollution could be blamed solely on Huaxia's focus on economic development at the expense of environmental protection. Even the decline in marine life was attributed to Huaxia's excessive consumption of seafood and overfishing. Shortly after its release, the video sparked considerable controversy. However, in the face of criticism from netizens, Huaxia neither admitted fault nor deleted the video. With the website's tacit approval and the backing of the EPF International Public Welfare Foundation, the video remained online. Amidst mixed reviews, its view count had soared to over 23 million. Xu Jianxing stood before Huaxia, his expression stern as he inquired, "This video was your studio's first scientific video, and it broke 1 million views in less than 3 days. Must have brought you considerable profit, correct?" Huaxia retorted with a cold snort, "Such high view counts are proof that my video quality is exceptional. The audience recognizes my work." Recognition. Xu Jianxing inquired with a smile, "But how is it that I observe so many comments filled with skepticism?" Huaxia, with a casual chuckle, replied, "To each their own. Even the world's finest chefs cannot create dishes that please everyone. Can they? Thus, no matter how well-produced my videos may be, there will always be those who deem them as trash or nonsense, especially among my competitors, who are unlikely to commend my work." That Xu Jianxing pulled up a chair and, with a composed demeanor, asked, "So you believe that the viewpoints you express in your videos are highly objective and correct? Is the environmental pollution on Blue Planet truly solely the fault of our Huaxia's reckless economic development?" Huaxia countered, "Is it not? Metal smelting, petrochemicals, thermal power generation. What heavy industry is not energy-intensive and polluting? Not to mention, Huaxia consumes over 1 billion tons of iron ore annually, and with over 200 million vehicles. We burn several million tons of gasoline and diesel each year." Xu Jianxing could not help but chuckle. If our country's heavy industry is energy-intensive and polluting, is that not the case for foreign industries as well? Do they not smelt steel, refine oil, and produce chemical products without any emissions? Even if you advocate for their advanced environmental technologies that purportedly eliminate wastewater and exhaust from heavy industries, I remain skeptical. Do their gasoline-powered vehicles not consume fuel and emit toxic exhaust? For instance, in the United States, with its 300 to 400 million people, there are nearly 300 million vehicles. Are you really suggesting that none of these vehicles run on gasoline or diesel? That they are all electric? However, I distinctly recall that our country is vigorously developing the renewable energy sector, including wind, hydroelectric, and solar power, along with an increasing number of electric vehicles. That it seems that countries like the United States, which are deemed developed, continue to heavily rely on coal and natural gas for electricity, alongside a substantial number of high-emission fuel vehicles. Do they not? Huaxia was left momentarily speechless. That Xu Jianxing persisted with his inquiry. "Moreover, you claim that we Huaxia people should not consume excessive seafood. Does that mean foreigners are exempt? If you are truly a scientific and objective communicator, you must have investigated that the majority of seafood consumed in our nation is indeed farmed. Our offshore catch cannot even begin to compare with that of other countries. For instance, the cherry blossom nation consumes over 30,000 tons of shark each year, while Europe engages in rampant fishing that nearly led to the extinction of salmon. Why do you not criticize them? It baffles me that the blame for environmental pollution on Blue Planet is placed solely upon us. Do people in foreign lands not drive cars, consume seafood, or engage in production? Can they truly prosper economically while lying idle?" Huaxia turned his gaze away, avoiding Xu Jianxing's eyes. "That we are not scientists, nor do we possess the time to conduct exhaustive research. Errors and shortcomings are, naturally, inevitable. Does this make us guilty? If speaking incorrectly constitutes a crime, then you are persecuting us, severely infringing upon our creative freedom and human rights." Xu Jianxing's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Huaxia, speaking each word with conviction. "Have we persecuted you? Have we interfered with your creativity? We have not declared that creators are not allowed to err. Have we? Our Huaxia, with over 1 billion people, does not afford every individual the opportunity for higher education. Nor does everyone possess the time and energy to read extensively and explore diverse subjects. Therefore, we have always maintained a tolerant attitude, supporting creators who earnestly engage in scientific communication, and we acknowledge that to err is human. However, We uphold the necessity of truly objective and fair scientific knowledge, rather than the distorted, hypocritical, and double-standard narratives you propagate. We allow creators to err due to insufficient understanding or oversight, but not those who knowingly transgress and act maliciously. One mistake may be forgiven, two oversights may be understood, but what of you? Your videos repeatedly distort the truth, exhibit hypocrisy, and make sweeping generalizations, from slandering our economic development as a source of environmental pollution, to accusing our consumption of soybeans as a cause for the disappearance of tropical rainforests, and claiming that our use of antibiotics will breed superbugs that threaten humanity. You assert that forced drug rehabilitation infringes on human rights, while legalizing drugs is more conducive to control. And you even argue that universal gun ownership can effectively combat mutant beasts, simultaneously criticizing the Great Wall Project as a wasteful and corrupt endeavor. So, Wenyi, ask yourself sincerely, do you truly achieve objectivity and fairness? Are you genuinely dedicated to creating scientific videos? Or are you merely acting as a mouthpiece for international forces to malign and harm us? Wenyi's face flushed as he shouted loudly, "Of course I am objective and fair. I have not colluded with international forces." "No, absolutely not," Su Jianqing replied with a smile. "Why are you so agitated? It is as if I've struck a nerve that if you are upright, what do you have to fear?" I am not agitated. I am not afraid." Wenyi's gaze darted about, his body fidgeting uncomfortably. "I want to see my lawyer. I want to see my lawyer." Su Jianqing chuckled. "Rest assured, we will certainly allow you to see your lawyer. While you may not achieve objectivity and fairness, we shall steadfastly adhere to the law." At this point, Su Jianqing snapped his fingers. Soon, the door swung open and staff members entered, bringing with them Wenyi's office computer and the safe from his home. "What are you doing?" "These are my personal belongings." "On what grounds do you seize them?" Wenyi bellowed in a fit of rage that he was all too aware of the contents of the computer and safe. Meanwhile, Su Jianqing, with a curious expression, retorted, "Hey, did you not say you create scientific videos? Therefore, you should possess at least a basic understanding of the law, correct? Bring him the search warrant." In an instant, Wenyi's eyes glazed over, his head tilting to the left. He slumped into his chair, as if his soul had been instantly extracted, becoming a mere heap of flesh. He had no interest in scrutinizing the search warrant. He only understood that the computer had been hacked, and the safe opened, that it was only a matter of time before evidence was collected against him for colluding with the EPAF International Charity Foundation. However, his instinct for survival compelled him to subconsciously avoid admitting guilt. For once he confessed, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment and the forfeiture of illegal gains. Thus, after much contemplation, Wenyi could only lift his head and repeatedly demand to see a lawyer. Su Jianqing was certainly willing to oblige, but only after thoroughly cracking the computer and safe, lawfully confiscating a trove of evidence in front of him. By the time Wenyi's lawyer arrived, it would be the perfect moment to interrogate him in the lawyer's presence. Why did Wenyi